Chapter 251. Seeing Song Qingzi blocking the way, Qixia Monster King opened her beautiful eyes slightly, her pupils turned into vertical pupils, and a trace of ice blue light appeared. This was a sign of her anger. Song Qingzi, I am going to avenge you, and you want to stop me? Song Qingzi said indifferently, if you don't take action, I won't take action. If you want revenge, you have so many big monsters under your command, just go ahead. It's not okay to bully the weak with the big. He also saw that the Li family ancestor really had a trump card. The two physical cultivators, who took action just now, although their spiritual arts were ordinary, their horizontal training and domineering bodies actually surpassed the bodies of monsters. The two giant pythons underwater were the blood of strange beasts. Although their intelligence was low, their bodies were strong and close to magic weapons. But even so, they were suppressed by the two physical cultivators. This kind of strength is not weak even in their Shifang sword pavilion, and many inner disciples cannot compare with it. Hiss! The giant python entangled the body cultivators, trying to crush their flesh. But the two body cultivators were not afraid of the pain in their bodies, but were aroused by brutal anger. They roared in the water, hugged the giant python, with their fangs exposed, biting its steel-like scales, and the scales were torn off, revealing the bright red flesh inside. The blood merged into the cold lake water, and the red ice chips were constantly splashed and thrown on the outer ice layer. The two people and two pythons kept entangled in the water, rolling, and the lake was turbulent. The water surface within a radius of hundreds of meters was dyed red by blood. When the Qixia Demon King heard the painful hissing of the giant python, the ice blue light in his eyes almost filled his entire eyeball. They are not serious cultivators. This is a trap you set for me. Does Shifang Sword Pavilion want to go to war with Wanyao Palace? Qixia Demon King said in a cold voice. I gave face to your Shifang Sword Pavilion and did not kill them all. I just wanted to avenge my poor child. You set me up like this. You can just wait for the revenge of Sui Han Demon Lord. Sui Han Demon Lord is the ancestor of Qixia Demon King, an ice dragon in the realm of transformation, with amazing magical powers, and is said to be able to freeze space and make the world cold. Now it was Song Qingzi's turn to change color slightly. If he really led the Sui Han Demon Lord to fight against the Shifang Sword Pavilion, his trip down the mountain this time would not only be in vain, but also be a mistake. But if he gave in, wouldn't it mean that the Shifang Sword Pavilion was afraid of the Wanyao Palace, and weaken the reputation of the human cultivators? Especially at this juncture when the Tai Shang of the Shifang Sword Pavilion had injured the Demon Lord of the Wanyao Palace not long ago. So Song Qingzi sneered, let's start the war. Not long ago, my clan leader Qing Tai Shan killed the Golden Pung Demon Lord with a sword and returned with a great victory. Even if the Sui Han Demon Lord came in person, what's the harm? It's just right for you to see if the flying sword of my sword pavilion is really sharp. He didn't think that the Qixia Demon King could make the dignified Demon Lord take action. A descendant whose bloodline is unknown. A little grudge between the younger generation can make the ancestor take action, which is too much of a disrespect for the ancestor. So who doesn't know how to make polite remarks? Seeing that Song Qingzi was not threatened, the Qixia Demon King knew that today would not end peacefully. It might even be that this was a conspiracy of the 10 Directions Sword Pavilion, and her son was killed by someone ordered by the 10 Directions Sword Pavilion. These human cultivators are always cunning, and they, the demons, cannot play with them. Otherwise, they would not have formed the 10,000 Demons Palace to keep each other warm. She stopped talking nonsense, and saw two small dragon horns growing on her forehead, and a few ice-blue scales looming on her exposed skin. Then a strong wind blew, and the giant turtle that served as a mount under her feet trembled. A dragon roar shook the 8 directions, and in the raging ice and snow, a huge ice dragon that was 1,000 feet long hovered in the air. The ice-blue scales seemed to be made of crystal, and the dragon claws under its belly had 3 toes, and 1 claw could scratch a mountaintop. The dragon head drooped down, and the ice-blue pupils were indifferent and ruthless. Today I will avenge my son. If you dare to stop me, Song Qingzi, you should accompany my son. The sound was as loud as thunder, and the ice dragon roared. A blizzard of ice mixed with hail shot out of its mouth, like a laser cannon. Song Qingzi didn't expect that this mother dragon had such a bad temper. She would attack as soon as she said she would. At least, he had to wait until the underwater demons decided who was the winner. But when the ice dragon attacked, he had to respond. 10 Directions Demon Slayer. The sword light in his flying sword split. 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In the blink of an eye, a huge sword energy tornado was born from the flying sword, facing the ice tornado spit out by the ice dragon. The two collided with each other. The sword light shattered, and ice crystals splashed. The ice crystal fragments fell into the lake's surface that had just been broken, and endless cold air emerged, freezing the lake's surface again in the blink of an eye. In the sky, Song Qingzi's tiny figure had already fought with the 1,000-foot-long ice dragon. Facing the true body of the ice dragon that covered the sky and the sun, Song Qingzi pinched the sword formula with his hand, and the flying sword in his hand extended more than 10 meters of sword light. But facing the ice dragon, it was still about the same as an embroidery needle. The ice dragon rolled over, trying to catch the hateful villain, but the sword light quickly escaped, leaving extremely fine wounds on the ice dragon. The monster race has gravity, so the monster body is extremely large and has strong recovery ability. The human race lacks strength, but makes up for it with skills. When two people of the same realm fight, either the monster race will exhaust their physical strength or the human race will exhaust their magic power. This is destined to be a protracted war. Kill! On the lake, the monsters brought by the Qixia Monster King saw that the boss had already fought, so they didn't waste any words and all attacked the Li family. A giant turtle like a hill, a giant ape beating its chest with blood-red hair, a wolf monster with exposed fangs, a tiger monster. Although the Qixia Monster King is an ice dragon and amphibious, he usually stays in the mountains, so most of his monsters are mountain monsters. Among them, there are two big monsters, including the giant turtle that was the Monster King's mount just now, and the rest are hundreds of small monsters waving flags and shouting, some of which are at the Qi Refining Foundation establishment stage. Even with the strength of Qixia Monster King, there are not many big monsters under his command. Monsters are wild by nature and cannot bear too many constraints. If they are not really desperate, most of them still like to occupy a mountain and become the king of the mountain. But even so, these two big monsters and their subordinates are enough to crush the Li family. Ancestor, should we leave or stay? Everyone looked at Ancestor Li. Ancestor Li snorted coldly and gave an order, fight. 3 cultivators dressed the same as before stood up, their bodies expanded rapidly, and they met the 2 monsters and started a group fight. These are the friends that Ancestor made when he was young. You can call them the 5 heroes of the Fong family. They are all first-class heroic people. They originally stopped caring about worldly affairs and practiced hard in the mountains for 100 years. This time, they heard that Ancestor was in trouble and came to help. Ancestor Li introduced. After all, people become smarter as they grow older. Ancestor Li has lived for hundreds of years. It is reasonable for him to have 3 or 5 good friends. As for the origins of these 5 people, they all said that they practiced hard for 100 years. There are so many strange people in the folk who can find out clearly. And these are of course the corpse puppets that Fong has been in the battlefield for a long time, and their strength is between the middle and late stages of the golden core. Even though they can't hold out for a few moves in front of a nascent soul cultivator, they are like iron weights that can't be broken or hammered to death in front of a golden core cultivator. Fong Chong specially picked out a few corpse puppets with slightly higher spirituality to help the Li family. Although they still have the characteristics of puppets, they also have human spirituality. Others would only think that the skills are special. Seeing that they still have reinforcements, the Li family members immediately became energetic and no longer hesitated. Kill! Revenge for the clan. Magical weapons and spiritual arts flew wildly, and humans and demons fought together. Fong Chong mixed in the crowd and played a fake match with a hideous wolf demon, but his mind had already drifted elsewhere. With Song Qingzi's help, the Qixia Demon King should be able to handle it. But he has already considered moving. The feng shui of this place is a bit wrong. It was obviously a remote little place before, but it was targeted one after another. He has only lived a quiet life for a few years. Not to mention the internal strife in the Li family before, it was almost inevitable that the ancestor would have disputes with his subordinates as the end of his life was approaching. Otherwise, he would not have thought of turning the ancestor Li into a puppet. But later, there was internal strife in the royal family of Qing Kingdom, and the He family attacked. Then, after waiting for the internal strife to pass, the He family was also arranged to leave. Then, in order to prevent people from disturbing the tranquility of Xilian Lake, he secretly killed a small loach that was about to cause trouble, and no one knew his contribution. It turned out that the small loach had a background, and all kinds of demon kings and demon lords were pulled out. They were playing a trick on him. Fong Chong thought more and more that something was wrong. He couldn't stay in this place anymore. It was a pity that he had planned to stay there for 100 years, and then find a place to become a god. As a result, he was like a star of misfortune. The Li family of Xilian Lake had been operating for more than 200 years without any problems. He had only been here for more than 20 years, and the entire Lee family was almost in danger of life and death, and he was also implicated. It just so happened that his lifespan as a foundation building old cultivator was almost over. After the fight, Bubba was about to wake up, and he would find a good day to sit and die, putting a beautiful end to this identity. That was the thought. Fong Chong's face calmed down, and he hit the wolf demon's head with a fishing rod, repelling it, pretending to pant. Your master has been defeated. Why don't you run for your life? The wolf demon was 5 or 6 meters long, probably in the foundation building stage. He was stunned when he heard the words and turned his head to look. He saw a giant ape being seized by 2 human cultivators, and 2 pillar-like arms were torn off on the left and right, and then the back was hit hard, and the intestines were pulled out all over the ground. The giant ape immediately bleeds like a spring, and fell to the ground with a bang. The hot blood flowed all over the ground, melting the ice layer under the body, and half of the body was immersed in the lake water, and Frost appeared on the surface again. The Ape King is dead. General Turtle, the Ape King is dead. Run! The little demon collapsed immediately. The giant turtle relied on its tortoise shell to deal with the siege of the corpse puppet and Li Laozu, but heard the news of the death of his colleagues, and couldn't help but panic. Its limbs and head suddenly shrank, leaving only 2 eyes exposed, and then the spikes on its shell protruded, and then it spun around, like a spinning top, spinning rapidly on the ice. An invincible armored turtle appeared. But it did not choose to attack, but plowed a passage with its shell backwards. General Turtle has also run away. Now the little monsters had no courage to fight anymore, and all of them threw away their armor and fled for their lives. Don't chase after a desperate enemy. Ancestor Lee stopped the Lee family members, who wanted to chase. Originally, there were more than 100 members and worshippers, all of whom were at the high-level chi refining and foundation building stages, but now nearly 1/3 of them were killed. This was because the high-level monsters were entangled. But Ancestor Lee didn't say anything, just waved his hand and said, "Clean up the battlefield, we are ready to go back." But Ancestor, the sky. The head of the Lee family, Li Yuanming, pointed to the sky in embarrassment, where sword lights danced, ice crystals fell like rain, and hit the lake surface, and the ice layer became visibly thicker. That's not a place for us to intervene. Besides, it won't be over in a short time. We just need to do our own thing. Ancestor Lee said expressionlessly, "Break the ice." Although those people have betrayed the Lee family, they should also be given a place to bury themselves, so that their bodies will not be eaten by the fish underwater. Li Yuanming looked at the battle between the gods in the sky again, and suddenly felt that what the ancestor said was right. If he went up, he might not be able to withstand the aftermath, let alone help. Even if the ancestor went up, he might not be able to withstand a few rounds. The higher the level, the greater the gap in strength. Although the Jindan realm and the Yuanning realm are only one major realm, it is not possible for ordinary people to fight against each other. At the beginning, Yin Mozi had just entered the Yuanning realm not long ago, and even the Yuanning grade was downgraded. But Fong Chong still used various advantages of the terrain to consume first, plus Li Hu breakthrough on the battlefield, and the suppression of the ancient treasure-level golden tower. He almost let him escape with distraction. Just talking. The ice beneath their feet broke, and 2 blood-stained men came ashore, grabbing the corpse of a giant python that looked like a broken hemp rope. Snap! The 2 giant pythons were thrown heavily to the ground, their scales were broken, and there were many traces of beasts biting them. But the 2 did not say anything, but just bowed to Li Laozu, and stepped on the bloody footprints to meet their brothers. What a tough guy! Li Yuanming was secretly shocked, and felt that the attitude of the 2 people was reasonable. Ancestor Li suddenly turned pale, and his body swayed a little. Li Yuanming's face suddenly changed. "Ancestor, what's wrong with you?" Ancestor Li held Li Yuanming down and said in a deep voice, "Today's battle, I have lost a lot of vitality. I am afraid that my lifespan will not last long. This matter is urgent. Remember not to reveal it to the outside world. If our Li family survives today, you should be prepared and arrange for the family members to stay or go as soon as possible." Li Yuanming was about to say something, and heard Ancestor Li say, "Don't act like a little girl, go and do things." "Yes." Li Yuanming's eyes were filled with tears, and he quickly hid his emotions, commanding the family members to do things, and pulled the underwater ice corpses ashore one by one. Such behavior made those offerings who were originally prepared to live and die with the Li family feel warm in their eyes, and felt that their choice was right. If they treated the defectors like this, how could they treat them badly? It took a long time for the group to collect the bodies, but the battle in the sky was not over yet. They fought from day to night. Under the starry sky, One man and one dragon gradually struck out true fire and began to fight for their lives. The battle lasted for 10 days. The ice layer of Cylian Lake thickened by a full meter, and countless fish that could not adapt were frozen to death. The mortals living on the islands and the lake suffered even more heavy losses. Almost every family was in mourning. Some died of freezing, and some died of starvation. The cold even spread out of Cylian Lake, causing the nearby villages to experience a severe cold year. It was the fight between the gods, and the mortals suffered. Cylian Manor. Senior Song Qingzi, how are you? Ancestrally looked at Song Qingzi and asked with concern. Compared to the first time they met, Song Qingzi's eyebrows and hair were covered with frost, and even his magic power could not dispel it. His lips were blue and purple, and he was trembling slightly. It was obvious that the cold poison had entered his body. I am not feeling well, and she is not much better. Song Qingzi sneered. After 10 days of fighting, they each exhausted their physical strength and magic power, but there was no winner. Song Qingzi was poisoned by the cold poison, and was tortured by it day and night, and Qixia Demon King was also hit by his 10-direction sword chi. The sword chi entered his body, and was the most painful. Qixia Demon King believes that you have harmed her son. After the injury is healed, I am afraid she will continue to retaliate. If you have no way to deal with it, leave this place early. Song Qingzi reminded him, because Li Laozu was still sensible, and his lay disciples of Jian Ge. What are the origins of the 5 people who helped you fight that day? There are not many physical cultivators in our area. Song Qingzi asked. Li Laozu had already made up the origins of the 5 people, and now he told them the truth. There are also powerful people among the folk cultivators, but the path of physical cultivation is cumbersome and dangerous, and the road ahead is difficult to advance. How can it compare to the free and easy sword cultivators? But for you, it is enough. Song Qingzi habitually flattered the sword cultivators and stopped asking. If they are not at the nascent soul stage, they are not in his eyes. Song Qingzi did not give Li Laozu the opportunity to build a relationship. After reminding him, he left in a hurry. Chapter 252. Kailian Lake, Shihu Island. After a fight, Manager Chen was lucky enough to survive, and was promoted to become a senior manager of the Li family. He didn't know that the Li family had already escaped and thought that the Demon King had been driven away, and the Li family could rest easy from then on. So he admired Lu Gongfeng, played by Fang Cheng, even more. Speaking of which, he was also hesitant about the uncertain future of the Li family that day, wondering whether he should seek a way out like everyone else. But after hearing what Lu Gongfeng said, he became more determined. Today he came to thank Lu Gongfeng and bring rewards to Lu Gongfeng for the Li family. Anyone who survived the last battle was rewarded by the Li family. He went to Shihu Island excitedly, and before he arrived, excited voices started shouting. Senior Lu, Senior, good things are coming, good things are coming. But as he got closer, he didn't see the senior appear, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. When he arrived at the gate of the courtyard, he saw 2 people with white cloth strips tied on their arms walking out of the house. They were the new fishermen from Shihu Island. They were far away from the battlefield in front, and had weak cultivation, so they would not die due to weather problems. Seeing the white cloth strips on the arms of the 2 people, Manager Chen's face froze, and he hurriedly asked, "Who is in trouble?" It was the Lord Gongfeng. He returned from the battlefield. Perhaps the weather was too cold, which triggered his internal injuries. After telling me a few words, he sat down and passed away. We were just about to look for the steward, but I didn't expect you to come. The 2 people didn't look very sad. They had not been here for a long time, and only knew the name of Lu Gongfeng. If it weren't for the awe of the foundation building cultivator, and what means he left after his death, the first people to be looted would be the 2 of them. But even so, they secretly hid a lot of good things, so it took them half a day. Manager Chen took a deep breath. The senior is gone. Where is his body? Sir, follow me. The 2 men stepped forward to lead the way. Manager Chen saw Lu Gongfeng sitting cross-legged in the room, with a peaceful smile on his face, but his eyes were closed, as if he was asleep. Senior, have a good journey. Manager Chen bowed deeply to Lu Gongfeng, then sorted out his mood and asked, "Does Senior Lu have any last words left?" The 2 young fishermen hurriedly presented a simple storage bag. All the things and last words of Master Gongfeng are here. There was a simple forbidden spell on the storage bag. Manager Chen took it and broke the band with his magic power, and then took out a suicide note from the storage bag. After reading the suicide note, Manager Chen sighed. Senior's affairs are Chen's affairs. I will definitely find the descendants of the Lu family, and pass on the bloodline of the Lu family. After that, he began to take care of Lu Gongfeng's funeral. Outside the house, there was a cloud on the horizon. Fong Chong held a Celadon fish tank, about a foot long and wide, and watched his vest enter the final stage. Beside the fish tank lay a small fish that looked like a fish but not a fish, and a snake but not a snake. It had a slender body, a light golden color, a black line on its back, and 2 long dragon whiskers on its lips, almost half the length of its body. It was Bubble, who had just begun to refine the demon pill, and had the ability to change size as desired. Dragons can grow big or small, rise or hide. Bubble is now considered a small dragon. It rolled its big eyes and looked at Fong Chong and said, "Master, why do you want to leave?" Bubble has been accustomed to the life in Celadon Lake. Fong Chong said lightly, "Since you like it here, I won't take you away." As he said that, he pretended to throw the fish tank down. Bubble quickly stopped him, and the 2 dragon whiskers tightly grabbed Fong Chong's wrist. "Wherever the master goes, Bubble will go. Master, don't leave Bubble behind." "Really? You follow me through fire and water?" Fong Chong said, "It's not safe for me to go there. I'm very likely to be killed. Then you'd be reduced to a dried fish." Bubble was immediately timid when he heard this, and let go of the dragon whiskers, and shrunk his body into the water, and several bubbles gurgled out. However, not long after, Bubble stretched his head out of the water again, closed his eyes, and shouted timidly and bravely, "Then I will follow the master. Bubble is not afraid of death." And Bubble is super powerful now. The black line on its back lit up, and a faint arc of lightning flashed. Although it was fully activated, it only lasted for a few seconds and then extinguished with a snap. It was silent for a few seconds, retracted its head into the water, and began to shut itself up. Ha ha ha. Fong Chong couldn't help laughing. "You just be your ornamental fish, and you won't be needed in the fight." He no longer lingered here, and randomly found a direction, and the distance between his feet and Celadon Lake quickly increased. At the same time, Celadon Manor. After giving instructions to the head of the Lee family, the ancestor Lee passed away suddenly in front of the head of the Lee family with his grief-stricken eyes. His soul was annihilated and his body turned into ashes. Since then, all traces of Fong Chong left in the Lee family have disappeared. No one knows that there was a great nascent soul cultivator in this small family, who practiced here for more than 20 years in a low-key manner. 5 years later, in the capital of Qing, a small courtyard in the civilian area in the south of the city, Fong Chong woke up from his retreat, and the identification technique flashed by. The level on the panel was upgraded by 1 level, and he was only 1 step away from the late nascent soul. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "God rewards hard work. I have never slacked off until now, and my cultivation has been improved step by step. In the world of mortals, various temptations come one after another, which is also very good for my soul training. It seems that the choice of the capital of Qing is not bad." When Fong Chong left the Lee family in Celadon Lake, he flew all the way, and happened to be heading towards the capital of Qing. Thinking about how he had spent decades on this small island with few people on the lake, and how he was pure and abstinent, he almost made a fool of himself when he met a beautiful witch queen. Fong Chong thought about it, and felt that he had encountered too few temptations. A true warrior dares to face the bleak life and his dark heart. He takes it out, and exposes it to the sun from time to understand the problem. So he took the initiative to enter the capital of Qing. In this best place in the country, he mixed in as a rich merchant's son, and spent a whole 6 months in the most famous Jia Fangxi in the capital. Temptation, how can you resist it if you don't practice it hard? Until the 100,000 taels of silver notes he brought were all consumed, and he was driven out by the thugs of the Jia Fangxi. He seemed to wake up from a dream. Originally, he wanted to leave like this. It was ridiculous enough. How could it really go on like this? Fong Chong has only seen one person who can enjoy this. That salted fish zombie is pure Teddy born, a human-shaped self-propelled artillery. Besides, laughing and leaving is not a bad story. But Fong Chong didn't have time to pose. A prostitute from the Jia Fangxi, who was close to him, was attracted by his romantic and talent. She first secretly asked her maid to take him in, and rented a small courtyard for him, meeting him every now and then. Later, for him, the prostitute redeemed herself, left the Jia Fangxi, and was willing to serve him wholeheartedly. Fong Chong's expression at that time, ? Everyone was out for fun, how could they fall in love? Anyway, he was kept by someone inexplicably. But he became interested instead. This was a new experience he had never had before. Although Fong was used to eating soft rice, he always took the initiative to eat soft rice, and he had never been fed directly by anyone. He wanted to see when this woman who fell in love with him on impulse would give up. After all, the daily life of firewood, rice, oil and salt will eventually defeat the love of flowers, snow and moon. He was like a supporting role in a love story, accompanying him to perform such a big drama. So, he stayed in Chengdu for 5 years. Fong Chong pushed open the door, holding a handful of fish food that shone with light in his hand. There was a small pond in the yard, with a few small fish swimming in it. Among them, a light golden fish was the most lively. It flew over the water, spitting out colorful bubbles. "Master, when are we leaving?" Pao Pao said boredly. "The pond here is too small, and you don't allow me to walk around. I'm almost suffocating." Fong Chong threw fish food from time to time. "Wait a little longer." Pao Pao unceremoniously squeezed away the other small fish that were making up the numbers, and ate them one by one, relishing them. The other small fish without intelligence were also used to being bullied, and they all huddled in the corner, waiting for the boss to eat enough so that they could share some of the leftovers. "By the way, how is your demon pill refining going? Just thinking about going out to play?" Fong Chong suddenly asked. Pao Pao's body froze, and even the food in his mouth didn't smell good. "Well, it's almost there, just a little bit more. It's been so long, and it's just a little bit more, you're really good." Fong Chong knew that this little guy was fooling him. That demon pill is an ice thunder dragon species. The more it is refined to the next stage, the more it will be tortured by ice thunder. Every time it refines a trace of demon pill power, it will be tempered by ice thunder. This is good for the body and blood, but the pain is unbearable. Bubble is a greedy and lazy fat fish. How can it bear this kind of pain? Every time Fong Chong asks, it will refine it for a few days. Seeing that Fong Chong is not paying attention, it starts to pretend to be confused. Every day at the beginning of refining, it is either the water is too cold, or it is too hungry, or the weather is bad, the sun is too strong, the rain is too heavy, and the mood is bad on cloudy days. It makes Fong Chong inexplicably feel like teaching his daughter to do homework. But after all, it is an ornamental fish, so you can't ask too much. It's not bad to just accompany him obediently, and let him enjoy the feeling of being a teacher occasionally. After being asked by Fong Chong, Bubble no longer dared to ask boring questions and ate honestly. Seeing that the small fish dared to snatch its food while it was thinking of excuses, it immediately flew into a rage and chased after them to teach them a lesson. A fish demon at the foundation building stage was bullying a few small fish that were only 100 days old. Only Bubble could do that. At this moment, the door of the courtyard creaked, and the door was pushed open, and a woman with a thorny hairpin and a cloth skirt, with a plain face but still beautiful, walked in with a bamboo basket. Her face was a little tired, as if she had not rested for a long time. But seeing Fong Chong leisurely feeding the fish by the pond, the woman still showed a charming smile, and the fatigue on her face seemed to be dissipated a lot. "Fong Lang, I came back late. You must be hungry. I bought fish today. I will cook now." The woman walked quickly to the kitchen. Fong Chong looked at the woman's graceful back, and couldn't help touching his chin. Do I really have any advantages that I don't see? Otherwise, why would this woman be so stupid and devoted to him? He has been a stay-at-home man for nearly 5 years, and he has never earned a penny. He just sleeps, cultivates, all day, feeds fish, waits for the woman to come back to cook, and has to serve him at night. Even this, he himself thinks it's too much. But the woman didn't have a trace of resentment in her heart. Instead, she was still devoted to him. Perhaps she shouldn't have agreed to it with the intention of playing around that day. Fong Chong suddenly felt a little regretful. He probably delayed a good woman. But this regret quickly disappeared. The sky gradually darkened. An oil lamp was placed on the table. The woman was good at both the living room and the kitchen. She was not only proficient in music, chess, calligraphy and painting, but also quite good at cooking. Even if it was just a few simple side dishes, they were cooked with good color, fragrance and taste. Under the background of the oil lamp, the dishes seemed to be glowing. Seeing that Fong Chong had no appetite after eating a few bites, the woman put down her bowl and chopsticks, and looked at Fong Chong worriedly. "Fong Lang, are the dishes not to your liking? What do you want to eat? There are some dishes in the kitchen. I go make them for you." "No need." Fong Chong shook his head and suddenly asked, "Rian, do you regret it? Why did Fong Lang say that?" The woman lowered her eyes, as if she didn't dare to look at Fong Chong. Fong Chong said, "You were a courtesan who was carefully trained by the Jiafang division. If I hadn't intervened, you would have been famous in Chengdu and sought after by thousands of people. Those women who were once inferior to you are now in luxury, with luxurious servants, fine clothes and delicious food. But now you accompany me to eat simple meals. Your hand used to be worth thousands of gold, but now you wash clothes for others for 3 or 5 copper coins. Do you think I won't know if I don't see it? Look at your hands, which were once as delicate as green onions, but now they are rough and covered with calluses. The woman retracted her hands conditionally and twisted them uneasily under the table. I believe Fong Lang, with Fong Lang's talent, he will achieve something sooner or later. Fong Chong sneered. The poem I wrote to you was bought by some poor scholars in the countryside. Do you really think someone like me has such talent? Now I am penniless, you can hardly even get together the rent for this house. Why do you deceive yourself? The woman suddenly raised her head. Her tone was very firm. I don't care. As long as Fong Lang doesn't drive me away, I won't leave even if I have to go begging on the street with Fong Lang. Fong Chong couldn't help but sigh and said, What are you insisting on? I'm not a good person. I'm very sorry for wasting your time for several years. The woman suddenly laughed. She rolled up her hair, looking very gentle. Is Fong Lang trying to provoke me to leave? Although I have suffered some pain in the past few years, Fong Lang, haven't you paid for me, the mother who came to cause trouble, the young man who once wanted to get me, the difficult old landlady, the maid Xiao Chui who seduced Fong Lang? I know all these things, but Fong Lang, you have never told me, nor have you ever complained. From then on, I knew that Fong Lang, you didn't want to play with me. Fong Lang, do you know what attracts me the most about you? It is your calm and composed eyes. I originally thought of you as my first benefactor. Since the first day I entered the Jia Fangxi, my mother taught us that men cannot be trusted. But when you were driven out of the Jia Fangxi, facing the strange eyes of the people on the street, you were so calm and confident. I suddenly became impulsive. The lessons of countless sisters told me that men who come to the Jia Fangxi to play are not good things. But I still walked towards you like a moth to a flame. The woman looked at Fong Chong firmly. At that time, I told myself that if you don't abandon me, I won't leave. If you make the wrong choice, it's just a death. Fong Chong only felt that the woman's eyes were particularly hot, and he wanted to tell her that he didn't need to care about these small characters, so he was calm. He has power, so he is confident. Since Fong Lang has no appetite, I will go downstairs to feed you. The woman wiped her eyes, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Fong Chong's eyebrows were furrowed, and the eyes of the devil were beating inexplicably, and a thread that he could not see reached deep into his soul. Chapter 253. Fong Chong, who was feeling a little touched, was moved. Is there a problem? A thought flashed through his mind, and a black line appeared between his eyebrows. The eye of the demon left his sea of consciousness, and a ball of light flashed, turning into a gaunt middle-aged man in front of him. It was Mo Sansheng, the magic weapon spirit of the eye of the demon. After all, Mo Sansheng was a new magic weapon spirit, and his power was greatly damaged. He needed to sleep to recover his power. So under normal circumstances, Fong Chong would not actively wake him up to activate the power of the eye of the demon, although this could save him a lot of energy. It was probably equivalent to a manual mode and an automatic mode. At this moment, the eye of the demon actually moved without him activating it, and it was obvious that something happened that he didn't know about. What's going on? When Mo Sansheng heard Fong Chong question, he was still a little confused, but when he took over the eye of the demon, the information was integrated with him. Boss, you have refined the eye of the devil and are protected by the devil. Once someone attempts to change your soul, the eye of the devil will give you a warning. Someone seems to want to target your soul, but the method is very secretive, and even the eye of the devil has not found the source. Mo Sansheng's tone was a little uncertain. Fong Chong was stunned. My soul was targeted. When? Who? Mo Sansheng shook his head. I don't know. The eye of the demon is not omnipotent. There are still many spiritual secrets in this world that it has not included and cannot explain. But the reaction of the eye of the demon is not wrong. It must be that someone has used a secret method to affect the boss's soul in the recent period. Mo Sansheng pondered for a moment and asked, Boss, do you feel that there is something abnormal about yourself recently? Although the secret technique is silent, since it has been used, it has an impact on you, boss. And this impact is likely to make you do things that you would not do before. Abnormal place? Fong Chong closed his eyes, and the memories in his mind moved forward rapidly with time, and vivid scenes flashed in his mind one by one. He always does things as he pleases, and everything is done according to his own wishes. If the only abnormal thing is Ruyan, Fong Chong suddenly had an idea in his mind. From the initial freshness, to the stubborn desire to know when she would leave, he refused to hurt her in his heart and chose to let her be the vain scumbag. He waited for 5 years without knowing it. If there was no warning from the eye of the devil today, what would happen after tonight? He would probably stay and guard Ryan, accompany her for 10 or 20 years, spend her life, and accompany her to finish the love drama of life. He would even give her a wedding, a wealth, and accompany her through a prosperous life. Life is a long 1,000 years, so what if he gives her 100 years? He would not think there is any problem. However, this is the biggest problem. Who is Fong? A selfish villain, a pseudo-demon monk with the word mean in his bones, who would want to spend 100 years for a mortal woman. His wife hadn't received this treatment. He had agreed to clear all the goods and not be involved in the cause and effect, but he took the initiative to enter this love chess game and got himself stuck. A black light suddenly flashed across Fong Chong's face, which looked a little scary. I have always been the only one who schemed against others. When have I ever been schemed against by others? Mo Sanshun wanted to say something, but an irresistible force turned it into a black eye and embedded it on Fong Chong's forehead. The golden body of the demon Buddha, which released the magic light, came from the void and suppressed everything. The eye of the demon on Fong Chong's forehead blinked and penetrated the restrictions of the void. He finally saw it. At this moment, his sight seemed to be probing from the depths of the void, and he didn't know when to tie a bunch of colorful lines on his body. Red, blue, green, white, black. As an old player who plays with the inner demon, Fong Chong knew very well that these were threads of lust, and each line could evoke different desires in people's hearts. Sometimes many things seem to be one's own inner choices, but in fact, they are more influenced by the emotions of others. Some people call this criminal psychology. Red is anger, blue is cheerfulness, green is melancholy, white is purity, black is darkness. I don't know when, he has been like a bug caught in a spider web, and has long been wrapped by spider silk as prey. But these are not fatal. With his means, even if these emotional threads are difficult to entangle, he can cut them off one by one, except for a few transparent silk threads connected to the depths of his sea of consciousness. If Fong Chong had not suppressed his soul with the Poxin demon Buddha, and then opened the demon vision to observe, he would not have been able to find it at all. He felt terrified when he touched these silk threads. It seemed that there was a voice in the dark telling him that if he dared to break these silk threads, bad things would happen immediately. Fong Chong's face fell immediately. Sure enough, men can't go out and mess around. The first time he indulged in his life, he actually found himself in such a big trouble. Who is Ryan? What is this method? What is the purpose? Of course, all of this is his guess. It is possible that someone else is targeting him. But do you think he has no way out? A familiar light flashed in Fong Chong's eyes. Identification technique. Everything within sight and gaze can be identified. It's just a matter of the amount of information. Fong Chong only felt that the mana in his body was rapidly reduced. The information on the panel began to appear. Red thread one time. Introduction. The secret treasure of the Red Dust sect, which transforms the 3,000 loves of the red dust into a red thread. 1,000 miles of marriage is tied by a thread, and there is a red thread, which can force a lifetime of marriage. When the heart is moved, the red thread is connected, and from then on the marriage cannot be broken, and life and death cannot be separated. Those who break the red thread will be backfired by the 3,000 evil karma. P.S. According to incomplete statistics, the love connected by the red thread all ends in tragedy. Fong Chong, He admitted that he felt a little moved just now, but he couldn't be forced. Which man wouldn't be moved when seeing a beautiful woman? Is that love? It's clearly lusting after her body. A forced marriage won't be happy, be good, break it off quickly. Fong Chong said silently to the red thread in his heart. But the red thread was obviously a dead object, and it didn't even bother him. As for forcing the red thread to break, well, I'd better think about it carefully. Fong Lang, the noodles are ready, you can eat some. A woman's gentle voice came from outside the house. The demon eye between Fong Chong's eyebrows disappeared, and Regan came in with a bowl of clear soup noodles sprinkled with chopped green onions. She had sorted out her emotions in the kitchen, so she always showed an optimistic and positive look in front of Fong Chong. Even if you are in the mud, you must learn to look up at the sun. There is a surprise in the bowl. Regan put down the noodles and winked at Fong Chong coquettishly, as if nothing had happened just now. Fong Chong took the noodles, but did not move. Instead, he looked the woman up and down. No matter how you look at it, the woman standing in front of him is just an ordinary mortal, without any trace of cultivation. In order to support herself and him, she has been working hard for nearly 5 years, and her body is not as energetic as when they first met. She is getting old. Even though she is still young. From the inside to the outside, from the outside to the inside, she is ordinary, just like all living beings. Identification technique. Fong Chong usually does not use identification techniques on people, which makes him seem unprofessional and disrespectful. But at this moment, Fong Chong feels that he has to use it. Name, Rian? Level 3. Realm, Mortal. Strength 0.8, Constitution 0.9, Agility 1.1, Spirit 1.2. Degree of danger, negligible. P.S. The seemingly ordinary body hides a big secret. Why are you staring at me? Rian lowered her head shyly. You've been watching it for so many years, don't you get tired of it? Fong Chong's mouth froze, and he managed to force out a smile. Look at you one more time, and I will find more beauty in you. Rian in front of him was like a source of gravity, and the love in his body stretched out, like an octopus spreading its tentacles, trying to wrap her up. And the transparent silk thread, that was closely connected to his soul, was gradually turning red. It was not the kind of angry flush, but an inexplicable throbbing that reminded him of the ponytail that once sat in the front seat. And the other end of the red silk thread was connected to Rian. Rian sat down, propped up her chin with her hands, and looked at Fong Chong with her big eyes. Fong Lang, you haven't said love words to me for a long time. Is it because of what happened just now? I don't blame you. She seemed to know nothing. Fong Chong didn't say anything and began to eat noodles with his head down. But Rian seemed to understand something, and a smile overflowed from the corner of her eyes. Fong Chong suddenly paused and pulled out a poached egg from under the noodles. Both sides were golden, and the egg was runny. Hee hee. Rian was like a child who had succeeded in a prank, laughing happily. Fong Chong didn't know whether his emotions were his own or influenced by others, but he had to say that Rian was really charming at the moment. I admit defeat, Fong Chong said angrily in his heart. As he accepted his fate, the several transparent threads connecting him and Rian quickly merged into a red thread, just like the red thread of the legendary matchmaker. This half-finished red thread finally succeeded. And the restless love in his body seemed to have lost its power, all calmed down, and broke off by itself. Now there is only one red thread connecting him and Rian on his body. But this red thread is heavier than 1,000 threads of love. Rian. I'm here, Fong Lang. I've always called you Rian. Did you have a name before? I forgot. Rian looked confused and said, I was raised by the Jia Fangxi since I was young. I heard that my father was an official in the past, but because he followed the wrong person, the whole family was implicated. In order to protect us, Mom didn't tell us her real name or her previous identity and background. This way we can be bullied less. But Rian is a nice name, and I'm used to it. Qing Kingdom had been in turmoil for 10 years before, and the princes fought for the throne. With the ascension of the new emperor, there was a round of liquidation, and it was obvious that Rian's biological father was implicated. Fong Chong nodded. You can ask when you have a chance. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to go out to work. Ah? Rian opened her mouth slightly. But if I don't work, where will our food money and rent come from? Fong Chong said, a few days ago, my relatives from my hometown came to Beijing to find me, and said that my distant second uncle unfortunately passed away, and he had no children, leaving me a large inheritance. I have already bought the yard where we live, and the remaining silver is enough for our lives. Fong Chong decided to take it one step at a time. No matter who was plotting against him, the person behind the scenes would never have thought that he had an external skill like identification. He seemed to be affected by the red string, but not completely. There was also the eye of the devil to protect his soul, so that he would not be affected by the red string. As for the woman in front of him, the identification technique also gave an ambiguous answer. She was not an ordinary woman. As for more, the truth would emerge as time went by. Really? Rian felt that this was too bizarre. So we finally have our own home. She smiled, but quickly reacted, looking at Fong Chong angrily and said, Then you wanted to drive me away before. Did you want to change someone new now that you have money? Fong Chong's face froze. Hee hee. At this time, any explanation was superfluous, and actions proved everything. He crossed the dining table, grabbed Rian and walked towards the bedroom. Wait a minute, the dishes haven't been washed yet. The next day, Rian sat in front of the dressing table wearing a coat, looking lazy, touching her face, and looking at it in the mirror. At this moment, she seemed to be 7 or 8 years younger, and she felt full of vitality. Her callous hands were like freshly peeled green onions, white and smooth. What is this? Rian covered her mouth and exclaimed slightly. This is the power of love. Fong Chong just adjusted her body, and beauty treatments were incidental. After all, he was the one who enjoyed it. Rian would never believe it, but Fong Chong didn't say anything. She was sensible, and would not ask too much, but she had some guesses in her heart. Perhaps the second uncle mentioned by Fong Chong was the legendary immortal master. She had also been in the Jiaofeng division before, and there were all kinds of people, so she had heard and seen a lot, and knew that there was a group of immortal masters who claimed to be cultivators in this world. They could call the wind and rain, and their magical powers were vast. Perhaps Fong Lang had found an immortal fate. She was even more surprised. With excitement, Rian quickly put on her clothes and put on makeup, looking bright and charming. "Where are you going?" Fong Chong asked. Rian smiled and said, "I go find Auntie Wang." Fong Chong frowned and said, "Didn't I tell you not to work?" Rian explained, "I still have work to do with Auntie Wang. Thanks to her for taking care of me before. Even if I quit now, I have to tell her so that she can find someone else to fill the gap." Fong Chong nodded and fell asleep again. "Then come back early. I take you shopping to buy some new clothes, some cosmetics and jewelry, and see the new house." Rian pouted and said, "It's pretty good here." But Fong Chong was already snoring. Rian smiled and didn't disturb Fong Chong. She gently closed the door and felt that the future suddenly became bright. Fong Chong opened his eyes suddenly. The red line in front of him was as red as blood, with a hint of black, and no longer had the pink first love heartbeat. "I knew this thing was not a good thing. I want to see what kind of trouble it will cause." Fong Chong figure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 254. When people are happy, even the sky seems cleaner. Aunt Wang is the owner of a nearby laundry, and she specifically hires women from poor families to wash clothes for her. Many of these clothes belong to dock workers, and they are very sour and smelly because of the work. In addition, washing clothes costs money, and unless they can't stand it themselves, they are generally reluctant to spend money to wash clothes frequently. In this case, the complexity of these clothes is even greater. But the workers have no choice, and can only endure it for the meager salary to make a living. It was here that Rian's hands turned from tender and smooth to rough, and calluses were born, and even her face became old. In fact, she has more and better choices. With her specialty, even if she was affiliated with a high-end restaurant to sing songs and play the piano to entertain, it would be easy, and she could earn much more than washing clothes. But after she redeemed herself and followed Fong Chong, she swore to herself that she would never sell her smiles to others again in this life. So even if her life was difficult, she never thought of going back to the old path. Standing at the door of the laundry room, Rian, who had always been in a good mood, suddenly had the urge to cry. Only after tasting the bitterness of life can you understand how hard happiness is to come by. Even she herself didn't know why the other person had such great confidence in her. But she was like this. Once she made a choice, she would never regret it, and she would stick to it no matter how difficult it was. Suddenly, the door of the laundry room opened, and the wet yard and the piles of clothes were piled up like mountains. "If you stay here for a long time, you will get rheumatism." The sewage flowing on the ground, the foam floating on it, the faint fragrance of soapberry in the air, and the sour and rotten smell blended together to form a special smell that made people uncomfortable. The one who opened the door was a fat lady with a light red coat, a big round face, and a big mole at the corner of her mouth. She looked quite festive and peaceful. When she saw Rian, she showed her habitual smile on her face. "Miss, are you here to do the laundry? Why do you have to come in person? Just tell us, and we will send someone to pick it up. Miss, you are such a rich family. Why do you have to come to this dirty place in person?" She greeted Rian and said, "Alas, this place is simple. There is a tea house in front. If you have anything to say, why don't we chat while drinking tea?" Before Rian said anything, she said a lot of things. This is Aunt Wang's chatterbox character. Some people like her enthusiasm, while others hate her and think she is too long-winded. Rian smiled. "Aunt Wang, it's me, Shiru." Her name here is Shiru, and most people will not delve into her real name, and the staff turnover here is high. Not everyone can do such a job, especially some women with a little beauty, who only need to do the half-closed door business and easily make money. Rian also heard that some of the doormen who solicit customers are actually women's husbands. She couldn't understand why a man would let a woman do such a thing. Xiao Ru. Aunt Wang was stunned, then looked Rian up and down, and couldn't help but take a breath. "Oh my God, Xiao Ru, why are you dressed like this? You are beautiful enough. If you dress like this, you will seduce all the men. We don't do this here." Aunt Wang was talking about the targeting of Rian here before. Don't think that the poor people will understand and support each other. More people complain about everything and feel that the world is targeting them. A beauty like Rian has suffered a lot of malicious slander and neglect because of her appearance. Some people say that she is a foxy woman who can seduce people, and her men lose their appetite when they see her. Some say that she is sick and can't serve men, otherwise she would not come to such a place. Fortunately, with Aunt Wang's care and Rian's intention to keep a low profile, some rumors have gradually subsided. But her situation in the laundry room was still not good. Rian smiled and said, "Auntie Wang, from now on, I will not work for you anymore. Shiru would like to thank you for your care in the past 2 years." Auntie Wang was stunned at first, and then nodded in understanding. "Shiru, you finally figured it out. With your appearance, why should you stay with your useless husband? It's not easy to find a good family. I thought you wouldn't stay here for long, but I didn't expect you to be the longest staying female worker here." Rian smiled bitterly and said, "Auntie Wang, what are you talking about? My husband and I get along well, and have no intention of separating. It's just that he has found a good job now, so I don't have to worry about the household expenses." "Is that so?" Auntie Wang's expression clearly showed disbelief. How could a lazy man who had been eating his wife for several years suddenly wake up? But she didn't point it out, just smiled and said, "Then I congratulate you, Shiru, on becoming a rich lady in the future, but don't forget us in the future and take care of Auntie's business." Rian smiled and nodded and said, "I won't forget Auntie's care." At this moment, Auntie Wang suddenly thought of something and said, "In this case, I still have 3 days' wages for you here, I give it to you." Working for Auntie Wang requires a 3-day wage deposit, which is already good. Some places will deposit half a month, and some will deposit a month. Rian said, "No need, these wages are my compensation for your loss due to my sudden resignation." Auntie Wang also stopped pretending to take out money. "It seems that Shiru, you are really generous, but you are right, this little money is nothing to you now." Then Auntie Wang, "Shiru will take his leave, and we will meet again in the future." Rian explained her purpose, and planned to leave. Auntie Wang waved goodbye. "Goodbye, Shiru, live a good life in the future. Auntie wishes you happiness." Rian did not enter the house. She had no feelings for the other female workers inside, but rather more hatred. But she didn't intend to argue with these people. After Rian left, Auntie Wang looked at Rian's backside, and a bit of ferocity appeared on her face. "Big head. Big head." There was no kindness in her tone towards Rian. The next moment, a dwarf with an extremely big head ran out of the room behind him, wearing funny colorful clothes, and smiled at Auntie Wang in a flattering way. "Auntie, what do you want to see Big Head about? Go and find out what happened to Shiru's family. The prey I have been eyeing for 2 years is about to take the bait. Find out who ruined Auntie's good deeds. Also, go and tell Mr. Su that he has only 2 choices now. One is to give up the target, and the other is to use force. We will personally send the person to his room. It is almost impossible to want the target to follow him willingly." Auntie Wang looked ugly. She has trained countless women, and she once thought that Rian was just another page in a record. She opened this laundry room and presented herself as the warm and hospitable Auntie Wang. For 2 years, other women around Rian left one after another, but she persisted hard, and her stubborn character amazed her. But it is interesting to train such a fierce horse. Rian was deliberately indulged by her. After all, there are always people who play the good cop, so the effect of playing the good cop is better. And in the past 2 years, she has blocked so many covetous eyes for Rian, and spent so much energy. In the end, when she was about to succeed, she failed. Auntie Wang was desperate, and decided to use force. "What interest? It's all bullshit." Seeing that the auntie was angry, the dwarf Big Head hurriedly agreed and ran out. Somewhere on the street, Fong Chong's figure slowly disappeared. "Is that all?" He was a little disappointed. Such troubles were far from threatening him. This meant that there were still dangers that he had not discovered. The unknown was terrifying. "Fong Lang, I'm back." Rian pushed open the door, and saw the mayor sitting leisurely by the pond feeding the fish as usual. The light golden fish was happily blowing bubbles. "Have you said that?" "Yes." Rian's face was full of a smile of longing for the future. "Auntie Wang is a very good person. She didn't make things difficult for me, and even wished us happiness." Fong Chong did not comment. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that Auntie Wang in Rian's mouth was a good person. But unfortunately, there are still many bad people like him in the world. His eyes flickered and saw that the red line on Rian's body also turned red like blood, exuding an ominous feeling. If the marriage is determined, the fate will end. Fong Chong patted the fish food crumbs in his hand and stood up. "Let's go, I take you out to buy. Although happy times are always short, there must be some bad things." At night, several black shadows turned into the small courtyard, and before they could move, they looked dazed, and colorful bubbles suddenly rose from the small pool in the courtyard. The colorful bubbles grew bigger and bigger, wrapping the black shadows. They woke up as if from a dream, and wanted to call for help, but the sound stopped abruptly. The bubbles in the pool turned over, and swung their tails boredly. It's not fun at all. At the same time, Chengdu, the residence of Su, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Works. Su Yin, the eldest son of the Su family, was rubbing his hands in the room, drinking a cup of specially prepared tonic deer blood wine, and felt that his blood was rising, and he had an impulse that he couldn't get rid of. Although he couldn't get the woman's heart, it was not bad to get her. Since the first encounter more than 2 years ago. At that time, he was riding back from spring outings and saw a young woman setting up a stall on the street. He fell in love with her at first sight, and then he couldn't forget her. Finally, his evil thoughts broke out, but he was trapped by etiquette and finally decided to become a whore and set up a memorial archway. He used his friends to invite Shiman Denyang, a famous flower training expert in the small circle of Chengdu, for a large sum of money. It is said that any woman trained by Shiman Denyang would be willing to submit to the client and do whatever he wanted. The key is that everything goes naturally, without any coercion, and the plot is very well written. So he can't take the initiative to be the evil boy who bullies men and women, so he can be a hero who saves women from danger. Even if it gets out, it will be a romantic story. In the end, he spent the money, and he didn't get the woman after waiting for 2 years. But the more this happened, he not only didn't give up, but became more and more tempted. What you can't get is always a commotion, so when the news came from Shiman Denyang, he decided to indulge. Of course, it was mainly related to his father's recent promotion. Power is a person's courage. The greater the power, the greater the courage. But the agreed time has come, and the person who should be sent has not appeared yet. Su Yin regretted drinking the deer blood wine too early. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Su Yin, whose eyes were already red and breathing heavily, was happy and opened the door without hesitation. "My dear, I miss you so much." A fat giant fell into his arms. It was a woman who was almost twice his weight, with a big round face and a big mole at the corner of her mouth. She was none other than Aunt Shiman, whom he had met once before. "You?" Before Su Yin could get angry, he saw Aunt Shiman staring at him lovingly, her tone so disgusting that it made people panic. "My dear, I'm here." She threw herself at him, and Su Yin couldn't stop her. He was thrown onto the table, and her heavy body made him breathless. "Let me go!" Su Yin shouted, almost crying, "Please, let me go." But how could Aunt Shiman still hear what he was saying at this moment? The lust in her heart was aroused by the heart demon method, and she had long become a female beast controlled by desire. Su Yin's shouting became a pleasure in her ears instead. She ripped off Su Yin's clothes without mercy, pressed her carrot-thick fingers on his chest, and poked his fat lips like a wild boar. Su Yin panicked, completely panicked. He regretted drinking the deer blood wine too early again, because he shamefully discovered that even under such inhumane torture, he actually had a reaction, and a big one. "No, don't." A tear of regret flowed from the corner of Su Yin's eyes. The next morning, the maid who came to help Su Yin get up and wash up screamed, and the copper basin in her hand fell to the ground, spilling water all over the floor. Not long after, the news that the eldest son of the Su family was raped to death by a thief who broke into the house spread like wildfire. For a time, all the sons of Chengdu families were in danger, and the prefectural government was under great pressure. "Here, here!" A big-headed dwarf in tattered colorful clothes came to a small courtyard with a group of constables from the government, and the immortal master worshipped in the mansion. Before, Mr. Su was just for her. The big-headed dwarf didn't say the rest of the words, but those who knew the inside story understood what he meant. The head of the constable bowed to the immortal master beside him. "Master, have you noticed anything?" The master was a middle-aged Taoist priest with a celestial bearing and a very good temperament. He wiped his forehead with his finger, and 2 rays of light came out of his eyes, which was a special spiritual eye technique. After a while, he nodded and said, "Yes, there is indeed a demonic aura here, but it is very faint, and it seems to be a small demon. The 10-direction sword pavilion has long had a ban that cultivators are not allowed to interfere with the secular capital, and those who violate it will be hunted down and killed. Of course, those who are on the payroll are excluded. And this master was a staff member who received the Sword Pavilion certificate of ordination, and was also a disciple of the Sword Pavilion. However, even they cannot interfere with the normal operation of secular life at will. At most, they can make some longevity pills to earn some extra money. Go!" The head of the police got the master's confirmation, and waved his hand, and all the people went up. On the eaves and walls, the police, who had been prepared for a long time, surrounded the small courtyard. He himself rushed forward and kicked open the door, and saw a young man, with a noble temperament and a calm face, sitting on a bluestone, feeding the fish in the pond. After hearing the noise, a beautiful woman with an apron around her waist, who was preparing breakfast, walked out of the kitchen and looked at the soldiers, who surrounded her house, with a look of astonishment. "Who are you?" Chapter 255. After Rian finished speaking, all eyes in the room were fixed on her, and even the air became much hotter. To be precise, all the men were looking at him. Fong Chong instinctively felt something was wrong. Although Rian was a beauty, her appearance was not stunning. Even after his treatment, she could only be a top beauty at best, and there was no charm that would make people obsessed at first sight. The devil's eye between his eyebrows opened, and he saw that all the men had strands of love growing out of their bodies, like tentacles, restless, trying to reach out to Rian. Rian stood there, attracting everyone like a whirlpool. She is really a beauty in the world. No wonder young Master Su couldn't forget her and took risks, and finally met with misfortune. The head of the police murmured to himself, his eyes showing a trance. Even the immortal master, who was detached from the world beside him, had a trace of worldly desire in his eyes. This woman looks so much like my first love when I was young and ended without a happy ending. Is this God's will? There are thousands of people with different faces. At this moment, all the men who saw Rian felt that they saw the woman of their dreams, and even their murderous aura faded a lot. And this was just a simple meeting. Fong Chong was shocked by this. His eye of the devil was opening, and he was most sensitive to these emotions, and could almost be said to have insight into people's hearts. So he couldn't tell what everyone was thinking, but he knew it almost exactly. But it was precisely because of this that he couldn't understand. How could an ordinary woman show such charm? But he was not affected. Is this what is called not knowing the beauty of his wife? No, it's the red thread. Fong Chong suddenly understood something. After the red thread took effect, it was like a natural catalyst. As time went on, all the men who saw Rian felt that they had met true love. Just like he stayed for Rian before, in fact, his mind was also affected invisibly. It's just that it was a single target damage before, but now it has become a group damage. But now, because he was also affected by the red thread, he became the immune body. No wonder he felt something was wrong when he accompanied Rian shopping 2 days ago. At that time, the influence was not so great, and it was not enough to arouse people's love. He just thought that handsome men and beautiful women would naturally attract attention. But after only 2 days, it has been able to affect mortals, and even the cultivators in the foundation building realm opposite have been slightly affected. The most terrifying thing is that this influence is invisible, and it makes them think from the bottom of their hearts that this is what they think. After all, not everyone has practiced the Bo Sun visualization method like him, and there are ancient treasures such as the eye of the demon to suppress the soul. Even so, he didn't notice anything before. It was not until the red thread was planted, and the eye of the demon automatically protected the master, that he discovered it, but it was too late. At this moment, Fong Chong only thought of one word: disaster. He suddenly understood what the tragedy represented by the red thread was. In the endless pursuit, which couple can control their true feelings and not be tempted by others? Catch them. Don't hurt the woman. The head of the police and the immortal master spoke almost at the same time. The two looked at each other, and finally the head of the police turned his head away. But without their orders, the officers and soldiers who came to arrest the two also selectively avoided Rian and surrounded Fong Chong. Fong Chong's face darkened. Can you still talk some reason? When will the man stand up? Wait a minute. Fong Chong stood up and asked, what are you arresting us for? My wife and I are law-abiding. Please tell us which law of Qin Kingdom we have violated. It is not the government's business to punish without warning. The head of the police sneered. The eldest son of Minister Su was murdered by thieves. I found out that he has some rifts with you. This time, I came here to ask you to go back to the government office for investigation. If you cooperate obediently, you will be arrested. If you resist, you will be responsible for the death of Mr. Su. As for your wife, she is an important witness. If you cooperate well, we will not hurt her. Fong Chong, This shameless remark actually has his style. And Rian was already confused. Fong Lang, what's going on? What, Mr. Su, how come I don't know? She held Fong Chong's hand tightly, at a loss. Fong Chong suddenly smiled at the big-headed dwarf. I wanted to see if I could catch a few big fish with you, but you ended up giving me these rotten fish and shrimp. It's a waste of my time. Bubbles. Ah! A big golden fish jumped out of the pool, and its body suddenly stretched out, turning into a golden snakefish, surrounded by icy air and flashing electric arcs. Who dares to hurt my master? Bubbles spit out from his mouth, just like a machine gun. Puff, puff, puff. The dense, colorful bubbles spread out, and at this moment they became harder than steel. All the officers and soldiers who surrounded them were smashed and flew backwards, with broken bones and spitting blood. Raising evil spirits, even if you are not suspected, you are guilty now. The immortal master who was invited to calm the situation had a cold face, and he pinched the magic formula with his hand, and a flying sword magic weapon flew into the air. Evil spirits, don't be so presumptuous. The bubble spit out again, and a bubble with a blue-black hue smashed down, and an ice-type divine thunder exploded. This immortal master was obviously not good at fighting, and he underestimated the enemy, so he was caught off guard by the divine thunder. I am the immortal master stationed in Qingguo Shifang's sword pavilion. How dare you hurt me? Fang Chan looked impatient. When he was an ordinary person, he could still play some games as an ordinary person. But when he decided not to hide it anymore, this fun seemed a bit boring. Let you work harder in normal times, so that you won't be defeated now. Fang Chan commented on the bubble and pressed his palm. Infinite power gathered over Chengdu, and the pressure of the Yuanian great monk pressed down without reservation. Noisy! Just a low shout, the immortal master was horrified, his liver and gallbladder were broken, and his body seemed to be run over by a millstone, becoming tattered. Am I going to die? The immortal master collapsed to the ground, like a puddle of mud. Which fellow Taoist is joking with my 10-direction sword pavilion? As Fang Chan released his pressure, a white-haired old Taoist suddenly opened his eyes in the depths of the palace, and his consciousness swept through the void. The voice arrived before the person arrived. Anonymous! Fang Chan was righteous. He smashed the dwarf's head with one finger, pulled up Ryan, who was still in a daze, turned into a rainbow light, and fled away with bubbles. As for the small courtyard where he once lived, it was shattered under the heavy pressure and turned into powder on the ground. When the white-haired old Taoist arrived, he saw only a mess. Where did this Yuanian wild cultivator come from? He is so unreasonable. Now is the time to go to war with the 10,000 Demons Palace. Is it someone's attempt to test our sword pavilion? Forget it, report it to the headmaster truthfully. It's up to him to decide whether to settle the score now or later. The white-haired old Taoist muttered a few words, and quietly disappeared before the others arrived. In the sky, Fang Chan was as fast as lightning, and white clouds passed quickly behind him. When his cultivation was released, he felt happy, and the previous feeling of depression was swept away. When he realized the power of the red thread, he suddenly realized that he could no longer follow the script arranged by others. Otherwise, he would most likely start the plot of upgrading and fighting monsters. From an ordinary mortal son, to a government constable, to a worshipper of the immortal master, offending the 10-direction sword pavilion, going down the mountain sword immortal, and finally even confronting the god of the sword pavilion. This is not a delusion, but the continuous increase of sunk costs, which makes Shifang's sword pavilion unable to back down and have to deal with him. That's why he did not hesitate to expose his cultivation and cut off the crisis in the bud. For a civilian cultivator with low cultivation, killing Qing officials is a serious crime. But for a Yuanian great cultivator, it is reasonable to kill Qing officials who offended him for some reason. After all, people are different. And if Ryan is taken away, if someone really wants to target him, then it is very likely to expose some flaws. He suddenly stopped and his breath gradually disappeared. There was a white cloud above the sky. Half an hour later, a red light rushed over and stopped at the place where Fang Chan just disappeared, revealing his true body, but it was an old woman with silver hair. Chapter 256. People disappear here? The old woman held a bronze arrow in her hand, muttering to herself, her eyes looking into the void. Her expression suddenly changed. Not good. She turned her hand to put away the arrow, and wanted to leave this place. But the voice from behind made her freeze on the spot. Old woman, since you are here, why are you in a hurry to leave? She turned around, and saw the clouds dissipated, and a calm young man holding a confused woman's hand stood behind. Who are you, and why are you calling me? The old woman looked puzzled. Fang Chan smiled faintly and said, Old woman, aren't you looking for us? The old woman shook her head and said, I don't know what you are talking about. I am just passing by here. If I disturbed you, please forgive me. Goodbye. Fang Chan did not stop her, but just said, I have always been soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. If someone wants to arrange my life, I always want to break it all. The red thread is strong, but it can't control my mind. I am waiting for you here because I want to find out the truth. If you let me be confused, even if I suffer a backlash, I will fight with you and both sides will suffer losses. The old woman finally stopped moving. She sighed, turned around and looked at Fong Chong and said, "You are indeed the one chosen by the red thread. I also want to know who ruined the matter and told you about the red thread." She knew very well that if Fong Chong had known about the red thread earlier, he would never have treated it as if nothing had happened and lived in peace with Ruyan for nearly 5 years, nor would he have allowed the red thread to be planted until it suddenly broke out recently. After all, if he really knew the effect of the red thread, he would not have spoken to her so calmly. The two did not avoid Ruyan. But Ruyan was like listening to a heavenly book, and she didn't understand anything at all. Even the person beside her suddenly became a fairy master who could fly into the sky and escape into the ground. She was more frightened than surprised. In her impression, Fong Lang was a talented and romantic scholar, but the current Fong Chong made her feel strange and even frightened. She felt that her Fong Lang might have died long ago, and was occupied by the immortal master in front of her. "Fong Lang, what are you talking about?" She looked at Fong Chong with hope and asked, "Is this all a dream?" Fong Chong smiled, patted her hand and said, "Close your eyes. Just treat this as a dream, and when you wake up, everything will be the same as before." He saw the fear in Ruyan's heart, but did not force her to accept everything. Ruyan trembled and closed her eyes, and she felt her consciousness enter a warm world where there was light, flowers, and the little house of her dreams. Princess Fong Chong held Ruyan, who was sleeping, and said to the old woman, "Old woman, let's find a place to talk." The old woman nodded, "Okay." A pavilion on a small mountain experienced wind and rain, and fell into disrepair for many years. Fong Chong and the old woman landed, swept away the dust with a casual sweep. "Who are you? Why did you come to me?" Fong Chong asked straight to the point. The old woman replied, "I am the Red Dust envoy of the Red Dust sect. We did not find you, but the red thread chose you." "What exactly is the red thread?" Fong Chong's identification technique could only give him basic information, and he could not be omniscient. The old woman shook her head and said, "I answered your question, and you should answer me a question." Fong Chong was silent for a while, then nodded and said, "Ask me." The old woman said, "How did you know about the red thread? This is a secret of our sect. Apart from the Red Dust envoy, few people know about it." Fong Chong said, "I have only heard of the name of the red thread, and I am not sure. That day my sky eye, which I have been practicing for many years, finally made some progress. When I examined myself, I accidentally saw it." As he said this, a divine light flashed in his eyes, and he performed an identification technique on the old woman on the spot. The old woman shuddered all over, and felt that some mysterious gaze was scanning her body all over, as if all her privacy had been leaked. She was a little skeptical at first, but she was shocked on the spot. There is such a secret technique of the sky eye in this world? The feeling of being spied on, and having nowhere to hide was too terrifying. She instinctively felt a murderous intent in her heart, but she suppressed it. Fong Chong succeeded in pretending to be powerful, and by the way, he spied on the old woman's character panel information. Seeing that she was only in the early stage of the nascent soul, not even the great perfection of the nascent soul, he was relieved. He sneered, "The world is so big, there are all kinds of wonders. How much can you know? If I didn't have the secret technique of the sky eye to protect me, I'm afraid I would have been calculated by you guys a long time ago. This red line exudes an ominous aura, and it's not a good thing at first glance. No matter what, I will settle this account with your Hongchen sect in the future." The old woman couldn't refute it. Indeed, the world is so vast that even a great cultivator of the spiritualization realm cannot exhaust the mysteries of the world. It's normal that she hasn't heard of this secret technique of the sky eye. She could only secretly curse in her heart. The secret treasure of red thread is difficult to refine. Once it is discovered, most of its effects will be gone. If she waits for a while, when she is deeply in love, even if she knows about the red thread, she will not be able to extricate herself, and she will not question her like she is now. She thought about it, and answered Fong Chong's question just now. "Red thread is the secret technique of my Red Dust sect. It looks for a strand of love that is entangled between infatuated men and women in the world. 3,000 strands of love converge into a red thread, and then the secret treasure of red thread can be created. Red thread can help people find a good match for themselves. This red thread was originally planted on Miss Ruyan. Miss Ruyan chose you, and red thread also chose you." Fong Chong shook his head and said, "It is difficult for us to continue the conversation if you conceal it like this. Did you forget to tell me that the consequences of the marriage formed by red thread are very likely to be tragic?" The old woman's face changed slightly. "How did you know?" This is almost one of the biggest secrets of Red Thread. A beautiful name cannot conceal the essence of its magic. The Red Dust Sect is actually also called the Red Dust Demon Sect, but because it is very low-key and powerful, not many people are willing to provoke it, so it is not well known. Of course, even if it is very famous, Fong Chong may not know it. Who told him that he is not a local? But at this moment, Fong Chong pretended to be more like it than anyone else. Do you think that I am a person without foundation because I have such a powerful eye? What is the red thread used for? Tell the truth, otherwise after today, you will be the biggest sinner of Hanshin sect. Fong Chong did not believe that the red thread that he spent so much effort to refine was just to achieve a bad relationship. There must be some information he didn't know. The old woman was not scared. Her expression turned cold and said, Hanshin sect has been established for 10,000 years and has never been threatened by anyone. Fong Chong paused, but smiled and said, Don't be angry, old woman, I'm just joking with you. Come on, continue. It's your turn to ask. The old woman was about to open her mouth when she found that the sea of consciousness was alerting her frantically. What are you doing? Fong Chong sighed and said helplessly, You found out, and you don't want to tell me the truth, so I have to ask you in my own way. He stretched out his hand. Hundreds of black shadows rose to the sky, and the huge momentum almost covered the sky. Third-level corpse puppets? The old woman looked at the expressionless corpse puppets in the sky with disbelief. How can there be so many? Even a Yuaning master who is proficient in puppets cannot have so many third-level puppets. And this is not a different type of puppet, but a corpse puppet. This is a very simple way to refine puppets, but the material requirements are extremely high. To refine a third-level corpse puppet, at least a fourth-level body, that is, a Yuaning realm, is required. Hundreds of corpse puppets represent the lives of hundreds of Yuaning masters. This is not a secluded Yuaning, it is clearly a hidden demon king. How many lives of his fellow monks have been stained on his hands? The old woman regretted being so careless. She had long known that the people chosen by the red thread were all people with great luck and long-lasting fortune. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the influence brought by the red thread. But she really didn't expect that this time she caught not a big crocodile, but a dragon that fell into the mortal world. This was far beyond her ability to bear. But Fong Chong didn't give her time to regret. He has always been a polite person. If the old woman told him the truth, he would naturally not embarrass her. After he threatened and warned her, she didn't take it seriously. This was too much. He didn't want to save face. These hundreds of corpse puppets were the guards, who had followed Fong Taizhu in battle for many years. They had experience in besieging and killing Yuaning, and Fong Chong didn't need to operate them too much. Because they themselves have simple spirituality, enough to remember the simple and rough fighting method. With a boom, hundreds of puppets fell like cannonballs. The old woman had nowhere to hide in the sky and on the ground. She just waved her sleeves, and a pink silk handkerchief spun out, like a canopy protecting her below. The attacking puppets hit the protective spiritual light of the silk handkerchief, making a dull sound. The old woman finally had the strength to breathe. She pinched her fingers and muttered something, and saw countless pink smoke spreading out from under her skirt, blocking her vision. It was the unique spiritual art of the Red Dust Sect, the Red Dust Barrier. Once it was performed, it seemed as if she was surrounded by the turbid world of the red dust, and even the consciousness could not see through it. It was an excellent invisible and escaping spiritual art. The old woman had no intention of fighting Fong Chong head-on. First, she couldn't beat him at all. Let alone Fong Chong, she was no match for these puppets alone. There was a huge gap between the nascent soul realm and the golden core realm, but this gap seemed a little less big when the number was 100 times. Not to mention that there was an unfathomable person of the same realm next to her. Second, she could beat him but she couldn't. Since Fong Chong was chosen by the red string, she was the one who was destined to suffer the calamity. If she broke the red string, she would not be able to bear the wrath of the red string's owner. That was her path to enlightenment, and anyone who tried to destroy it would be killed. As the red dust maze unfolded, the puppets that were originally aggressive were like headless flies that had lost their way and lost their target. The old woman smiled. This red dust maze has always been invincible. Even for a Yuaning master of the same realm, it would take a lot of effort to dispel the maze and find a clear path. By then, she had already disappeared without a trace. Just as she was leaving, a heavy punch came, followed by hundreds and thousands of punches, and the light of the magic weapon in front of her shattered with a crash. She herself was also knocked to the ground heavily. The puppets that had originally lost their way seemed to have opened their perspective at this time, and actually ignored the interference of the red dust maze, and each punch hit her protective shield heavily. There was a slight crack on the pink silk handkerchief. Fong Chong laughter came. Old woman, have you forgotten that I still have the secret technique of the sky eye? Fong Chong opened the eye of the demon between his eyebrows, opened the void vision, and remotely controlled the puppets to attack, just like a group to push the boss. He only needs to control the puppets to keep attacking, and consume the boss's health and mana. And he himself has a resurrection point. The puppets that were broken by the old woman fiercely did not take long to be intact, and return to the battle. The old woman only felt that the puppets she faced were not getting fewer and fewer, but more and more. Because the puppets cooperated more and more tacitly, it seemed that they were constantly growing according to her attack method. The old woman gradually felt desperate. Fong Chong did not even take action himself, but relied on some third-level puppets to force her to this point. The puppets' offensive became more and more fierce, and the roar continued to sound in the mountains. The mountains collapsed, the wind blew up the dust, countless trees were uprooted, and the beasts fled. Fortunately, this place was deserted, otherwise, countless people would have suffered. The old woman felt that the magic power in her body was consumed at an unimaginable speed, and suddenly a white jade hand stretched out from the void. The prison-suppressing chi. The infinite power hit the pink silk handkerchief, and the old woman felt like a mountain was pressing down on her. She could no longer hold on, as she had already reached her limit. The magic weapon-level silk handkerchief was torn into pieces, and scattered all over the ground. She even vomited blood, and her mana was directly dispersed. Her soul was sealed before she could escape. She was like a chicken being caught under the arm of a puppet, unconscious. I give you a chance, but you don't want it. I am the messenger of the red dust, protecting the people who are going through the tribulation in the red dust. If you hurt me, you will be an enemy of the entire red dust sect. The old woman was confused and instinctively wanted to bring out her background to save herself. Fong Chong laughed. The person who is going through the tribulation, are you talking about Ryan? The old woman's face changed. What did you do to me? This is her secret. How could she say it casually? The eye of the demon flickered between Fong Chong's eyebrows, and he said lightly, a little trick to make you open your heart. The demon's divine light fell, and the old woman showed a struggling look on her face. When a demon seed fell into her sea of consciousness between her eyebrows, and a golden body of the demon Buddha full of anger suppressed it, her face calmed down instead. However, a trace of painful struggle flashed across her face from time to time, and it was obvious that she had not surrendered yet. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. I am not a guest here. I just want to borrow the land to practice in peace. Why is it so difficult? Fong Chong muttered to himself. Since Go Dao can't stay, let me go crazy while I am still young. I want to see, with my current strength, how many people in this world can stop me. As he said, he waved to the sky and said with a smile, Miss Yao Ji, I am the registered disciple and nephew-in-law of the Queen. Remember to save my life when the time comes. He didn't care if anyone above could hear it. Fong Chong felt as if he had taken a reassurance pill. He waved his hand and collected the other puppets, leaving only one puppet with the unconscious old woman. He picked up Ryan, randomly found a direction, and flew away. Chapter 257. 1 month later. A nameless hill, a wooden house in the hill. As the divine light in Fong Chong's eyes faded, the struggling face of the old woman sitting cross-legged in front of him finally calmed down completely. Master, the old woman said with a dull face. Fong Chong nodded slightly, not surprised. For a month, he constantly stimulated the old woman's soul with the hard demon great method, and then used the weakened version of the heavenly demon eye to continuously magnify her inner emotional defects. Finally, today, her hard demon awakened and controlled her body. Of course, the hard demon was born weak. If he didn't suppress the old woman's soul power, it wouldn't take long for the hard demon to be refined by him. If you really want to replace her soul with a hard demon, you have to control it for a long time, and the energy consumed is not worth it. She is just an old woman in the nascent soul realm, not worth his effort. And he doesn't care about the strength of the hard demon, he just wants the memory of the hard demon. The inner demon can be regarded as a kind of alternative second soul, which is most of the memory of the original body. As for the magic method of soul searching, it generally only works on high-level cultivators and low-level cultivators. And only cultivators with a deep understanding of the soul can do it. In other words, only Yuan Great Monk and above have the ability to search the soul, but they can only use it on cultivators whose realm is lower than their own. For someone like the old woman, if Fong Chong forcibly uses soul searching, he will only get extremely trivial memory fragments. Fong Chong grabbed the old woman's forehead, and a phantom of an old woman emitting black air was caught. And this is the old woman's inner demon. He opened the demon eye between his eyebrows, melted the inner demon, and fragments of scattered and trivial memory fragments began to emerge in his mind. About Hongshan sect, Hongxianqian, Rian and the relationship between the old woman also emerged one by one. I see. After a while, Fong Chong finally digested the old woman's memory, and a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. It seems that I have accidentally provoked a powerful enemy. He couldn't help but look at Rian, who was sleeping beside him. On her brow, there was a lingering worry. At this moment, the old woman also woke up from her confusion. She felt as if she had lost something. What did you do to me? Fong Chong said lightly. I just used some tricks to look at your memory. The old woman said in disbelief. It's impossible. There is a restriction left by the young lady in my sea of consciousness. Even a great cultivator of the transformation of the spirit can't search my soul. Don't try to deceive me. I don't need you to believe it. Fong Chong said, there are still some things hidden deep in your memory that I haven't seen. If you can tell me, I will spare your life and let you go. After all, we don't have any deep hatred. Even if I don't kill you, if you can't tell me, then you can only be imprisoned here until I know what I want to know. Of course, at that time, it is not certain whether we still have hatred. The old woman couldn't help but think about her body that was beaten by the puppets and was covered with wounds. You call this no deep hatred? But she was silent for a moment and asked, what else do you want to know? She felt that Fong Chong might be telling the truth. As if to verify her guess, Fong Chong readily laid out his trump card. How to remove the red string. The red string is not as simple as forcing a marriage. On the contrary, once the marriage is established, the red string begins to work, which is equivalent to starting a long state of heavenly punishment. Ordinary people simply cannot bear this kind of punishment from heaven. So those who are chosen by the red string are all people with great fortune. But once they are chosen by the red string, their high fortune will turn into low fortune, and it is unknown when misfortune will come. As long as the red string is not broken, this kind of misfortune will not stop. It is like when Rian and his red string are just tied, the young master of the Su family, who has been waiting for 2 years without any anxiety, immediately wants to force himself on her. If he is really a useless, lazy bug, he can only watch Rian being snatched away and be powerless, and the red string ends before it even begins. If there were no such unpredictable consequences, Fong Chong would not mind the influence of having more red strings on his body. After all, it is not certain who will suffer. Isn't it nice to have a woman who works hard and serves you without complaint? The old woman shook her head and said, this is the most advanced secret of the red string, which involves the core inheritance of the Red Dust sect. I don't know it either. But I just want to know this. Fong Chong sighed, as if he wanted to turn around and leave. The old woman was anxious when she saw this, and hurriedly said, but I know who can solve it. Who? My lady, she is the core disciple of the Red Dust sect, and knows all the secrets about the Red Dust sect. I am just an old maid under her. The old woman began to show weakness. I can take you to find her. Fong Chong half squatted down, staring at the old woman's pretending nervous expression, and sneered. It seems that you really don't believe what I said about reading your memory. Your young lady is the famous heavenly demon girl, a great cultivator at the peak of the spiritual transformation. If I follow you to find her, will I still be alive? The old woman's expression tightened. You actually read my memory. How is it possible? Not only do I know that your young lady is the heavenly demon girl, I also know that Rian is a wisp of her reincarnation, coming to experience the love tribulation of the secular world. And it seems that she has more than one reincarnation, and you are only responsible for the care of one of them. What does she want to do? Fong Chong asked suddenly. I don't know. The old woman was startled and broke into a cold sweat, almost exposing the biggest secret. At this moment, she no longer had any doubts about what Fong Chong had just said, but she didn't know how much he had seen from her memory. Fong Chong shook his head and said, I can guess a little bit even if you don't say it. With her level of cultivation, no matter what she does, it is not without reason, and it is inseparable from a possibility. That is a breakthrough to a higher realm. I guess Rian's reincarnation and emotional tribulation are also part of her enlightenment, right? The old woman didn't dare to speak anymore, but cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Fong Chong continued, you said that if I secretly revealed her reincarnation's identity, well, a big shot like her should have many enemies? The old woman's forehead was covered with sweat. A great cultivator of the nascent soul stage couldn't even control his body at this moment. You won't do that. The old woman took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. You love Rian, you won't put her in danger. Once her identity is exposed, she will die. Fong Chong's face became serious, and he suddenly laughed. I have to say that you are really good at judging people. I really won't expose Rian. But I don't care if the news of your young lady's tribulation breakthrough spreads, so I give you some hush money. Otherwise, I can't control my big mouth. Aren't you afraid that my young lady will come to trouble you? The old woman couldn't help asking. If others knew the identity of her young lady, they would have been terrified and thought about how to make amends so as not to implicate the master's family. But Fong Chong didn't care at all, and even had the leisure to tease. Fong Chong said, I'm afraid, but what's the use of being afraid? Will it not happen if I'm afraid? A senior master like Tianma Nu can crush me to death with just one finger, so I have to jump around as hard as I can. So be frank, if you don't give me hush money, then let the storm come even harder. The old woman said, You have already seen my memory. What else do you not know? The spiritual stones and treasures on me are still for you to take. I have nothing to give you. Isn't there something you haven't seen yet? It's still the same question. Since Tianma Nu can't be provoked, then who else knows how to remove the red string except your lady Tianma Nu? Is there no one else in Hongshan sect who knows? Fong Chong asked. The old woman replied, The red string is the core inheritance of Hongshan sect, and it is also a way to overcome the disaster of the mortal world and break through the transformation of the spirit. How to remove it, except for the great transformation of the spirit that Hongshan sect has experienced, no one knows. My young lady is not the only one who knows, but it is not easy to find other great masters of the spirit transformation. Fong Chong sighed and said, It's useless to say anything, there is no one I can beat. It seems that I can only cause trouble for your young lady, otherwise, when she finds out that I kidnapped her reincarnation, she will definitely make trouble for me. Don't blame me, I'm just protecting myself. It's better to die later. By the way, will your young lady blame you for your incompetence? I heard that the leaders of your demon sect are all conscienceless and cruel. The old woman's eyes really flashed with fear. If she failed to let the young lady's reincarnation succeed, she might not see the sun the next day, and her soul would be imprisoned in the Yin fire furnace for 100 years, suffering. There is another way. The old woman gritted her teeth and said, I know that recently a true disciple of the Red Dust sect has been trying to break through the Red Dust tribulation and cultivate the divine will. He must know how to untie the red thread. TSK, you really don't know how great your potential is unless you force it. Fong Chong released the restraints on the old woman, picked up Rian and walked out. Time is running out, talking as he walked. Xingning City. This is a medium-sized city in Jinghua. Jinghua is also a vassal state of Shifang's Sword Pavilion, located next to Jinghua, with a population of tens of millions. There are 4 large countries like Jinghua and Qinghua under the command of Shifang's Sword Pavilion, and 6 smaller vassal states. These 10 countries are collectively named Shifang Kingdom on the map of the entire Jinshu realm, and are tied to Shifang's Sword Pavilion, which is also the basic foundation for the long-term prosperity of Shifang's Sword Pavilion. No matter which world it is, talent is the most important. There are talents. Well, I'm getting off topic. Fong Chong and the old woman flew for half a month, across tens of thousands of miles, and came to the city. If it weren't for the fact that Rian was weak, she couldn't withstand the extreme speed even with the protection of magic power, and this speed would be even faster. In a tea house in the city, Fong Chong sat by the window, watching the people on the street, and asked, Is the true disciple of the Red Dust sect you mentioned in this city? The old woman had a flattering smile on her face, as if she had accepted her fate. Mr. Fong, it is in this city, but I just heard it at the time, and didn't pay much attention to it. I don't know the specific identity of the true disciple, and it will take some time for Mr. Fong to find out. If Mr. Fong trusts me, I can contact the Red Dust Messenger here on your behalf. If Mr. Fong can capture that person, then the true disciple of the Red Dust sect will not be able to escape. Fong Chong frowned. He did not answer immediately, but secretly opened the eye of the demon, and a mysterious sight looked into the void. There was no ambush here, and the old woman did remember such a thing. Well, bring him here. But I can do whatever rituals and spells are needed. Fong Chong did not give the old woman a chance to contact him privately. The old woman accepted it naturally, which made Fong Chong wonder if he had been hiding for too long and was too nervous. Soon the old woman gave Fong Chong a spell. Fong Chong performed it according to the spell, and a mysterious aura permeated the tea house. There was nothing unusual, and even ordinary people could hardly detect it. After about a cup of tea, a woman who looked like the ant next door walked into the tea house, and the guests in the tea house seemed not to see it. Some people walked straight towards the woman, but turned around inexplicably and avoided the woman. The woman looked around and stared at the seat where Fong Chong had sat before. "Who are you? Why do you know the incense drawing technique of my sect?" the woman asked, staring at the dull-faced middle-aged man in front of her. "No, you are not a human." She was about to grab the man, but a slightly older female voice came from the man's mouth. "Junior Sister Zhou, it's me, Xiao Yu." "Junior Sister Xiao." The woman listened to the familiar voice and said with a puzzled look, "How did you become like this?" The man continued, "Don't worry about these things for now. Go to the elm forest outside the city. I wait for you there. Sister Xiao, Sister Xiao." The woman continued to call. But the man had regained his dull expression and stood up and walked out. The woman reached out to grab it, but her face changed. "Puppet?" She put down the puppet and jumped out of the window directly, flying out of the city. But no one noticed her big move, as if everything was normal. 20 miles west of the city, there is a dense elm forest. Fong Chong nodded slightly to the old woman. "You didn't play any tricks." The old woman smiled bitterly and said, "Junior Sister Zhou and I were both maids under the young lady. We are here today because of the young lady's kindness. Mr. Fong, please show mercy to her. If she tells the truth, please don't make things difficult for her." Fong Chong nodded, of course. But he still felt something was wrong. Things went so smoothly that it was a bit unexpected. But the woman and the old woman were under his surveillance at the moment. What tricks could he do? If he took her down directly later, would there be any problems? Soon, the woman fell into the elm forest, and the old woman was waiting in front. She smiled. "Junior Sister Qiao." The old woman smiled back, "Junior Sister Zhou." "Now!" the old woman suddenly shouted. The woman immediately flipped her palm, and a pure black talisman came out, like a black hole. The moment it was taken out, it swallowed up all the light and blocked all vision. Fong Chong, who was hiding in the dark, changed his expression. Sure enough, there was a trap. But even he couldn't see what happened in the black hole at the first time. Looking for death. The magic eye seed that was integrated into the old woman's sea of consciousness exploded instantly. Then he ran away without looking back. In the dark, the old woman vomited blood and layers of black air appeared on her face. "Junior Sister Zhou, hurry up. There is no time. The summoning talisman is on my arm. Wake up the young lady's consciousness, and don't let the red thread pull fail." Upon hearing this, the woman immediately tore open the old woman's clothes, and then pinched the magic formula with her hand, and saw a golden talisman appear on the originally wrinkled skin, like a tattoo. "Hold it." The woman held down her arm, and stretched out her hand to tear it. The old woman groaned in pain, and her spirit and energy dropped several times in an instant. It was even more serious than the injury she suffered from being beaten by the puppets before. The woman had no time to take care of the old woman. She urged her magic power inward as if it was free. Soon the talisman ignited without fire, and turned into a spiritual light in the air and flew away. Chapter 258. Under the Blue Sky. The light that Fong Chong transformed into was almost smoking, and he ran so fast. The cicada knows something is wrong before the autumn wind blows, and he will run away first if something is wrong. When walking in the rivers and lakes, the most important thing is to be stable. Although Fong Chong decided not to hide anymore and face it bravely, running away is his nature. When Fong Chong reacted, he had already escaped thousands of miles away. Chow! Fong Chong suddenly stopped, and the powerful shock wave made a large white cloud behind him suddenly shatter from cotton candy to cotton wool. Why should I run? Although there is a trap, I am skilled and brave, so I can handle it. That's not right. The old woman has seen my methods. Since she dared to confront me, she must have some confidence in her methods. If I stayed, wouldn't I fall into her trap? Fortunately, I was very smart, and didn't fall into her trap. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Her lady is such a master, who knows what kind of method she will leave for them. It is reasonable for me to retreat strategically. It's not too late to deal with her after I have achieved success in my cultivation. Besides, the enemy is in the open, and we are in the dark, so I have the advantage. Fong Chong muttered to himself, and finally suppressed his shame for running away without a fight. The main reason was that the situation suddenly got out of control and scared him. After all, he was unfamiliar with this world, and he was alone. He didn't have complete confidence, so it was better not to fall into a trap easily. Looking at his several moves in this world, each time he did it, he was bullying the weak. Although he is now confident of a fight with the great spiritualization cultivator with various trump cards, it is better not to fight. If he is beaten, who will feel sorry for him? Fong Chong calmed down and sank into the sight of the eye of the heavenly demon. He spent a month raising the inner demon in the old woman's body, so how could he not be more careful and integrate the demon seed into her soul? At this moment, as the eye of the heavenly demon opened, he instantly gained the vision of the old woman. The old woman was seen sitting cross-legged, with black air rising from her face. It was obvious that after the demon seed exploded, the inner demon in her body grew, forcing her into a state of pseudo-demon possession. If she failed to respond in time, her cultivation would be greatly damaged. Her junior sister was urging a bowl-emitting Buddha light to cover the old woman's head. The golden Buddha light sprinkled down, buying a lot of recovery time for the old woman. If no one disturbed her, she might be able to drive away the demon seed and recover from her injuries. Of course, this premise is that Fong Chong does not intervene. Fong Chong was angry that the old woman did not keep her promise, and he could not help but secretly increase the output, and the demon light reflected from a distance. "How dare you plot against me?" The old woman groaned immediately. The calm mana in her body started to riot, and her stable soul began to weaken under the impact of the demon's divine light. She was unable to control the balance between her body and mana, and could only watch herself go to destruction. Only then did she know what Fong Chong had left in her body. But since she had chosen this, she had already prepared for life and death. You and I are not friends, and we each serve our own masters, so how can we plot against each other? I have failed the young lady, but fortunately it has not reached an irreversible point. Even if I die now, I have done justice to the young lady's training and care for so many years. Mr. Fong, you are one of the best geniuses I have ever seen, and you are probably not much worse than my young lady back then. But you are too young after all, and time is on my young lady's side. What do you mean by that? When Fong Chong saw the old woman say this, he suddenly realized that she did not seem to escape from him, but wanted to take the opportunity to meet her junior sister to achieve some kind of opportunity. And this matter was something she was willing to sacrifice her life for. This may be the real secret hidden deep in her memory, a defense that even the inner demons cannot break. He had a bad feeling for some reason. The old woman did not explain, but sent a message across the air. "Mr. Fong, the young lady will come to find you." Hearing this, Fong Chong thought of the old woman's daughter, the woman she called the Sky Demon Girl in her memory. Although he had never seen her in person, he knew from the few words in the old woman's memory that she was a woman who was not easy to mess with. But after saying this, Fong Chong replied stubbornly, "Do you really think that the Sky Demon Girl can scare me?" However, he still cut off the output of the Sky Demon God Light, and temporarily saved the old woman's life. Of course, he was not afraid of the Sky Demon Girl, but mainly because the hatred between them was not that serious. As everyone knows, Fong Chong is a kind villain. Then, Fong Chong withdrew his Sky Demon vision, and the demon seed no longer erupted, but dived into the depths of the old woman's sea of consciousness. In the elm forest. "Senior sister, how are you?" The woman looked at the old woman worriedly. The old woman felt the peace of her soul, and the black air on her face gradually disappeared. She sighed and said, "It's okay for now. I didn't expect him to be so careful. I thought we two sisters would die here today." The old woman knew Fong Chong's ability very well. Apart from other things, with a pair of heavenly eyes and hundreds of third-level golden elixir puppets, she and her junior sister together were no match for him. But this man was too cautious and unwilling to take risks. No wonder she had never heard of such a genius before. "Senior sister, who is that person?" the woman asked. "An unlucky guy targeted by the young lady." The old woman stretched out her arm. The skin that was torn off had healed, but it was even thinner, like an old firewood. The talisman was integrated with her spirit, and it was usually nourished by her own spirit, blood, so it was almost integrated with her, and even Fong Chong didn't notice it. But that's why it takes a lot of energy and time to activate this talisman. She has no way to start under Fong Chong's surveillance. So she had to resort to this last resort and let the woman accompany her to take a risk. The incense-inducing technique was the code agreed upon by the maids. The summoning talisman has been activated. The young lady's spirit has awakened. I will go to the sect to be punished. Junior sister, I'm sorry to bother you this time. I almost got you into trouble. The woman smiled and said, "Sister, why do you need to be polite to me? If you hadn't helped me, I would have turned into a pile of bones. How could I be as powerful as a Yuanian great monk today? Sister, you want to go back to the sect? Do you want me to take you?" The old woman didn't say anything, just waved her hand, and walked away hunched over. Fong Chong stopped under a small hut in the forest. This is where he placed Ruyan, and there are several third-level puppets guarding her, so there won't be any problems in the short term. Fong Chong pushed open the hut, looked at Ruyan sleeping on the bed, and sighed silently. It was obviously a good deal. How did it turn out like this? I really want to just throw you away. But I can't do it. Love, it's really the most difficult thing in the world. Nothing more than you Hongqian sect have to use it to overcome the tribulation. So how did you see through it? Are you just going to let you sleep like this? Fong Chong muttered to himself. It was difficult to make a decision. Perhaps he shouldn't have gotten into this trouble from the beginning. Suddenly, Ruyan on the bed opened her eyes and smiled at him. Fong Chong was stunned at first. You're awake. Then, fuck? You're awake. He stepped back suddenly. But Ruyan, or the Sky Demon Girl, would never let Fong Chong go so easily. She spoke lightly, still in Ruyan's voice, but with a domineering tone. If you dare to escape, I will kill you. Fong Chong paused and smiled awkwardly. No, I just think you must be hungry after sleeping for so long. I go buy you something to eat. But now it seems that you are not too hungry, so I won't go. Ha ha ha. Ruyan sat up, obviously just sitting on the edge of the bed, but it was as if she was sitting on the throne, and her red lips opened slightly. Sit. Fong Chong sat down in front of Ruyan dejectedly and asked, Are you Ruyan now, or the heavenly demon girl? Ruyan said, My true self is her. She is not my true self. I understand. Can she come back? Fong Chong asked again. Ruyan said, Since I have awakened, she has become a part of me. The red thread has been tied, and I want you to help me practice. Fong Chong felt relieved and a little sad. So she is really gone? I am her. Ruyan repeated, frowning, feeling that Fong Chong's current state was a little wrong. It's just a small nascent soul. No, you are not her, she is dead, just now. Originally, I was still struggling. It was against my code of conduct to go against a great cultivator, at the peak of the spiritualization realm for her. But I didn't want to abandon her, that would violate my moral code. When I knew she was your reincarnation, I knew that she would sooner or later become someone else. She was just a mortal woman, how could she withstand your power? But whether to change or when to change should not be your choice, but my decision. Because I am her man. The Sky Demon Girl looked at the evil spirit rising from Fong Chong's body, but a smile of interest appeared on her face. You want to go against me for the sake of my reincarnation. Do you know what the consequences will be? Fong Chong nodded. To be honest, you made the choice for me, and I didn't have to be the villain. I was really happy and grateful for a moment. But in a way, you killed my woman, so I was very angry. In order to give her an explanation in my heart. So please die with her. Fong Chong's eyes shed a crocodile tear, with a relieved smile on his face. Behind him, gloomy puppets walked out one by one, forming a mysterious formation, the Tianlu Army Formation. My ability is not great. I can only kill a spirit to send her off. As for your main body, if we meet again, you are still alive. I will send you off in person to commemorate the love we once had. The hut in the forest suddenly exploded, and a shadow of a sky furnace suppressed the void in all directions. Fong Chong retreated behind the scenes, and the corpse puppets came forward and transformed into balls of illusory fire. The Sky Demon Lady looked at the military formation that surrounded her, and a trace of memory flashed through her eyes. Using puppets as soldiers and evolving military formations, this is the formation of Taoist soldiers. No, it's not entirely the method of Taoist soldiers. There are also traces of military evil of the Cultivation Dynasty. What is your relationship with the Nine Phoenix Dynasty in Zhongzhou? This is their secret. This military formation is very rare. He spent spirit stones to buy it. Fong Chong's heart moved. Nine Phoenix Dynasty, Nine Phoenix Empress. When the first magic weapon spirit of the Eye of the Sky Demon was suppressed by the mountain and river realm, he also clamored for the name of the Nine Phoenix Empress. Now the queen even uses the Nine Phoenix as her name. Could it be that, as he guessed, the queen is the reincarnation or the successor of the former Nine Phoenix Empress? Then, Fong Chong is more confident. Have you ever heard of the Nine Phoenix Empress? The face of the Sky Demon Girl changed slightly. The revived Empress? The Nine Phoenix Empress who opened the door to heaven and earth? How could she not know? Thousands of years ago, the Nine Phoenix Empire, which had been passed down for millions of years, and occupied the most fertile land and resources in Zhongzhou, was on the decline and entered its twilight years. For the first time, the empire's military power, which had been held for millions of years, fell into the hands of another family. The cultivators were eager to find out from the Nine Phoenix Dynasty why the world was no longer qualified, and why the human world could no longer break through to the realm above the god of incarnation. Just when the Nine Phoenix Dynasty was about to fall, a little girl born in the bloodline of the royal family suddenly appeared. As if she had the help of God, she broke through all the way in just 100 years. From an ordinary mortal to a great power above the god of incarnation, She supported the Nine Phoenix dynasty to its peak again and dominated the world. There was even a family with a long heritage who was surprised to find that this woman looked exactly like the Nine Phoenix Empress back then. Later, the girl who was suspected to be the resurrected Nine Phoenix Empress opened the gate of heaven and earth in front of all living beings, and led many cultivators out of this world. It is said that behind the gate is another world full of infinite possibilities, and there is even a chance to become an immortal. The Sky Demon Girl only regretted that she was born thousands of years later, and had no chance to see the true face of the Empress, and she yearned for the world where she was said to become an immortal. It's a pity that since the Empress led the crowd to ascend, the gate of heaven and earth has been blocked. Only the great masters, who have broken through the transformation of the spirit, have the opportunity to pass through this gate and follow the footsteps of the Empress. But thousands of years have passed, and there are only 2 cultivators who can pass through this gate. The main reason is that people went too fast back then, and there was a gap in the masters, who had a chance to break through. The peak of the transformation of the spirit like her already belongs to the new generation. Fong Chong did not explain, but just nodded and said, "It's good to know, then you can die without regrets." The puppet took advantage of the time to speak, and had already completed the encirclement. At this moment, many puppets attacked together, just like the heavenly furnace opened its lid, covering the heavenly demon girl, and filling it with firewood. The heavenly demon girl came to her senses, and smiled coldly. Just for lying on these rags? She waved her hand, and although she had no magic weapon to help her, she mobilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suppressed by the heavenly furnace with the power of her soul, turning it into a big net, and in turn covered the puppets. The 2 collided with each other, making a loud bang. Many puppets were blown away and exploded. The heavenly demon girl also shook. She was just a spirit after all, relying on a mortal body, which was extremely weak. The counterattack force of the collision alone was enough for her. Her face was annoyed. "Catch the rat, come out to me." She did not move, but the air behind her seemed to be distorted, and a hazy shadow appeared, faintly visible as a woman. The picture became clearer and clearer, and it turned out to be a woman's back. Although it was just a back view, it was inexplicably moving. Demon Dance. Chapter 259. Demon Dance. One dance is so beautiful, one dance is so soul-stirring. The name of the demon represents the murderous intent hidden in the bliss. When the demon dances, all living beings will be crazy about it. This is one of the few means that the demon girl can use now. Although it is not even 1/10 of the power she can use in person, it is more than enough to deal with a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. With the Yuanshan cultivation of the Yuanshan cultivator, it is impossible to resist the temptation contained in the demon dance. When she became famous in this world, even the great cultivators of the transformation realm were moved and feared by the demon dance, which also made her the demon girl. She thought that after this dance, Fong Chong would surrender in person, and the cruel words she said before would become a joke. But she would not kill him. It is rare for Hong Xianqian to find a destined person. Even if her current seal of the spirit is lifted, Hong Xianqian is still valuable. Moreover, she was also very interested in the name of the Nine Phoenix Empress mentioned by Fong Chong just now. Although the Nine Phoenix Empress was the supreme ruler of a world, after thousands of years, only a handful of people at the top knew her name. It stands to reason that Fong Chong, a young Yuanian cultivator, could not know about it. It is very likely that Fong Chong has received some inheritance about the Nine Phoenix Empress, and the military formation in his hand is a proof of this. At this moment, the phantom of the heavenly demon danced in the void, and all sentient beings fell into it. Some corpse puppets, with slightly stronger spirituality, were attracted by it, and became walking corpses, and even the heavenly furnace military formation had defects. This is the disadvantage of spirituality. Spirituality represents wisdom to a certain extent. So these corpse puppets are between living things and dead things. Since they are living things, they will be attracted by the extremely emotional heavenly demon dance. But Fong Chong is the only one missing among these figures. The power of the heavenly demon Empress Yuanshan swept all around, but found that Fong Chong seemed to have disappeared. But the many puppets that were still forcibly gathering in formation proved that Fong Chong had not gone far away, otherwise these corpse puppets would have been in chaos. Once the heavenly demon dance was performed, it was not possible to ignore it without being affected. As long as you are within the range of the heavenly demon dance, unless you close your 5 senses, or have the legendary pure heart, without distractions, you will not be able to escape the temptation of the heavenly demon, and the demons will grow in your heart. Fong Chong was naturally affected. But his style of painting is a little different from what the heavenly demon girl thought. In the sea of consciousness, the heart demon Fong Chong greeted Fong Chong awkwardly. Hello, ahem, I'm here again. Fong Chong frowned and said with disdain, "Why are you here? I didn't call you." "The heart demon," Fong Chong said indignantly. "But the woman outside called me, and I didn't want to come out either. This time, you should be gentle." Fong Chong waved his hand. "Close your eyes, I be quick." The heart demon Fong Chong closed his eyes aggrievedly. Then, there was a bang. The heart demon Fong Chong shattered to the ground with a crash, and Fong Chong couldn't help but groan, and his soul was slightly damaged. In the final analysis, the inner demon is not rootless and unrelated, but also a part of him, living with his power. So dispelling the inner demon will also hurt part of his spirit. Of course, there are benefits to every disadvantage. Once the inner demon is gone, his soul will become purer. In the following period of time, his understanding of the skills will be more focused, and his practice will be smoother, as if he has turned on the acceleration. This is what the Buddhists say: wipe it frequently, and don't let it get dusty. The human heart is a mirror. If it is not wiped from time to time, it will be contaminated with dust, and will no longer be bright. The dust on the mirror is the distracting thoughts of the human heart, and the full form of distracting thoughts is the inner demon. Fortunately, Fong Chong is familiar with this aspect and minimized the loss. After the Tianlu army formation, Fong Chong suddenly opened his eyes, and the eye of the heavenly demon opened at the same time between his eyebrows, and all the temptations of the heavenly demon dance were blocked outside the divine light. If it were any other method, I might have to spend more time on it, but when it comes to playing with inner demons, I'm your dad. Demon light. A dark beam of light shot out from between his eyebrows, and all the corpse puppets under the Tianlu army formation instantly regained consciousness, and the faintly disintegrating formation took shape again. Heavenly furnace. The aura of many corpse puppets connected into a line, faintly converging on a corpse puppet as the main formation. Then the corpse puppet's aura expanded, and its body turned into a furnace, briefly possessing the power of a fourth-level puppet. As the furnace fire spread, the corpse puppet, whose body had expanded several times, was emitting flames all over its body and rushed towards the Sky Demon Girl. The Sky Demon Girl shook her 5 fingers, as if there was a sound of wind chimes, and the shadow of the Sky Demon stretched out her hand and danced more violently. But at this moment, with the blessing of Fong Chong Sky Demon God Light, the corpse puppet would no longer be affected. The Sky Demon Girl's soul power resisted the pressure of the military formation, snorted coldly, and clenched her white hands into fists. "A small puppet dares to offend me!" With a loud bang, the fist was thrown out in the air, and the corpse puppet, which already had the power of a 4th-level puppet, exploded in the air, broke into pieces, and shattered all over the ground. But Fong Chong's voice came from the formation. "It seems that I guessed correctly. Your power is getting weaker and weaker. You can't even break the puppet. How much power can a mortal body give you? Enjoy the farewell battle I prepared for you." As the magic power permeated, the corpse puppet that was just broken was pulled by invisible force, and it overlapped again and returned to the formation. The next moment, another corpse puppet received the power of its companion, broke through the shackles of the level, and came to the front of the Sky Demon Girl. The Sky Demon Girl's face finally changed. Fong Chong was right. She now relied on the split spirit in her body, but the power of the split spirit was not infinite. If she continued to be consumed like this, she would be dragged to death sooner or later. "You want to kill me? I am Ruyan now, and Ruyan is me. If you kill me, Ruyan will never come back." In order to save the split spirit, the Sky Demon Girl had to verbally surrender. Fong Chong laughed. "Isn't what I said clear enough? Ruyan is dead. You made the choice, Senior Tianmon Nu." At this moment, Tianmon Nu's eyes lit up and sneered. "I found you." A mysterious aura rose from her body, and the unique divine will of the incarnation cultivator was revealed for the first time. Demon bliss. The demon girl's soul broke free from the shackles of the flesh and revealed the reality with the body of the original spirit. It was a very beautiful woman. Words can no longer describe her beauty. It can only be said that seeing her is like seeing the incarnation of beauty, stunning at first sight, and obsessed at first sight. After realizing that she could not win after a long battle, the demon girl used words to trick Fong Chong's position, and chose to use her ultimate move without hesitation. Fong Chong seemed to see the goddess running towards him, and he couldn't help but let down all his defenses and wanted to embrace her. This is the divine will of the incarnation, a power close to the law. And the divine will of the demon girl is bliss, representing an extreme charm. In order to understand this divine will, she had observed the world from the perspective of a dancer in the mortal world for 30 years. At the beginning, the brothel rich men were jealous of her and fought for her. When she became famous, and was welcomed into the palace, the monarch of a country went to war for her just to make her smile, just to find the most beautiful treasure in the world to match her. For this reason, the country fought for years, and went to extinction. She was called the Enchantress of the Fallen Country in the history books of later generations. But everyone who knew her name had to admit her beauty, and they all yearned for what kind of beauty could destroy a country, but unfortunately the history books could not describe it. They despised her name, but yearned for her beauty. Her blissful divine will was born from this. To see her beauty, you have to bear the price of death. Fong Chong's true body finally appeared. The face of the Sky Demon girl showed a cold smile. Maybe someone can escape my Sky Demon bliss, but it will never be you. The game is over, kid. Yes, it's over. Fong Chong, who was flying towards the Sky Demon girl with an obsessed look, cleared his expression, and the Sky Demon eyes shone with divine light. Demon light. The devil girl was hit head-on by the devil light, and her soul began to melt away bit by bit. This was originally a power that could destroy the soul. With the body blocking it, it could reduce its power a little bit. But now her soul was facing the light of the heavenly demon, and the damage was doubled. What is this? The heavenly demon girl did not feel the pain of death at this moment, but showed a look of ecstasy. The real power of the heavenly demon. So you are my chance? The power of the heavenly demon. No wonder you are not affected by the heavenly demon dance, ha ha. She stopped resisting, and her soul was burning in the air like a torch. Instead, she looked at Fong Chong, who had a murderous look on his face, with a sharp gaze, and liked him no matter how she looked at him. You must protect yourself well. Don't die before I find you. Fong Chong's face turned annoyed. He didn't want to expose the eye of the heavenly demon. But if he wanted to kill a peak spiritual transformation, even in her weak state, without the help of an ancient treasure like the eye of the heavenly demon, he would never be able to be a match. The difference between the spiritual transformation and the nascent soul is a big realm, which cannot be overcome by simply piling up numbers. He was confident that he could fight against the god of transformation before, and he was also confident that the eye of the demon could eliminate the suppression of the god of transformation on him, and with the help of the immortal puppet army, he had the strength to fight. You are so talkative. The prison suppressing chi. A white jade palm fell from the sky. The demon girl went to death calmly. But at this last moment, the image of the demon girl's soul suddenly changed to Ruyan. Fong Chong's palm suddenly stopped. Ruyan? Fong Lang, I'm sorry. Ruyan's eyes were filled with tears. At the moment when the demon girl's soul awakened, she was no longer in control. At the same time, she understood everything. Fong Lang has always been Fong Lang, but she is no longer herself. As the time for the demon girl's soul to awaken increased, she found that she was gradually integrating into the demon girl's soul. Kill me. Fong Chong said angrily, Devil girl, you want to destroy my Tao heart before you die. The image of Ruyan disappeared, and the appearance of the devil girl appeared again. There was no fear of death in her eyes, but only the longing for the future and the joy overflowing from the corners of her eyes, which was the joy of seeing the road ahead. As if she was the winner this time. This is my reward to you. I let you see each other for the last time, but it seems that you have never understood my good intentions. Ruyan is dead, you killed her. Fong Chong gritted his teeth and said, Is Ruyan really dead? Then why is the red thread between you and her still connected? The heavenly demon girl smiled and said, How about I tell you the only way to break the red thread? Without waiting for Fong Chong to speak, she said to herself, It's actually very simple. Just kill the person you love with your own hands. This is the ultimate mystery of the red thread. Only by killing the one you love can you forget the love. Don't even think about destroying my Tao heart. He pressed down with a palm. The heavenly demon girl's soul was now divided into two. One was her, with a smile on her face, and the other was Ruyan, who was hazy and illusory. Ruyan opened her mouth to say something. But under this overwhelming palm power, he could only be annihilated along with the soul of the Sky Demon girl, and finally only a low sigh could not be heard. And the red line that had been connecting him and Ruyan was indeed broken at this moment. And the backlash of the red line did not come. Instead, a powerful force was injected into his body from the dark. He could feel that his magic power was soaring, and in a short moment, he had reached the critical point of the late nascent soul. He only needed to push lightly to break through to the late nascent soul. At least, he saved 10 years of practice time. This is one of the reasons why the red line chooses people with deep blessings. Only such people have enough growth potential, can get enough gifts at the moment when the red line is released, and it is possible for the other person to go further. The Sky Demon girl did not lie to him. But, son of a bitch! Fong Chong looked up to the sky and howled, and endless magic power rushed out, stirring up the sky. In an instant, there was a strong wind and heavy rain. It was like someone was crying. He won, and he also lost. He knew that this was a provocation by the heavenly demon lady to force him to seek revenge on her, so he took the initiative to deliver the heavenly demon eye to her. But Fong Chong couldn't help but be furious. Devil girl, I will definitely find you. He couldn't say how much he loved Ruyan. It was more of a long-term affection, and also partly influenced by the red thread. What made him more angry was the feeling of being unable to protect. The feeling that something he cared about had to leave him. A sense of insecurity that he hated and feared the most. On the one hand, he knew very rationally that Ruyan was an illusion. From the beginning, she was the devil girl. Ruyan's identity was like the protagonist in a movie, and the devil girl was the actor of this role. When the plot ended, the actor would return to reality. No matter what he did, the movie was still a movie, reality was still reality, and Ruyan would disappear. So when the devil girl woke up and Ruyan's identity ended early, he was relieved. On the other hand, he didn't dare to face Ruyan, because he was afraid that the more feelings he invested, the greater the disappointment he would get in the end. This was a very contradictory mood. And this mood reached an emotional peak when the devil girl deliberately let Ruyan appear in front of him. He chose to cut the Gordian knot, but he had to face the pain of killing a woman who loved him. At this moment, he was rational and emotional. It was raining heavily. Fong Chong walked in the mud and picked up Ruyan's body. The soul of the demon girl had disappeared, and now only a cold body remained. It would decay over time and eventually turn into a pile of dust. Fong Chong gently stroked Ruyan's face and fed her a piece of cold jade that could seal the vitality of the body. I will keep your body, and if there is a chance, I will take back your memory and let you live again. But by then, you will forget that I am just an ordinary mortal. His magic power was activated, and the rain suddenly solidified into ice, turning into an ice coffin to put Ruyan in. At this moment, Fong Chong was soaked like a drowned chicken, extremely embarrassed. Chapter 260. Zhongzhou, Jiuhuang Dynasty. This is the center of Jinqiu realm, the fertile land, the essence. It is also the territory of Jiuhuang Dynasty, and the only place in Jinqiu realm that governs cultivators with the laws of the court, rather than relying on cultivators. This is similar to the immortal demon continent. But even the powerful Jiuhuang Dynasty cannot subdue all cultivators. If they are forced to surrender, it will only bring endless wars. Therefore, for those sects that do not obey the rule of Jiuhuang Dynasty, most of them are driven away, and only a few stubborn ones are destroyed. Powerful sects such as Shifang Sword Pavilion can occupy land outside Zhongzhou and regard the human kingdom as a vassal, but they dare not covet Zhongzhou. Fong Chong originally just wanted to find a quiet place to practice. As a result, continuous accidents made him unable to find peace, and recently there was the incident of Ruyan and Tianmonu, which made him extremely depressed. So after careful consideration, he decided to go to the Nine Phoenix Dynasty to avoid the pursuit of the Sky Demon Girl. He also wanted to be tough. But that was a great cultivator at the peak of the spiritualization realm. Standing at the top of this world, he couldn't be tough. So he was timid. He could practice anywhere, and he had plenty of resources, so why didn't he go to the Nine Phoenix Dynasty to be a civil servant? If he could understand this principle at the beginning, perhaps nothing would have happened. After 3 months of trekking, Fong Chong, with a fish out of water, finally arrived at Fufang City, one of the border cities of the Nine Phoenix Dynasty. Then he spent 50 taels of silver to buy a city household registration from a white family in the government office. Fufang City is a border city, so outsiders often sneak into the Nine Phoenix Dynasty from here. Because the Nine Phoenix Dynasty implements the way of practice for free, everyone can enter the lecture hall and have the opportunity to enter the path of practice, so there are many mortals who yearn for the Nine Phoenix Dynasty. Even some weaker cultivation families and sects admire the Nine Phoenix Dynasty. After all, in the outside world, the strong prey on the weak, and the close relationship between the sections. The honor and disgrace of a sect and a family mostly depends on one person. In the Nine Phoenix Dynasty, although the essence has not changed, at least there is a fig leaf, and they will not easily kill the whole family, massacre the city, and exterminate the clan, and there is still a place to seek justice. As long as the bloodline remains, there is always a chance. So although the Nine Phoenix Dynasty is within this system, and has many constraints, it is still a good choice for the weak. Fong Chong has wasted decades in the Jinqiu world, and finally discovered that the end of the universe is indeed the system, especially for people like him who want to be salted fish. The administrative system of the Nine Phoenix Dynasty is divided into 3 levels: state, county, and county. Among them, in addition to the capital county and the capital county, the county town has 3 levels: large, medium, and small. Fufeng City is a large county, with tens of thousands of households in the city, plus the population without registered household registration. The entire Fufeng County has a population of nearly 1 million. Of course, Fufeng City is a special case. The population of a normal large county is only about 100,000 or 200,000. This day, it has been 3 months since Fang Chong came to Fufeng City. Fufeng County Office, the reception room in the back office. County Magistrate Liu Yufang bowed to Fang Chong and congratulated him. Congratulations to Brother Fang on getting what he wanted. Now you are appointed as the County Lieutenant of Fufeng City. From now on, we will be colleagues. From now on, I will call you Lord Fang. Not long ago, the County Lieutenant of Fufeng City was promoted after enough seniority, leaving the position of County Lieutenant vacant. Fang Chong accidentally learned about it, so he used some spiritual stones to open up Liu Yufang's channels, followed the path of his master, Qin County Magistrate, and snatched the position of County Lieutenant from the tiger's mouth. Fufeng City is a large county. Although the County Lieutenant is not of high rank, he is responsible for the security of nearly 1 million people. You can imagine how much money he makes. But Fang Chong is a man who is not short of money. If 1 top-grade spirit stone is not enough, then 2. He spent a total of 5 top-grade spirit stones, which is 5 million low-grade spirit stones, and finally let the county magistrate see his sincerity. In addition, his displayed gene and cultivation is more than enough for a county lieutenant, and he is not afraid of gossip. So the county magistrate touched the spirit stones in his pocket, and against all odds, promoted him, a newcomer who had just joined the 9 Phoenix dynasty less than 2 months ago, to become the county lieutenant of Fufeng County. Fang Chong knew what Liu Yufang meant, and smiled at Liu Yufang. All this depends on Lu's help. This is a little gift from this official. Please don't despise it, Lu. Fang Chong got into the role quickly, and now he has called himself the official. He handed over a small storage bag, which contained 100 high-grade spirit stones. As a middleman, giving a 20% agency fee is in line with the market price. Not to mention that now that he has been appointed, he is a real person in the Jindan realm, and he no longer needs Lu County Magistrate as a middleman to contact the County Magistrate. Even if he wants to default, Liu Yufang, the County Magistrate in the Foundation Building realm, can do nothing about it. Of course, everyone is now a comrade in arms in the same trench, and credit is very important. He doesn't lack these spirit stones. Liu Yufang took the storage bag, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Wow, he, a middle school student, got so much. How much should his teacher get? No wonder the teacher was willing to offend the Zhang family in the county city, and give the position of county lieutenant to Fang Chong. No, this is too much. Liu Yufang hurriedly drank tea to hide his excitement. Although he is a local county magistrate, this is a large county with a population of 1 million. The forces in the city are complicated, and the hundreds of years of foundation building families cannot be counted on one hand. Not to mention that some of these forces are also connected with the Jindan family in the county city, so it is difficult for him to carry out his work. So the annual income is only 100,000 or 200,000 spiritual stones, and a small half of it has to be paid to the head. This is his salary for 5 or 6 years plus external income. There are only a few 5 years in life. Now he looked at Fang Chong with more eager eyes. He likes colleagues who are highly skilled, rich, young and sensible. Brother Fang, although your skills are higher than mine, I am still a few years older and have more experience than you. If you encounter any problems in the future, feel free to come to me. Brother, I will definitely do it for you. Liu Yufang patted his chest and promised, for the sake of the spirit stone. Fang Chong followed his words and said, Brother Liu, you can't shirk when I encounter difficulties in the future. No problem. Liu Yufang was full of confidence. He is an official. Except for the court, anyone who dares to touch him is an enemy of the court and is guilty of capital punishment. Even if it is a Yuanian great cultivator or a figure at the level of an ancestor, if you want to touch him, you have to think twice. You must first establish a relationship and wait until he is removed from his official position before you can make a move. Otherwise, it will bring disaster to your family and sect. This is also one of the reasons why Fang Chong bought the county lieutenant. Although the county lieutenant is not of high rank, he is also a serious official. With such an official position, it is not easy to be a lazy fish, and no one will bother him. It is good to be a local snake and a local tyrant. He is now a cultivator in the late Yuanning period. equals he was only 3 levels away from the great perfection. He planned to steadily upgrade these 3 levels in Fufeng City. Then he would return to his birthplace, the place of absolute spirits, and then transform into a spirit and leave this world. Then the two exchanged pleasantries again, and agreed to take office tomorrow. Fong Chong received the imperial edict and left Fong's house. This was a house Fong Chong bought in Fufeng City. Because there was only one person and one fish, he only needed a courtyard with 2 entrances and 2 exits. As soon as he returned to the backyard, he saw a bubble fish floating in the air. To be precise, it was a colorful bubble filled with water, with a golden and slender fish swimming inside. "Master, you are back. Take a look at the newly invented bubble." The bubble swam forward, and the colorful bubble followed, and soon hit Fong Chong's chest. Then the bubble did not break, but bounced back like a ball, and made a splashing sound. Ouch. Pepeo's 2 dragon whiskers touched his head in pain. "Master, your breasts are really hard." Fong Chong looked at the unique colorful bubbles, shook his head and smiled. "Bubbles, it means bubbles blown by bubbles. But you can't leave the water. Why do you make a bubble for yourself? Bubbles is already a demon fish in the foundation building realm, and it's just that it's not adapted to living out of water. It won't die. Because I like water." Bubbles happily replied, "The master is really smart. He understood what I said at once. When I talked to Xiaoyu before, she laughed at me for stuttering." Xiaoyu is a maid bought by Fong Chong, usually responsible for cleaning Fong house, and playing with bubbles. As for raising demon fish, it is a matter that the people don't report and the officials don't investigate. And he is now the county lieutenant. Even if he wants to sue, if it involves demon fish, he has to transfer the case to him to arrest the person. Then this situation will occur. Who is in the hall? Why is he suing me? Ahem, I'm getting off topic. Anyway, whether it is a demon fish or a spirit fish, it's all his business. Well, as long as you like it. Fong Chong shook his head and said, "But you can't even overcome your nature. If you want to turn into a dragon, there is probably no hope." But Bubble disagreed and said, "But I haven't thought about turning into a dragon. I'm a fish, and I'm happy to be a fish." "Haha, you're open-minded." Fong Chong shook his head and laughed again. "I dig a big pond for you tomorrow. It's pitiful to see you trapped in such a small bubble." The master seems very happy today. He hasn't laughed like this for a long time, so Bubble is also very happy. Bubble swam around in the yard with the bubble wrapped around him, and rolled over from time to time, spitting out a bubble, looking carefree. Bubble has a new house. Fong Chong couldn't help but touch the corner of his mouth when he heard it. It was obvious that he was smiling. A fish could see that he was unhappy some time ago. But it's been so long since the incident, and people always have to look forward. He just needs to do his best to keep a clear conscience. Just then, the doorman of the house came to report that there were guests. Fong Chong directly scanned the outside with his spiritual sense, and saw that the front of his door was full of carriages, carrying generous gifts, waiting at the door, waiting to be summoned. Obviously, these people had heard the news that he was the new county lieutenant, and came to pay a visit to the mountain. Sure enough, the county magistrate Liu turned around, and sold his news to the local forces. He had just seen the names of the major families and gangs in the city at the door. If an ordinary county lieutenant took office, he would definitely meet them, and build a good relationship with the local snakes in order to smoothly carry out the next work. But he didn't care. It was a waste of time to see these people. It was better to play with Bubble for a while. He turned to the doorman, who had obviously received a lot of benefits, and said, "No." The doorman was stunned and embarrassed. "This?" Fong Chong glanced at him. "Why do you still have an opinion?" He was thinking that he should change the doorman. It turned out that a few taels of silver could not buy any good stuff. If it weren't for the fact that using puppets to guard the gate was too unique and attracted the attention of those who were interested, he didn't want to use living people. The doorman immediately came to his senses and said repeatedly, I dare not, I will refuse them right away." He turned around and ran out in a panic, and even fell on the way. This doorman is an old man in guarding the gate. He was introduced by the county magistrate. It stands to reason that he shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. But those people outside gave too much. It was his annual salary at once. How could he afford it? That's why he lost his mind. Now he came to his senses, but he regretted it. The door of Fong House. "My dear lords, I am really sorry that my master will not see any guests today." The doorman bowed repeatedly and expressed his apology. After all, he had received the money. So what's wrong with an apology? As for returning the money, it is impossible to return the money. The people who were talking and laughing and waiting to greet the new county lieutenant suddenly froze in their smiles and fell silent. After a while, someone said casually, "This Lord Fong broke the rules as soon as he came. It seems that he has bad intentions. The strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. The former county lieutenant is from the Liu family in the county city. No one dares to turn against us. Can he be an exception? He is just a county lieutenant. We give him face. He is a county lieutenant. If we don't give him face, who is he?" After saying this, others stepped back one after another to show that they had nothing to do with him. "What's wrong with you?" The person who spoke was a big man with a beard. He was the deputy leader of a gang called Sanxiong Gang in the city. He had a foundation building cultivation, and was known for his hot temper. But at this moment, he found that the people who had just shared the same hatred for the enemy now had pity in their eyes. "Boss Jean, you probably don't know who our new county lieutenant is, right?" A patriarch from a cultivation family shook his head, thinking that a peasant is a peasant. Even if he has some cultivation, his vision is still limited to the city. "If I were you, I would kneel down in front of the government gate and ask for forgiveness, to see if I could get forgiveness from that lord." A new county lieutenant is not scary. What's scary is that this new county lieutenant actually has the cultivation of the Jindan realm, which is a dimensionality reduction attack on local forces. After all, Jindan level forces will automatically transfer to the county level, because the territory at the county level can no longer meet their development. But this Lord Fong is a county lieutenant of a city with the cultivation of Jindan, and he is obviously a person who wants to climb up and accumulate merits here. Where does the merit come from? It must be cut from their flesh and blood. They came to visit, not just to ask him to be gentle. But they didn't expect to meet this hero, just to establish the prestige of Lord Fong, and they were relieved. In the future, cooperate well with the work, tolerate him for more than 10 years, and wait until he is transferred and promoted, and everything will return to the original state. The big man didn't understand what happened yet. Others didn't want to remind them. If someone took the blame, they would be fine. Everyone left in a relaxed mood, but they all left their gifts to show their goodwill. Am I wrong? The big man was furious when he saw someone giving him a thumbs up and cupping their hands in thanks. Obviously, everyone thought the same. He returned to the gang angrily. Chapter 261. Everyone in Fufeng City was waiting for the new county lieutenant to take office, and the Sanxiong gang was the most anxious. After the deputy gang leader Jin Shixiang returned to the gang, he asked people around, and finally learned about Fong Chong cultivation level from people who knew the truth. Not only can a higher official crush someone, but a higher level can also kill someone. For a while, the entire Sanxiong gang fell into anxiety. Jin Shixiang was under pressure that he shouldn't have to bear for his position. Who would have thought that a careless word from him would bring disaster to the entire gang? In fact, the next day, Jin Shixiang knelt in front of Fong House and apologized for his crime. He didn't have any fluke mentality. For example, he thought those words would not reach the ears of that adult. But he understood that even if that adult didn't know at this time, someone would let him know in a short time. After all, they had offended many people in the process of the rise of the Sanxiong gang. There was no escape. But the gatekeeper who had collected their money yesterday had disappeared. The small wooden door at the entrance of Fong House made Jin Shixiang, a foundation building cultivator, dare not step in. Jin Shixiang knelt at the door for 3 days. People came and went, and the prestige of the gang leader was lost. But the people inside still didn't care, as if they didn't know that there was such a person as him. He breathed a sigh of relief until his subordinates came to report that the master had told his subordinates that everything in Fufeng City would remain the same in the future. Then he quickly prepared a generous gift and asked someone to send it to Fong House. Since then, the hot-tempered deputy leader of the Sanxiong gang has practiced the silent meditation and never speaks if he can take action. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark, and his attitude makes people more afraid. As for why Fong Chong didn't burn the 3 fires to establish the majesty of the new county lieutenant, the reason is very simple, one word, lazy. He was too lazy to check which one was the most arrogant, and which one deserved to die the most. Anyway, if they didn't bother him, he would just pretend he didn't see it. He didn't come here to be a judge and to judge justice for others. He just practiced and fished behind closed doors, and occasionally went out to stroll around the prosperous Fufeng City to understand the local customs and practices. A city with a population of 1 million, especially in the social environment of the recent ancient times, the complexity of the situation is unimaginable for ordinary people. So there are many fun and beautiful places. Even if Fong Chong visits different places every month, he doesn't feel bored. listening to music, watching plays, watching dances, appreciating art, tasting tea, enjoying food. It's the regular life of a retired old man. Of course, he spends most of his time practicing. Fufeng City is built on the spiritual vein. Although the grade is not high, it is enough for cultivators below the foundation building stage. But for those above the foundation building stage, to be honest, the spiritual energy is a bit sparse. This is also one of the reasons why there are no Jin Danjinren in general county towns. However, for Fang Chong, as long as it is not like the absolute spirit land, where not only can he not absorb any spiritual energy, but he also needs to feed back to the heaven and earth and consume his own mana, it is enough to meet his daily needs. Moreover, normal practice can only bring him a few experiences, so it is okay if he does not use Krypton gold cheats. Fortunately, there are still a lot of stocks in his storage necklace and storage belt, which will not be a problem in 30 or 50 years. Moreover, because of the red thread, he saved more than 10 years of practice time, so theoretically it is more than enough to meet his level 3 of Yuan in great perfection. In this way, Fang Chong has been in Fufeng City for half a year. His cultivation level has steadily increased, and the experience bar has moved forward a little bit, and he has not encountered any bottlenecks for the time being. However, due to the inaction of his superior, the people at the bottom did not even know that the county lieutenant, who managed the county's military equipment and protected their lives and safety, had changed. Fang Chong did not care. The county lieutenant bought with so many spirit stones was just used for fishing. Until this day, Pinmingxuan is a tea house. Fang Chong has come here 3 times in the past month, which is quite frequent. Not only because the tea here tastes pure, but also because there is a lovely girl singing songs with a melodious voice, especially with the sound of her blind grandfather's eru, which makes Fang Chong suddenly recall a taste of the rivers and lakes he once longed for. Eru, blind grandfather, beautiful granddaughter singing songs, a perfect novel standard. But Fang Chong was bitten by a snake once, and he was afraid of the rope for 10 years. Although he likes to listen to songs, he has no idea of having in-depth exchanges with the girl. He just appreciates her and misses the youthful spirit that can never go back. Which young man has never had the dream of riding a horse in the rivers and lakes and taking revenge? It's just that some people are no longer young, put away their swords, feed horses, and support their families, and some people are still passionate until they die. But today, the girl didn't come, only the girl's blind grandfather sang songs. The one who cooperated with him was another girl, whose voice was also very nice, but lacked a bit of coordination. Why is this tea bitter? Fang Chong was sitting in the VIP room on the 2nd floor, looking down from a high place with a wide view, and it did not hinder him from listening to music and tasting tea. He did not use his title as the county lieutenant, but was just a gold-powdered person. After all, anyone who drinks a cup of tea has to pay with spirit stones, and reward with gold leaves, so the boss will also leave the best seat for him. Hearing Fang Chong words, the tea house staff, who made tea for him, a pretty young girl, trembled with her hands. "Sir, this is already the best tea in our tea house, I." She stuttered nervously. If the tea she made tasted wrong and this tea house patron did not like it, the owner would not forgive her. It's not your problem, nor is it the tea's problem. It's that the music today is wrong. Fang Chong pointed his finger at the blind old man who was playing the eru in the hall downstairs and asked, "Do you know what happened to his family? I can hear the meaning of death in his music." The tea-making girl was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Fang Chong's artistic sense to be so strong that he could tell that someone was in trouble just by listening to the music. She looked around. Actually, no one would disturb the guests in the VIP room. It was Sun Xiaomei who got into trouble. But the tea-making girl still spoke in a low voice. 2 days ago, the second son of the Wang family came to our tea house to drink tea and fell in love with Sun Xiaomei. He asked her to go to the room to sing a song for him alone. Who doesn't know what he is thinking? So Grandpa's son refused. As a result, the next day, Sun Xiaomei was kidnapped by someone unknown. When Grandpa's son found her, she was wrapped in a quilt and thrown in the corner of the alley. It was said that she had no clothes inside and was seriously injured. Grandpa's son reported to the authorities, but the people from the government came to see it, and there was no follow-up. Grandpa's son insisted on coming out to play the song to treat Sun Xiaomei's injuries. In fact, everyone knows who did it. The tea-making girl quickly covered her mouth and looked at Fang Chong carefully. Fang Chong still had a faint smile on his face. I didn't expect that after living in peace for so long, I would still encounter such a dirty thing. I clearly did not hide my whereabouts, but you even disdained to act in front of me. The tea-making girl didn't know what Fong Chong was talking about, so she lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Give this token to your boss, and ask him to send someone to the county government office to give the token to the squad leader Ming Chao, and ask him to bring a few people over. Yes. The tea-making girl held the token in both hands, and seemed to have noticed something. Her tone was a little nervous and hurried, and her eyes were full of expectation. About an instant's stick of time, a sturdy and tall man hurriedly arrived with 7 or 8 constables from the government office, all of whom were people with cultivation. The leading man was even in the foundation building realm, and the other constables seemed to be in the middle and late stages of chi refining, all of whom were elites in the county government. Humble Meng Chao greets you, sir. The man asked his men to wait outside, and he walked into the room and bowed to Fong Chong. It was Meng Chao, the squad leader of the fast squad. When the county lieutenant was not in charge, the head of the third shift in the yamen was actually equivalent to the actual county lieutenant, with a low position but great power. Therefore, his cultivation was not enough, and he could not control the situation at all. Fong Chong did not stand up, but nodded slightly to him and said directly, "You went to the Wang family to kill someone. It should be his second son. You don't need to come to see me, just execute him directly, treat it as an arrest, and I will approve the note later." Meng Chao was stunned for a moment, and asked respectfully, "May I ask which Wang family you are from?" The Wang family is a big family, and there are several Wang families in the city. Which family? Fong Chong looked at the tea-making girl, who was trembling like a quail. The tea-making girl swallowed her saliva, and her voice was trembling without her noticing. The family of Master Wang Weidong in the east of the city. Meng Chao looked at Fong Chong in embarrassment, and said, "The Wang family has a good relationship with Lord Liu." "Did you hear it clearly?" Fong Chong said lightly. Meng Chao was torn between heaven and man, gritted his teeth, and replied with a bow, "I obey your command." Then he led his people away in a hurry without looking back. The tea-making girl raised her head and looked at Fong Chong with eyes full of respect and stars, her heart pounding. "Don't look at me like that. It's useless to fall in love with me. I don't like you." Fong Chong grinned. The tea-making girl trembled when she heard this, and the teapot fell on the table, spilling tea all over the floor. "Young master, who are you?" "That's the Wang family." The tea-making girl never thought that her indignant gossip would determine the life of a great man in her eyes. Fong Chong said, "Just think of me as a kind-hearted person." "But young master, aren't you afraid that I'm lying to you?" "Then I killed the wrong person," the tea-making girl asked. Fong Chong grinned again. "Then kill more people, and no one will dare to lie to me next time." The tea-making girl seemed to understand, but it didn't stop her from being afraid of this sentence. Suddenly, she felt that the young master in front of her was not the kind of hero she thought. Another hour passed. Meng Chao, with a determined look on his face, walked into the tea room holding a brocade box bigger than his head. "Sir, I have done my duty." "What's inside?" "The head of Wang Qian, the second son of the Wang family." "Put it down and open it to have a look." "The head is dirty. I'm afraid it will dirty the adult's eyes." "No problem." Click. The brocade box button was opened, and inside was indeed a bloody head, with disheveled hair and eyes wide open, as if puzzled and unwilling. "Is it him?" Fong Chong asked the tea-making girl beside him. The tea-making girl felt that today's experience was more exciting than her half-life. The young man drinking tea next to her took the head of someone she dared not even think about with just one sentence. She suppressed her fear and looked at the head in the brocade box. "Yes, right? Take a closer look." The tea-making girl looked carefully. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't help but look at the cold and serious class leader Meng Chao, but she saw that Meng Chao had no expression on his face, but his eyes were inexplicably stern. "It should be. Then it's not." Fong Chong looked at Meng Chao and said, "Meng Bantu, this is the first task I gave you." "Is that what you told me? What benefit did the Wang family give you? You dare to fool me with such a trick?" Meng Chao's eyes changed slightly, but he still pretended to be puzzled. "What are you talking about? This person is Wang Qian. I personally went to the Wang mansion to arrest him and executed him." TSK. Fong Chong shook his head and sighed. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it." He transformed the magic power in his hand into a command arrow and flew out. "Meng Chao, you are the first one to approach me since I took office." Fong Chong asked Meng Chao to sit down and asked the girl to serve him tea. "I asked you to convey the message to others on my behalf, which is a sign of appreciation for your tact. I thought you were a smart person, so I thought of you first this time. I didn't expect that your cleverness was just self-righteousness." Do you have any last words? Don't worry, your family will not be harmed, and I will let your family go. Meng Chao's face changed drastically. What do you mean, sir? I am the head of the Yamen, and I am a member of the Yamen. Do you want to take my life without asking any questions? Your Excellency, aren't you afraid that everyone in the Yamen will be in danger in the future? Even if I am wrong, it is not really a crime punishable by death. Fong Chong picked up the teacup and blew away the hot air on it. I hate trouble and don't bother to take care of things. But that doesn't mean you think I am weak and can be bullied. No matter what dirty things you do, as long as you don't show it in front of me, I will never bother to take care of it. But you have to do everything for me in a down-to-earth manner. In my opinion, there is no crime, only capital crime. If you don't do a good job, you must die. The rules start with you. Meng Chao's eyes flickered, and he wanted to escape several times, but gave up. The person in front of him was not someone else, but his immediate superior, and a Jin Danjinren. He could undermine his power, but he could not undermine his cultivation realm. The alliances he once took pride in, and the influence he had in front of the major families, seemed so weak in the face of absolute strength. He was indeed a smart man, so he knew that he could not resist. Otherwise, it would not be him who died at this moment, but the entire Ming family behind him. In this place where the emperor is far away, killing is a very simple thing. Meng Chao was silent for a long time, and slowly asked, Sir, do I still have a chance? Fong Chong did not answer, but just listened to the sound of the air played by the blind old man downstairs, and occasionally sang a few notes. Soon, heavy footsteps sounded outside the room. A big man with a beard stood at the door, separated by a door, and had not closed it yet, but he spoke respectfully. I, Jin Shixiang, want to see Lord Fong. Come in. The big man dared to come in. You came quite quickly. Fong Chong looked at the rough man who had been kneeling in front of him for 3 days and 3 nights and said with a smile. He didn't care about the big man's verbal offense. Ignorance is not a crime. Besides, he was scolding the former county lieutenant. What does it have to do with him? On the contrary, he admired this guy who could bend and stretch. After receiving the order from the adults, I dare not delay for a moment. Jin Shixiang was so respectful that he didn't seem to notice Meng Chao standing beside him. The Wang family has offended me. You and Meng Ban too went together to destroy the Wang family. What crime do you want to frame them for? I still say that you kill people, and I am responsible for approving the note. Originally, it was only necessary to kill one person, but Fong Chong directly brought disaster to the whole family. The local tyrant is so awesome. Meng Chao suddenly raised his head in surprise. Sir, I handle this matter well, submit your resignation, and pass on what I just said. If anyone makes me unhappy, then their whole family will not have to live. The Wang family is their role model. Boss Jin, you should also do your part. Just take it as a punishment from me, so that no one will say that I hold a grudge and let you worry about it all day long. Fong Chong seemed a little tired, and waved his hand to let them leave. I obey your orders. I will die. The strong murderous aura overflowed with the two people's answers. Fong Chong looked at the arrow-playing old man, who was completely unaware, and waved his hand to throw a spiritual light in front of the tea-making girl, who was already soaked. This pill is enough to cure the injury of the blind old man below, but it's a pity to ruin his beautiful voice. Just think of it as a reward for listening to their songs a few times. The tea-making girl lowered her head and listened carefully to Fong Chong's instructions. It was not until she heard no sound for a long time that she raised her head anxiously, but there was no trace of Fong Chong, only a spiritual stone tea money on the table, and a spiritual pill with a restrained spiritual light. She breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground, with no strength in her body, but she didn't know what she thought of, and laughed foolishly again. Even her eyes were red. Chapter 262. The blood of the Wang family has been flowing for a month. Almost all of the more than 200 clansmen in the Wang mansion were killed, and the crime was collusion with the Rebel Alliance. That was a sect alliance that resisted the rule of the court and attempted to obtain sect freedom. From time to time, it would set off a wave of rebellion in the Nine Phoenix dynasty and promote the freedom theory of cultivators. Therefore, the Rebel Alliance had a great reputation and often took the blame. Whether in the city or not, as long as they were members of the Wang family, they were all found by Meng Chao and executed one by one. It is better to let a friend die than to let the poor die. Meng Chao, who had made a mistake in front of Fong Chong once, was more fierce and resolute than the deadly enemy of the Wang family. It was clear that they were talking and laughing before, and even used a fake head to fool Fong Chong for the sake of the Wang family. Because this matter was not handled well, It was not the Wang family that died, but the Ming family. No matter who came to plead, it was useless. In this matter, Ming Chao behaved like a mad dog, biting anyone who dared to come up. For a while, the whole city of Fufeng was in a state of panic, but no one dared to stop Ming Chao, and he was allowed to hunt down the Wang family. Because it was said that this was ordered by the newly appointed county lieutenant. All those with connections were asking how the Wang family had offended the county lieutenant. Then came the reason that surprised everyone. The county lieutenant was unhappy. Why was he unhappy? Because the Wang family had an unfilial son who bullied men and women, disturbing the county lieutenant's mood to listen to music. This absurd but true reason was confirmed again and again by the heads of each family. It's not that they didn't know that the county lieutenant liked to wander around the city. After all, there were spies and spies at the front and back gates of Fang House. At first, everyone was very nervous, thinking that the county lieutenant was visiting incognito and wanted to find fault with them. So everyone behaved like the best company and the best employee. Wherever the county lieutenant passed by, at least within 1 or 2 months, there would be a surge in happiness. Employers who used to deduct employees' wages for no reason suddenly became more easy to deal with. The streets became cleaner, and there were even no beggars. As a result, after several months, everyone found that the county lieutenant had no intention of making a private visit in disguise. He was just eating and drinking, occasionally stopping at a tea house, listening to storytellers and singing girls. So everyone became lazy, and it seemed that everything the county lieutenant said before was still not a joke. This county lieutenant was unexpectedly easy to talk to. Many people began to think that Fang Chong might be a vain figure. Human nature is like this, fearing power but not virtue. Fang Chong did not take care of things, but they thought he was weak. Some people thought that Fang Chong was the kind of fake Dan cultivator who used tricks to break through the Jin Dan realm to gain longevity. The Jin Dan grade is even below the lowest 9th grade, that is, no grade. Such fake Dan cultivators do not pursue combat power, but only the lifespan of the Jin Dan realm. In terms of combat power, it is between the real Jin Dan and the foundation building. It is very likely that County Lieutenant Fang is like this. He cannot deal with everyone's joint efforts, so he dare not offend the public anger, so he is so easy to talk to. As time went by, this kind of statement gradually gained market share. So the major forces really continued as usual. Exploit those who should be exploited, oppress those who should be oppressed, and be majestic when they should be majestic. Then, something happened. Apparently, the final right of interpretation was in the hands of the county lieutenant. And what Fang Chong said to Ming Chao also spread along with the blood of the Wang family, and everyone suddenly woke up. This new county lieutenant was not a good man at all, but a tyrant who did whatever he wanted. County government office, back office. County Magistrate Lu looked very ugly, but Fang Chong, who was sitting in front of him, was very calm, picking up the teacup and taking a sip. The tea at Brother Lu's house seems to be particularly sweet. I wonder why Brother Lu invited me here today. County Magistrate Lu said coldly, County Lieutenant Fang, you have gone too far in this matter. Although the Wang family and I are relatives by marriage, they acted improperly and offended County Lieutenant Fang. This is the way for them to die. I will not bend the law for personal gain. But you are too ruthless. That Ming Bantu actually dared to break into my house to arrest people. Who gave him the courage? Fang Chong laughed and said, Of course I am the one who said that. Lu County Magistrate's eyes widened, and a surge of anger rose up. You don't play by the rules. Shouldn't you say it's a misunderstanding at this time, and then say hello to each other? If you say that, where can I put my face? Should I turn hostile at this time, or not? If I turn hostile, I will definitely lose, and it may be more embarrassing. But if I don't turn hostile, it will make him, the county magistrate, look very useless and be suppressed by his subordinate county lieutenant. Fortunately, there is no third person here, otherwise he can only consider killing to silence him. Lu County Magistrate even felt a little wronged. It is obvious that Fang Chong's position as county lieutenant was due to his relationship with his master, so why did he turn hostile now? Lu County Magistrate was torn between heaven and man in his mind, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Fang Chong changed from gritting his teeth to adding a bit of resentment and grievance. It seemed that Fang Chong had abandoned him. But in the end, Lu County Magistrate still forced a smile and said, Brother Fang, just give me some face. The children hiding in my house still have to call me Grandpa. You have killed enough, don't kill any more. And recently everyone has complaints, and it's hard for me to be the county magistrate. Fang Chong shook his head and said, If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Since we have to kill them all. And the Wang family education is so lax, and they allow their children to kidnap people on the street, which shows that they are not good people. Brother Liu, protect them, don't save a few ungrateful people in the end. Of course, since Brother Liu said so, let's forget about it, so as to avoid people saying that I am unreasonable. There are people who are more unreasonable than you. County Magistrate Liu rolled his eyes silently. That is, he can't beat them, otherwise he would have to spit on them. By the way, I have ordered my men to send 50% of the money obtained from the Wang family's seizure to the county government warehouse. Brother Liu, remember to send someone to check it, Fang Chong said casually. Hearing this, Magistrate Liu couldn't help but breathe faster. He knew how much wealth the Wang family had, otherwise he wouldn't have let him marry his daughter there. That was a fortune worth millions of spirit stones. He suspected that Fang Chong had done it on purpose before, and had set his eyes on the Wang family's fortune. Because Fang Chong did this, he had recovered most of the spirit stones he had spent on going up and down. Of course, Fang Chong was too rough in this matter, and he would definitely be investigated by the higher-ups. If things go wrong, he would be suspended from his post for investigation. Even if the higher-ups didn't want to investigate, others would find connections to send people down, and no one wanted to have such a tyrant above them. Including himself, he secretly wrote a secret report and submitted it. But he didn't expect that he would judge others by his own standards. Fang Chong did it. Fang Chong took the blame, and when the benefits were finally divided, he actually got half. What kind of spirit is this? He forgot the fact that Fang Chong didn't give him face just now in the blink of an eye. What in-laws? Where did he get in-laws? I don't know what he is talking about. Brother Fang Yu. Hey, the county government is unworthy of this. County Magistrate Liu changed the subject, but this incident has indeed impacted many industries in the city and affected the livelihoods of many people. It will cost a lot of spiritual stones to rebuild. Before, I was worried about where the money would come from, but I didn't expect Brother Fang to be a timely rain. I will definitely not let your hard work go to waste, Brother Fang. I will accept this spiritual stone. By the way, County Magistrate Liu seemed to have thought of something, and his voice lowered, as if he was talking about a secret. I just received news that because of the Wang family incident, many wealthy families in the city were grief-stricken and united to report your abuse of power to the county city. I'm afraid the investigation team will come soon. When the time comes, you must be careful to deal with it. He suddenly couldn't bear to see Fang Chong fall. There are not many good colleagues who are so generous in sharing benefits and not eating for themselves. At this moment, County Magistrate Liu completely forgot that he was one of the people who reported Fang Chong. Fang Chong had expected this. This was a territory under the imperial system, and political tactics were required. The law of the jungle was the essence, but it was hidden under the system. Although he had framed the Wang family, the formal procedure should be to fabricate unfounded evidence first, then report to the superiors, get approval and orders, and finally take action against the Wang family. Everything was reasonable, and in accordance with the rules. There must be another game in this, such as the Wang family seeking external assistance to clear the charges, and even having the opportunity to find connections to turn the tables. Unfortunately, they were simply and rudely killed by Fang Chong before they had time to show their skills. Such behavior would naturally have to bear the backlash. Since he had taken advantage of the imperial system, he would be bound by the imperial system. Does the county magistrate have a way to suppress it? How many spiritual stones do you need? Fang Chong asked. Problems that can be solved with spiritual stones are not problems. Just like he generously gave half of the Wang family's property to Magistrate Liu immediately threw the Wang family behind his mind. If he wasn't afraid of scaring people, he wouldn't care if he gave it all to Magistrate Liu. It's just a few dollars. Magistrate Liu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. To be honest, he liked Brother Fang's generosity. In 2 words, generous, but in the end, he shook his head and said, the officials who came to investigate are the supervisory department, which is independent of the normal administrative system and has the power to report rumors. Not to mention my teacher, even the county governor can't order them. Is the remaining half of the Wang family enough to feed them? Fang Chong said suddenly. Ahem. Magistrate Liu almost choked and coughed twice. Seeing this, Fang Chong asked in a different way. How many officials usually come to investigate? County Magistrate Liu thought for a moment and said, usually there is 1 leader and 1 deputy leader, plus a team of 3 to 5 people, about 7 or 8 people. Fang Chong said, the leader and the deputy leader each get 1 top-grade spirit stone, and the team members get 10 top-grade spirit stones. This? County Magistrate Liu looked embarrassed. Mr. Bai also gets 1 top-grade spirit stone, and Brother Lu gets 10 top-grade spirit stones. After all, Brother Lu is only responsible for delivering a message. Fong Chong made the final decision. County Magistrate Lu was in high spirits. That's enough. However, after being excited, County Magistrate Lu was a little confused again. Brother Fong, you have gone through so much trouble, but you can't earn a single spirit stone. Instead, you have to pay out millions of spirit stones. Why bother? If you are not an official to earn spirit stones, what's the point of being an official? Normal people don't do this. At the same time, County Magistrate Lu was confused in his heart. How much wealth does this guy have? He threw out 1 million after another without blinking an eye. He didn't believe a word of what Fong Chong said before about the poor disciples of the sect. What kind of sect is this? The poor disciples are rich. How arrogant should the normal disciples be to be worthy of it? Fong Chong smiled. I don't care about spiritual stones, I am happy. If anyone doesn't make me happy, I will smash him to death with spiritual stones. This was said with a smile, but County Magistrate Lu heard a strong murderous aura, and then he began to think about an important question. How much spiritual stones is his head worth? An excuse of dying in the line of duty, plus 3 to 5 million in handling fees, probably enough. Well, it feels so cheap. No, what am I thinking about? County Magistrate Lu shook his head vigorously to drive this idea out of his mind, and didn't even pay attention to when Fong Chong left. But at this moment, he suddenly felt infinite fear of Fong Chong in his heart. He made up his mind that he must not provoke this guy unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he might hear the news that he died in the line of duty one day. At this moment, Grandpa, Dad, Father-in-law, 2 young men and women accompanied a haggard middle-aged couple who came in from outside the hall. They were the Wang family who escaped Meng Chao's pursuit and hid in the county government. The couple was the daughter and son-in-law of Magistrate Lu, and the young man and woman were naturally his grandson and granddaughter. Dad, did the villain agree? The daughter asked hurriedly after her husband signaled. Lawmaker Lu nodded slightly. For my sake, County Lieutenant Fong has promised not to pursue you, but you must not show up in public at will in the future to avoid misunderstandings. I have a farm outside the city. You can live there first. Originally, he kept a few people, one for the nominal daughter's affection, and the other was to wait until Fong Chong fell. He had the Wang family hostages in his hands. Then of course, he would get the lion's share of the Wang family's wealth. But now the situation has changed. Half of the Wang family's property went into the treasury, that is, in his pocket, so the few people in front of him seemed a bit annoying. As for the father-daughter relationship, she was just an adopted daughter. His real daughter married in the county city, the daughter-in-law of the Jinden family. How could a local rich man in the Wang family marry her? The daughter was anxious when she heard the voice, and remembered her husband's instructions. Are we just going to let that evil villain go? There are hundreds of people in my Wang family, and their blood has not yet dried. Dad, can you bear to watch that evil man do evil? Besides, you are the local county magistrate, the parent official of Fufeng City. How can you let a small county lieutenant put pressure on you? Dad, please make a decision for your daughter and the Wang family. Father-in-law, please make a decision for our Wang family. Grandpa, Lear also begs you. The 4 members of the family all knelt down. County Magistrate Lu smiled coldly. You have learned to provoke me. The Wang family did not educate their children strictly, so they sowed evil seeds and reaped evil fruits. This is the end of the cause and effect, and they are to blame for their own mistakes. I took you in because of our past friendship, but since you are stubborn and refuse to repent, from today on, Lu Qiao, I will sever the father-daughter relationship with you. Come on, send them out of the city. County Magistrate Lu did not wait for the few people to continue speaking, and ordered them to be driven out of the mansion. Chapter 263. The people from the supervisory department came very quickly, just half a month after Fong Chong and Magistrate Lu had a dirty power for money transaction. It was probably the big families in the city who put in a lot of effort. After all, according to the regular process, only when the heavens and people are angry and the lid can no longer be suppressed will the upper level cast a glance. But the big families had no choice. They couldn't beat him, so there was an idea of letting Fong Chong passively die in the line of duty, but no one thought of trying. It was rumored before that Fong Chong, the new county lieutenant, was a fake alchemy cultivator. But the heads of the Wang family were rolling in front of him, and everyone followed their hearts and did what they wanted. If you are not careful, the lives of the whole family will be in danger, so who dares to take risks easily? This day, Fong Chong was feeding the fish at home. Not long ago, he bought several houses, and a large piece of vacant land next to the house, and dug a large pond about an acre wide. Planting lotus and sprinkling some duckweed in the pond, it became a little lively. A golden carp with a body length of nearly 5 meters, a slender body, and a round belly was struggling in the pond. All the small fish and shrimps in the pond retreated from this pond overlord. Master, this pond is still too small. Bubble stretched out a fish head from the water surface and swallowed a magic pill thrown by Fong Chong in one gulp, feeling quite dissatisfied. Back in the familiar water, Bubble returned to its normal size. Fong Chong tapped the fish head and said unhappily, "You could live well in a palm-sized pond before, but you had to become so big. You are so lazy. It is also a kind of practice to always maintain a body size that suits your needs. From now on, you are not allowed to change back to your original body unless there is a special situation." "Ah!" Bubble fell stiffly to the bottom of the water with a snap, as if he suddenly died. It didn't come back to life until it hit the bottom, its head sticking out of the water again, and it said with tears in its eyes, "Master, you can't be so cruel to Bubble." "I have something even crueler. Do you want to try it?" Fong Chong said with a smile. Bubble didn't dare to act rashly. The fish tail trembled and soon turned into a 3-foot-long big fish, looking at Fong Chong timidly. "Master, do you think this will work?" "Not bad, not bad." Fong Chong was about to make a few jokes when he heard a slightly sarcastic voice behind him. "Master Fong is in a really good mood. The outside world is in turmoil, and you still have the leisure to feed the fish here?" Fong Chong turned his head and saw County Magistrate Lu walking with 2 monks in black uniforms, one middle-aged and one young, in a pattern of old leading young. There was a symbol on the chest of the monk's uniform, which looked like a cow and a little like a sheep. The whole thing looked like a unicorn with a single horn. It was the legendary beast Xieji, which could distinguish loyalty from treachery, and was called a law beast. It was generally used in the judicial office. The Xieji on the chests of the 2 monks was embroidered with gold thread. According to County Magistrate Lu's previous introduction, the golden Xieji was the unique symbol of the supervisory department. This person is not friendly. Fong Chong looked at County Magistrate Lu. County Magistrate Lu avoided Fong Chong's eyes, and did not dare to face him directly. It seemed that something went wrong. He could not help but shake his head secretly. Why not just accept his spiritual stones honestly? Why did he have to come to him to seek death? "Who are you?" "Ahem, that County Magistrate Fong, let me introduce you. These 2 adults are the general flag of the County City Supervision Department, Mr. Lu Sheng, and the small flag, Mr. Chung Jun, who are the chief and deputy leaders of this investigation team. They came here because of the Wang family's collusion with the Rebel Alliance today, and they would like to ask County Magistrate Fong to assist in the investigation." County Magistrate Lu took the money after all, and did not say it out loud. But as soon as he finished speaking, the young monk called Chung Jun sneered, "Captain Fong, you ordered people to exterminate the entire Wang family. Do you have any evidence? Have you informed your superiors? Without orders or documents, you dare to send troops to exterminate an entire family. Where do you place the laws of the court? Come with us. Before the matter is investigated clearly, please do not leave our sight." He threw a pair of shackles shining with silver light, and threw them at Fong Chong's feet. "Lieutenant Fong, we are doing business impartially. We are sorry to bother you for now." Fong Chong did not move, but smiled faintly. "What if I don't want to wear this?" Chung Jun was about to speak again, but the general flag officer, who had been silent just now, smiled and said, "If you don't want to wear it, then don't wear it. We are all colleagues, so we still have some face. Besides, Lieutenant Fong is not a criminal. Xiao Chung, you should control your hot temper. You are offending people. Lieutenant Fong, please don't misunderstand. Xiao Chung is a person with no bad intentions. He just speaks his mind. We just come here to inform you as usual. We have to investigate the specific situation before we can talk about it. Of course, if we find any problems, we can come here and ask you to assist in the investigation. You should have no objection to this, right?" Fong Chong shook his head. "You are free to do as you please." "Well, we won't disturb Lieutenant Fong's elegance. Goodbye." General Lu bowed and left, and took the small flag officer who wanted to say something, not giving him a chance to speak. County Magistrate Lu did not follow them. "Brother Fong, what a mess." He sighed deeply, his face was indescribably depressed. "What happened? Where are the spirit stones I used?" Fong Chong looked unhappy. No one could swallow his spirit stones, and not do anything. County Magistrate Lu took out a small storage bag from his sleeve, and handed it to Fong Chong. "Brother Fong, This is your spirit stone. The people from the supervisory department confiscated it. This time I lied. I'm sorry. Fong Chong took the storage bag and scanned it with his spiritual sense. It was indeed a penny less. County Magistrate Liu was very professional. He didn't do the job well, but he actually returned the full amount, including his teacher's share. Fong Chong was in a much better mood. He hated it most when people took the money but didn't do a good job, and finally said they had tried their best, and then swallowed most of the fee, saying it was a loss. He didn't need these few spirit stones, but he didn't like others to treat him as a sucker. That's fine. There are ways to avoid charging money. Fong Chong's attitude became much kinder. County Magistrate Liu didn't know that he had passed through the gates of hell, but he felt that the heavy pressure in the air had dissipated a lot, and the breath in his heart was also released. He couldn't help complaining. In fact, the matter had been resolved, but there was a wave in the middle, that is, the small flag officer who just spoke, the one with the surname Chung. He must deal with you, and no one else can do anything. But because of him, everyone can't get the money, and they are actually very dissatisfied. As long as Brother Fong keeps a low profile these days, at most use Meng Chao as a scapegoat, and use some spirit stones, you won't be implicated. How can a child who relies on his family background understand the rules of our officialdom? Oh! Fong Chong's eyes flashed. No wonder he was so angry when he saw me. How did I offend him? County Magistrate Liu seemed to feel guilty for not doing a good job, and now he knows everything. I heard about it, brother. Just treat it as a story for entertainment. It seems that there are several young men from the Wang family studying and practicing in the county city. One of them is a girl who is very close to Chung Shichi. The Wang family naturally does not stay together all year round. The Wang family in Fufeng City can only be said to be the majority, and there are also scattered members in other county towns and county cities. Fong Chong gave the order in a hurry, and it is even more impossible to kill them all. In fact, it was the Wang family that ran into the gun. Otherwise, if Fong Chong really wanted to kill them, how could they let them escape, or even escape to the Lu County Magistrate's mansion? What is the background of this Chung? Fong Chong knew that this person was the key figure. A young man who was impulsive for love could actually make others compromise. Needless to say, either his father is awesome or his ancestors are awesome. County Magistrate Liu replied, Chung Shuqi is from the Chongqing Chung family. Their ancestor is now 1,000 households of the Chongqing County Supervisory Department. Even the county governor has to give him some face. It is said that the Chongqing Chung family is a branch of the Jiuhuang Chung family. The Jiuhuang Chung family is a close minister of the emperor. More than 1,000 years ago, they also produced a genius Chung Kai. It is said that he was favored by heaven and entered the Nine Phoenix Emperor Mountain within 100 years after breaking through the spiritual transformation realm. Since then, the Chung family has also become powerful and has entered the ranks of aristocratic families. The Chongqing Chung family migrated here about 300 years ago, and every 100 years they would send people to Nine Phoenix City to participate in the ancestral worship clan meeting. The mission was not completed, and County Magistrate Liu also did his homework. Otherwise, how would he know that a small flag officer could actually have a little connection with the aristocratic family in the Nine Phoenix capital a million miles away? The so-called aristocratic family is an existence that rules the world together with the emperor. Even the lowest aristocratic family is not something they can climb. Nine Phoenix Chung family, 1,000 years ago Chung Kai? Fong Chong suddenly thought of something, and he was shocked. Isn't that his lovely chief grandpa? Taoist Qingyou. What the hell, his grandfather's descendants are actually against him. Is he incompatible with the surname Chung? But what about the descendants of his grandfather? They should be killed. It's just to pay off their ancestors' debts. In addition, why did his grandfather come from a powerful family in Jiuhuang capital when he was born? According to Magistrate Liu, it was simply a drama with a cool male lead. But he could only borrow a body to revive his soul, sleep for 3 years, and then live a miserable life. He finally wanted to be strong, but he met a big boss at the peak of the transformation of the spirit. Damn it, the confidant of the queen is amazing. I am still her niece's husband. Fong Chong silently ate a lot of lemons, and then raised his middle finger to the sky in his heart. I know. Lawyer Liu was afraid that Fong Chong would be too arrogant due to his youth, so he was relieved when he heard this. After all, Fong Chong was young, had the golden core cultivation, and had countless spirit stones. He was simply a winner in life. People like him are usually very proud, and cannot stand being wronged, just like the outrageous reason he used to exterminate the entire Wang family. In fact, Lawyer Lu also speculated about the identity of Lord Fang. It may be true that he was a disciple of a sect, and he was a direct descendant of a super sect. Otherwise, it would not be enough to explain his unfounded confidence and unclear wealth. Maybe he had a quarrel with the sect, so he went to the restricted area of the Nine Phoenix Emperor dynasty to avoid the sect's search. If such a person really encountered injustice, the worst case scenario is to break up. Anyway, he will have the protection of the sect when he returns home. But he can't do that. The key is that Fang Chong household registration was issued by his government, and his position as county lieutenant was negotiated between him and his master. When the incident happened, he would also be skinned. These days, money is hard to make. County Magistrate Lu sighed silently. Brother Fang, you have been wrong. Don't worry, when that time comes, I will definitely notify you first. Fang Chong hummed, without commenting. County Magistrate Lu said a lot of things again. The central idea was to stabilize Fang Chong, let him not be impulsive, and make a move at will. After all, his cultivation in the Jindan realm is a powerful weapon, and no one can resist it. The two leading officers, who came to investigate, only had the foundation building cultivation level. They dared to speak like this in front of Fang Chong because of the clothes they were wearing. County Magistrate Lu quickly said goodbye and left in a hurry. Fang Chong tossed the storage bag in his hand, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. No evidence. I will give you evidence right now. This position of county lieutenant is actually quite comfortable, so he still wants to try his best until the end. Just like now, even if he knew that he had made a mistake, it was not some Yuanying senior or Jin Dan of the same level who came, but two foundation building juniors. For what? Isn't it procedural justice? If he is not convicted, how can he ask the superiors to arrest him? And as a bad guy, he is best at finding loopholes in the procedure. At night, Chung Jun came out of the general flag officer's room with a depressed look on his face. Just now, he was reprimanded by the general flag, saying that he was too impulsive during the day and showed his joy in his face, which exposed their purpose in advance and easily aroused others' resistance. But he did that during the day on purpose to irritate Fang Chong. Once a person gets angry, he tends to lose his mind and do the wrong thing. Besides, would he dare? Chung Jun was looking forward to Fang Chong action. Although he was only at the foundation building stage, his ancestor was a Yuanying master. Even if he only took care of him a little, the things in his hand were enough for him to protect himself in front of the Jindan Jinren. At that time, he could just arrest people directly, and there would be no need to go through so much trouble now. A county lieutenant in a small town, even if he was a Jindan, what could he do? Chung Jun didn't care about the general flag's reprimand, but he didn't hold a grudge. He knew that the general flag was for his own good, and he didn't treat him as his own son or nephew, nor would he teach him face to face. Standing at the door of his room, the depression on Chung Jun's face just now was swept away, and turned into a kind of gentleness. Chi-Chi, I'm back. In the room, a young woman with a good figure and charming appearance was waiting for him. Brother Jun, what's going on? Can we catch him? The woman's name is Wang Siki. She is a daughter of the Wang family, who is studying and practicing in the county city. She is also the woman who is very close to Chung Jun in the mouth of County Magistrate Lu. Chung Jun sat down, hugged the woman in his arms, and smelled her body fragrance. How can it be so fast? After all, he is a county lieutenant in a city. Even I can't convict him casually. But it will be soon, at most half a month. When I collect evidence, there will be masters from the county city to catch him. Don't worry. The woman was about to cry. All this is thanks to you, Brother Jun. I deny that a weak woman like me can't deal with such a villain. As long as Brother Jun can avenge this for me, Chi-Chi is willing to be a slave in the future. You are my woman. If someone bullies you, of course I will take care of you. Let's not talk about being a slave. But repay well. Chung Jun's hands began to be dishonest. The woman blushed. Brother Jun, I only have you now, you must be kind to me. The temperature in the room gradually rose. Then it really caught fire. At the same time, the general flag officer not far away also had a warning sign in his heart, and a black-clothed masked monk attacked brazenly. When he beat back the black-clothed monk, he found that the small flag officer's room next to him was on fire at this moment, and the cries of men and women were heard in the fire. He rushed into the fire, and saw only a pair of charred corpses hugging each other, and a sign of the word rebellion. That was the symbol of the rebel alliance. The general flag officer's face was ashen, and he led the team to leave Fufeng City in the early morning of the next day. Chapter 264. Seeing the backs of the officials of the supervisory department fleeing in panic, County Magistrate Lu looked as pale as if he had lost his parents, and his eyes were full of panic when he looked at Fong Chong. He had known that Fong Chong was bold, but he had never thought that he was so bold. The officials of the supervisory department entered the city the day before, and were assassinated by the Rebel Alliance that night. No one would believe it. Not to mention that the one who died was the one with the most background in the team. What a pity, I didn't expect that the random accusation would hit the wrong car, and there really is a monk from the Rebel Alliance hiding in the city. Fong Chong, who was also standing on the city tower, said with emotion. Well, what's that look in Lord Lu's eyes? County Magistrate Lu lowered his voice, but almost roared. County Lieutenant Fong, killing an official of the supervisory department is a serious crime. Now even if I want to help you get out of this, it will be difficult. Why do you want to implicate me? Fong Chong looked puzzled. What are you talking about, Lord Lu? How can I kill an official of the supervisory department? Even General Lu said it was revenge by the Rebel Alliance. Besides, I was also assassinated last night, but they misjudged my combat power and returned empty-handed. Although I am personally very happy about Chung Shuqi's death, if it wasn't me, it wasn't me. A real man is a man of his word. Can I still lie to you? We are now on the same boat. Really? Seeing Fong Chong words so confidently, County Magistrate Lu also became confused. Could it really not be him? Of course it's true. Fong Chong said to himself, a real man doesn't lie, but he is not a real man. So it's reasonable for him to lie. It's good that it's not you. County Magistrate Lu didn't care what the truth was. Anyway, Fong Chong said it, so he believed it. He had to believe it. Just as Fong Chong said, they were now in the same boat. If he had been able to immediately betray Fong Chong when the people from the supervisory department came over, and to make himself an unwitting accomplice, and then make some arrangements, with the face of his master, he would have had a chance to escape unscathed. Now, yellow mud has fallen into his crotch. Anyone who sees it will say that he has pooped. It's unfair, very unfair. Then there is only one way left, which is to go all the way. At this moment, County Magistrate Lu hated his hand for taking money. Why couldn't he control it? He calmed down and began to look for remedies. Chung Shuqi is from the Chung family. Their ancestor was 1,000 households of the supervisory department. Now that their descendants have died in our city, they must be furious. Regardless of whether there is a rebellion by the Rebel Alliance, the person who comes next time will at least be 100 households, and they can even borrow the name of the Rebel Alliance to borrow the government soldiers. At that time, it will definitely not be solved by a small fight. The only way now is to let the people of the Rebel Alliance really show up, so that you and I can be out of the matter. For his own life and future, County Magistrate Lu's brain turned quickly. Fong Chong looked puzzled. Haven't the rebels already appeared? County Magistrate Lu really didn't know whether Fong Chong was telling the truth or not. He was still pretending to be nice to him, but he didn't have the energy to care about the truth at this moment. We don't want them to appear now, but to wait until the people above come down again. Brother Fong, I can only ask you for help this time. You have been arresting the rebels for so long, there should be some clues. No matter what method you use, you must find and keep the rebels. If there is none, there must be some. Fong Chong nodded, then shook his head and said, Brother Lu, you worry too much. The rebels can't be fake. If the supervisory department is really clean and honest, it won't implicate us. If they are not clean, it's just right. If 1 million can't do it, then 2 million. If 2 million doesn't work, then 5 million. As long as the price can be negotiated, everything will be fine. Fong Chong patted County Magistrate Lu on the shoulder and turned to go down the tower. Brother Lu, I have already given you the price. It is up to you to decide how to do it. I will be responsible for providing the spirit stones, and you will be responsible for dealing with them. It doesn't matter if you can't handle it. If you don't accept this batch, there will be another batch. Who doesn't love white spiritual stones? They are all cute and precious. Besides, who knows what kind of masters are hidden in the Rebel Alliance, haha. And you still say it's not you? County Magistrate Lu's breathing tightened, and he felt that Fong Chongyuan's back was like an abyss, dark, unpredictable, and suffocating. His calves softened, and he lowered his head unconsciously, and said, I will try my best. I don't care if Fong Chong can hear it or not. After he completely dealt with County Magistrate Lu, Fong Chong really became a hands-off boss. His spirit stones are not so easy to collect. Since he took his spirit stones and became a corrupt official, his fate was almost doomed. Who said that if you don't take the money, you are afraid of me, and if you take it, I am afraid of you? Fong Chong felt that this was the truth of being an official. If you want to gain benefits other than power, You have to give up something that originally belonged to you. As for the supervisory department, he didn't care much about it. The worst result is that things can't be covered up. Anyway, I'm used to running around, so I just run away. If I can't be a county lieutenant in this city, I change to another city to be a county magistrate. As a senior puppeteer, how could I not have a few vests? As long as there are people like County Magistrate Liu, he will never lack vests. Comparatively speaking, he is more interested in the Jiu Huang Chung family now. These are all the black history of the old grandfather, and I don't know how much he can remember after returning to the main world. According to the old grandfather, he spent 1,000 years in the Jinshu world, but after returning to reality, he only left a big dream. Everything became hazy and dreamlike. So when County Magistrate Liu was busy, Fong Chong spent a lot of money to buy many novels about the development history of the Chung family, based on Chung Kai as the prototype. Then Fong Chong was depressed after reading them. How can it be so cool? The whole growth history of Ilung Aotian, born with a Taoist body, was born to build a foundation, surrounded by beauties, indulged in women, and barely formed a pill at the age of 30. Later, the family fell into decline, and then they rose up, and they reached the nascent soul stage in 100 years, and then they saw through the world, and reached the God stage in 200 years. Since then, they have dominated the world for 300 years. Don't ask why a person in the early stage of the God stage dared to dominate. The answer is that there is someone behind him. Almost every novel has written that in a certain year and month, Chung Kai met an evil cultivator on the road and was defeated, and then he brought reinforcements from the court to beat him up. Later, probably because he felt that it was really boring, he returned to Jiuhuang City and devoted himself to hard cultivation. After about 1,000 years, he entered Jiuhuang Emperor Mountain and followed the legendary empress. And the Chung family where he was born also became the Jiuhuang family. Of course, the Chung family is still doing well now, so almost all the documents that can be collected on the market are singing praises. Even the novels and stories focus on describing the romantic stories and pretentious history. Fong Chong became more and more angry as he read, and people are so annoying. Some people were born in Rome, and some were born as cattle and horses. But Fong Chong also had some doubts. How come the old grandfather was reincarnated into this world as a baby? Is he an exception, or am I an exception? He couldn't help but think of the reincarnation of the demon girl he met before. Is there reincarnation in the Jinxia world? Or maybe he guessed wrong. This Chung Kai is not that Chung Kai. I thought about it for a long time, but I couldn't figure it out, so I stopped thinking about it. The peaceful days passed by in a flash. Fong Chong continued his previous life as if nothing had happened, practicing, feeding fish, occasionally going out for a stroll, studying the local food characteristics, and understanding the local customs. The only difference is that the social security in Fufeng City is now clear. Not to mention that no one picks up lost items on the road and no one locks the door at night. But at least the wind is upright, and there is not much bullying. The prodigal sons who used to like to hang out in downtown restaurants are now all confined to their homes, and cannot step out of the door. The servants, thugs, and gang members all hid at home, drinking and waiting for the county lieutenant to fall. The disaster of the Wang family was still fresh in people's minds, and no one wanted to follow in their footsteps. Facts have proved that evil people are not afraid of good people, but only afraid of people who are more evil than them. Fong Chong did nothing, but now there are rumors in Fufeng City that a great and upright official has come to the city. When he comes, all the bullies dare not show up. When this word reached the ears of County Magistrate Liu, his face turned pale. He has worked diligently for so many years, but no one has called him the great and upright official. But soon, he put this matter behind his mind and began to contact his old classmates and friends, looking for ways to send gifts and understand the matter as soon as possible. Now the affairs of the Wang family are nothing in the eyes of the upper class. What really concerns them is that the people of the supervisory department have died. Especially when there is a strong chief in the supervisory department, this matter can't be resolved. Now the longer the calm time, the bigger the brewing storm. In a blink of an eye, another month has passed. Fong's fish pond. Fong Chong sat on a large bluestone, holding a bowl of fish food in his hand, and casually threw a handful into the fish pond. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of green and red carp swarmed in. Among them, a large golden carp was the most lively. It didn't eat, but rushed left and right, dispersing the fish school and occupying a large area, like a little tyrant. Long County Magistrate Liu, whose hair had turned a lot white and looked 10 years older, stood behind Fong Chong and said in a tired voice, "Brother Fong, the people from the supervision department have arrived. Where are they? They came secretly, and are ready to arrest you, and me directly after investigating clearly. It seems that Brother Liu has already made up his mind. Long County Magistrate Liu then smiled a little, but a little bitter. It's a good thing that I have fulfilled my mission. Among the people who came this time is a former classmate of mine. I have already negotiated with the chief investigator through him. As long as Brother Fong is willing to pay 10 million spirit stones, plus 3 or more foundation building level cultivators as scapegoats, this matter will be completely resolved. Fong Chong thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Okay. County Magistrate Liu was refreshed, but they have a condition. What? That is, they must ask you, Brother Fong, to hand over the spiritual stone to them in person. They also want to hear your opinion, which can be regarded as a confession. Not too far-fetched, I can agree to it. Fong Chong replied casually. Well, I will pick you up to meet them at noon tomorrow. County Magistrate Liu breathed a sigh of relief and left in a hurry. Fong Chong curled his lips and said to the big golden carp in the fish pond, Pow pow, don't waste it if you don't want to eat it, you loser fish. The next day, at noon, the sun was not too scorching. County Magistrate Liu led Fong Chong to a mountain pavilion outside the city in a hurry. There was no one in the wilderness around, which was a very suitable place for private transactions. It's a quiet place with few people. If you fight, ordinary people won't be hurt. It's a good place to do bad things. Fong Chong patted the sweaty County Magistrate Liu and said with a smile, Brother Liu, it's a pity. It would be better if you stick to one path until the end. County Magistrate Liu looked hesitant. Brother Fong, you. He was always good at talking, but he didn't know what to say at this moment. Just surrender, maybe you can still save your life in the hands of Lord Chung. It's not that he is not good, it's just that the other party is too powerful. He never thought that a young man of the Chung family would actually attract the ancestor of the Chung family, the 1,000 households of the supervisory department, who was a big man who was shorter than his mentor. I didn't expect to alarm such a big shot. I feel extremely honored. Fong Chong looked at the old man standing in the pavilion and said, What is your relationship with Chung Shuchi? I felt something was wrong when I killed him last time. He had such a treasure to protect him. I almost used too much strength. The old man looked serious and said coldly, I wanted to catch the thief and take the stolen goods, but I didn't expect you to admit it generously. You know you will die, so you pretend to be nice in front of me. Fong Chong smiled and was very calm. You haven't answered my question yet? Well, you look a bit alike in your eyebrows. Could it be that he is your illegitimate child? With your status, if you still need to hide his identity, it must be that his biological mother is not willing to see the light. TSK, could it be that you had an affair with the wife of some younger generation? The old man's expression changed. What are you talking about? You are angry out of shame. Fong Chong shook his head and sighed. You are so old, why can't you keep your temper? Looking for death. The old man stopped talking nonsense, fearing that Fong Chong would say something outrageous. But Fong Chong remained calm. I originally just wanted to catch a big fish, but I didn't expect that the king of fish would be sent directly to me. After I catch you, even if I make a big fuss in Fufeng City in the future, probably no one will care. This is Fong Chong's purpose. Instead of dealing with endless investigations, it is better to do something big and attract their boss to become his puppet. Just like the Li family of Silian Lake back then. Anyway, the biggest price is just running away. Fong Chong waved his hand. Hundreds of puppets appeared out of nowhere, and a huge formation was set up. Heavenly Furnace Suppression. The huge furnace cut through the sky and earth, and the fiery red space seemed to be independent of the sky and earth. With puppets as flags, the military formation was formed instantly. Now Fong Chong is more and more adept at this set of formations. If the incarnation of the heavenly demon girl was here, she would find that the puppet army at this moment was 3 times stronger than what she met at the beginning. The stronger it gets, the more it fights. Is this a military formation? The old man's face changed drastically, and he felt like he was in the crater of a volcano. The infinite heat burned his body, so that he had to mobilize most of his mana as resistance, and his strength was reduced by 50% to 60%. After all, he was only in the early stage of the nascent soul. Who are you? Fong Chong did not answer, but waved his hand, and countless puppets pressed forward. Half an hour later, the Tianlu army formation dispersed, and the old man's face was pale, his breath was disordered and weak, and his eyes were full of panic. Don't look at me like that, I can't eat you. I don't want your life, but I will follow you in the future, just remember to protect me. Fong Chong said with a smile. Just an early nascent soul, in front of his puppet army, it was naturally easily suppressed. After the demon seed was planted, the heart puppet's supernatural power was stimulated, and the sky demon divine light was brushed again, serving one stop. Half of his life is his. By the way, who is that Chung to you? The old man's face was livid, but he still replied in a low voice, my son. I guessed right. Fong Chong looked at the almost paralyzed Lu County magistrate. Brother Lu, look, why did you choose the wrong one? We were originally working together happily. He patted Magistrate Lu's shoulder again, his tone regretful. He is the scapegoat this time, you can handle it. No, don't. Magistrate Lu shouted, but Fong Chong had gone far away, so he couldn't hear him. Master Chung, don't, you promised me that as long as I cooperated, you would spare me. Magistrate Lu collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. The old man's eyes were fierce and flickering, and finally he stretched out a hand and slapped him heavily. You can only blame your bad luck, and you also implicated me. Chapter 265. The next day, news began to spread in Fufeng City. The Wang family colluded with the Rebel Alliance, which was discovered by the new county lieutenant, who decisively arrested them. Later, the supervisory department was misled by the traitor, and came to investigate the county lieutenant. Inadvertently, they found evidence of the Wang family's collusion with the Rebel Alliance, and were brutally silenced. The main role in this was played by County Magistrate Lu. County Magistrate Lu and the Wang family were relatives, and he must have known about the Wang family's affairs, and even the supervisory department was betrayed by him. Fortunately, the supervisory department, who came down to investigate again, was wise and powerful. He saw through County Magistrate Lu's disguise, quickly controlled him, and cleared County Magistrate Fong's name. At first, everyone thought someone was spreading false news. After all, everyone knew that County Magistrate Lu was as smooth as a ghost, and he had already completely separated his relationship with the Wang family, and got a clean record. And his teacher was the county magistrate. How could he fall so easily? As a result, for several days, no one in the county government spoke out. Later, they received an order from above that County Magistrate Lu would be sent to the county city, and County Lieutenant Fong would temporarily take over the position of county magistrate. Everyone woke up from their dream. It was over. The sky in Fufeng City had completely changed. The forces in the city would rather face the greedy County Magistrate Lu than the moody County Lieutenant Fong. But the arm cannot twist the thigh. Originally, they were looking forward to someone in the county city to deal with him. But now it seems that until the county lieutenant is transferred or promoted, everyone will have to keep their tails between their legs. As a result, 10 years have passed since the tail was between their legs. In the past 10 years, Fufeng City has won the first place in public security among the counties in Chongqing County, and the crime rate is so low that it makes people suspect that it has been falsified. According to a saying on the street, no matter how successful you are, you will have to be beaten up twice when you arrive in Fufeng City, and then behave yourself. This day, a carriage entered the city in a low-key manner. The carriage curtain slightly opened a corner, and a beautiful woman looked at the bustling crowd outside with curiosity in her eyes. Brother, the people here seem to be really different from the ones we met before. Look at them, even the street vendors are very confident. Just now I heard him bargaining with the gang members, who came to collect protection fees, and the man didn't get angry and actually agreed. The woman turned to the young man sitting in the car and said. The young man nodded and said, Fufeng City's achievements are obvious to all in the county, but I am still surprised to see the scene. I have heard that the local chief has a rough governance style, but now it seems that the rumors are not entirely true. The woman asked curiously, rough? I think it's not bad. The young man recalled the files he saw and smiled bitterly. That's when you didn't see the roughness. Fufeng City was not like this before. About 10 years ago, the local forces were dissatisfied with the chief, but they didn't dare to resist openly, so they instigated their subordinates to go on strike and not work. So Fufeng City fell into a state of stagnation, and the people even had problems eating. There are hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land outside the city, and the harvested grain is piled up in the warehouse, but the people can't buy a grain of food. The woman asked, do they want to hoard goods? No, 10 years ago, although I was not very old, I did not hear any news of disasters. There are many cultivators here. As long as the climate is not extreme, the harvest will not be bad. The young man said, because they don't want to make money at all, but want the local county lieutenant, who is also acting as the county magistrate, to speak out. What? Such a big thing happened, and the local county government doesn't care? The woman has been traveling around with her brother for many years, and she has some experience. She knows that when such things happen, The government usually intervenes to regulate, and in serious cases, violence is used. After all, ordinary people can't fight against those big families, only the government can intervene. The young man shook his head and said, but the county lieutenant didn't show up, even though hundreds of people had starved to death at home during those days. Even more people abandoned their homes and businesses and fled Fufeng City, and the entire Fufeng City was half empty. In the end, do you know how the county lieutenant showed up? The young man sighed. It turned out that too many people were unemployed, and no one even came to the city to collect night incense. In the end, the whole city was stinking, and the stench spread to the house of the county lieutenant. Then, it was killed. Anyone involved in this matter is killed in one word. Thinking of the bloody number in the file, it was difficult for the young man to associate the prosperous city today with the situation on the verge of breaking down back then. The woman was stunned. Kill? Isn't he afraid that the officials will force the people to rebel, and the county city will let him do whatever he wants? The young man said, of course not directly killed, but kill first and then set a crime. The county lieutenant has a deep background, so every time the supervisory office comes down, it's just a formality. The woman couldn't understand. Did he change in the end? Otherwise, how could Fufeng City be what it is now? If I were under such a brutal rule, I'm afraid I would have run away long ago. This time, the young man seemed to have his three views rebaptized. I thought the same as you before. This kind of killing people at the slightest disagreement is simply a mess. But the facts prove that I was wrong. The most abundant thing in this land is people. Although the county lieutenant killed many people, he killed the wealthy families in the city, who were the ones who used to suck the blood of the people. After their death, many positions were vacated. And the people no longer have people collecting money from them, and their lives are better. It was not the same in the counties you and I stayed in before. The people paid taxes to the government, rent to the wealthy families, and protection fees to the gangs. They often worked for a month, and even filling their stomachs was a luxury. So the county lieutenant was not as cruel and bloodthirsty as we thought. The people he killed were those he thought deserved to die. And since he took office, he has never taken a single spiritual stone from any family. His killing has brought a new vitality to Fufeng City. The young man's tone was full of admiration. That county lieutenant dared to implement his own policies despite the criticism of thousands of people, and he was able to face the heavy pressure from above without changing his face, which led to everything that is happening in Fufeng City today. When I first read this person's file, I was afraid and felt that he was really a rough, evil, and vicious person. When I gradually understood the development history of Fufeng City in the past 10 years, I realized that he was a truly wise man. The seemingly simple and crude method actually hides a deep meaning that can only be seen 10 or even 20 years later. When the woman heard that her brother, who had always been arrogant, actually admired this person so much, she couldn't help but feel a little curious about the county lieutenant. But she thought of something and said hurriedly, "But he is so powerful. Why is he still a small county lieutenant now? And let you, brother, be the county magistrate?" The young man shook his head. I don't know. Maybe he has a different feeling for Fufeng City. But in the past 10 years, Fufeng City has changed 3 county magistrates, and each one has been promoted. I am the 4th one, and it is also the teacher's care for me. After all, with the foundation of Fufeng City, even if I do nothing, every year is a political achievement, and it will be enough for me to be transferred to the county city in 3 years. You, a girl, have been running around with me all these years, and even your own life events have been delayed. When you return to the county city, I will definitely pick a good family for you. The young man is a civilian student in the county school lecture hall. Because of his excellent qualifications, he was appreciated by the county school master and accepted as a disciple. Then he went to observe politics in various counties and held an idle position. Until not long ago, the young man's cultivation broke through the foundation building realm, and with the help of his teacher, he got the lucrative position of Fufeng City County Magistrate. When the 3-year term is up, the young man will be able to be transferred directly to the county city and rise to prominence. I am still young. When I break through the foundation building stage, I will not be considered an old girl when I am 50. Brother, don't worry about me. Find me a sister-in-law first. The woman changed the subject and smiled. Brother, you will definitely do better than him when you take office. The young man shook his head secretly, and there were some things he didn't tell his sister. That was that his teacher wrote a letter specifically saying that the position of Fufeng City County Magistrate was to give him experience and political achievements, and he should be deaf and blind and not care about anything. Otherwise, if something went wrong, even he couldn't save himself. So although he admired the county lieutenant in his heart, he was still secretly on guard and didn't dare to be careless. The brother and sister had no relatives or friends, and they could get to where they are now. In addition to the appreciation of their teacher, they relied on their caution. The carriage quickly moved to the county government office. At the gate of the government office, a middle-aged man, with a gray long gown and a mustache was waiting. "You must be the newly appointed Mr. Chun. I am Chianidu, the county's legal advisor. If you have anything to do in the future, just tell me." The legal advisor politely saluted the man. The young man Chen Yiming bowed politely to the legal advisor. "We will be working together in the future. I am new here. If I do anything wrong, I need to remind you, Master Qian." He did not bring his own master. One reason is that this is his first time as a county magistrate, and he does not have his own team. The other reason is that he does not need to bring his master when he takes office in Fufeng City. The woman on the side looked around, and was a little unhappy to see that only the master was there to greet him. "My brother is a new official. Why are you the only one who came to greet him?" "Who is this?" "My sister." It turns out to be Miss Chen. Miss Chen misunderstood. "This is the tradition of this county. We do not waste money or meaningless procedures. Everything is simple. Sir Chen takes office. We have prepared a dinner. We can also let Sir Chen recognize people at that time." Master Qian said politely. "Dinner?" The woman's eyes lit up. "Will your county lieutenant come?" She had been listening to her brothers talk all the way, and she was already full of curiosity about the county lieutenant. Master Qian paused and said seriously, "Master Fang doesn't like worldly affairs, so he probably won't participate. Your county magistrate Fang is really a big shot. He didn't even show up when my brother took office as the county magistrate. After all, my brother is his superior." The woman curled her lips and said. Master Qian glanced at the woman and his attitude turned cold. "Master Chun, your sister is a little lively. Remember that words can cause trouble. Don't let us get involved." Chen Yiming's face changed slightly. For the first time, he felt the pressure brought by the county lieutenant who had never met. Just a complaint, but a master actually taught him a lesson in person. He is the superior. However, he was born in poverty, and had long experienced the warmth and coldness of human feelings. He remembered the teacher's instructions, so he still smiled at this moment. "I will let her pay attention." "Brother, don't talk." Master Qian just pretended not to hear. Seeing that Chen Yiming understood, he also smiled. "Master, I will take you to the county government office to take a look. You should get familiar with it first." "Okay." Chen Yiming nodded. Only his sister followed behind and sulked. Fang Chan naturally knew about the new county magistrate's appointment. According to his habit, he should go to see him anyway. After all, if he encounters someone who is ignorant, he should let him understand the rules first, so that he won't have to do it himself in the future. But who made the new county magistrate come at an unfortunate time, just when he was about to break through? In 10 years, with sufficient cultivation resources, he maintained a stable upgrade speed and successfully upgraded to level 58. He has completed 1/3 of his goal in Fufeng City. If nothing unexpected happens, the remaining 2/3 can be completed smoothly in at most 30 years. There are no strange phenomena, and all the movements are blocked in a small room. When Fang Chong calmed down his restless magic power and carefully experienced the aftermath of the breakthrough, it was already 3 days later. He opened the door, put away the puppet guarding the door, and walked briskly to the fish pond. In the pond, a golden carp that was no longer slender, but very bloated, like an oval ball, was practicing seriously. It was seen facing the sun, with 2 dragon whiskers at the corners of its mouth moving in the air without wind, like 2 traction ropes attracting the essence of the sun and beginning to purify the impurities in the flesh and blood in its body. Swallowing the sun and moon essence can be said to be the innate talent of every monster. However, most monsters can only swallow the mild moon essence, so most of them practice at night. Monsters that can absorb the sun essence without hurting their bodies are either great monsters or have extraordinary talents. Obviously, Bubble belongs to the latter. It is rare to see it actively practicing, so Fang Chan did not disturb it. Instead, he felt relieved that his own naughty child had grown up. Although he did not expect this little guy to have any future, at least he lost this fish fat. If Bubble looked like this back then, he would never have taken it home. Before, at most he had a little belly, which was quite cute, but now even his eyes are almost fat like goldfish Bubbles. As a result, Bubble only refined 3 strands of sun essence, and he breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "I did well today. I actually absorbed 3 strands of essence, at least refined 3 pounds of fat. Great Bubble. So to reward myself, I eat a little. How can I have the energy to practice if I don't eat enough?" The storage ring hanging on the fin on Bubbles' back shook, and all kinds of snacks fell from the air. It happened in a flash. Bubbles spit out colorful bubbles, and dozens of small bubbles covered the snacks. The snack bubbles fell on the water. Just like a buffet, Bubble opened his mouth, and the snack bubbles exploded around his mouth. Soon, he ate more than 10 pounds of cakes, 20 strings of candied haws, more than 100 glutinous rice cakes, more than 20 dough sugar figures. Burp! Bubble burped with satisfaction, and then regretted it. Oops, I ate too much. Forget it, you can't spit it out after eating it. The master said that waste is not good. But the glutinous rice cake tastes good. Let someone buy more tomorrow, Hee hee, you ghost. Fong Chong's face turned black, and he was furious. Today I must squeeze all the fish oil out of you. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and his magic power lifted Bubble in the air, constantly stimulating the demon dragon demon pill that had long been wrapped in Bubble's fat. Blue and purple lightning flashed, and Bubble made a painful sound. Master, don't do it. Bubble will definitely lose weight in the future. No need to lose weight in the future. I will help you lose weight now. Small dark clouds gathered, and a thin layer of ice suddenly formed on the pond of about an acre. A fat figure struggled in the dark clouds, making a whimpering cry. During the rolling, the sound of dragon roars was faintly heard again. Chapter 266. This thunder lasted for 10 days. When the dark clouds dispersed, a dragon roar sounded, and a strange creature that looked like a snake but not a snake, like a dragon but not a dragon, with 2 fins of black gold on its back was looking at itself on the transparent ice with a confused face. Wow! The strange creature cried, like a little girl, and cried very sadly. What kind of monster is this? This creature was naturally Bubble after refining the Ice Thunder Demon Pill. It had already left the fish body, and passively walked towards the road of dragon transformation. As a carp of different species, Bubble had enough potential, but its physical body was limited, and its cultivation speed was a bit low. Let me give you the simplest example. The reason why Bubble became so fat was because it could not refine and absorb the various spiritual medicines that Fong Chong fed it in time, so it could only accumulate energy in its body in the form of fat. Although this was also related to its laziness. But if it was a natural dragon, it would eat, drink and sleep all day long, and it would naturally enter the golden pill realm when it reached adulthood. So bloodline is very important. What Fong Chong did now was to push Bubble to let its bloodline evolve and obtain the dragon attribute. But Bubble didn't think so. It looked at itself in the ice mirror and cried sadly. My beautiful scales are gone, my white and tender fish belly is gone, and my big tail is gone. It spit out 2 mouthfuls of saliva twice. This made it even sadder. Wow, Bubble can't spit bubbles anymore. Bubble hit the ground with its head, directly cracking the ice layer, and the 2 powers of ice and thunder flashed on its body, with frost and thunder interweaving. Stop! Fong Chong had a headache after hearing this, and grabbed Bubble and comforted him. Don't cry in a hurry, feel the power in your body. Ah! Bubble was stunned, staring at Fong Chong blankly. 2 snot bubbles came out of his nose, and burst with a pop. Puff, cough, cough. Fong Chong held back his laughter, coughed twice to divert the embarrassment, and said, Follow my magic power and feel it carefully. Bubble calmed down and followed the magic power Fong Chong left in its body. It put its mind into itself, gradually discovered the power of its body, and gradually controlled all kinds of information hidden in its blood. Huh? Bubble uttered a sigh, and its slender body slowly shrank, the 2 fins on its back folded, and finally turned into a big golden carp again, this time even without the dragon whiskers. Puff! It spit out a big colorful bubble, which illuminated its big eyes of joy. Fong Chong said helplessly, If it wasn't for you to lose weight, I wouldn't bother to help you refine the demon pill and turn into a dragon. But don't worry, that's your second form. Don't change it if you don't like it. I also like the way you are now. Bubblefish slapped its tail, and the whole fish jumped onto Fong Chong, and kissed Fong Chong hard with its lips. Thank you, master. It's all saliva, get back into the water. Fong Chong pointed at the surface of the pond, and the ice on the pond melted instantly, and there was a curl of hot air rising, like hot spring water. Hee, master is so good to me. Pow Pow sank to the surface of the water, revealing his white and tender belly comfortably, spitting bubbles. This is the thinnest and tenderest part of its scales, and also the weakest part of its defense. Showing this posture means that in its heart, this is the safest place, no need to be on guard. Of course, if a general fish shows this posture, it is likely to be cold. Fong Chong saw Peopeo's lazy look, and didn't understand how such an ambitious person like him could raise a fat fish. But with his help, even if Pow Pow is still so lazy, he will probably be promoted to a golden elixir demon naturally in a few decades. By then, even if he leaves, he can probably rest assured. With Bubbles' temperament, he could just find an old pond in the mountains, and stay there for 1,000 or 800 years, and his life would be over. For the fish that had accompanied him for decades, Fong Chong finally gave it the greatest tenderness. 2 days later, when Fong Chong received someone's invitation for the 3rd time. "Mr. Chen invites me to a banquet?" Fong Chong stroked the invitation in his hand, thought for a moment, and shook his head to Mr. Chen, who was respectful below. "Since I didn't go before, I don't need to go now. Please help me to refuse. In addition, don't send the invitation in the future. Let him rest assured that as long as he abides by the rules, there will be no accidents. As for the rules of Fufeng City, his rules are the rules." Just like the voice he made in Fufeng City for the first time, he usually doesn't care about things. But when he wants to do something, he doesn't allow anyone to stop him, otherwise he will die. In the past 10 years, Fufeng City has promoted 3 county magistrates and killed 5 of them, and the average term of office of those 5 is less than 1 month. However, in the archives of the county city, these 5 county magistrates all had accidents on the way and never came to Fufeng City. Master Qian nodded immediately. "I mentioned it before, and County Magistrate Chen also said that your policy plan is very good, and he will not give random orders. Since he is so sensible, you should cooperate more in normal times." Fong Chong waved his hand and asked Master Qian to leave. Even if he had no intention of cultivating his followers, 10 years was enough for the entire county government to passively become his own people. After all, with his killing method, it is difficult for disobedient people to stay. After Master Qian left, Fong Chong looked at the series of rainbow farts on the invitation again, and his mouth corners could not help but curl up, and it was difficult not to laugh out loud. This was the first time he met such an interesting county magistrate. The invitation was full of flattery for him, and the words were full of admiration. He was simply regarded as a life mentor, and his violent governance policy was also evaluated with the ultimate simplicity. Such a wonderful person. Fong Chong felt that it would be better not to meet. He hated trouble. What if she had a good chat with him, was impressed by his temperament, became a little fan, and came to him every now and then to chat and give advice? He was always reasonable, so it was inevitable that he would be soft-hearted and agree. Wouldn't that waste a lot of his time and feelings? He was just borrowing the land to practice, and was just a passerby, not planning to leave any feelings, whether friendship or love. This was the biggest warning that Hong Xian had given him before. He threw down the invitation and walked out of Fong House, ready to find a place to drink tea and listen to opera, absorb the popularity, and relieve the loneliness in his heart after a long period of seclusion. It was still the tea house 10 years ago. It was just that the girl who used to make tea for her had become the proprietress of the tea house. Of course, she still made tea for him, and her skills were even better. "Sir, please have tea." Compared with before, the appearance of the tea-making girl was more prosperous, and her eyebrows were more mature, her figure was plump, and she was full of the charm of a mature woman. Because Fong Chong, the county lieutenant, liked to come to this tea house to drink tea, and she always came to make tea, so her status also rose. Speaking of which, the tea-making girl had a high status before, and even the owner had to be polite to her. All because they thought that the girl was favored by the county lieutenant and might be taken into his room one day, so they dared not cross the line. As a result, from the age of 18 to 22, no man dared to get close to her, which made her almost doubt her life, wondering if men's aesthetic taste had changed. Finally, she figured out the reason, and she mustered up the courage to ask Fong Chong to arrange a marriage for her with her future husband. Fong Chong naturally agreed to such a casual help. So the girl began to pursue the son of the tea house owner, and they got married with a child in less than half a year. Although Fong Chong did not attend the wedding, he also sent a small gift. He did not send a very precious gift, fearing that the child's father would think too much. Now the tea-making girl no longer makes tea, but is the head of the tea house. But every time Fong Chong comes, she will wash her hands and make tea for him personally. Because this is the biggest reliance of a girl from a poor family in her husband's family. Not everyone can get close to the county lieutenant and say a word. Fong Chong took a sip of tea and saw the familiar decoration of the tea house. It seemed as if no time had passed, and everything was still the same as before. But he knew that it was indeed different. "I haven't seen the blind old man for a long time. Doesn't he work in your tea house anymore?" As the incense burner burned beside him, Fong Chong drank tea and listened to the music coming from downstairs, and asked casually. The tea-making girl was stunned, looking at Fong Chong, whose appearance had hardly changed, lowered her head, and her voice inexplicably became a little more sad. Mr. Who passed away a year ago. Fong Chong sighed and said lightly, "That's a pity, he played the air well. As for his granddaughter, I remember she got married. How is she doing?" The tea-making girl said, "Sister Who divorced her husband not long after Mr. Who left. I heard that her husband was very concerned about the past and treated her badly, but Sister Who had been enduring it for Mr. Who's sake. When Mr. Who passed away, Sister Who could no longer endure it and used a trick to make her husband divorce her. Now Sister Who has opened a small opera troupe. The one who helped sing in our tea house is Sister Who's favorite apprentice, and the singing is almost exactly the same as Sister Who back then. It's almost the same." Fong Chong nodded and didn't say much. This is the way the world is. Obviously, the girl is the victim, but she is also the one who suffers from strange eyes. As for why? Of course, it's because the girl is a weak person who can't resist, so the accusation against her just highlights his own nobility. It was like he had killed so many people in Fufeng City, but who dared to say a word more? Because others knew that he really dared to kill. Fong Chong quietly sipped tea, and also savored the sentient beings in the mortal world, thinking about what perspective he would choose if he became immortal after his nascent soul great perfection. Beggar, servant, farmer, son, prince, general. Suddenly, a loud noise disturbed his thoughts. The tea house is not a restaurant. There are many people who come to drink tea, but it doesn't seem noisy. Most of them talk in a low voice. Occasionally, someone will remind someone who makes a loud noise. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hear the music in the hall downstairs, and it would be meaningless. Fong Chong was disturbed, but he was not angry. After all, accidents happen to everyone. He is not a real killer. Instead, the tea-making girl trembled and looked at Fong Chong cautiously, fearing that he would be angry. I thought the noise would soon dissipate, but who knew it would get louder and louder. The tea-making girl asked in a low voice, "Sir, how about I go out and take a look?" She is now the proprietress of the tea house. If something happens, no one dares to deal with it casually without showing up. Seeing Fong Chong nod, the tea-making girl was about to get up when she heard the door of the tea house being pushed open vigorously, and a girl in red walked in. "Madam, didn't you say you don't make tea for outsiders? Why are you making tea for others now? Do you look down on me? Or do you look down on my money?" The girl was aggressive, and didn't even look at Fong Chong. She came up and questioned the tea-making girl. The tea-making girl is now the proprietress. She smiled habitually, and wanted to explain, but she had to evade the question first. "Miss, please don't disturb my guests. Come back tomorrow, and I will serve you myself." The proprietress rose to the position by making tea for Fong Chong. Many people knew this, so some people came to the tea house and asked her to make tea by name. Rounding it off, she was treated like a county lieutenant. When she was not yet the proprietress, she had made tea many times. After all, they were all workers, and they could not miss the money. Later, when she became the proprietress, she did not make tea much. She would only make tea once when she could not refuse. It was obviously ordinary tea, but other people drank it and insisted on saying 1, 2, 3 benefits. Otherwise, how could even the county lieutenant like to drink it? Due to rumors, the proprietress's hands that made tea became rare treasures. The more so, the more people wanted to ask the proprietress to make tea. This girl in red also came here because of her fame. However, the boss lady would not easily take action now, so she directly declined. I never thought that the girl in red was also persistent. She came every day and wanted the boss lady to take action once. This was already the 10th day she came. I thought it was another fruitless return, but who would have thought that the boss lady was actually making tea for others, which made the girl in red very angry. She was so sincere, but it didn't work. As a result, someone came from nowhere and asked the boss lady to take action. Did she look down on her as an outsider? So there was this scene in front of us. "No! You must give me an explanation today, otherwise I will not leave." The girl in red wanted to say something harsh, but she held it back for a long time and didn't say it. She was also from an ordinary family. Even though she has achieved some success now, she is not a person who bullies others by taking advantage of her power. And because of her background, she is most sensitive to this unfair treatment. As soon as the voice fell, someone laughed. "You? Ha ha ha. You guys." Seeing Fong Chong laughing, everyone else laughed, whether they wanted to laugh or not. "Sorry, I really couldn't help it. Fong Chong laughed and looked at the funny girl in front of him and said, "Girl, the boss lady made tea for me as a personal relationship, and it's free. You can't bribe her with money, of course. If you want to drink tea, you should get along with her first, but I think it's probably difficult." "Really?" The girl in red looked at the boss lady suspiciously. The boss lady forced a smile helplessly. "That's right, girl." The girl in red blushed and was a little at a loss. "Well, sorry, I was impulsive." Fong Chong continued, "Since you are wrong, shouldn't you apologize to the boss lady?" The girl in red can correct her mistakes, and immediately bowed her head to apologize to the boss lady. "I'm sorry, boss lady, I compensate you for the loss of your tea house today." "And me?" Oh. The girl in red raised her head and looked at Fong Chong, who was smiling faintly, feeling awkward. "You're sorry too. I don't know how to compensate you. Just tell me a condition." "No, I forgive you." Fong Chong stood up and looked at the boss lady and said, "Boss lady, the tea you brew is better than before, but I'm not in the mood today. I come another day." He walked away, and everyone around him quickly made way. The boss lady looked at Fong Chong back, opened her mouth, and had a premonition in her heart. This gentleman probably won't come again in the future. The girl in red looked at Fong Chong, who was leaving, and her mouth curled up slightly, thinking that this county lieutenant was not only not old-fashioned, but also ridiculously young, and not as bloodthirsty as the legend said. She thought she had to use her brother to save her life. Thinking about this, she walked to the tea table, picked up the remaining tea on the table, drank it all in one gulp, smacked her lips, and said, "This tea is not as magical as the legend says." She threw down a gold ingot, and turned to leave. Chapter 267. After leaving the tea house, Fong Chong could not help but sigh in his heart again about the power of time, which made everything pass and change in secret. He did not know what others thought, but for him, the more he experienced, the more indifferent he became emotionally. He always reminded himself not to let himself become like a stone, but his threshold of emotional fluctuations kept increasing. It was rare for anything to really touch his heart now. His sorrows and joys were almost fleeting. He seemed to be laughing, but he really laughed when he laughed, and it was no longer important why he laughed. "I am still young. How did it become like this?" Fong Chong walked on the bustling street. There were many lively people, but no one could understand the loneliness in his heart at this moment. He felt that he seemed to have walked into a wrong path. If cultivation is like this, then even if you practice to the extreme, you will be immortal. So what? Will you become a clay statue with infinite power? He looked up into the distance and escaped unconsciously. Maybe. If you have a higher level of cultivation, you will find the answer. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw a red figure following him without hesitation. "You have been following me for a long time." Fong Chong looked at the girl in red with a faint expression. "Everyone in the city knows that I have a bad temper and like to destroy families." The girl in red did not feel the embarrassment of being caught. Instead, she said confidently, "This road is so wide, are you allowed to walk alone? I just happened to be on the same road with you. Isn't it okay? And I didn't provoke you, and I didn't do anything wrong. Why would you kill me?" Fong Chong nodded and said, "You are right. This road is very wide. So many people are walking, you are not a big deal. But I don't like people watching me from behind, so if I find you behind me again, I will kill you." Hearing this, the girl in red said indignantly, "You are too domineering. Even if I follow you on purpose, it doesn't have to be so serious as taking someone's life." Fong Chong stopped talking and turned away. The girl in red wanted to catch up again, but when she thought of Fong Chong's expression just now, she felt a chill on her back and couldn't move forward. Finally, she could only angrily scold herself for being useless, and then shouted at Fong Chong back, "My name is Chen Yuan, my brother is Chen Yiming. We will meet again." Fong Chong didn't know who Chen Yuan was, nor did he need to know who she was. For him at this moment, everyone in the world was just a passerby, so there was no need to worry about him. If there was anything that stopped him, he would just kill him. He didn't go home, but turned around and went to a tavern on the corner. The tavern was an old tavern. It was said that it had been open for more than 50 years. It was a family workshop, and had been passed down for 3 generations. Today, the tavern owner is a young man in his 20s, who is enthusiastic and always has a smile on his face. He has a waiter, but he usually does the work of a waiter. When he saw Fong Chong, the tavern owner immediately came out to greet him. "Brother Fong, you haven't been here for a while. Are you still here as usual?" Fong Chong nodded. "Little 4, bring a pot of warm rice wine, half a pound of braised beef, and a plate of peanuts." The tavern owner led the way, wiped the table, moved the stools, and served Fong Chong more intimately than his father. The guests on the side saw this and laughed and teased, "Boss Chio, why don't you treat us so attentively on weekdays? Do you look down on us who are doing hard labor?" The tavern owner hurriedly smiled and said, "How can it be, brothers? We all work hard to make a living. Who can look down on who? I am good to Brother Fong. Brother Fong helped me a lot before." The boss sighed. "Do you remember that the Blackwater gang took a fancy to my tavern half a year ago and planned to open a gambling house? I remember, you were ready to move at that time, and we were sorry that we couldn't find such a cheap and good place to drink and brag in the future. How did you solve it in the end?" A familiar customer who remembered asked. The boss looked at Fong Chong gratefully and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Fong connections. He helped me to speak well with the Blackwater gang, so my tavern was saved. And in the past 6 months, the Blackwater gang has not even collected much protection fees from my tavern. This is all Brother Fong credit. It's a pity that Brother Fong is busy and has never been able to come to my tavern to drink. Today, I finally met him. Do you think I would still be a human being if I wasn't more enthusiastic?" "I see. Then I have to talk about you, Boss Chio. Your benefactor came to your house, and you only gave him a pot of wine and half a caddy of beef. It's too stingy." Yes, Boss Chio. I heard that your family has hidden a few jars of daughter's red wine that are more than 20 years old. They are good wines left by your father's generation. I heard that you originally wanted to leave it for your daughter, but you gave birth to a boy. Now you have to take it out for your benefactor to taste," someone said, thinking of trying a few cups himself. Boss Chio smiled bitterly and said, "Since everyone is saying so, I will open the 2 jars of Envirhong and let you all try it with Brother Fong." "Okay." After saying this, the guests who were about to leave after drinking stopped and stayed, ordering another plate of peanuts. Boss Chio bowed to Fong Chong and said, "Brother Fong, I will go to the backyard to get you some wine. Please wait for a while. Brothers, Brother Fong is my benefactor and likes quietness. For the sake of the Envirhong later, please don't disturb Brother Fong." Boss Chio bowed to the guests again. Others had been thinking about the jar of Envirhong for a long time, and now they were swallowing their saliva and urging, "Go quickly, can we treat your benefactor badly?" Fong Chong looked at the chaotic appearance of the tavern. Even though he was being secretly looked at by dozens of eyes, his expression did not change much. He came across this tavern by chance when he was strolling around. "So I came in and had 2 drinks. To be honest, the wine was not good, it was of very low quality. After all, it was a tavern that entertained the lower classes, and even the best wine could not be sold at a high price." But Fong Chong still drank a pot of wine, and ate half a caddy of beef and a small plate of peanuts. Because he was not drinking wine, but the stories of people coming and going in the tavern. With stories, the wine tasted better. As for asking the tavern not to move, for him, it was just a casual order, which was nothing. Of course, the Blackwater gang should be thankful that they used relatively gentle means, and did not use force, otherwise there would be no such gang in Fufeng City at this time. It's okay to open a tavern, but it's a capital crime to disturb his mood for drinking. And the other drinkers saw that Fong Chong didn't want to communicate with them, and they knew that Fong Chong was a person of status because of Boss Chio's instructions, otherwise they couldn't talk to the Blackwater gang. At this moment, they didn't make a fuss and say anything strange, but just whispered about Fong Chang's status, and looked forward to whether the jar of daughter's red was good. Soon, the wine was served. It was dug out from the ground by Boss Chio himself, and there was still some dirt on his clothes and face. 2 wine jars half a person's height were placed on the wine table. The drinkers looked at the wine jars tightly wrapped in mud, and even their breathing slowed down. "Everyone, I'm opening the jars." Boss Chio also took a deep breath, took out a small hammer, and slowly knocked off the outer layer of mud on the wine jar. 2 bangs. The mud shell fell off, and inside was a tightly sealed wine cork, wrapped in oil paper and tightly tied with cotton thread. Then remove the thread, take the cloth, and pull open the wine cork. Everyone hurriedly came up, and a foul smell hit them. "Bah! Crap! Why is it so smelly? Who threw a rotten egg in it? Boss Chio, are you fooling us?" Everyone was full of expectations, but they didn't expect to open a jar of rotten wine. Boss Chio had expected this. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's not easy to preserve wine. It's not surprising that it's spoiled after so long. Fortunately, there's still a jar." He asked someone to move the spoiled jar to a corner, and then open the second jar. Now everyone dared not get too close, and then with a sound of waves, a faint aroma of grain spread in the air. Everyone moved forward and saw a jar of crystal clear wine that looked like yellow jade, and they couldn't help but drool. Good wine. Boss Chiu also breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly took a wine ladle to scoop up the first bowl of wine, and respectfully presented it to Fong Chong. Brother Fong, this is the first bowl of wine after the opening of the daughter's red wine in the 23rd year. Although it is not a valuable thing, it is also a token of my heart. Please don't despise it. Fong Chong took the bowl, and took a sip, and a mellow and refreshing fragrance flowed between his lips and teeth. He smiled faintly. Yes, it's good wine. Boss Chiu also smiled. As long as Brother Fong likes it. Thanks to Brother Fong, everyone can get some wine today, but there is only one jar, and each person can only get a small bowl, but it's free. Boss Chiu is generous. Brother Fong is generous. Haha, I didn't expect that I could get a bowl of good wine just by watching the fun. 23-year-old daughter's red wine. It turns out that Boss Chiu is so young, I thought he was already in his 30s. I heard that Boss Chiu has not married yet. If you drink Boss Chiu's wine, you can introduce a wife to Boss Chiu tomorrow, so it won't be in vain. As the wine was distributed, the small tavern was crowded with people. They ate with a small plate of peanuts or soybeans, and those who had a little money ordered half a pound of braised beef, holding a small bowl that was less than the size of a palm, sipping it in small sips, and sighing with happiness from time to time. Most of them were warehouse laborers and small shop owners. After a hard day, being able to drink a bowl of wine in such a tavern slowly, without being disturbed by others, can wash away many troubles in an instant. This is a completely different feeling from the elegance of a tea house. Fong Chong sat alone at a table, and no one came to disturb him. Even though he didn't say anything, there was an invisible and intangible, but real huge gap between him and the people around him. This kind of estrangement made others dare not approach or offend. Fong Chong savored the bowl of wine in his hand carefully. Even if it was a 23-year-old girl's red wine, it was actually no different from ordinary water to him. Except for the first sip, which was a little surprising, the rest seemed bland and tasteless. With his current physique, most things in the world can no longer have any effect on him. But he still slowly finished a bowl of wine, and also ate the beef and peanuts that were served. The stories in my ears were old-fashioned. The drinkers who had not walked too far talked about stories that had been passed on for many times, complaining that their children were disobedient, the wages they received were getting less and less, and their lives were not easy. But after a bowl of wine, they patted their chests and felt that they could do it, and began to talk about how they were in the past, how many awesome people they had seen, and how many awesome things they had done. They burped and were in high spirits. When it was getting dark, they said hello to the familiar customers and left. They looked more depressed and prepared to go home to accept the nagging of their families. Simple repetition, but with their own happiness. But Fong Chong just felt boring. He drank, threw a gold leaf on the table, and left quietly. Boss Chiu, who was busy in the kitchen, walked out of the front hall, and saw that the single wine table was empty, with only a gold leaf shining. The drinkers at the table next to him had flickering eyes, but did not dare to move. The tavern has the background of the Blackwater Gang, and the pickpockets and gangsters in the nearby streets have to eat according to the Blackwater Gang face. And there are many people staring at it at this moment, and no one who goes up to take it will escape the eyes. Boss Chiu stared at the gold leaf blankly, put it away, and looked around blankly, but there was no sign of Fong Chong. Well, it's my treat. Boss Chiu smiled bitterly, thinking that Brother Fong was a weirdo. He put away the gold leaf, and planned to return it to Brother Fong the next time he came. Although he was not from a wealthy family, a gold leaf could not shake his principles. Look, master, I can spit out other bubbles now. Under the starry night sky, bubbles spit out transparent bubbles, then ice blue and dark black. Add the original colored bubbles, that's 4 colors of bubbles. For Bubble, this is even happier than its successful transformation into a dragon. Fong Chong couldn't help but smile. He sat by the pool, holding an ice blue bubble in his palm, and said, Bubble, I'm going to be in seclusion for a long time. You stay here well. If you're bored, let Ada take you out to buy some food. This is the snack I bought for you today. Fong Chong threw down a storage ring, Bubble caught it accurately, and then saw a dazzling array of snacks inside. As for the many spiritual objects with spiritual energy on the side, it selectively ignored them. After a while, it raised its head with tears in its eyes, and looked up at the starry sky. Is this a dream? It pondered for a moment, and then slammed into the pool wall with a fierce momentum, making a muffled sound. Woo, it hurts, it's not a dream, haha, it's not a dream. Master, why are you so nice to Bubble all of a sudden? Woo, I'm so touched. Fong Chong, Did you miss the point? I'm going to retreat. You won't see me for a long time. But Bubbles' attention was attracted by the snacks in the storage ring, and he nodded perfunctorily. I know, master, you often retreated before. I can take care of myself. You me, forget it. Fong Chong let out a breath. I raised it myself, I'm not angry. Don't be too playful, and take time to practice occasionally. Bubble nodded repeatedly, answering insincerely, yeah, I know. Fong Chong shook his head and laughed, leaving a puppet named Ada behind, and turned away. But Bubble looked at Fong Chong back, and laughed secretly. Although I don't know why the master went back to practice soon after coming out of retreat. What's the fun of practicing? It's boring. Where can I eat delicious food and blow bubbles? But the master's retreat means no one cares about it. Bubble has begun to look forward to a happy life in the future. Then, 1 year later, a big golden carp swam happily in the pond. It's so nice without the master's care. 3 years later, the big carp began to get bored. Why doesn't the master come out of retreat? 5 years later, the big golden carp turned over its belly, and didn't even want to vomit Bubble. I miss the master. 10 years later, the big golden carp became fat again. Master, Bubble is too fat again, come out and play with Bubbles. 15 years later, a golden figure like an elf in the water jumped out of the water, and in an instant it turned into a beast that looked like a snake but not a snake, a dragon but not a dragon, with 2 fins on its back. Pow Pow has learned to cultivate on his own, master. Why don't you come out to see Pow Pow? 20 years later, 30 years. Time seemed to enter an accelerator, and 35 years passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 268. There is no time in cultivation, but it has been 1,000 years in the world. When Fong Chong opened his silent eyes, time had already flown away silently. 35 years, half of an ordinary person's life. For him, it was just a relatively long retreat. There was vicissitudes, indifference, and a faint memory in his eyes. After arriving in Jinqiu realm, he first slept in Xiaoma village, Jinghua, in the land of absolute spirits for 3 years, and finally adapted to the 100 times faster time flow in Jinqiu realm, merged with the flesh, and started the long road of cultivation. In order to hide in the city, he practiced in Salian Lake, Jinghua for more than 20 years, but his peace was broken in the dispute between Shifang Sword Pavilion and Wanyao Palace. His restless heart and the depression that had nowhere to vent made him live a life of drunkenness and dreams in the capital of Jinghua for half a year, and he accidentally got involved in the red thread and provoked the demon girl, and stayed there for 5 years. Later, in order to avoid being hunted down by the sky demon girl, he traveled thousands of miles to the 9 Phoenix dynasty, and became a small county lieutenant. He spent more than 40 years in peace under the protection of the dynasty. It turned out that he had been in Jinqiu realm for nearly 80 years without realizing it. Fortunately, it's all worth it. Identification. With a silent thought, the personal information panel that had not been seen for a long time was displayed on the spot. The information on the panel flashed by, and Fong Chong did not pay special attention to it. With the improvement of his cultivation realm, Fong Chong began to gradually understand everything. The identification technique can only be a simple sorting out of his own progress. If everything in the world can be expressed in numerical values, then this world is too boring. He no longer superstitious about authority, and now he regards the identification technique more as an auxiliary thing, a reference. It is better to have no books than to believe in books. The real strength can only be known after a contest. Fong Chong closed his eyes again, and sorted out what he had gained from the retreat. The mana like the abyss, and the sea rose, like the morning sun, and soon disappeared into the abyss. Outside the courtyard, a little girl with pigtails and delicate face, barefoot and chubby, was unconsciously stirring the water in the pool, creating a series of splashes. Fat carps in the pond swam around the girl's feet in groups, scratching her soles from time to time. The girl would then step on them rudely and kick them far away, angrily saying, I already knew that only feet with dead skin would attract fish to kiss them randomly. You guys with no vision dare to kiss my feet. As she said that, she looked expectantly at a middle-aged man with a dull expression next to her and asked, Ada, when will the master come out of seclusion? She has asked this question for many years, and she knows the answer, but she still asks it every day. Because she firmly believes that Ada will give a different answer one day. Just like Ada used to be silent. But now, he can speak like a normal person. Then, Ada's dull face forced out a smile, and said, Today. The power of time made Ada, the puppet with only a trace of weak spirituality, learn to laugh. This is the spirituality born from the dead thing itself. There is a special word to describe this kind of creature, monster. The little girl originally thought that the answer would be the same today, and nodded. Oh, I know, I believe that the master will not abandon me. Then her movements froze, and she recalled Ada's words in her mind. Today? She stood up suddenly, and then with a roar, she jumped into the air, and her body shape changed immediately. A golden carp that seemed to be carved from gold and jade, and with perfect proportions fell into the pool with a bang, splashing a large piece of water. The master must like me now. The golden carp spit out a series of colorful bubbles from its mouth, floating above the pool, reflecting the colorful surface of the pool, just like its mood at the moment. This little girl is the carp bubble that has turned into a human form. The reason why it can transform into a human form in the Jin Dan realm is not only because it is a natural alien species, but also because there is a magical medicine called transformation grass in the storage ring left for it by Fong Chong. It was just that perhaps because of his low state or the ineffectiveness of the elixir, Bubble was only 8 or 9 years old after he transformed, with some baby fat. Bubble didn't have to wait too long, and the door that had been sealed for decades finally opened again. Fong Chong walked out slowly, with a faint smile on his face, but with a sense of indifference that kept people away from him. It was almost Fong Chong's habit to feed the fish before leaving the retreat. He walked to the fish pond, looked at the colorful bubbles that almost covered half of the pond, and saw the big golden carp with a perfect body, happily blowing bubbles at him. Even Fong Chong couldn't help blinking. No, where is my big fat fish Bubble? How dare you? Where did this monster come from, and dare to attack my fish? Fong Chong immediately threw out a magic power. Bubble quickly begged for mercy. Master, it's me, I'm Bubble, don't you recognize me? But the seemingly fierce magic power entered the water, but instantly softened, lifting Bubble to Fong Chong. Fong Chong gently flicked Bubble's head and whispered, Little guy, why do you wrong yourself? You must be tired now, right? Only then did Bubble realize that Master was joking with it. It was originally cheering when it knew that Master had come out of seclusion, but now it suddenly felt very wrong for some reason. It's like a wanderer who is alone and strong, but suddenly bursts into tears after receiving greetings from his family. Wow, wow, wow! Poppy cried loudly, with pale golden tears falling one by one, as if to vent all the grievances, thoughts and pains of the past 35 years. Master, Bubble misses you so much. Under Fong Chong's surprised eyes, Bubble suddenly turned into a pink little girl, like a facehugger, lying on Fong Chong's head, crying loudly, with saliva and snot all over Fong Chong's head. Fong Chong, who was originally a little sad, People's joys and sorrows are not the same. At this moment, he just wanted Bubble to have less snot on his head. For a long while, Bubble probably cried enough, and wiped Fong Chong's hair embarrassedly. Master, I'm sorry, Bubble made you dirty. Fong Chong smiled stiffly. It's okay, but after crying this time, you will be a big child, and you are not allowed to cry again in the future. He held the chubby Bubble, wiped the tears from her eyes, and wiped the snot under her nose, like a kind father and a brother. As soon as his magic power passed, the dirt on his body was swept away. Bubble nodded heavily. Well, Bubble won't cry. Children's troubles come and go quickly. Seeing Fong Chong venting all the grievances in his heart, Bubble returned to her innocent and lively nature, and clamored for Master to give her delicious food. Although this is an extremely old child, as long as there is no external pressure, she can be a child for life. After changing into a human form, Bubble left the water, and preferred to stay with Fong Chong. Fong Chong did not stop him, just to leave her a good memory. 35 years have passed, and the world has changed. Except for some special people, many people in Fufeng City have forgotten that there is such a county lieutenant in the government office. Ordinarily, this behavior of not going to work or asking for leave for 35 years would have been enough to remove Fong Chong from his position, but who made him have someone above him? So the name of the county lieutenant has not been changed, but the power of the county lieutenant has been divided up by all parties in the county government. Fufeng City, which was once as silent as a cicada, has become a mixed bag again after the county lieutenant has not been seen for a long time. After all, not every county magistrate has the confidence and strength of Fong Chong. Most of them can only learn from County Magistrate Liu, go along with the crowd, and get their own benefits. Fufeng City, which once brought a brilliant resume to several county magistrates, has become what it was before. When Fong Chong walked out of the door, the spies who used to guard the door had already become various snack stalls. It is very popular with Bubble. She was actually very timid. Even after she transformed, she usually didn't dare go out. She asked the puppet Ada to buy her food. But puppets are puppets, too rigid, although it got better later, but at that time, Bubble had already entered the stage of striving for strength. Now Fong Chong is out of confinement. Bubble can't help but be greedy again. She buys a bunch of things from almost every stall, and the stall owners also like this delicate girl, of course. They like Fong Chong, who pays the money later. So in addition to what Bubble buys, the stall owners will also give 1 or 2 things, and ask Fong Chong when they moved in, why they have never seen it before. Fong Chong casually said that they moved in the past 2 days, and took Bubble to eat, and walked slowly to the gate of the county government. A person should have a beginning and an end. Fong Chong felt that since he was leaving, he naturally had to make a break with the former county lieutenant, so as not to occupy the toilet without doing anything. He was still a very polite and well-behaved person. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the gate of the county government, someone stopped him. The county government is a restricted area. No one is allowed to enter. Fong Chong threw out a token and said, "I am the county lieutenant of Fufeng City. Let the current county magistrate come to see me." The gatekeeper who received Fong Chong's token was stunned, and inexplicably did not dare to stop him. Until Fong Chong walked into the county government, the gatekeeper hurriedly shouted, "Hey, the county magistrate is trying a case, don't walk around." After that, he weighed the token in his hand again and muttered, "County lieutenant? I haven't seen him in person in 20 years. I don't know whether this token is real or fake. I have to find an old man to help me check it." In the court, the current county magistrate of Fufeng City is tall, strong and short, with a pair of green bean eyes, like a mouse, shining with brilliance. He is a famous county magistrate who confiscates property. Anyone who wants him to do something, whether human or ghost, must leave money. And because of Fong Chong, Fufeng City is on a special list, so no one cares about it. So Gao Daqiang was cautious at first, but after he found out about the specialness of Fufeng City, he became even more unscrupulous. Now his reputation in Fufeng City is even better than Fong Chong 35 years. With a gavel sounded, Gao Daqiang shouted, "Now the evidence is conclusive. The murderer is you, Li Erwin, because you coveted Wang Li, the wife of your classmate Wang Qiangren, so you secretly killed him. Fortunately, the enthusiastic citizen Li Yong reported it, and I finally caught the real murderer. Now I sentence you to death according to the law. What else do you have to say?" In the hall, a young man who was beaten beyond recognition heard his sentence and cried. A closer look showed that his tongue was cut off, his hands were also chopped off, and his Dantian magic power was abolished. The mouth can't speak, the hands can't write, the magic power is abolished, and even the spiritual arts can't be released. How can there be any reason to say anything now? The wolf-like yeoman runners on the side brought the complaint, and pressed the young man to press a bloody red mark on the verdict. "Your Excellency is wise." A richly dressed and imposing young man bowed to the court, looking at a beautiful woman in mourning clothes kneeling in the hall without any scruples. "Ha ha." Gao Daqiang laughed happily when he thought of the 10,000 spirit stones he had received. "It's all thanks to Master Lu for pointing out the thief, otherwise it would not be easy to solve this case." Woo woo woo. Only the young man struggled hard, and the resentment on his body almost condensed into substance. "It's really noisy. Come, take him away and detain him, and behead him at Kaishik tomorrow." The county magistrate slammed the gavel again, and the law followed his words. "I didn't expect that. I have been in seclusion for so many years, and the government office has become so rotten again, and it's even worse than County Magistrate Lu. Who is it? How dare you break into the court? Come and take him down." Gao Daqiang looked outside the hall with green eyes, and a young man in white was holding a cute little girl, and his eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, the club in the hands of an old yeoman runner in the hall trembled and fell to the ground with a clang. He knelt down on the ground without raising his head. "Your humble servant greets the county lieutenant." Hearing this, Gao Daqiang immediately remembered the rumors about this person. Every time the big families in the city were dissatisfied, he could use this person's reputation to suppress everything. At this moment, he was moved, and hurried to the stage, bowed and smiled. "It turns out to be the county lieutenant. I am trying a case. Why don't you go to the back office to have a cup of tea? I will come later." Fong Chong looked at the old yeoman runner and said, "How many old people are there in the yeoman?" The old yeoman runner replied, "To answer your question, there are about a dozen people left." Fong Chong nodded and said, "Enough, let them go out and spread the word that I am back. Those who deserve to die, but are not dead, let them send their heads to the yeoman. Otherwise, they will all die." "Yes, yes." The old yeoman runner seemed to see the bloody storm of the year again, and ran out in a hurry. Gao Daqiang, the county magistrate, looked unhappy. "County Lieutenant Fong, right? I am the county magistrate. You gave orders beyond your level. Don't you think too much of me? Fong Chong smiled and pointed out. Gao Daqiang's head exploded like a watermelon. His foundation building cultivation was no different from an ant to him. Yes. Fong Chong didn't even look at the headless body on the ground. He casually pointed at two trembling Yamen runners and said, "You guys should not be idle. There should be some retired old people left in the Yamen. Call them all back." Yes, yes. The Yamen runners ran out as if they were escaping for their lives. It was unknown whether they really went out to pass on the order. But as the news spread, naturally someone would come back. Fong Chong couldn't help shaking his head. I didn't expect that such a weird thing would happen when I came back to resign. It's annoying. Chapter 269. In the huge county government office. The headless body of the county magistrate Gao Daqiang lay on the ground, and the prisoners, who had just been interrogated, were trembling. Fong Chong asked Pao Pao to sit down next to him, and looked at the people in the audience. What have you done? Mr. Liu, who was dressed in rich clothes, and was called a warm-hearted person by Gao Daqiang, mustered up his courage and stepped forward to tell the case. This was a very ordinary murder case. The murderer Li Erwin and the deceased Wang Qiangren and Lu Yong were all excellent students of the city's lecture hall. They practiced qi and had shallow magic power. One day, Wang Qiangren's wife came to the lecture hall to visit her husband. As a result, Li Erwin fell in love with Wang Qiangren's wife at first sight, and expressed his appreciation for Wang Qiangren's wife in front of his classmates many times. Later, due to selfish desires, Wang Qiangren invited his classmates to his home for a small gathering, and took the opportunity to drug Wang Qiangren and rape Wang Qiangren's wife. Lu Yong was also invited at the time, and was knocked unconscious on the spot. However, Lu Yong said that he was not good at drinking and drank less, and because of his special physique, he had a strong resistance to drugs, so he woke up early. He hurriedly woke up Wang Qiangren, and saw Li Erwin's beastly behavior. Unexpectedly, when they were caught, Li Erwin not only did not run away, but also intended to commit murder. They were drugged and their magic power was not running smoothly, and Li Erwin killed one of them on the spot. He also took the opportunity to escape and report to the police. The logic is smooth and reasonable. Fong Chong did not comment, and looked at the newly deceased person in the hall, the woman at the center of the vortex of this incident. Is what he said true? The woman said with a confused expression, I don't know. I was unconscious the whole time. It was Master Liu who brought people to wake me up. When I woke up, my husband was already dead. But the people in the government said that Li Erwin killed him. Fong Chong asked again, do you think Li Erwin killed him? The woman looked at the young man on the ground who had been breathing in less than breathing out, and hesitantly said, I don't know. Fong Chong shook his head. Poor. You do have the aura of this young man, who has offended you. In his eyes, even if there is only a trace of aura left, it is like a firefly in the dark night. It is hard not to notice it. After all, he was once a man who studied the yang boosting record. The woman was shocked and stunned. What? She was just powerless to resist, so she could only say that she knew nothing. But in her heart, the young man who was beaten so badly was very likely to be wronged. After all, the traces of framing were too heavy. If not, why would he take his tongue, cut off his hand, and destroy his dantian? Then Fong Chong continued, of course, he is not the only one who offended you. In a month, at least 3 people had sex with you. This kind of aura of the opposite sex generally does not remain for too long, and will dissipate within a month. But this woman has 3 different auras of the opposite sex. Ordinary people would definitely think that this seemingly innocent woman has a chaotic private life. But Fong Chong knows that this woman is pure in spirit, and is not a promiscuous person. Sir, I have always abided by the rules of being a woman. Except for being offended a few days ago, I have only had my husband from beginning to end. How could there be a third person? The woman was extremely ashamed and angry. Fong Chong was unmoved, but just said lightly, the third breath is Mr. Liu beside you. With a click, Lu Yong knelt on the ground, sweating all over his head, and could no longer hold on. Sir, please understand, it was not me who took Li by force, but Wang Qiangren sold his wife to me, and I paid for it. Tell me about it. Yes, yes. Lu Yong wiped the sweat from his forehead and told the truth. Wang Qiangren, who seemed serious, would ask his beautiful wife to come to the lecture hall to find him every now and then, and would intentionally or unintentionally show off to his classmates how gentle and considerate his wife was. His purpose was not to show off, but to arouse his classmates' evil intentions towards his wife. He could take the opportunity to blackmail his classmates, commonly known as honey trap. Lu Yong was rich and easy to fall into the trap. He was terrified at first, but gradually got used to it and enjoyed it. Li Erwin was involved inadvertently. He really had a crush on the gentle and beautiful Li. Wang Qiangren saw this, and wanted to repeat his old trick. He invited him to drink, but secretly gave him aphrodisiacs, so that he could have sex with his wife, and then threatened him with it. As a result, after Li Erwin woke up, he refused to obey and had a conflict with Wang Qiangren. He accidentally killed someone in the fight. As an accomplice, Lu Yong could not allow Li Erwin to tell his secret. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. How exciting it is to play, how dangerous it is when it is exposed. So he bribed Gao Daqiang to cut off Li Erwin's tongue, break his hands, and abolish his dantian, just to make him shut up. Sir, I have confessed everything. I did not kill the man. I just committed adultery. I am not guilty of death. Lu Yong actually wanted to be tough, but Fang Chong's eyes broke his psychological defenses, and he confessed everything. After hearing the truth, the woman turned pale and bloodless, and her eyes were full of despair and death. My husband, we used to be so respectful and harmonious, but were they all fake? Fang Chong crushed a healing elixir, and used the magic of spring breeze and rain. The power of the medicine fell on the young man, who was on the ground, and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. He saw that his broken hands, cut tongue, and even the broken dantian were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was just an ordinary qi refining cultivator. Fang Chong elixir combined with the magic of magic was enough to bring the dead back to life. After a while, the young man got up from the ground and looked at his hands in disbelief. He was holding back a lot of resentment in his heart. He didn't faint even in the situation just now, so he knew everything that happened. At this moment, he only felt surprise and gratitude. Thank you, sir. It's worth dying for me to get the truth. Fang Chong waved his hand and said, Why die? You don't have to die. I forgive you. The young man was surprised and said, But sir, I killed someone. Fang Chong nodded. Oh, that's right. Killing someone must be punished. I will punish you to take good care of Li in the future, and don't treat her badly. You killed her husband, so it's your duty to take care of her. The young man looked at the woman with a dull expression and kowed out to Fang Chong, saying, Sir, I'd better die. Then die somewhere else. Fang Chong waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew away, sweeping the young man and the woman out of the county government office. At the gate of the county government office, the gust of wind dissipated, and the young man and the woman hugged each other because of panic. Husband. Madam, I'm sorry. The young man quickly let go of the woman, his face flushed. The woman did not respond. The young man originally wanted to swear that he would definitely pay for her husband's life, but seeing this, he suddenly became brave and grabbed the woman's hand. Madam, I will definitely take responsibility for you. I don't want you to take responsibility, nor do I want you to pay for your life, and I don't want to see you. The woman glanced at the young man, but shook her head and walked away. The young man hurriedly chased after him. People's hearts are unpredictable, Pao Pao, have you seen it? Don't trust the wrong person in the future. Fang Chong let the young man go, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. Hearing this, Pao Pao seemed to understand. She didn't understand love, nor did she understand the good and evil of human hearts. She only knew to listen to the master. But listening to the master's words, Pao Pao had a bad premonition in her heart. The master never said such words to her before. She unconsciously showed some tension on her little face, and she held Fang Chong close tightly. Pao Pao only believes in the master. Seeing this, Fang Chong knew that the little guy probably understood something. He sighed silently and said to Lu Yong, I am in a bad mood now, so I won't say anything about the unforgivable crime. I can only ask you to die so that I can feel relieved. As soon as he pointed, the anxious Mr. Lu shouted for mercy, but he could only accompany County Magistrate Gao, and both fell to the ground and became headless corpses. During the interval of Fang Chong trial, people came into the county government office one after another. Among them were many acquaintances that Fang Chong knew, such as Meng Bantu Qian Shirya and others. When these people saw the corpse wearing the county magistrate's official uniform on the ground, they were all silent, and some even showed satisfaction in their eyes. The reason why these old people left the county government office was not because they were squeezed out by the current county magistrate. At this moment, Fang Chong came out of retreat, and they had a backer, so they didn't care about the county magistrate. Facing these people, Fang Chong had only one sentence. I am out of retreat, and I am not in a good mood. I will inform the whole city, and give them 3 days to check themselves. After 3 days, they will bear the consequences themselves. As for you, you will be reinstated for the time being. Yes. Everyone bowed their heads and obeyed. 3 days later, The blood color enveloped Fufeng City for a long time. The people were all shut up and didn't dare to go out at will. The strong smell of blood filled the whole city. There were many people who were lucky and didn't know the benefits and disadvantages. A county lieutenant, who hadn't appeared for 35 years, wanted them to abide by the rules. Everyone felt that it was a bit too much. So, Fufeng City, which had been peaceful for 35 years and chaotic for 35 years, ushered in a long-awaited purge. Only those families and gangs that had experienced the era of County Lieutenant Fong had kept a low profile in recent years. Even if their own industrial power was squeezed and occupied by the newly rising forces, they didn't dare to break the rules. Although many young clansmen were dissatisfied, they could only be glad that the old ones were still the best. The powerful geniuses, who were still talking and laughing yesterday, were beheaded at Kaishiku today, and the blood on the floor could not be washed away. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks seemed particularly powerless. Fong Chong didn't even show up, but the puppet Ada was enough to suppress everything. 1 month later, the purge of Fufeng City finally attracted the attention of the county city. There were too many people who died, and they were all local tyrants who had some connection with the county city. But the new tyrants who tried their best to struggle to contact the upper level did not know that their predecessors had also experienced this situation once. There was another person from the supervisory department, and it was their boss. The pavilion outside the city. Mr. Chung had a complicated look in his eyes, looking at Fong Chong, who was holding a little girl, and said helplessly, "You made it too big, I can't suppress it anymore." Fong Chong said indifferently, "If you can't suppress it, then don't suppress it. After killing so many people, Fufeng City can at least be peaceful and happy for another 20 years. This is my last gift to the city. Well, although we belong to different systems, the boss in the city was killed by me, so this resignation letter is handed over to you." Fong Chong threw out a letter seriously. Chung Qian, who took the resignation letter, and asked, "What are you doing for?" Fong Chong smiled and said, "Of course, I am doing it for my own pleasure. This realm is too high, at least 3 or 4 floors high. It's normal that you don't understand. Anyway, you can go back and say that I ran away or I was killed by you. I will never appear here again in the future. Well, in view of your care for so many years, I will take away your things. Don't thank me, I am actually quite gentle, but it's a pity that you don't understand me, and I can't do anything if you don't cooperate with me." Fong Chong stretched out his hand, and Chung Qian, who staggered. The demon seed that had been sleeping in his sea of consciousness for decades was taken away, and he suddenly felt a lot of emptiness. After so many years, he almost got used to having such a foreign object in his sea of consciousness. Now that the means of clamping him have been removed, he unconsciously flashed a divine light, but it was suppressed in an instant. "Let's just leave it like that, pretend nothing happened." Fong Chong waved goodbye to Chung Qianhu. "If you want to seek revenge for your son's death in the future, I welcome you. Now goodbye." He picked up Bubble, and his body turned into a mysterious light, and in a flash, he was already 100 miles away. What a weirdo. Chung Qianhu watched Fong Chong light go away, without any action, but silently made an evaluation in his heart. 3 months later. Qing Kingdom, Xilian Lake. The formerly family has long gone, and now Xilian Lake is the territory of Qixia Monster King, and the demonic aura is everywhere. It is obvious that in the contest between Shifang's Sword Pavilion and Wanyao Palace has temporarily gained the upper hand. Bubble hugged Fong Chong's neck, and there was panic in her voice. Is the master going to abandon Bubble? Although she had expected it in her heart, Bubble couldn't help but fill her eyes with tears when they parted. Fong Chong shook his head and said, "All good things must come to an end, and the same is true for you and me. Don't cry, you know I don't like you crying." Bubble held back her tears again, but her voice was still crying. "Master, please don't abandon Bubble, okay? Wherever you go, Bubble will go. Bubble will listen to you from now on. Bubble is not fat at all now. Bubble is practicing very hard, and is not lazy at all. And Bubble swears to you that I will never eat so much again. Don't despise Bubble." Seeing Bubble's aggrieved look, Fong Chong was silent for a moment and said slowly, "I am not from this world. If you want to find me, work hard. No, I shouldn't give you any goals. Being lively and innocent is your nature. It's not bad to live happily for the rest of your life. We met here, and we will also part here." But Bubble said, "But without the master, Bubble will not be happy." Fong Chong smiled and said, "How long have you been with me? You will meet many interesting people, interesting things, and many things you like to eat in the future. Don't make a decision that you will regret for the rest of your life, because of a momentary impulse when you were young. The great sashimi will be ruined in an instant. But after 100 years, if you still insist on it, ask Ada for a storage bag. There are words I left for you in it. The puppet Ada has developed normal spirituality. Although he is still a little dull, his mind is no different from that of ordinary people. Fong Chong kept it, not only to take care of Bubble, but also to keep her company. Fong Chong put Bubble down, half squatted down, and gave her a hug. Goodbye, Bubble. Thank you for your company for so many years. Bubble wanted to grab it, but only grabbed a phantom. Fong Chong had disappeared long ago. Master. Woo woo woo. Dark clouds gathered over Silian Lake, and amidst thunder and lightning, a snake-like monster crashed into the lake, causing heavy rain to continue for 3 days on the surrounding islands. A dazed and dumb figure also sank into the lake with it. Chapter 270. The Land of Absolute Spirits. Jinghua, Ningling County, Sanyin County, Xiama Village. After parting with Bubble, Fong Chong did not delay, and returned here along the road he had come that year. He started here in Jinxiu Realm, and should end here. Fong Chong stood under the 100-year-old locust tree at the entrance of the village, his body floating outside of reality, his mind drifting away for a while. At this moment, his mana was constantly leaking out, like a small pond trying to fill a river without knowing its own strength. This is the power of the Land of Absolute Spirits. Compared with the world, Fong Chong mana, which is as deep as the sea, seems a little meager. After all, no matter how strong his mana is, without external supplements, it will sooner or later be exhausted. Let's get started. Fong Chong pinched the spell with his hands, and there seemed to be a sound of gears turning on his body, which was invisible chains wrapped around him. Locked his God, his law, and his power. As the chains fell layer by layer, the secret method called the soul locking technique was almost complete. He would become a complete mortal. His soul was locked, his powerful physical strength was sealed, his Dantian magic power could not be used, and even this land of absolute spirit could not extract a trace of spiritual energy from him. There are 2 ways to break through the realm of transformation. One is the reincarnation of the soul, just like the split soul of the Sky Demon Girl that Fong Chong met before, but that was the reincarnation of the Sky Demon Girl for a further realm, but the form was not much different. After reincarnation, the soul took the initiative to be confused in the womb and slept deep in the body. But as life gradually grows, the reincarnated body will gradually be affected by the soul and form a certain obsession. Pursuing obsession, seeing through obsession, and forming your own transformation of the spirit is a correct and successful way to break through. The second is to enter the world, seal all your strength, and enter the world of mortals as a mortal. The advantage is that you can feel the goal you want to pursue more directly than the first method, and the understanding of various laws of power goes straight into the soul. The disadvantage is that it is easy to lose control. A person who once stood at a high position, when encountering difficulties and setbacks, the first thing he wants to do is to use force to solve the problem. So it often happens that he can't control himself, breaks through the seal, and regains his strength. In this way, this practice will fail. And this method usually only has one chance. Because after getting used to solving problems with force, even if you seal the power again, you still want to get the power back. And at this moment, Fong Chong chose the second method. He felt a long-lost sense of weakness. The world is vast, and it seems that a gust of wind will blow him to pieces. Fear and uneasiness surged in his heart. He hasn't had this insecurity for a long time. But Fong Chong laughed. Become a mortal before becoming a god, maybe this is the meaning of becoming a mortal. Fong Chong has no shortage of divine arts in his hands. The queen is very generous. There are almost endless magical arts in the mountain and river realm, from the lowest level of qi refining to god transformation, and even the void, and the Tao after the void. This is one of the reasons why Fong Chong thinks that the queen is the reincarnation or heir of the 9 Phoenix Queen. In comparison, the inheritance of the demon eye sect that he got from the eye of the heavenly demon seems much more petty. Fong Chong once wondered, isn't it better to be stronger and stronger? Why is there a special realm for transformation? It is suspected of deliberate abuse. Falling from the clouds and becoming a speck of dust on the ground, it is said to be experiencing the rules of the bottom layer, seeing the big picture from the small, and conforming to the power of the laws of heaven and earth. But who is already standing on a high place is willing to experience the hardships of the bottom layer again. But at this moment, Fong Chong has another experience. The power is strong enough to let him do whatever he wants. Just like in Fufeng City, he is the sky of this city. Everyone has to rely on his breath to live, and they are scrambling to please him secretly. He likes order and the atmosphere of the mortal world, so there is order and people flow constantly there, and it is the county with the best public security in the whole county. Just because everyone is in awe of his power, and the power it brings. But he is also trapped in it. His emotions and mind are constantly being corroded by power, and he is becoming more and more indifferent. It seems that nothing in the secular world can touch his heart anymore, because what he wants seems too easy to get. As long as he has power. After parting with Bubble, Fong Chong's feelings about this are more profound. Because he is not very sad. Deep in his heart, there seems to be a voice saying that the road of cultivation is long, and separation is the norm. It is just an insignificant passerby in your life. After another 100 years, who can remember who? What he said to Bubble was said to it and to himself. But how could he not be sad? How could he not be sad? That was his companion who had been with him for decades. He has been practicing until now, and his life has only been more than 100 years, and this little guy has been with him for most of the time. But he just didn't feel a bit sad. The meaning of practice is definitely not like this. He once thought that immortals were indifferent to everything, and that the destruction of all things would not disturb their hearts. The heart of heaven is the original heart, and they treat all things as straw dogs. But as his cultivation level gradually increased and his realm became deeper, he felt that this was not the immortal he wanted to be. He should be happy when he should be happy, angry when he should be angry, and sad when he should be sad, instead of turning himself into stone for the sake of higher cultivation and higher realm. At this moment, when he became immortal again, Fong Chong suddenly understood something. The meaning of becoming immortal is also the meaning of cultivation. Returning to the mortal body and looking for the initial touch will be the anchor for him to maintain his original heart in future cultivation, and not be controlled by power. The so-called transformation of the spirit is just the reward he got after regaining his original heart. After all, if he doesn't even know what he relies on, how can he control the power that can destroy the world in the future? So let me experience the beating of society again. As Fong Chong's last bit of power was sealed, his external illusion was lifted, and his true body revealed reality. The old man who was holding a palm leaf fan and telling stories to a few children at the entrance of the village was stunned. How did you get here? He unconsciously looked at the scorching sun in the sky, and then looked at the shadow under Fong Chong's feet, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The sun was very big, and there was a shadow. It was not a ghost. Fong Chong clasped his fists and bowed, saying, I am a traveler from afar, passing by your precious place, and I want to ask you for a glass of water. The old man saw that Fong Chong was dressed in white, spotless, and had an extraordinary temperament. He was not an ordinary person. So he didn't dare to show any impatient expression, but smiled and ordered a child to say, Sure to, go home and bring a bowl of water for this big brother to drink. Thank you. Fong Chong found a big stone, and sat down casually. The surface of this big stone is smooth, it must be often visited by people. Where are you from, young man? The old man asked casually. Life is not easy nowadays, you must have had a hard time on the way. He looked at Fong Chong's forehead, which was not even sweaty, and felt that he must be the legendary martial arts master. Fong Chong thought about it, and made up a place at random. I came from the east. After my family suffered a war, I wandered all the way. I saw that this village was quiet and peaceful, and I was curious, so I came to see it. He flew all the way here and indeed saw that Jingwa had another war, and it was not small. It was probably time for a change of dynasty again. The reincarnation of the feudal dynasty was like this. Every few hundred years, when the land limit could not bear the population, a war was needed to resolve the conflict. Hearing this, the old man touched his sparse beard with some pride and said, That's right, our Xiaoma village is also famous in the surrounding area. Other villages have to serve in the military and be tormented by those officials, but we don't. Because there are big figures in our village, they dare not mess around. So our village is particularly peaceful. I see that the young man is also a wanderer. Have you heard of the name of the Qinglong gang? Fong Chong shook his head and said, Please forgive my ignorance. The old man frowned secretly. Could it be that he had made a mistake? The young man in front of him was a silver-plated spearhead, good-looking but useless. Otherwise how could he not even have heard of the name of the Qinglong gang? But he did not show any abnormality. Perhaps the young man really came from a faraway place, so it was normal that he did not know. So he explained, This Qinglong gang is incredible, not to mention Sanning County, it is famous in the entire Ningling County. There are 3,000 gang members, and 100,000 disciples. Even the county governor has to be polite to their gang leader. Every year during the new year, he specially sends people to give gifts to the gang leader. There are big and small cars, I am so envious. The old man smacked his lips and smiled, Brother, do you know who the leader of the Qilong gang is? Fong Chong was also happy to be a supporting actor. Please tell me, old man. The old man said, their leader is called Lin Jin, nicknamed Two Sleeves Green Dragon in Jianghu. He has been invincible for 60 years. It is said that there is no rival in the whole Jingwa. He was born in our Xiaoma village. I have a close relationship with Lin gang leader. Fong Chong, The little brat back then was already invincible. Then the old man in front of him. Fong Chong actually saw a few traces of familiarity. Could it be that he was the follower Erden, who always had 2 strings of snot hanging from his nose? Fong Chong took a breath and asked, Old man, you know such a master. So you must have a good relationship with Lin gang leader? The old man waved his hand and pretended not to care. That's right. Besides me, who else can call Lin gang leader dog brother and know his nickname? That's right, it's you, Erden. No wonder you are doing so badly now, and can only brag to a bunch of little brats. Just based on this call of dog brother, it's a good thing that Lin Jin didn't care, otherwise you wouldn't be alive. Fong Chong secretly complained, but his heart suddenly moved. He didn't know how to go about his mortal transformation, so he might as well stay here and make plans. At this moment, the child named Shirtu came over carefully, with a gray-white porcelain bowl. The old man saw it, and couldn't help but laugh and scold, Shirtu, you are really a stone. I asked you to bring a bowl of water, but you really brought a full bowl. You don't know how to make it less. It was the child named Shirtu, who was carrying a bowl of water that overflowed to the edge of the bowl. He was afraid of spilling it, so he walked very carefully. Fong Chong saw it and laughed. This boy has a pure heart, and is destined to be with me. Old man, does this boy have a master? He just didn't know what reason to use to stay, and this was simply a reason that came to his door. The old man was stunned. You want to take Shirtu as your apprentice? Fong Chong said, is there any taboo? The old man shook his head and said, that's not the case, but the children in our village, who have some prospects have joined the branch of the Qilong gang. You want to take Shirtu as your apprentice, but his family may not agree. The implication is that he looks down on Fong Chong. The Qilong gang is a big gang founded by people from the same village. Everyone knows that once the people of Xiaoma village join the Qilong gang, they are dogs of the Qilong gang, and other dogs dare not bully them. Fong Chong said, it doesn't matter, as long as Shirtu agrees. Shirtu, come here. Fong Chong waved to Shirtu to come over, and then made an eagle claw with his hand, and inserted it into the stone next to him, and 3 big holes appeared. Would you like to become my disciple? The old man took a breath and glared. Young man, you have great kung fu. As a place of absolute spiritual power, the light kung fu, the inner kung fu, and the hard kung fu are almost the limit of ordinary people. Fong Chong kung fu is already first class in the martial arts world. The old man is also knowledgeable, and knows that Fong Chong can get a place in the Qilong gang with his kung fu of inserting bluestone. Shirtu, why don't you come and become my disciple? The old man knew that this usually dull boy had a chance, so he hurried to grab it for him. Shirtu looked confused, and knelt down to worship the master under the old man's half-pressing and half-pressing. Master. Shirtu was only 5 or 6 years old, and his voice was soft. Fong Chong accepted his apprentice, and took out a small gold leaf from his arms. Even if he became immortal, he would not treat himself badly. He had already carried dozens of taels of gold on his body for daily expenses. Old man, I have traveled thousands of miles, and I don't know why I suddenly stopped in this village today. It turns out that I have a fate with my little apprentice. Please find a humble room for me in the village. I want to live here for a few years and teach my little apprentice. The old man felt a little uncomfortable breathing when he saw the gold. Although he called gang leader Lin brother dog, his family was not a wealthy family. This piece of gold leaf was more than enough for his family to earn a year. But he still suppressed his greed. Shirtu is lucky to be my disciple. It stands to reason that if my disciple teaches him kung fu, his parents should take care of his food and accommodation, and pay him a tuition fee. However, Shirtu has a miserable life. His father died when he was young, and he only has one mother. He needs to be taken care of by his neighbors. I am afraid he cannot afford the tuition fee. Let me put it this way. I have an old house in the village. If you don't mind, you can stay there temporarily. Fong Chong shook his head, and stuffed the gold leaves into the old man's pocket and said, just consider it as my rent. I really like this little disciple. I give you this money in the hope that you can take care of me and my little disciple in the future. After all, you are respected in this village, and many people must listen to what you say. The old man declined again, and finally put away the gold leaves reluctantly. Hearing Fong Chong's flattery, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. Of course, I've lived for more than 80 years. I can't say I'm the oldest in Xiaoma village, but there are no people older than me. Brother, feel free to stay here. If anyone dares to gossip, I smack him in the face. Fong Chong bowed and thanked him. Thank you, old man. Sure too, who was standing by, looked at his companion's envious eyes, and couldn't help but carefully glanced at Fong Chong, who seemed like a god, and inexplicably had a little more vision for the future. Chapter 271. With the endorsement of the village elder, the old man, and the excuse of his young apprentice, Sure too, Fong Chong settled down in Xiaoma village smoothly. 3 months passed quickly. The house that the old man gave Fong Chong was not far from the end of the village. It was indeed an old house, and it was a mud house made of large mud bricks, which was very solid. There were many such houses in the village, but now most villagers live in brick houses, and many mud houses are abandoned. All this was thanks to the Qinglong gang. Lin Jun, the leader of the Qinglong gang who walked out of Xiaoma village, did not directly give money to the village, but all the young people of the right age in the village could find a job in the Qinglong gang. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can build a new brick house for your family in 3 to 5 years. If you are willing to work hard, this time will be even shorter. The old man's son had found a job in the Qinglong gang branch before, as a coachman, but he also drove a coach for the branch's senior management. Although he seems to have a low status, he can control the leader's schedule, and is considered one of the leader's confidants. Everyone has to give him some face. As for the grandson of the old man, it is said that he has already made it to the headquarters of the Qinglong gang. Now he is a senior gang member, and he will be a middle-level cadre if he goes further. But this is exactly the case. This grandson has a great demand for money. Almost most of the income of the old man's family is spent on his grandson every year, to practice martial arts and seek a future, and the whole family lives a tight life. This is also one of the reasons why the old man is tempted by the gold leaf given by Fong Chong. This day, Fong Chong is instructing his nominal apprentice Xiao Shurtu to practice martial arts in the yard, a seemingly simple eagle claw kung fu. When he was the owner of the Hades store, his clerk Xu Gui practiced this kung fu, which was the trophy of the first person he killed after crossing over, and it is very memorable. However, even if all the power is sealed, the vision and knowledge are still there. This eagle claw kung fu has long been changed beyond recognition, and it is also more adapted to the environment of the absolute spirit land. Even though Little Stone was still young and his muscles and bones were not fully developed, his eagle claw kung fu was both internal and external, so there was no need to worry about hurting his potential. After practicing for less than 3 months, Little Stone was already able to practice a set of moves with great vigor. Master. After practicing, Little Stone stood respectfully in front of Fong Chong, his little face tense, like a little adult, looking very serious and a little nervous. Before, he might not have known what it meant to become a disciple. But after 3 months of getting along, he already understood how lucky he was to become a disciple. Not to mention that he was stronger, the little friends in the village did not dare to bully him at will, and life at home was a little more lively because of the arrival of the master. His mother, who had been working hard, smiled more on weekdays, and taught him every now and then that he must be filial to the master in the future. The most important thing was that he could eat meat every day. Originally, the mother would only buy half a pound of the fragrant meat slices occasionally during festivals, but now she eats every meal without diarrhea, and her stomach is full. Not bad, not bad, the moves are already proficient, the rest is just a matter of time. The way to practice kung fu is to be refined and pure. Your muscles and bones are growing and developing, so too many routines will damage your potential. Plus, your mind is pure and you can concentrate. This set of kung fu can just help you to conserve your energy and accumulate strength for a breakthrough. Although it seems useless now, as long as you are willing to practice unremittingly for 10 years, after 10 years, once the body's gate is broken, you will become a first-class master in the world. Fong Chong put some thought into the little apprentice he casually accepted. By the way, what dishes did your mother cook for us today? Little Stone, who was listening to the master's teachings attentively, was not quite used to the changes in the master's thinking, but still answered seriously. There are stir-fried pork with peppers, stir-fried Chinese cabbage, a wild Christian carp soup, and red pig's trotters. Not bad, the pig's trotters are too greasy, so I give it to you, and the Christian carp soup to me. Fong Chong smacked his lips, and made the distribution in advance. After sealing his power, he seemed to have really turned into a mortal, and the feeling that he had once forgotten came back to his mind. and he gradually found the way to become immortal. The first thing is to forget the powerful cultivation that once changed the world and truly regard himself as immortal. This is one of the difficulties of entering the world of mortals. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Many times, he unconsciously wants to use magic power to solve problems. For example, a very simple thing, he saw the cup rolling off the table. His first reaction was not to catch it, but to move his fingers to fix the cup. Then the cup fell decisively and broke into pieces. It seems that without magic power, he will not do many things. He is gradually getting used to his ordinariness, and is also gradually sealing up the memories of the past. The magic of locking the gods is still working, this time locking his memory, or the reality in his memory. His powerful past of calling the wind and rain is like a dream. Although he still remembers what happened, he is more like a spectator at this time. Master, what are you thinking about? Little Stone saw that the master suddenly began to be dazed and asked. Fong Chong smiled, his eyes unconsciously a little dazed. I didn't think about anything, but my master has been dreaming more and more at night recently. He always sleeps for a long time, and doesn't want to wake up. Little Stone said worriedly, Are you not used to living here? My mother said that the master must have been a nobleman in the past, and many people served him. Sure too is clumsy, it's all my fault for not taking good care of the master. It doesn't matter, I guess I get used to it later. Fong Chong's ears moved and he smiled. The delicious food is here, go open the door. When Little Stone heard it, he forgot what he had just said, and happily opened the gate of the yard. It was indeed his mother holding a food box behind the door. Mom, let me help you get it. Little Stone hurriedly took the food box. Sure too, did you listen to the master today? Shiz's mother is called Shinshowen. She is only in her early 20s, with a thorny hairpin and a cloth skirt, a melon seed face, a pair of big watery eyes, a pretty face, and fair skin. She looks weak and easy to bully. She touched Little Stone's head and asked with a smile. Nowadays, both men and women get married early, especially the girls in the village, who often get married at the age of 14 or 15. Shinshowen married Stone's father at the age of 14, and had Stone at the age of 15. However, it would be a big mistake to think that she was really weak, as she was able to raise her child alone after Stone's father died. According to Stone, his mother was once a person who beat away 3 old women. Fong Chong once again felt that one should not judge a person by his appearance. Mom, I'm very good. But before Stone finished speaking, Shinshowen had already walked in front of Fong Chong. Brother Fong, thank you for your trouble. Shinshowen thanked Fong Chong while arranging the tableware, with a bit of shyness in her eyes. Fong Chong had already invited Little Stone to start eating, and casually replied, I haven't said I'm bothering you, sister-in-law. You've been working hard to deliver meals to us every day. Huh? This fish soup is so fresh and sweet. Sister-in-law's cooking skills are really good. I have to learn from you when I have time. Shinshowen smiled with her hands covering her mouth, staring at Fong Chong with watery eyes. Brother Fong, you're joking. You're a person from heaven, how can you be contaminated by the dust in the kitchen? If you like, I cook for you every day. Besides, there's still a lot of money left from the money you gave me. In order to compensate for the nutrition of Stone, and to get 3 meals for himself, Fong Chong gave some money to Stone's mother. Don't be reluctant. The child is in the stage of laying the foundation for martial arts training. I don't have much money, otherwise I should prepare a prescription for him. Now I can only feed him to maintain his daily consumption. Sister-in-law, if you are short of money, don't be polite to me. Although I don't have much money, it is enough for food. Fong Chong looked at Shirtu, who was holding a big elbow and chewing it with oil in his mouth, and smiled. Shinshowen nodded. I know. Fong Chong and Xiao Shirtu were eating, and Shinshowen was not idle either. She walked into the room and cleaned up the house for Fong Chong very familiarly. She was diligent and quickly cleaned the room, and then put away Fong Chong's clothes. After dinner, the sound of Shirtu reading came from the yard again. Fong Chong taught Shirtu martial arts and literacy on weekdays, which was one of the reasons why Shinshowen was grateful to Fong Chong. Martial arts can only strengthen the body, and reading can make you understand the truth. Shizu's father lost his life outside because he relied on his kung fu. By the way, Shizu's father was also a member of the Qilong gang, but he was the kind who worked hard and risked his life. He lost his life in a gang fight, leaving behind an orphan and a widow. But Shinshowen did not avoid martial arts, and felt that martial arts was not good. In this world, if you don't have martial arts, how can you protect yourself and your family? But after practicing martial arts, you still have to read. Only by reading can you understand the truth and not be used as a knife by others and lose your life in vain. Listening to Shita's childish voice, Shin Xiaowen held Fang Chong close, with a bit of sadness in her eyes. It would be nice if such days continued. Although there are a few old women in the village who are spreading rumors about her and Brother Fang, it is undeniable that other people are more polite to her on the surface. There must always be a man to support the family. Unfortunately, she is not worthy of it, and dare not have such thoughts. Brother Fang, I will take your clothes back to wash them, and send them to you after they are dried. Shin Xiaowen packed up the food boxes left by Fang Chong and Shi Tu, packed Fang Chong clothes, and said goodbye with a smile. Sorry for the trouble, sister-in-law. Fang Chong was relieved to have someone wash his clothes. He is not a pure body now. He will sweat when it is hot. If he does not take a bath for a few days, he will rub a layer of mud on his body. But there is no automatic washing machine now. It is all thanks to Shita's mother that he can maintain the habit of changing clothes every day. The days pass simply like this. The people of Xiaoma village were used to having such a person in the village. The main reason was that Fang Chong did not occupy their land when he came, and did not touch their pitiful interests. He even bought water, food, and a few worthless vegetables from them with silver. Some children, who had no money to go to school, would lie on the wall and study with Shi Tu every day, and Fang Chong would not chase them away. Gradually, although Fang Chong did not communicate much with the people in Xiaoma village, he also inexplicably gained some prestige. After all, a young man with high kung fu, good knowledge, and good looks naturally gave them a sense of upper-class oppression. At first, some people were worried that Fang Chong would come to Xiaoma village for refuge and bring danger to Xiaoma village. But as time went by, no accidents happened, and more people benefited from Fang Chong, and such voices became less and less. In the blink of an eye, it has been more than half a year since Fang Chong came to Xiaoma village. The end of the year has arrived. The sound of firecrackers in the village has been crackling since early in the morning, and the unique sulfur smell and gunpowder permeates every corner of Xiaoma village. Is there any big happy event today? Why is the village so lively? Fang Chong asked Xiao Shi Tu. Wearing tiger head shoes and a tiger head hat, Shi Tu, who looked more lively and festive, replied, I heard from my mother that today is the day when Grandpa Jin returns to the village, so it is very lively. Even the county magistrate is here. Grandpa Jin? Lin Jin, the leader of the Qinglong gang, no wonder. Fang Chong nodded, indicating that he understood. Every year at the end of the year, Lin Jin goes home to worship his ancestors, so Xiaoma village is very lively at this time, because there will be many big figures accompanying him. Returning home in glory is the most simple vision of everyone. Lin Jin is no exception. Master, Mother wants to invite you to our house tonight for the New Year's Eve dinner. Will you come? Shi Tu came here with a mission today. He looked up and was full of expectations. Fang Chong shook his head. No, you and your mother will have a good meal. Shita's father and mother died early, so Shi Tu didn't have grandparents. There were only him and his mother at home. If he went to someone else's house to eat New Year's Eve dinner at night, I'm afraid he would be spread around the village. It doesn't matter to him, but Shita's mother still wants to have a reputation. Shi Tu was a little disappointed, but Fang Chong's prestige in his heart had gradually surpassed his mother, so he didn't dare to disobey and nodded. I understand, Master. Can I bring you some wine and food later? That's fine. Fang Chong agreed. Shi Tu jumped away again. After a while, Shita's mother came. Brother Fang, do you dislike me and Shi Tu? Shin Xiaowen's eyes were red. Fang Chong was speechless. How did you get this started? Shin Xiaowen said with a tearful tone. Then why don't you ever come to my house for a meal? It's fine on weekdays, but today is New Year's Day. I thought Brother Fang was lonely, so I asked Shi Tu to invite Brother Fang. But why did you still refuse? Is there a tiger in my house? Fang Chong laughed dryly. Aren't you afraid that the villagers will gossip and ruin your sister-in-law's reputation? Shin Xiaowen said. A person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. Even a woman like me is not afraid of him. So what is Brother Fang, a great knight with great martial arts skills, afraid of? Having said that, he nodded helplessly. Okay then. Shin Xiaowen wiped her eyes and laughed again, with a little bit of anger and coquettishness. Then come earlier, I have prepared a lot of dishes. Hey. Fang Chong watched Shin Xiaowen leave with a gloomy expression. In just half a year, the once magnificent main world, and the cultivation life of scheming all seemed to have a layer of hazy shadow. When the reality of the memory faded, he seemed to have returned to his original appearance. The cowardly boy who hid in the toilet all night and dared not come out when he saw the thief enter the house, and the paper man smiled strangely, became a little soft-hearted. What do I want? When it got dark, Fong Chong still couldn't figure it out. He strode toward Shida's house, but his back was more panicked and confused. Huh? Lin Jun, who had just returned from the ancestral tomb, looked at the back in the distance with some hesitation. That person doesn't seem to be from this village? Lin Jun, who is already over 80 years old, has profound skills, and is pampered on weekdays. Now he looks like he is only in his 40s. The village chief of Xiaoma village beside him heard the words, and looked along the line of sight. He recognized Fong Chong's identity at a glance. After all, Fong Chong is the only one in Xiaoma village who wears such a flashy white gown. He smiled and replied, Uncle Jun, that man is indeed not from our Xiaoma village. He is a foreign warrior who was guaranteed by Uncle Dan to live in Xiaoma village. I heard that he took a fancy to a child in our village, so he settled down to take the child as his apprentice and wanted to teach martial arts. He has lived in our village for more than half a year and has always been very honest. Yeah. Lin Jun nodded and looked away. Go back. Behind him, there was a huge group of people. Chapter 272. After dinner at Shida's house, Fong Chong, slightly tipsy, declined Shida's mother's repeated requests to stay, and walked back to the mud house unsteadily. He didn't know why he drank so much wine today, but he just wanted to drink. With his current physical condition, alcohol can already numb his mind. In the night, the house was surrounded by shadows, and there seemed to be a black shadow swaying under the shadow. But as Fong Chong walked over, the shadows retreated, and even the sound of insects disappeared. Fong Chong seemed to be unaware, and when he opened the half-open door, he saw a middle-aged man with a gaunt face and a tall figure standing in the yard with his hands behind his back. When he saw Fong Chong, the man's eyes lit up, showing an excited look, and he knelt down in front of Fong Chong like pushing a golden mountain and overturning a jade pillar. Mortal Lin Jun greets the immortal master. If outsiders knew that the leader of the Qilong gang, who was famous in Jinghua and the surrounding 5 counties, would kneel in front of a young man who looked only in his 20s, they would probably be shocked. But the young man in front of him just accepted the gift calmly and said lightly, I never thought that the child in the past would still remember me. The cause and effect between you and me has disappeared. It's better not to meet. Go back. After saying that, Fong Chong didn't even look at the powerful leader of the Qilong gang in front of him. He went into the house, found his bed in the dark, laid down, and slept in his clothes. Outside the house, Lin Jun, who was kneeling in the yard with his face on the ground, suddenly turned pale, and his breathing was hurried. He had been in a high position for a long time, and had always been respected and flattered by others. He was able to kneel down and salute at the first time they met, thinking that he was already a great sincerity. But he didn't expect Fong Chong to not even look at him. He looked up at the dark house, and clenched his palms into fists. But thinking of what his second uncle had told him about Fong Chong walking on the moon that day, he took a deep breath, and bowed respectfully again towards the house. Master, be well, Lin Jun will take his leave. Inside the house, Fong Chong suddenly opened his eyes, looked at the dark beams, and began to think seriously about a question. Should I leave? This is really a bit ridiculous. A Yuanying master who could go to heaven and earth, and call the wind and rain would actually run away because of a mortal. But he really couldn't beat him. After all, he was only a relatively strong mortal now. Even if he fought with Lin Jun alone, he might not be able to beat him, not to mention that Lin Jun had a lot of younger brothers under him. Since Lin Jun recognized his identity, it would be a bit dangerous for him to stay. But why did it become like this? Where is my cultivation? Fong Chong looked at his hands in the dark. The moonlight outside the window could only let him see a vague outline. He suddenly remembered a more important question. I seem to have forgotten something? When he woke up the next day, Fong Chong got up and washed as usual, as if nothing had happened. There was a knock on the door, outside the house. It was Shirtu who brought him breakfast. Master. Come in. Fong Chong sat on a cold stone bench in the courtyard, with a steaming breakfast in front of him. A bowl of white porridge, 3 soft white steamed buns, and a small plate of pickles. He tasted Shirtu Nyang's cooking, his expression as calm as ever. Shirtu went to the kitchen to boil water first. Then he began to eat the steamed buns with his master, but while eating, Shirtu suddenly said, Master. Last night, Grandpa Jun and the village chief came to see my mother, and I heard them talking about my father. I also heard my mother crying. Master, didn't my father die a long time ago? Don't worry about adults' affairs. Are you full? Full? Then start practicing martial arts. Okay. Shirtu got ready and began to practice the eagle claw kung fu that Fong Chong taught him, and of course, the special breathing method. He was already familiar with the route, and soon he began to feel hot. Fong Chong drank his porridge slowly, with some pickled vegetables, but his expression did not change. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. Everything was calm. Except that Lin Jun, the leader of the Qinglong gang, seemed to be missing his hometown. He went to Xiaoma village 3 times a year and always spent 1 or 2 months in Xiaoma village, making Xiaoma village, which was already very famous, even more lively. In a mud house, at the end of Xiaoma village, a boy who looked to be about 11 or 12 years old was practicing a set of claw skills, like a divine eagle fighting in the sky, with each move full of sharpness and power. When the last move fell, the boy's body was hot, as if he had taken a bath, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Master. The boy was the former Xiao Shirtu. Thanks to the magic of this set of mutant eagle claw skills, and sufficient daily food supplements, he was only 8 years old, and was about 1.3 meters tall. His physique was surprisingly good, and he never got sick all year round. In front of Xiao Shirtu was a young man in white who was in a daze. The young man had a delicate face and looked to be in his 20s, except for a few wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. This young man was naturally Fong Chong. Shirtu, what's the matter? Fong Chong woke up from his daze and asked in confusion. Little Shirtu said helplessly, Master, I have practiced this set of eagle claw kung fu for several years. Don't you have any other skills to teach me? Those brothers and sisters who follow Grandpa Jin know a lot of kung fu. Fong Chong shook his head and said, No, as long as you practice this set well, practice for 10 years, you will naturally be a first-class master. Oh! Little Shirtu's eyes flashed with some disapproval. Now he is not the 3-year-old child he was before. He is already 8 years old. Especially after contacting those young talents of the Qinglong gang, he realized that he was practicing only the most common eagle claw kung fu in the world. It's just that it has a special breathing method compared to the ordinary eagle claw kung fu, which has the effect of strengthening the body and promoting development. He is very grateful to his master. If it weren't for his master, he wouldn't be living the life he has today. So even though Grandpa Jin wanted him to join the Qinglong gang several times, he refused. It's just that the master never taught him new kung fu. He was no match for the Qinglong gang young men, with only the eagle claw kung fu. Every time he thought of the ridicule of the young men, he was very annoyed. Don't think that children don't compete. On the contrary, because they are children, they take a trivial matter in the eyes of adults more seriously, as if it is bigger than the sky. Dong dong. There was a knock on the door outside the house. Little Stone ran to open the door, and when he saw the visitor, he showed a very happy smile on his face. Grandpa Jin. Little Stone is practicing with your master again, so diligent. Lin Jun had a few more strands of white hair on his temples. As he was over 90 years old, he began to lose his own blood and qi, and even his white hair grew a lot in just 2 years. Seeing Little Stone, Lin Jun smiled and encouraged him. Hearing Lin Jun's praise, Little Stone showed a few embarrassed smiles on his face. Not very diligent, just normal practice every day. Compared to the young and unknown master, Grandpa Jin, the leader of the Qinglong gang who is famous in the world, is the great master in the eyes of these children. Especially when communicating with the young disciples of the Qinglong gang, they always brag about how great Grandpa Jin was in the past, and how many achievements their own master has. But he only introduced his master dryly, very powerful, which makes people blush every time. Grandpa Jin has something to talk to your master. You go out and play for a while. See, you also came with me this time, Lin Jun said with a smile. Xiaoyu is his great-granddaughter, well-behaved and smart, usually very much loved by him, and is also a little princess in the hearts of a group of children, and Xiao Shirtu is no exception. Xiao Shirtu was really happier, and ran out in a hurry without even saying hello to his master. When there was no third person in the yard. Master. Lin Jun stood in front of Fong Chong very respectfully, and then knelt down. Master, please, for the sake of my sincerity, grant me my wish. No matter what I want, I will definitely find it for you. Fong Chong shook his head and said, I have given you the method of cultivation, it is you who cannot do it. What Lin Jun wanted was nothing more than to cultivate the immortal path. So he tried every means to please Fong Chong, and the people around Fong Chong. Even Shirtu and Shitu's mother were corrupted in various ways, otherwise how could the simple-minded little Shirtu be infected with his habit of bravery and fierceness? Fong Chong saw it, and warned him many times. Every time, little Shirtu verbally agreed, but turned around and mixed with the younger generation of the Qinglong gang again. Compared to the colorful world of the Qinglong gang, life here with the master seemed more and more boring, and he yearned for the prosperity and glory of the big city. Fang Chong gave Lin Jun a simple method of cultivation, because he also wanted to see if Lin Jun could cultivate magic power. As time passed, he forgot more and more things. Although the memories of the past were still there, they gave him an extremely unreal feeling. Lin Jun said with a painful expression, "The cultivation method is too profound. The believers have worked hard to study it, but they have wasted their blood and energy in vain. Now the believers no longer want to cultivate like the immortal master. I only hope that the immortal master can give me the method to prolong my life, so that the believers can live a few more years." Lin Jun suspected that Fang Chong gave him a fake cultivation method, but he had no evidence and did not dare to question it. At this moment, he just wanted to live a few more years. He could feel that his end was getting closer and closer. Every day when he woke up from the bed, the white hair on his head made him more and more afraid. He wanted to live. He had not enjoyed the great power of the Qinglong gang enough, so how could he bear to let it go? Fang Chong shook his head and said, "If you can't practice, you can't prolong your life. I have no way." As he said that, he unconsciously touched the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. If there was a way, he would not have aged so quickly, as if he had passed 10 or 20 years in just a few years. But Lin Jun didn't believe it. He held on to a glimmer of hope and asked, "Master, is there no other way?" "No. I understand." Lin Jun stood up and left dejectedly. But when he closed the gate of the courtyard, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Since the immortal master would not give it to him, he had to come and get it himself. After several years of observation, he had already discovered that Fang Chong was not in a good state. According to his speculation, it was very likely that Fang Chong had been seriously injured in a fight with his fellow Taoists, so he had to take refuge in this place with desolate spiritual energy. As a person who had once brushed shoulders with the fate of immortals, and had a jade token to join the immortal sect in his hand, Lin Jun was not completely unfamiliar with cultivators. He knew that there were no cultivators in places like Jingwa, because the place was not suitable for cultivators to practice. Then why did Fang Chong come back? Naturally, there was a compelling reason. But these were just speculations. He could not put himself in danger for no reason, and he needed to test it. Since that day's visit, Lin Jun had not come for a long time. Xiao Shi too had not communicated with the younger generation of the Qinglong gang for a long time, but his already impetuous heart could not calm down. Half a year later, Little Stone learned from the village chief that with the recent intensification of war, the imperial power of Jingwa did not leave the capital, and the local area was in chaos. Many people rose up, and there were even bandits everywhere. Recently, a group of bandits nicknamed the Five Wolves of the Copper Cave were causing trouble in the nearby county. 2 of them were killed by the masters of the Qinglong gang, and 3 wolves ran away. Villagers were asked to be careful. Little Stone told the master this news, and Fang Chong just nodded to show that he knew. In the middle of the night, Fang Chong was sleeping soundly when he heard a noise in the yard. "Don't waste time, kill the people, take the food and leave." "Don't worry, second brother, I've checked. This house is the most remote in the village. As long as we don't make too much noise, others won't find it." "Damn it, the Qinglong gang is in the same business as us. Why are they helping the government's hawks to fight us? I heard that this is the hometown of the Qinglong leader. Why don't we do something to let the Qinglong gang know how powerful we are? Killing all the masters who have provoked the Qinglong gang headquarters is courting death, but killing 2 to vent your anger and give them a warning is not a bad idea." The footsteps in the courtyard were getting closer and closer. Fang Chong had already opened his eyes, and suddenly raised his hand to block it. A cold light fell, and was caught by him. The finest 100-tempered steel knife was as fragile as a piece of paper in his palm, and was twisted into a dough. "It's a bit painful, Lao San Lao Wu, go." The door of the house opened, and several figures whizzed away. Fang Chong got up to chase, but only one of them was left. "Second brother, third brother, you go, I cover you." Lao Wu's steel knife made water impermeable, and blocked Fang Chong way. Although Fang Chong didn't spend much effort to deal with this man, he was delayed by 2 moves, and could only watch the other 2 escape. "It's too coincidental." A trace of doubt flashed through Fang Chong's mind. The remaining 2 wolves ran for dozens of miles in one breath, and dared to stop and rest only after they were far away from Xiaoma village. Xiaoma village is worthy of being the hometown of the head of the Azure Dragon. There are such masters in any house we find. Poor Lao Wu is covering for us. I am afraid he will not be able to keep his life. The second brother looked depressed. The third brother suddenly apologized. Second brother, I'm sorry. Third brother, what do you mean? The second brother's heart skipped a beat. I'm an undercover. The third brother silently stepped back a few steps, and a figure covered in a black robe appeared behind him. You, don't forget that it was my elder brother who rescued you from the hands of the government. That's fake. My elder brother's sister also married you. I'm sorry, elder brother, but I can't do anything. I kill you. The weapon in the second brother's hand had been broken into pieces, and at this moment a pair of flesh palms attacked him brazenly. But before he could get close, a blood shadow flashed on the ground, and the second brother's figure was fixed, and he fell to the ground with a bang, and he had become a dried corpse. The third brother's eyes flashed with horror, but he didn't dare to look any more, and knelt on one knee behind the black-robed man. You were able to escape, what happened? The third brother didn't dare to hide anything, and told everything that happened tonight without missing a word. Sir, that's all. It seems that he is really in trouble, and he can't even keep you. The black-robed man waved his hand gently. The blood shadow just now emerged from the shadow of the third brother, wrapped the third brother, and became another dried corpse. You can rest assured. Someone will take care of your family. Under the moonlight, the black-robed man raised his head. It was a slightly old-faced Lin Jun. Chapter 273. Fong Chong carried the body of the fifth of the 5 wolves in the copper cave, causing quite a stir in Xiaoma village. Later, the county government sent someone to deliver the reward silver, saying that it was a reward for Fong Chong to eliminate harm for the people, which also gave Fong Chong a little more prestige in Xiaoma village. On weekdays, the villagers only knew that this Mr. Fong was very good at martial arts, but they didn't know how good. Now that a life was in front of him, his persuasiveness increased all of a sudden. But that was all. Fong Chong life in Xiaoma village remained peaceful. Later, I heard that the bodies of the other 2 wolves were also found, so there was no need to worry about the revenge of the remaining people. Although Fong Chong was a little confused in his heart that the 5 wolves in the copper cave came too coincidentally, perhaps because his little apprentice had greeted him in advance, he didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Because most of his mind was now troubled by a question. He forgot how he lost his magic power, and there was always a voice in his heart telling him not to regain his magic power, and to be immortal. Fong Chong was very puzzled. He was already immortal. Although he didn't remember why he suddenly came to this land of absolute spirits, and how he suddenly lost his magic power. But Lin Jun had proved to him that it was almost impossible to cultivate magic power in this land of absolute spirits. He no longer had the mind to regain his magic power. Regarding the fact that he became immortal, Fong Chong found that he was not as sad and painful as he imagined, and he accepted it quite quickly. In fact, it's not bad to be immortal honestly. Fong Chong thought so. In his memory, he used to have a high level of cultivation, but he didn't do whatever he wanted. There are still many realms above him, and he seems to be a younger brother forever, and needs to be cautious. The invisible pressure is always spurring him and chasing him, as if he stops to breathe for a moment, he will be overwhelmed by endless dangers, and there will be no chance to struggle. He is not happy. Although I am an unknown person now, I don't feel any pressure. He taught his disciples every day, lived with the mountains and rivers, had no deception, no need for scheming, had everything provided for him, and had good kung fu, so no one dared to bully him. Even Lin Jun, the leader of the Qinglong gang, had to kneel before him. Anyway, he had no magic power, could not go back, and could not be his great monk Fong, so it seemed good to just give up and lie down. Probably the only thing missing was a wife. A life with a wife and children, and a warm bed, has always been a small dream in his heart. However, he remembered that he seemed to have had a wife before, but unfortunately he had no magic power now, and naturally could not go back, so he hoped that she could forget him. When a problem arises and cannot be solved, Fong Chong's way of dealing with it is to forget it. Invisible problems are not problems. Learn to forget and gain happiness. The moment Fong Chong completely accepted that he was already an ordinary person, he even felt that Shirtu Nyang looked a little prettier. When Xiao Shirtu was 10 years old, Fong Chong successfully made Shirtu call him dad. The sound of firecrackers rang out outside the house, and the villagers of Xiaoma village gathered at Xiao Shita's house, bowing to Fong Chong, who was wearing a groom's wedding suit, and saying festive words. Xiao Shirtu had grown up, and because of martial arts, he was already 1.56 meters tall, which was considered half the head of the family. At this time, he was welcoming guests, looking at the newlyweds in the hall with joy in his eyes. He had long seen his mother's feelings for the master, and now he was able to see them together. Naturally, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. But when he saw the appearance of the master, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. I saw that Fong Chong was no longer handsome at this moment. It was only a few years ago, but compared with the first meeting, he already looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, with gray hair and vicissitudes in his eyes. Even his originally straight back had become a little hunched. He was getting old too fast. After a day of bustling noise. In the new house, the oil lamp was bright. Fong Chong looked at his appearance in the bronze mirror. I may not live for many years. You will regret it. Perhaps because he had no magic power to nourish his body, his appearance aged very quickly, almost changing every year. He forgot a lot, but he did not forget that he was now a man over 100 years old. Shin Xiaowen, who was sitting shyly on the edge of the bed with a red veil on her head, could not help but take off the veil herself, tears in her eyes, but full of determination. I will not regret it. It is Xiaowen's luck to marry you. Even if I can only be your wife for one day, it is worth it. Fong Chong looked at the infatuated person in front of him, sighed, and gently stroked her delicate face with his palm. Because of the silver, Shin Xiaowen did not have to be as busy as before. So after several years, her appearance did not change much, but the temperament of a young woman on her body became more intense. Shin Xiaowen grabbed Fong Chong's hand, and slowly and firmly put it on herself. I want to give birth to a child for you. The oil lamp was blown out, the red waves rolled, and the child cried shyly. Another 2 years. Ahem. Fong Chong coughed twice. Although his eyes were still bright, his long hair had turned gray. Standing in front of him was the young and vigorous Little Stone. Little Stone's appearance was not very handsome, but just like his nickname, his facial lines were strong, and he had a bit of determination. You haven't completed the task for 10 years, and you are still young. Why don't you wait for 2 more years? Little Stone said firmly, Master, I can't wait any longer. Fong Chong did not force Little Stone to change his name as Master, but his mother kept thinking about it. The outside world is turbulent, and many people became famous overnight, and my skills are no worse than theirs. Just give me a chance. Now is my chance. Fong Chong pondered for a moment, waved his hand and said, Go if you want to. Since your heart is no longer here, I can't keep you. It turned out that Little Stone had finally made up his mind to go outside the village. The influence of his exchanges with the younger generation of the Qinglong gang when he was young has always been there. Recently, there has been news that the Qinglong gang is recruiting soldiers. Many people in the village want to take this opportunity to join the Qinglong gang. And Xiao Shi too was invited by the Qinglong gang. The leader of the county branch came in person. It is said that the old gang leader specifically asked him to do so. Thank you, Master. Xiao Shi too knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Fong Chong, and then walked out without looking back. At the entrance of the village, there were already many teenagers standing in a group. There were also carriages with the flag of the Qinglong gang to pick them up. These teenagers had dreams, all for a rich and prosperous future. But the world is difficult, and the war in Jingwa has already swept across the country. It is unknown how many of them can return after they leave. After Xiao Shi too left, he never came back. Occasionally, the reputation that spread to the village was that he killed someone in a certain place, and was called the Divine Eagle by the people in the Jianghu. He was good at using a pair of Divine Eagle claws, and rose step by step in the Qinglong gang. Not long after Xiao Shi too left, the new king of Jingwa was found dead in the harem, and the army of loyalists rose up all over the place. The Qinglong gang joined the command of a great general, fought for him, and made great contributions. The old leader of the Qinglong gang, Lin Longzhou, who was once called the two-sleeved green dragon in the Jianghu, was not dead yet, and even his sword was still sharp. When the two armies were facing each other, he led people to sneak into the enemy camp and beheaded the enemy general with his famous sword moves, laying the foundation for victory. The general eliminated the enemy, marched north, occupied most of the territory of Jingwa, and even invaded the capital of Jingwa, supported the new emperor to succeed to the throne, and was named king of Yin. But everyone with a discerning eye knew that when he unified Jingwa, it would be the time for the new emperor to abdicate. The disturbances in the outside world had nothing to do with the small village of Xiama, but the young and strong people in the village were inevitably involved in the war. As the hometown of gang leader Lin, it was natural to set an example for others. Because Fong Chong was old, and there was Xiao Shi too, a rising star of the Qinglong gang, in his family, the recruiters did not make it too difficult. Until this day, Xiao Shi too, who was named the Eagle General, led his troops back to his hometown. It has been 13 years since he left home. At this time, the king of Yin ascended the throne, changed the country's name to Yin, and named Lin Jin the great master of protecting the country. Courtyard. Master, you are old. The former Xiao Tu is now tall and straight, with eyes as sharp as an eagle, and a lingering evil spirit. That is the soul of the dead, who were infected by his men during his years in the army. 13 years have passed. Fong Chong has long been gray-haired, with dark age spots on his face, and his skin wrinkles like chicken's skin. Where is the handsomeness of the past? Yes, I'm old. He looked at the little stone with a rebellious face and full of murderous aura, and asked, "Didn't you continue to practice the eagle claw kung fu I taught you?" Little Stone said proudly, "Now my disciple is practicing the secret blood eagle 13 strikes of the Qinglong gang. It has made rapid progress, and has infinite power. All these years of fighting in the south and the north are all thanks to this skill. What a pity." Fong Chong shook his head and said, "This skill is cruel, and you have used it to kill people for many years. I am afraid that you will shorten your life, and will not have a good end in the future. Fortunately, you are still young. If you could abandon this skill and practice the eagle claw kung fu that your master taught you again, you still have a chance to make up for it." Little Stone laughed and said, "Master, don't pretend with me anymore. What you could do before, I can do now." His feet shook, and a piece of blue stone flew up from the ground. Then he grabbed it with his claws, and the blue stone was easily penetrated by his 5 fingers, and then he rubbed his palms, and the blue stone turned into powder. "Master, how do you think my skills are now?" Fong Chong stopped talking and asked, "What do you want to do this time? If you are here to visit me and your mother, you shouldn't bring so many soldiers with you." Now the courtyard is surrounded by the people brought by Xiao Tu, and even the entire Xiaoma village is Xiao Shi's people. There are no less than 1,000 people, all of whom are veterans, who have fought in the army for many years. With 1,000 people in the army, no martial arts master can escape. Hearing this, Xiao Tu lowered his voice. "Master, I know you have a way to prolong life. Now the emperor has not much time left because of his old injury. I have signed a military order in front of the emperor to bring back the way to prolong life for him. Please help Xiao Tu for the sake of our long-term master-disciple relationship and my mother's long-term companionship with you." Fong Chong couldn't help laughing. "If I don't give it to you, will you lead the troops to personally encircle and suppress me, your master?" Xiao Tu bowed his head with his fists, half knelt in front of Fong Chong, and raised his armor to clang. "Master, it's difficult to disobey the emperor's order. Please help me once." "Ahem." Fong Chong laughed quickly and coughed a few times. "Look at me, if there is a way to prolong life, will it become like this?" But Xiao Tu seemed to have determined. Fong Chong raised his head, his eyes were firm, and he was like when he left home. "Master, you must have. Please, I really don't want to fight you." At this moment, Xiaowen, who had been listening to the noise in the room, opened the door and rushed out. "Little Stone, do you know what stupid things you are saying? The one standing in front of you is your master, your father." Xiaowen is almost 40 years old now, but she doesn't look old. Standing in front of Fong Chong, she used to be a daughter, but now she is a granddaughter. Little Stone looked at his mother seriously. "Mom, please help me persuade Master. As long as Master agrees, our family will enjoy endless wealth and glory, but it is just a recipe that is useless to Master." Xiaowen's face was angry, and she couldn't help but look at Fong Chong. "Husband, do you really have that recipe? If it's really useless to you, why not give it to Little Stone?" Fong Chong looked at Xiaowen and asked, "Don't you believe me either?" Xiaowen lowered her head and whispered, "I do, but..." "That's enough." Fong Chong nodded. "Little Stone, let Lin Jun come out. I didn't expect that after so many years, he not only didn't die, but he still didn't give up on some method of prolonging life." A trace of panic flashed across Little Stone's face. "Master, the Imperial Master didn't come this time." "Since he didn't come, then he didn't come." Fong Chong said, "I don't have what you want." Little Stone's face looked ugly. "Master, can't you really help me this time?" "No, you are no longer my disciple." Fong Chong shook his head. "Then I will only offend you." Little Stone stood up slowly. "Little Stone, what do you want to do?" Xiaowen stood in front of Little Stone. On one side was her son, whom she had not seen for many years, and on the other side was her husband, who had been with her for many years. She couldn't bear to leave either of them. "Mom, I'm sorry." Without waiting for Xiaowen to react, Little Stone used his palm as a knife to knock her unconscious, and then sent her behind him. "Take good care of my mother." "Master, please." Little Stone stretched out his hand. Fong Chong also took a stance. "Little Stone, then I will let you see the power of the eagle claw kung fu that you look down on." He moved his feet, seemingly slowly but actually quickly. Little Stone raised his hand to block, and the unparalleled fist broke through his obstruction, and a palm was printed on his chest, and the heart mirror on the armor instantly dented a large palm print. He was also thrown backwards under this force. Puff! He immediately couldn't lock the blood and chi, and his internal organs were injured, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. This is not Eagle Claw Kung Fu, old man. You really didn't teach me the real teachings. Go, come on! Don't shoot arrows. This general wants to catch them alive. With a crash, the wall of the courtyard collapsed, and dozens of military horses rushed in. The soldiers waved their swords and guns, bringing gusts of evil wind. Fong Chong covered his chest, where there was a faint sadness lingering. I seem to remember something? Looking at the army that destroyed the small home where he had lived for many years, Fong Chong showed no mercy. Boom! Although his body was extremely old, it was now full of power that ordinary people could not imagine. People and horses fell to the ground. At this moment, Fong Chong was like a god of war. No matter who came in front of him, he would be killed on the spot. But human power has its limits. The troops and horses that surged up from all sides seemed endless. Fong Chong knocked down 10 or 100 of them, but he was exhausted after all. Puff! A pair of sharp claws pierced into his abdomen, as if to tear his intestines apart. Old thing, you don't know how to respect me. Xiao Shida's face was full of cruelty and coldness. Fong Chong stood on a high pile of corpses, lowered his head, and looked at his bleeding abdomen, raised a middle finger to the sky, and then fell on his back. Chapter 274. Clatter. In the dark prison, the sound of chains dragging was particularly clear and loud in this silent space. A white-haired man with disheveled hair was lying on the ground in a big letter shape. His prison uniform was stained red with blood. All 4 limbs were shackled by a steel chain that was as thick as a baby's fist, and behind each chain was a large iron ball weighing thousands of pounds. The 4 corners of the spacious cell were occupied by iron balls, which seemed a bit cramped and small. The range of movement of the prisoners was extremely limited, and even just turning over would cause the heavy chains to make a sound. Fong Chong had been imprisoned here for almost 3 months. In the 3 months, he had not seen Xiao Shirtu or Lin Jin, only torture every day as punctual as mealtime. For the first time, he felt the fragility and tenacity of the flesh. A whip or a skewer could make him feel so painful, but the tenacious thing was the endless vitality and vigor hidden deep in his body. He did not beg for mercy, nor did he beg for mercy. The pain of the body could not make him surrender mentally. On the contrary, it made him more awake, and the memories in his mind became clearer, and blurred fragments flashed through his mind. The sound of footsteps sounded outside the cell, and Fong Chong thought stopped abruptly, and he sighed silently. I don't know what the punishment package is today. After being beaten for so long, I can see new tricks every day, which makes him look forward to it. But the one who came today was not the cruel official in the prison, but a gentle woman. Looking at Fong Chong, who was covered with bruises and no longer in human form, the woman couldn't help but cover her mouth, and tears flowed down. Husband. The woman put down the food box in her hand, knelt down in front of Fong Chong, and cried like a pear blossom in the rain. It was Shinshioan. Fong Chong supported himself with his hands and sat up. Looking at Shita's mother, who looked so noble and had no trace of the temperament of an ordinary woman, he smiled thoughtfully. It seems that they didn't make things difficult for you. You are living a good life. At this time, he glanced at the food box brought by Shinshioan and asked, Is that a farewell meal for me? Shinshioan wiped her tears and said, I made a few home-cooked dishes, all of which you like, husband. I begged Xiao Shirtu for a long time before he finally agreed to let me come to see you. Fong Chong did not comment. He knew that Xiao Shirtu was no longer the Xiao Shirtu of the past, and Shinshioan was more helpless. He just felt a little ridiculous and ironic when he saw that he was imprisoned while his wife was rich and luxurious. It was as if someone said in front of him, See, this is the glory and wealth that belongs to you, but because you don't know how to appreciate it, you can only be tortured every day and live a dark life. Shinshioan opened the food box, and there were indeed a few home-cooked dishes and a pot of wine. Fong Chong was inconvenient to move, so he opened his mouth directly. Shinshioan carefully took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of Fong Chong's mouth, and then picked up the bowl and chopsticks to feed Fong Chong. Fong Chong accepted everything, and soon, he had eaten all the side dishes and wine. I haven't tasted your cooking for a long time, and it still tastes the same as before. Now that the food and wine are already delicious, just say whatever you want to say. Shinshioan hesitated to speak, but seeing Fong Chong's current appearance, she said what her son had said to her again. Husband, just agree to Xiao Shirtu. He said that as long as you can help the emperor prolong his life, he will immediately ask the emperor to save you. From now on, our family of 3 can live happily together. I feel really sad to see you like this. Fong Chong shook his head and said, it's the same old tune again, isn't it a bit new? Shin Xiaowen said again. Xiao Shirtu also said that if you don't agree, husband, the emperor will be furious and punish him. At that time, Xiao Shirtu and I will go to prison and die with you. Is that so? Fong Chong laughed. That's a coincidence. At that time, our family of 3 will be reunited in the underworld. This is a great thing. It's a pity that I drank too quickly just now, otherwise I should have drunk 3 more cups. Shin Xiaowen's face changed. Husband, why are you so stubborn and must keep a secret that is useless to you? Is this thing more important than the secret between you, me, and Xiao Shirtu? There was resentment in her eyes. You also believe what Xiao Shirtu said, and think that I have a way to prolong people's life? Fong Chong smiled and asked lightly. Shin Xiaowen suddenly felt flustered. But she thought of what her son said to her. If Fong Chong didn't agree, the emperor would be angry and corpses would be scattered all over the place. Not only their family, but also the villagers of Xiaoma village, and even countless people related to them would die because of them. But as long as Fong Chong agreed, then these disasters would be gone. It won't happen. And she has been the mother of the general for 3 months. This is also the first time she has enjoyed the benefits of power, and witnessed the charm of power. She found that she was a little reluctant. Fong Chong treated her well, but because of her inferiority complex, she has been humble and cautious in front of Fong Chong all these years. Now her son is the general of the Divine Eagle, and Fong Chong is old, and looks like he will die soon, but she is still in her prime, and has a good life. Will she be buried with Fong Chong? Shin Xiaowen said with a stiff face. Husband, you must have something in your hand, otherwise how can I stay young all these years, almost the same as when I married you? This must be what you did to me. Fong Chong paused for a moment, and suddenly asked quietly, if I say that I am aging so quickly in order to keep you young, will you still let me extend the life of others? Shin Xiaowen's body suddenly stiffened. The next moment, she knelt down heavily in front of Fong Chong, with her head on the ground. Although she said nothing, everything was implied. He. Fong Chong smiled and shook his head, saying, human nature cannot stand the test, it's my fault. Anyone can tell Lin Jin and Lin Lei to come see me, and I give him what he wants. Fong Chong didn't look at Shin Xiaowen again, and said to the depths of the dark prison corridor. Shin Xiaowen looked up in surprise and said, husband, you finally figured it out. When you get out, I will make Xiao Shirtu kowtow in front of you and admit his mistakes. He had no choice but to attack you at that time. For the sake of my serving you for so many years, please forgive him for once. Fong Chong didn't answer, but just laid down again, bringing the sound of heavy chains. First, torture, using physical pain to wear down the mind, and then warmth to influence, using spiritual warmth to dispel resistance. Even if you are a heart of stone, you have to soften at this moment. But he is different. He has remembered who he is. Soon, someone else came from outside. It was Lin Lei, who was wearing the armor of the Divine Eagle, that is, Xiao Shirtu, and an old man who looked like an immortal and wore a Taoist robe and held a whisk in his hand. Everyone retreat. Without the order of the national teacher, anyone who dares to approach this place will be killed with his entire family. Lin Lei spoke in a sonorous voice, full of iron-blooded murderous aura. A rustling sound came from the darkness, and it was obvious that all the people who were secretly monitoring had evacuated. When there were only 4 people here, the old man stood in front of Fong Chong and said earnestly, Master, I really have no other choice, so I can only resort to this last resort. If there is any other way, I will never fight with you. This old man is Lin Jin. Already 100 years old, he still has white hair and a youthful face. It seems that he can live another 10 or 20 years without any problem. He called him master, and his words were sincere. There was no dignity of the Yin state master. When Fong Chong saw his appearance, he twitched his lips and sneered. I didn't expect you to be able to learn this kind of magic method without a teacher. I underestimated you. He saw at a glance the monstrous blood and resentment hidden under Lin Jin's immortal appearance. It was obvious that the reason why he was still alive was that he used some kind of magic method to absorb the blood and lifespan of others to nourish himself. But this method seems a bit inferior. Now his blood and qi are mixed, and it has reached a certain limit. If he continues to prolong his life, he may explode. Lin Jin's eyes lit up when he heard this. In all these years, this is the first time someone has seen through his disguise. He is worthy of being the immortal master. Thanks to the gift from the immortal master, I was able to comprehend this blood shadow magic skill and survive. Fang Chong's soul lived in Lin Jin's body. When he left, he refined the 4 ghosts of Xishan into puppets and gave them to Lin Jin. And it was with the 4 puppets and the teachings of his second uncle, an old man in the world, that Lin Jin rose step by step in the world and achieved the great achievements of the Qinglong gang. Because Lin Jin was subconsciously nourished by Fang Chong's soul, he had extraordinary talent. He comprehended the blood shadow magic skill from the 4 ghosts of Xishan, which was already in the category of martial arts. If it were not for the restrictions of the absolute spirit land, he might have refined magic power. This blood shadow divine art was originally both good and evil, but as the deadline approached, Lin Jin gradually went crazy and explored the power of the blood shadow divine art to the extreme. Not only did he completely refine the 4 puppets, but he also absorbed the blood and blood of others to feed himself. It was with the help of other people's vitality and lifespan that he was able to survive. But now this state is already his limit. After all, he is just a mortal body, and it is impossible to endlessly accommodate the blood and blood of others. Fang Chong nodded and said, "It turns out that I accidentally helped you. No wonder you have been chasing me. The so-called Yanhuang's extension of life is also your excuse. You are the only one who wants to extend your life from beginning to end." Lin Jin smiled and nodded. "Master, you have a good idea. As long as Master can help me go one step further, I promise that from now on, I will stay away from the place where Master is and dare not offend him at all." Fang Chong pulled up the chain and stood up with difficulty. The 4 fine steel chains connecting the big iron ball were pulled straight and tight. If you want to go one step further, it's actually very simple, but before that, let me tell you a story. Fang Chong suddenly laughed out loud, not knowing what he remembered. "I used to listen to other people's stories, but now I didn't expect that I would become a storyteller. Many years ago, there was a coward whose father died. Of course, they had no feelings for each other, so he was not very sad, but he was afraid. So he tried his best and almost lost his life, and finally embarked on the path of cultivation. After practicing for many years, this coward had no achievements to brag about. He always ran away when he met a strong enemy. But he was lucky, and he was ruthless and had no bottom line, so he always got some benefits. After all this trouble, he also achieved some small results, but compared with those real prodigies, he knew he was nothing. But he was not a man with great ambitions. There is always only one protagonist, so why can't he be a supporting role? So after achieving some small results, he became proud and didn't want to make progress. But suddenly one day, he found that there were many more people around him without knowing when he had been. He is no longer a person. And the world has changed, he must work hard and make progress. The coward is still cowardly, but he can't stop moving forward. Otherwise, he can't bear the pressure of the world, and many people will die with him. So he has been working hard. By the way, the coward is still a selfish coward. He is afraid of separation, afraid of worry, and less willing to give feelings. With feelings, people have weaknesses. But people are not plants, how can they be ruthless? The more he suppresses, the more he finds the emptiness and madness in his heart. He knows that there is something wrong with him, but he doesn't know what to do. He thinks it may be because his cultivation is not strong enough. So he came to a place isolated from the world, without any extraordinary power, and became a complete mortal, even losing his memory. This is a necessary step to break through. Anyway, the predecessors all did this. But now, he realized that this was also the answer he had been unable to find. Fang Chong looked at Shen Xiuwen and Lin Lei, who were stunned, and Lin Jin, who was suddenly frightened, and grinned. "It seems that you have all guessed that this coward is me. If I don't love because of fear of hurt, then I will never know what I really want. Thank you for your betrayal, which made me realize that my heart is still alive and beating. I am not as ruthless as I thought. Of course, revenge is also my code of conduct. You hurt me so much." Invisible chains appeared on his body, and one of the chains suddenly broke, and a breath leaked out. As he recovered his memory, the effect of this soul-locking spell was lost by half, and it could no longer restrict him. This cell made of fine iron could not even withstand a breath, and it made a rumbling sound, and the chains that trapped Fang Chong's limbs also exploded. Fang Chong picked up Shen Xiuwen, who was lying on the ground, and walked out leisurely. "No!" Lin Jin's face showed a crazy look. He knew that his idea of prolonging life had become a mirage. The next moment, he retreated violently. Although he could not live longer, he still wanted to live in the present. "Come here!" Lin Lei stopped him. Lin Lei was stunned, and habitually obeyed the order, and stepped in front of Fang Chong. When he reacted, Lin Jun didn't know where to retreat. But he himself had nowhere to retreat. He shook his arms, and a pair of gauntlets covered his palms, and a hint of scarlet flashed in the silver-white edge. Master, you hide so deeply. Lin Lei's eyes were very complicated. Fong Chong chains were still breaking, and his appearance was almost younger with every step. When he walked in front of Lin Lei, he was almost the same as when he first met him. Although he was wearing a prisoner's uniform, he seemed sacred in the clouds, making people want to kneel down unconsciously. Fong Chong stepped on the ground, and the cell, which was hidden for who knows how many meters underground, suddenly cracked, and a huge gap above the head was like a canyon. The long-lost sunlight fell. Little stone, as my apprentice, I will give you a decent death. The prison uniform on his body turned into powder, and under the golden and white light, a set of cloud-patterned robes automatically covered his body. Chapter 275. With Fong Chong kick, the dungeon collapsed, but the area around where Fong Chong stood was safe and sound, as if some mysterious force was blocking the collapsed earth and rocks. At the same time, the air seemed to condense into invisible steps, and Fong Chong climbed up the steps and walked out of the dungeon. The sun was slightly warm in the sky, and Fong Chong stood with his hands behind his back on the ground, as if waiting for something. Behind him, Shin Xiuan and Xiao Shi too were imprisoned by invisible forces, which was also a kind of protection. The turmoil just now did not harm them at all. After a while, only then did he see a raging dust tornado not far away, and a figure escaped in the roar of earth and rocks. Just now, Fong Chong kick collapsed the entire dungeon. Although Lin Jun was the first to run, he was the last to escape. Of course, compared with those jailers and prison bosses, who were buried forever in the ground, he was relatively lucky. But when he saw Fong Chong's face that flashed countless times in his memory, his body trembled unconsciously, and lost all his strength in an instant. Master, spare my life again. He knelt down suddenly, just like when they met again. Fong Chong said, I always keep my word. Since I said I would give you what you want, why are you running? Lin Jun was stunned, and saw Fong Chong lightly tap his finger at him. The air rippled, and the spiritual energy that should not exist in the absolute spirit land suddenly emerged, pouring into Lin Jun's body like a young swallow flying into the forest. That was Fong Chong's active output of his own magic power, and when the world could not digest it for a short time, he created a large amount of spiritual energy. Before Lin Jun understood what was going on, he felt a magical power he had never seen before. His blood shadow divine art, which had no room for improvement, was like being guided by something and started to operate on its own. The blood was purified and condensed, pulling the spiritual energy that permeated the world into a magical power. It was clearly a life and death moment, but Lin Jun was deeply moved. The power he had been pursuing, the power he had always dreamed of, appeared at his most desperate moment. All his blood and energy were transformed into mana. The huge blood and energy he absorbed from the founding war of Yen State became the nourishment for his continuous breakthrough. Refining Qi Level 1, Refining Qi Level 2. Until Refining Qi is perfect, Lin Jun's eyes were red, revealing endless excitement. The accumulation of 100 years suddenly exploded, and the gains brought were unimaginable to him. He was almost certain that as long as he took another step forward, his exhausted body would repeat his youth, and he could live for another 100 years. While excited, a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Could it be that the Immortal Master was really willing to help him because of their past friendship? Or was the story the Immortal Master just told true? Although he was wrong, he also inadvertently helped the Immortal Master break through, so the Immortal Master forgave him for the past. But the next moment... No! Lin Jun only felt that the originally gentle environment around him suddenly turned into a giant mouth that swallowed everything, and the mana that he had not yet had time to feel was constantly leaking out. Lin Jun used all the methods he could think of to stop the leaking mana. But facing the rules of the world in the land of absolute spirits, and without Fong Chong's powerful magic power, he could only watch his hard-earned magic power leak out like a funnel. His originally excited expression gradually turned into despair. He stared at Fong Chong blankly, and then suddenly woke up, begging in a humble tone, as humble as in the mud. Master, save me, please save me. The magic power was condensed from his blood and energy. Now that the magic power was dissipated, his blood and energy also disappeared. Without this blood and energy absorbed by the magic method, what could he use to support his decaying body? What was dissipated was not only his magic power, but also his vitality. Fong Chong looked indifferent and unmoved. Isn't this what you want? I don't want it anymore. I don't want anything anymore. Lin Jun's appearance became older at a speed visible to the naked eye. His white hair, and youthful face turned into chicken skin and white hair. His eyes were cloudy, and even speaking became difficult. After a long time without Fong Chong's response, he gradually lost consciousness, his eyes were blurred, and scenes gradually flashed through his mind. He met a fairy when he was young, became famous in his youth, and then succeeded. In his old age, he sought immortality, realized the magic method, and did not hesitate to start a war and destroy all living things in order to gain blood. But no matter how he calculated, he found out in the end that he could not succeed from the beginning. It was never Fong Chong who killed him, but this world. God, you are so unfair. Seeing Lin Jin die of old age in front of him, Fong Chong's face was neither sad nor happy, and he was not touched at all, just like gently brushing off a small insect. To him, Lin Jin was just a small passerby on his long journey, just like a weed that he looked at more on the roadside. Little Stone, it's your turn. Fong Chong finally cast his eyes on Lin Lei, the child who changed his fate because he needed an excuse. Lin Lei watched the invincible national master in his mind die in front of him, like a poor bug, and was shocked and even suppressed his fear of death. He was a child who grew up listening to the legendary stories of Grandpa Shen. He had also seen the national master fight against the three great national worshippers of the Jing Kingdom royal family alone, and established the reputation of the first person in the Jing Kingdom martial arts world. He had also seen the national master single-handedly take the head of the enemy general in the crowd of thousands of troops. How majestic that was. The Emperor of Yan Kingdom regarded him as a guest of honor and granted him the title of the national master. The 100,000 Qinglong troops under his command were enough to subvert the imperial power. But just now, the national master died, like a bug. His faith collapsed. Until his mother's sobbing woke him up. Husband, he is Xiao Shi too, your apprentice, and your son. Shen Xiuwen knelt in front of Fong Chong, her eyes red, begging bitterly. Lin Lei looked at his begging mother, then looked at Fong Chong who was neither sad nor happy, and said with a bitter smile, Mother, there is no need to beg him. He is no longer my master, nor your husband. All this is fake, don't you understand? Lin Lei laughed indignantly. From the beginning, my mother and I were chess pieces to help him practice. He is no different from the national teacher, except that the national teacher lost and he won. Winners take away bandits, there is nothing to say. My son's fame now comes from his horse, and he has long been prepared to die on the battlefield. Come on, kill me. Lin Lei looked at Fong Chong and said, I betrayed you, it has nothing to do with my mother, let her go. Fong Chong's face was a little turbulent at this moment, and he shook his head and said, What is true and what is false, how can I tell clearly? Little Stone, do you know that when you swung the knife at me, my heart also hurt for you? I have never let you down, nor have I ever treated you unfairly. Do you remember the eagle claw kung fu that you gave up? That was the kung fu that I tailored for you, when I had not lost my memory. That was what Lin Jin had always dreamed of, and I gave it to you from the beginning. It took 10 years to achieve success, but you left too fast and too hastily. So don't say that the winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits, and find an excuse for yourself to betray. I just think it's ridiculous that you are a man, but at the last moment, you are still unwilling to tell me the truth. You? Lin Lei's grief and indignation immediately stagnated, and Fong Chong's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and the last dignity he wanted to maintain before his death was also stripped off layer by layer. He was silent for a moment and closed his eyes, as if he could escape everything in this way. He murmured to himself, Yes, you didn't let me down, it's just that I was too wild and looked down on you. That year, the national teacher brought the younger generation of the Qinglong gang to stay in Xiaoma village. I used to be invincible in Xiaoma village with your eagle claw kung fu, but I was defeated miserably by those guys from the Qinglong gang. I have been bullied by the children in the village since I was a child. I am used to being bullied, and I am not afraid of being beaten. But Xiao Yu was also among the group of people. She is the great-granddaughter of the national teacher. When I first saw her, I thought she was really beautiful and noble. I wanted to follow her as a little follower. Actually, children don't know what love is, but I only had one thought in my mind at that time, I can lose, but I can't lose in front of her. So I asked you if you had any other skills to teach me. I wanted to learn more powerful kung fu, and I didn't want to lose in front of her again. But you didn't teach me. Maybe you thought Eagle Claw was enough. Later I went to Qinglong Gang, because the national teacher sent someone to tell me that Xiao Yu was waiting for me in Qinglong Gang, and if I went, I could follow her. I have never forgotten your Eagle Claw, but it is really too weak. I can only be regarded as a small role in Qinglong Gang, and any peer around Xiao Yu can beat me. The national teacher came to teach me at that time. Now I think that he probably liked the eagle claw you taught me, and felt that there was some secret in it. Even the national teacher thought it was not good, so I didn't insist, and switched to practicing Blood Eagle 13 strikes. It's strange that my progress in practicing Eagle Claw is mediocre, but Blood Eagle 13 strikes, which is also a claw skill, is advancing by leaps and bounds. Soon I became famous in the Qinglong gang. This made me complain a little more about you, thinking that you delayed me. Now it seems that it was probably the foundation laid by practicing Eagle Claw before. I have practiced for 8 years, and only the last 2 years are left. What a pity. Later, the general rebelled, and the Qinglong gang also joined the general. I followed the national teacher to fight north and south, and famous masters fell under my claws one by one. I looked down on you who was hiding in the village, and was unknown. Later, King Yin ascended the throne, and I became the great eagle general. The national teacher said that he wanted to marry Xiaoyu to me, but the premise was that I got something from you. I was ready to share the glory and wealth with you. But your indifferent attitude angered me. Who do you think you are? You are just an old man who has aged prematurely. I have experienced life and death several times, and suffered so much over the years, but you hide in Xiaoma village and never go out. Now I share wealth with you, but you don't know how to appreciate it. I want you to see that I am still very powerful even without your eagle claw. But when you slapped me, I completely lost my mind. You are so powerful, but why did you teach me such a weak eagle claw, which made me suffer so much? I hate it. Fong Chong nodded slightly. You did it for a woman? No, you still blamed me for half of the suffering you have suffered in these years, even though I did nothing. Once a person walks into prejudice, it is really difficult to turn back. But since you have made a choice, you must bear the corresponding price. Lin Lei opened his eyes, and exhaled a foul breath. If I can do it again, I hope I will never meet you again, and be a stupid little stone forever. Mother, take care of yourself. He groaned in pain, his heart and veins were broken, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices. Shen Xiuwen was completely dumbfounded. She rolled and crawled to Lin Lei, wiping the blood from Lin Lei's mouth and nose with her palms, and said in panic, "Little stone, you can't be in trouble. What should mother do if you leave? Wake up, mother is calling you, don't sleep, little stone." But the blood kept flowing, and it couldn't be stopped. She seemed to remember something, and knelt in front of Fong Chong, and kept kowtowing. "Please! Please!" Fong Chong didn't say anything, but looked into the distance with his eyes, which seemed particularly deep at this moment. For a long time. He lowered his head, and smiled faintly. "As you wish." Xiaoma village. The sky was slightly white. A pale young man woke up in his hut, his eyes were confused. He propped himself up on the bed, rubbed his temples, and muttered, "I just had a very long dream. Hee, it's not bad, I wish it would be like in the dream, the great eagle general, wow, it sounds impressive. What a pity, I'm just a small farmer." Just as he was feeling regretful, his mother called out from outside the house. "Little stone, don't sleep in. Go to the fields and dig the soil before the sun comes out. Don't waste time and delay farm work." "I know." The young man answered, picked up the hoe at the foot of the wall, walked out of the house, took the 2 pancakes prepared by his mother, and was about to go to work in the morning light. But he suddenly stopped and smiled at a middle-aged woman with the vicissitudes of life. "Mom, I just had a very interesting dream. In the dream, I was a great general, so powerful, and I married a very beautiful wife." "Okay, you are really a great general, and you have to dig a lot of land. But when it comes to wives, you are not old anymore. Work harder and save some money. Mom will find a marriage for you. Our Lin family has a successor, so Mom will have the face to see your father in the underworld." The middle-aged woman said unhappily, but the second half of the sentence was a little more yearning. "Really, Mom, I also dreamed that you married another person, but I don't remember who it was." The young man said seriously, "Don't talk too much. If you keep talking too much, the sun will come out. If you work again, your skin will be sunburned." The middle-aged woman didn't listen and urged, "I know." The young man sighed, and rushed to the field with a big cake in his mouth. He had never had such a real dream before, but unfortunately his mother didn't want to hear his details, but he could brag about it with his fellow villagers when he went to the fields later. Thinking of this, he became happy again and hummed a little song. "Today is such a good day." Dream? Watching her son go away, the middle-aged woman muttered and turned back to the house. In fact, she also had a dream. But she soon forgot about it. Dreams are dreams. Instead of thinking about dreams, it is better to think about which girl is suitable for her son. Chapter 276. Qinghua, Xilian Lake. Fong Chong stood above the lake, his sight seemed to see through the lake water, and saw a golden carp sleeping at the bottom of the lake. Its originally golden scales were covered with slippery green algae, and there was a layer of gray shell, which had lost its original color, like an ancient sculpture. It probably had not moved for many years, and even a deep pit had sunk into the bottom of the lake, with half of its body sunk in. Next to this golden carp was a human-shaped sculpture with closed eyes, which was also covered with water plants. Fish and shrimps kept shuttling around him and playing, as if they regarded him as a dead object. If Fong Chong had not had a spiritual connection with this puppet Ada, he would not be sure that this big carp statue was the lively and innocent Bubble. Looking at the thickness of its shell, Bubble was very likely to have slept for more than 20 years during his 20 years of transformation. Seeing this, Fong Chong didn't know what he was thinking of, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, revealing a faint smile. He came to find Bubble this time, and to take it away from Jinqiu realm. He once believed that on the road of cultivation, only when one is indifferent and unrighteous can one be free of worries, be brave and diligent, and forget about life. This is of course true. Cultivation is not a dinner party, it is a sword fight, a line between life and death. If you are indecisive, you will die on the road sooner or later. So he threw away Bubble. Because he found that he had feelings for Bubble, and this feeling is very likely to become his weakness in the future. In the storage bag kept by the puppet Ada, there is actually nothing. 100 years later, even if Bubble has not forgotten him, it is impossible to find him. But this time, although Fong Chong has not really broken through the realm of transformation, he has truly realized what his original heart is. Keep what you like, and destroy what you hate. His heart has never stopped beating, but it should be more pure. He likes the mortal world with fireworks, likes family happiness, and likes the excitement of being alone. But this kind of liking will never be his bondage. Let's take a very simple example. He has feelings for Bubble. If his opponent catches Bubble to threaten him in the future, he might hesitate and compromise at that time. This is what he was worried about before. So in order to avoid this happening, he threw away Bubble. It seems ruthless, but it is actually because of affection. But now, if he encounters the same situation, he may just destroy the opponent without hesitation. As for Bubble's life, it is no longer important at the moment it was caught. He likes Bubble, but liking is not his weakness. This is the most essential selfishness and ruthlessness, and it is also the most real him. He is free from the bondage of all social moral thoughts, which can also be called Tao. Tao is invisible, but after being perceived by people, there is a distinction between immortals and demons. Those who love the world and are righteous and selfless are immortals in people's eyes. Those who are cruel, tyrannical, insidious and evil are demons in people's eyes. But there is actually no essential difference between the two. Whether it is to become a god or a mortal, what they pursue is to understand their own path. And following their heart and being free is Fong Chong path. He saved Xiao Tu at the last moment, erased their past memories, and gave them the memories of ordinary people. There is no important reason. It's just because he felt that if they died at that time, he might be a little sad, so they survived. As for betrayal, right or wrong, it's no longer important. Fong Chong sank to the bottom of the lake, and the surrounding lake water was repelled by an invisible force, leaving a large vacuum zone. Water avoidance technique, a simple spiritual technique. However, if Fong Chong, a cultivator with a great perfection of the nascent soul, performs it, the simple water avoidance technique becomes the water control technique. With him as the center, the area of dozens of meters around became a waterless area. From the sky, Xilian Lake is like a big cake, and someone scooped a piece from it with a spoon. The fish and shrimps that had not yet had time to swim away were lying on the bottom of the lake, jumping around, and they didn't react for a moment. Where was the water? Bang, bang. With 2 crisp knocks, the gray shell had several more cracks, and then the water plants peeled off, revealing the golden scales inside. The puppet Ada on the side also opened his eyes, and the water plants wrapped around his body were all shattered and fell off, and he half knelt in front of Fong Chong. Master. His voice was hoarse, like the sound of a saw scratching wood. Fong Chong nodded slightly, not caring. In his eyes, although the puppet Ada had a little more spirituality and intelligence than ordinary puppets, it was still a puppet. Or in his eyes, except for his sister, all puppets, whether they were intelligent or not, were just his puppets. And Bubble's big tail knocked the ground unconsciously a few times, his eyes trembled slightly, and slowly opened. Huh? Ada, has it been 100 years? Bubble asked sleepily. It's hard to imagine how a big carp yawns. So fast, I haven't slept enough yet? She turned around and became the little girl wearing a golden puffy skirt and a bun, with bulging cheeks, as if 2 dates were stuffed in them. She rubbed her eyes, and then saw Fong Chong's appearance. Master? Ah? It turns out that I was dreaming again. Pow Pow looked at Fong Chong and then sighed, like a little adult. Master, Bubble misses you so much. Bubble is so cute, how can you bear to abandon Bubble? But when Bubble sleeps for 100 years, Bubble will definitely find you. Fong Chong looked at Bubble with a smile and said, You sleep for 100 years like this, and you will still be a big useless fish by then. How can you find me? Bubble snorted, But you can't see my hard work in cultivation. So what's the point of my cultivation? If I can't find it by then, I can't find it. If I can't find it, I can't find it. I change another master, I make you angry to death. Is that so? It seems that I came back to find the wrong person, so I'm leaving. Fong Chong was about to leave. Bubble quickly grabbed Fong Chong and stopped him. This is my dream. If I don't allow you to leave, you can't leave. Huh? Bubble grabbed Fong Chong close, then jumped on Fong Chong, hugged him with both hands, and fluttered her 2 short legs, almost unable to hold him. Her nose moved, sniffed left and right, and wondered, Is this dream so real? She pulled Fong Chong's face, but found that she couldn't pull it at all. Ah! She bit Fong Chong's face hard. Crack! Bubble covered her mouth, tears came out of her eyes in pain. How could a mere Jin Dan demon bite the face of Master Fong? She almost broke her teeth. It hurts, it's real. Really? Wow wow wow. Master, you are really back. Bubble hugged Fong Chong's head tightly, and cried loudly. But this time Fong Chong had experience. He picked up Bubble, stretched out his arms, and held her in the air, letting her limbs flutter in the air like a turtle. Bubble fluttered for a while, and suddenly, she didn't want to cry anymore, thinking it was boring. The master didn't cooperate with her at all. She turned her body, her butt and head changed directions in the air, and then looked up at Fong Chong pitifully and said, Master, put me down. Bubble promises not to blow her nose on your head this time. Fong Chong, Sure enough, she did it on purpose last time. Fong Chong put Bubble down. But as soon as Bubble landed, she moved quickly and hugged Fong Chong's thighs relentlessly, like a koala. What are you doing? I want to hold the master tightly, so that the master can never throw me away again. At this time, Bubble was like a little female hooligan teasing a good-looking man. Fong Chong heard this, picked up Bubble, couldn't help but rub her hair, and said with a smile, Don't worry, I will never abandon you in the future. Chapter 277. Night. An unknown barren mountain. A bonfire was lit on the top of the mountain. Bubble was poking at the fire with a branch. She looked so focused, as if she was experiencing an important duel. After a while, a charred block was pulled out. Seeing this, Bubble reached out and grabbed it, and then rolled it left and right in her hand, as if it was very hot. In fact, even if she was roasted on the fire, it would not hurt her at all. But the sense of ritual must be there. This is piety for food. When she peeled off the skin of the block and revealed the golden color inside, she found that it was actually a sweet potato. Well, it was just a sweet potato. But for Bubble, who had slept for 20 years without eating, this hot sweet potato was like an elixir in exchange for her. She would probably consider it carefully. Fong Chong stood with his hands behind his back, ignoring the many bubbles in his mind, and looked up at the moon in the night sky. The bright moon was now covered with a hazy luster, adding a mysterious color. Spiritualization today. When Fong Chong realized his true heart before, he could have taken advantage of the victory to break through the spiritualization in one fell swoop. But on the one hand, the environment of the absolute spirit land was limited, and he was afraid that he would not be able to continue and effect his breakthrough. Secondly, his condition was not very good. At that time, he was in a state of emotional excitement, and his state of mind was unstable. He was afraid that he could not survive the catastrophe of the spiritualization. After all, even breaking through the nascent soul had to be struck by lightning, so how could the catastrophe of the spiritualization be an exception? According to what he learned from the secret collection of the Demon Eye sect, when breaking through the spiritualization realm, although there would be no thunder tribulation, there would be a catastrophe of the spiritualization. No one can describe the situation of the spiritualization tribulation in detail, because everyone has a different account. Even those cultivators, who have broken through the spiritualization realm can only vaguely express that the catastrophe of the spiritualization is somewhat similar to the transformation from the mortal world. If one can comprehend the divine will of the spirit in this catastrophe, then one will be able to break through the realm. If not, then one can only continue to temper oneself in the mortal world, and wait for the right opportunity. But the success rate of the second breakthrough is far less than the first one. This is why nascent soul cultivators have a period of mortal transformation before breaking through to the spiritual transformation. It is not only to understand the original mind, but also to prepare for the catastrophe of the spiritual transformation. These are the experiences of the predecessors. If there is no such inheritance, the success rate of self-transformation is extremely low. The meaning of the phrase falsely pass on 10,000 volumes of books, true transmission lies in this. Fong Chong closed his eyes, and the light in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows shone brightly. A small Yuanshan, which is exactly the same as Fong Chong, emerged from behind him, and then the Yuanshan gradually grew up and stood behind Fong Chong, like a shadow. Then, the Yuanshan overlapped with his body, and a mysterious power rose from Fong Chong's body. Bubble, who was biting the second sweet potato with his fingers, looked up blankly with black lips, glanced at Fong Chong, and then took a big bite and bit off the burnt sweet potato skin. Delicious. Bubble's face showed a satisfied smile. Although she didn't know what the master was doing, she was right to eat melons quietly and not disturb him. Has the catastrophe of transformation begun? Fong Chong only felt that he had touched a mysterious mechanism between heaven and earth. He seemed to have turned into a ray of light, and was being pulled to a mysterious sea of stars. Countless stars in it flashed with light or dark, and at the same time exuded attraction to him of varying degrees. Above these stars, there were many long rainbows, like meteors falling into one of the stars. He was just a tiny ray of light. Fong Chong wanted to move, but he couldn't move. He could only be pulled away by one of the stars that attracted him the most. At this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind, and he faced the sea of stars and silently said in his heart, "Identification." Boom! The sea of stars, which was operating in an orderly manner, suddenly rioted as if it had encountered an underwater volcanic eruption. It was like having a sleeping giant that was disturbed. Fong Chong could feel that the whole space was angry. A series of garbled characters appeared on the information panel in front of Fong Chong, and finally stabilized, revealing the identification information. Sea of Laws, Primary. Introduction, Unknown Fong Chong, ? Although it only has one name, this thing sounds very powerful. To break through the realm of Cave Void, you need to understand the laws, especially the laws of space. After going through 6 or 9 heavenly tribulations, you can create a small cave heaven, which is now the secret realm that is merging with the main heaven and earth. Those were all small worlds created by powerful people, but they became the nutrients of the main heaven and earth after losing their masters. But is that a problem he can consider now? The tribulation of transformation actually wants to enter the Sea of Laws. No, he seems to be just passing by. He is only going to one of the stars. But now the Sea of Laws seems to be disturbed by his identification technique. All the stars are trembling and angry, and the power that originally supported him has become intermittent. Fong Chong suddenly found that he could move. He was a ray of light at the moment, but if someone could see Fong Chong's current form, they would find that this ray of light, like a broom star, suddenly grew a tentacle and gently touched the world outside the rainbow light. What kind of feeling was that? Fong Chong couldn't describe it, but he seemed to see the evolution of heaven and earth, the rebirth of the world, and endless information surged in his mind. This was something he couldn't understand at the moment. He felt as if his mind was about to be torn apart, so he quickly retracted his tentacles, returned to the rainbow light, and obediently followed the power of the connection and fell into the stars. Then he saw a tree. It was a sapling growing on a cliff. I don't know which wicked bird took a shit in the sky and happened to fall into the crack of the stone, and there happened to be a seed of a tree in it. With the help of the nutrients of the bird droppings, the small tree sprouted with difficulty, and its roots were rooted in the cliff with dense rocks. In order to absorb more nutrients, the root system of the small tree is extremely developed. The tree body is only more than 1 meter high, and the roots spread out a length of 4 or 5 meters. It does not miss any rain, and strives to grow its leaves outward to enjoy more sunshine. As time went by, the small tree grew into a big tree, with lush branches and leaves. It began to yearn for what the outside world was like, and then it was struck by lightning. The big tree was broken in half, and the trunk was charred. It was probably dead. But not long after, the broken trunk was replaced by new buds, and the tree came back to life. Because it still had roots, the tree would not die as long as the roots were not broken. It grew into a big tree again. Then, it was struck by lightning again. This time it was even worse. Even the stone was split open, and the roots in the stone cracks were burned. But a few years later, a new tree grew out again with difficulty. Then it was struck by lightning again. It was reborn again. It was like a cycle that was repeated over and over again. Until one day, it rained heavily, thunder roared, and several thunderbolts struck the cliff, but they could no longer hurt the tree. At some point, the tree, like a canopy, had covered the entire mountain, with endless power flowing through it. Fong Chong wanted to get closer to see, but found that he was actually the tree. He suddenly woke up. At this moment, his mind gradually left the tree, rising higher and higher, and returned along the way he had just come. He saw the dazzling sea of laws again. In reality, Fong Chong opened his eyes at the same time, and the internal skills were automatically running. The mana that had already reached the limit of the nascent soul great perfection surged again. He didn't understand what was going on, why the promised catastrophe of transformation into a spirit turned into a tree being struck by lightning. But he could be sure of one thing, he broke through. And Fong Chong clenched his palm, and the vitality of the power spread in his body, soothing the trauma he suffered from rashly observing the sea of laws. That was his spirit of transformation, endless, derived from an extreme belief in survival. In short, it could not be killed. Chapter 278. After breaking through the spirit transformation, Fong Chong waited in this barren mountain. The reason why he chose to break through after seeing Bubble was not to show off in front of this little guy, that was meaningless, but to take Bubble out of Jinxiu realm. According to the information that the world spirit told him when he first came in, there are only two ways for these foreign cultivators to get out. One is that the assigned practice time is up. After all, Jinxiu realm is the territory where the queen trains her private army, and it is impossible for anyone to come in and mess around. Therefore, the cultivators who enter are actually managed uniformly, and they use the speed of time to practice hard. It is impossible for them to wander around like Fong Chong. Therefore, the practice time of others may range from 100 years to several hundred years. When the time is up, whether you want to stay or not, you have to go out to work for the queen. Fong Chong pays for admission, so his treatment is naturally different from those cultivators in the army. He can stay as long as he wants. So if he wants to get out, the second way is to break through the spirit transformation. In the Jinxiu realm, the transformation of the spirit is the pinnacle. It is almost impossible to break through the void realm above the transformation of the spirit, which is many times more difficult than the main world. Fong Chong was not very clear about this specific situation. But the cultivation at the bottom level is so difficult, let alone the higher realms. Therefore, once a cultivator breaks through the transformation of the spirit, he will be noticed by the realm spirit, and foreign cultivators like him will be sent out directly by the realm spirit. As expected, Fong Chong did not wait for long, and a bright moonlight fell, like a layer of hazy and beautiful gauze. In the light, there was a beautiful and pure girl. She was Yao Ji, the realm spirit of the Jinxiu realm. This was the second and a half time Fong Chong saw her. The first time was when he came in a daze, and was kicked down, and his soul entered Lin Jin's body to sleep. Then, there was another half time when he woke up after adapting to the rules of this world, and this realm spirit returned his body to him. But at that time, he only heard her voice, but did not see her. This is the second time it's official. It's you. Yao Ji spoke carelessly, not like a spirit who has lived for a long time. Compared with Yao Guang, whom she called her sister, she was even cuter. She looked at Fong Chong, looking very familiar, and said with a sigh, "Not bad, you practiced quite fast. Are you going back?" Fong Chong nodded, pointed at Pao Pao and said, "I want to take her back with me." Pao Pao, who was still eating melon, looked at the girl who fell from the sky and felt ashamed. Her face was black from eating. When she heard Fong Chong calling her, she quickly threw away the mushy sweet potato, and then looked at Yao Ji seriously, as if to say, "Yes, it's me." It was not very formal, but very funny. Yao Ji covered her mouth and laughed, then shook her head decisively. "No, except for the realm of cultivation, you can't take away any grass or tree in this world." Fong Chong frowned. "Why? What if I must take her away?" Yao Ji's face also wrinkled, looking difficult. If it was someone else, Yao Ji would have no explanation. She is the world spirit of Jinxiu realm, and the queen is above her. Let alone a god, even if it is a great power of Dongxu Hadao, she is not afraid. But Fong Chong identity is different. Holding the mountain and river order, he can barely be regarded as a registered disciple of the queen. This face still needs to be given. She couldn't help but knock her head, and then saw a small puddle on the ground, and her eyes lit up. She cleared her throat and pointed at the puddle. "If the Jinxiu world is this small puddle, then you are now the little ant that accidentally fell into the puddle. If only the ant leaves, it will naturally not affect the puddle. But if the ant takes the water in the puddle with it when it leaves, Do you think this small puddle is still the original puddle? If you take her out, let's not talk about whether she can bear the rules of the main world, how to calculate the loss of Jinxia world after she leaves. Every blade of grass and every tree here contains the original power of the Jinxia world. If everyone learns from you, a little less today and a little less tomorrow, how can I be the boss of this family? Fong Chong was silent for a moment and asked, but if I remember correctly, there are also a few native cultivators in this world who have ascended. According to your theory, aren't they cutting your flesh? Yao Ji nodded. Yes, so it is getting harder and harder to practice now. I can't stop them, but the more people ascend to the outside world, the more difficult it is to practice in this world. And do you think they don't have to be responsible after they go out? They all signed a contract and have to pay their debts. Fong Chong looked at Yao Ji suspiciously and asked, I have been to many secret worlds. Why haven't I heard of this theory? Are you lying to me? Yao Ji snorted. What's the benefit of me lying to you? And can those shabby caves secret worlds compare with my Jinxia world? Jinxia world is independent. Even if the main world is destroyed, it can't hurt me at all. After the destruction of the main world, those secret worlds lost the support of the main world, and could only wander in the void world and gradually go to extinction. They come in and out, and it's just a matter of left and right hands. Jinxia world is different. If there is less spiritual energy, it is really less. Fong Chong was silent again, and then said, since someone can ascend, it means that nothing is absolute. You give me a price, how can I take her away? And what is the main world rule you mentioned? Yao Ji laughed immediately, squinting like a little fox. Wouldn't you have said so earlier? You want to snatch people from me without any reason. She looked at Bubble and said, a golden elixir monster, I give you 20% off, only 800 standard top-grade spirit stones, isn't it cheap? By the way, it can't be spirit stones from Jinxia world, it has to be from the outside world. 800 top-grade spirit stones, even if he was rich, he had to take a breath. Fong Chong gritted his teeth and said, why don't you go and rob? Yao Ji crossed her arms, her innocent face was full of the smell of money, and a bit of fearlessness. You are wrong. I have always been honest in business. Do you know what the price of ascension is now? 100,000 for the spirit transformation, and 1 million for the cave. They must be top-grade spirit stones, and there is no discount. If it weren't for your face, a little golden elixir demon wouldn't even be qualified to pay the spirit stone. She took the ascension channel. Fong Chong thought suddenly moved, and asked, does the higher the cultivation level, the more spirit stones you have to pay? Yao Ji nodded. Yes, the higher the cultivation level, the more mana in your body, the greater the loss to the world, and the compensation must be different. Fong Chong looked at Bubble, who was still confused, and wanted to cry but had no tears. Pow pow, it turns out that you are the wise one who appears foolish. The master shouldn't force you to practice. I was wrong. Hand it over. It's just 800 spirit stones. It's 800 top-grade spirit stones. No need for you to remind me. I have money. Fong Chong took out the last few storage rings on his body, pointed out the spirit stones, and gave them to Yao Ji. Now he really has nothing. He now has a beautiful country, and a lot of secret worlds waiting for him to develop. For him personally, he has no shortage of spirit stones. But he just feels that he has lost a lot. He suddenly understands how he felt when he was still a little person, and heard that someone spent millions to buy a pet. Yao Ji took the ring and smiled like a little fox who stole a chicken. This little fish is really lucky to have a master like you. When are you leaving? Fong Chong didn't want to talk about this sad topic again. Let's do it now. I'm usually very busy. Yao Ji's face suddenly straightened, and she looked up at the moon, and saw a pillar of light descending from the sky, covering Fong Chong and Bubble. Then the space changed rapidly. Fong Chong only saw thousands of miles of mountains and rivers passing by his feet. The speed was much faster than when he used the Xian Sha escape light. When he regained his senses, he found that he and Bubble had come to a huge mountain that looked like a divine bird, with clouds and mist surrounding the mountainside. There was a huge palace at the place where the divine birds and beasts lived. They were standing in front of the palace at this time. This is the Nine Phoenix Emperor Mountain, and the Ascension Passage is inside. Yao Ji introduced. Fong Chong was no longer the ignorant newbie he was when he first came to Jinxia Realm. He knew that the Nine Phoenix Emperor Mountain was the holy land of the Nine Phoenix dynasty. It was said that his grandfather, the Taoist Qingyou Chung Kai, entered the Nine Phoenix Emperor Mountain and followed the queen through the gate of heaven and earth. Now it seems that the gate of heaven and earth is the Ascension Passage. Well, the Ascension is paid. Fong Chong felt that his worldview was shattered, but not completely. The Nine Phoenix Emperor Mountain is guarded by the masters of the Nine Phoenix Dynasty's royal family, but even the guards cannot enter without Yao Ji's permission, so it has always been mysterious. Fang Chong looked around curiously. Don't look at it, it's just some stones, nothing interesting. Yao Ji invited Fang Chong to enter the palace, and as soon as he entered, he could see a huge light gate that was dozens of meters high. I have to remind you again that this little fish was born in the Jinxia world, and has long been branded by the Jinxia world. If you want to bring her back to the main world, the difference in the speed of time by 100 times can make her age and die instantly. For you, a year in the main world is a year, but for her, a year is 100 years. Fang Chong waved his hand and said, Don't talk about nonsense, just tell me how to solve it. Pay the money, and you will be tough. Yao Ji was not annoyed, and said with a smile, So when you go out later, I will add a layer of protection for her, just like when you first entered the Jinxia realm, so you don't have to panic no matter what happens. Got it. Then I wish you all the best. Wait a minute. What? I haven't asked my elder brother yet. How is he? Oh, your elder brother realized the unyielding will of God 50 years ago, and has left. I'm ready. Then you move. I think about it. Fang Chong stood in front of the light gate, with mixed feelings in his heart. He wanted to recite a few lines of poetry, but found that he didn't have enough literary talent. But Yao Ji was already impatient, and she kicked Fang Chong, but while he was holding Bubble. Have a nice trip. Her energetic voice came from behind. The world was spinning, as if he was stuffed into a drum washing machine. It was pitch black all around, and only the occasional flash of stars outside told him that he was still moving forward. Fang Chong was holding an egg, helpless, weak and pitiful. A dignified cultivator, facing this void channel that connects the two worlds, was no different from an ordinary person. Where did the egg come from? Where is my bubble that big? Fang Chong stared at the golden and white striped egg in his hand in astonishment. It was at least 40 to 50 centimeters in size, and he didn't know where to start. His bubble was a fish. Ovulate, not egg laid, but thinking that this was Yao Ji's protection for Bubble, he forgave it for the time being. I hope that after coming out of the egg, Bubble will not have any doubts about his racial attributes. I don't know how long it has been. When Fang Chong woke up holding an egg, he was already standing in the palace he had been away from for 100 years. His body was a little weak, as if it had been hollowed out. Yao Ji didn't tell him one thing. The mana cultivated in the Jinxia realm must also be returned. The palace was empty, and the seats that were originally full were now empty. Obviously, everyone entered the Jinxia realm in the flesh, and the time of return was different. Dong dong. Fang Chong tapped the egg in his hand twice, and shook it. Hey, can Bubble hear it? There was no movement in the egg. Maybe it was fainted or asleep. As for the possibility of it being a dead egg, Fang Chong felt that Yao Ji would not shake him for such a small amount of spirit stones. Thinking of the fact that he also had to sleep for 3 years before adapting to the 100 times faster flow rate in Jinxia realm, Fang Chong felt much more at ease, and walked out of the palace holding the egg. Outside the palace, it was cloudy, and the wind was cold. When someone walked out of the palace guards, who had been guarding outside, came over with a person. Fang Chong recognized that this person was from the old grandfather's house, and it seemed that he was a distant relative of the old grandfather. Although the old grandfather's family was wiped out, the Chung family was not wiped out, so there were still many things to say about the relationship between relatives. I, Chung Yuan, meet you, uncle. Well, how long have I been in the palace? To answer your uncle, it was 11 months and 21 days. My lord, we can talk about the past after we leave the palace. The palace guards on the side reminded. Chung Yuan nodded quickly and said, Yes, uncle, the master has been waiting for you. Fang Chong nodded indifferently. Then go back. Unlike the old grandfather, he has experienced 100 years in the Jinxia world, but has not lost his memory, so the gap between 1 year and 100 years makes him feel like he is in another world. Of course, it is also possible that the old grandfather did not tell the truth. After all, he read the novel story based on the old grandfather. Although it is very exciting and enviable, it is actually quite shameful for the old grandfather. The old grandfather has always been very serious and abstinent. If people knew that he was so tormented in the brocade world, it would be almost social death. After leaving the palace, Fang Chong heart moved, and he suddenly looked back. He seemed to see a pair of indifferent and deep eyes suddenly appear in the void, looking down at him, and then a faint smile appeared in his eyes. He suddenly shuddered and walked away quickly with the egg. Those are the eyes of the queen. Why did she look at him? Why did she smile at him? Abnormal things are demons. Fong Chong suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Facts have proved that his premonition was correct. On the third day after returning to Chung Mansion, Fong Chong, who was still recovering his cultivation, received the queen's oral order from the depths of the palace to enter the palace for an audience. Chapter 279. In the second year of Changsheng, it was October. The cold wind was bleak, and everything was withering. However, the Tang Dynasty palace was full of flowers, and spring was full of vitality. In the imperial garden, Empress Zhou Zhao was wearing a loose plain Taoist robe. Her long hair was loose, and her dress was slightly neutral. She had no makeup on her face, but her face was plain, but it was hard to hide her stunning beauty. She stood in the flowers, and there were all kinds of exotic flowers around her, competing for beauty, but none of them could take away her color. On the contrary, as long as she was there, any beautiful color would be dull. This is a perfect woman. Your Majesty, Fong Chong, the Annan Development Envoy, pays homage to His Majesty. Fong Chong stood in front of the Empress and bowed honestly, but he did not kneel. The Tang Dynasty did not practice kneeling. Kneeling, that is feudal dregs. Now it is the era of the immortal dynasty. How can we go back in time? Fong Chong was full of inner drama. Of course, if the queen frowned, or the lady-in-waiting next to him scolded him for being bold, he would kneel down immediately. A real man can bend and stretch, and he is not shabby. The queen still looked lazy, and spoke in a lazy tone. Fong Chong, raise your head so that I can take a good look at you. Fong Chong stood up stiffly and forced a smile at the queen. Hello, Your Majesty. I felt like I was being teased for some reason. The queen smiled faintly. Don't be nervous. I summoned you to the palace just to meet you. You have been promoting me as your aunt. Why are you so excited to see your aunt now? Fong Chong smiled shyly and cleared his throat and said, Since Your Majesty does not treat me as an outsider, I will not be polite. I, your nephew Fong Chong, meet your aunt. Your aunt is so beautiful and charming. I was just stunned just now. Since the queen gave him a way out, he naturally followed the stick without hesitation. This is the queen's golden words. If he says he is the queen's nephew again in the future, he doesn't have to worry about being exposed. Seeing Fong Chong's shameless appearance, the queen laughed. As Mr. Chung said, you are really a wonderful person. In fact, I have always wanted to ask you a question. I wonder if Lord Fong is willing to give me an answer. Fong Chong quickly expressed his loyalty. I will tell you everything I know. The queen paused and asked, I was once imprisoned. Everyone around me fled from me. Only Mr. Chung, who joined the prince's mansion in the middle of the process, stayed with me. I asked him why. He said he wanted to take a gamble, and he believed in a guy who wanted to kill him. If he lost the bet, he would give his life back to him. He won the bet in the end. But I still wonder, how can you be sure that I will win? Fong Chong had already answered this question, and immediately replied seriously, Of course, it is because Your Majesty is wise and powerful, and his domineering aura is not exposed. Those who do not know Your Majesty's true face are blind. Although I have no honor to see Your Majesty's true face, I can find Your Majesty's outstanding talents just by a few words. Although he has been dormant for 10 years, he will definitely ascend to heaven, and from then on he will hang high above the Tang Dynasty like the sun and the moon. The queen looked at Fong Chong with a smile. Lord Fong, is deceiving the emperor a capital crime, or do you think I can't kill you? Fong Chong smiled awkwardly. Then I will tell you the truth. When I heard that Your Majesty was in trouble, and that my grandfather was going to the capital to die, I was overwhelmed. I knew that my grandfather was my wife's only relative. If he died, my wife would be devastated. For my wife, I had to provoke him to go to Your Majesty's mansion. At that time, Your Majesty's loss of power was a foregone conclusion. If my grandfather went to Your Majesty's mansion, the worst consequence would be a ruined future, but it would not be a capital crime. It would be a blessing to be able to save your life. The queen still shook her head. You still haven't told the truth? Fong Chong took a deep breath and said frankly, Well, I was almost beaten to death by Taoist Qingyo at that time. I wanted revenge, but I didn't want to destroy the relationship between me and my wife, so I deliberately came up with a crooked idea to get revenge. Who would have thought that he would be able to climb up to the real dragon, Your Majesty, by accident? He didn't believe it. He was already standing on the 4th floor. If Her Majesty could still discover his true thoughts, he would be really convinced. For a moment, Her Majesty couldn't be sure whether what Fong Chong said was true or false. She waved her hand with some boredom and said, Forget it, the past is the past, and it is meaningless to pursue it. You can leave now. I'm leaving. Fong Chong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had the eye of the devil to suppress his sea of consciousness, and was proficient in the method of cultivating the soul, such as the Bosun visualization method. He had reached the pinnacle of controlling his emotions, and had reached the level of deceiving himself. Even those who were several levels higher than him could not detect it, let alone probe his thoughts. But he knew that the queen was still suspicious. Fortunately, he was leaving Chang'an City soon. By then, the queen would be thousands of miles away, and even if she still had any doubts, she would not be able to find him. And when they meet again next time, he hopes that they will both sit down. As a human being, you can't live without dreams. What's the difference between this and salted fish? Zhou Zhao ordered the female official to escort Fang Chang out of the palace, while she herself fell into deep thought. Even if she met him in person, she couldn't see Fang Chang true and false completely. She could only see that Fang Chang had a good physique, and his potential was no worse than the few seeds she personally selected. He had just made a preliminary breakthrough to the spiritualization realm, but his soul already had the aura of the law. If Fang Chang hadn't been practicing in the Jinxiu realm and caused the Sea of Law to riot when he broke through the spiritualization realm, she would have almost forgotten this young man who had once interested her. Now that she saw him, he really had a lot of secrets. But, as the queen, she naturally has a broad mind. Fang Chang has secrets, but he is also a citizen of the Tang dynasty and a minister under her. She still has this tolerance. So she let Fang Chang go lightly. After Fang Chang left the palace, he was relieved. As expected, if you are not strong enough, don't get close to the big guys, it's too exciting. He didn't even see what realm the queen was in just now, and he didn't dare to use the identification technique, for fear of angering the queen. But it must be above the transformation of the spirit. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not caring that his cultivation was not yet complete. After it was fully repaired, he immediately took out the mountain and river order, entered the mountain and river realm, and booked a ticket home at Yugwang. Although Chang'an City is big, it is not suitable for him. Qishao City is better, where he is a landlord, rich, powerful, and has enough power to suppress the 8 directions. Anyone who dares not to obey will be beaten with a stick. So before the level is trained enough, don't go to the high-level map. It is easy to undermine your self-confidence. Fang Chang returned to Chung Mansion in a daze. The old grandfather was in a good mood at the moment, and seemed to be waiting for him. When he saw him coming back, he went straight to greet him. Boy, I have good news for you. Chapter 280. What? Are you willing to fight me again? Fang Chang was stunned when he heard this and asked back. Chung Kai, who was walking towards him with a smile on his face, stopped with a gloomy look on his face. I have been cultivating myself recently, and I don't want to compete with you, a kid. It turned out that Fang Chang felt that he had recovered a lot of strength in the past 2 days, so he took the initiative to challenge the old grandfather. One was to test his own strength, and the other was to test the strength of the old grandfather. If the fist is weaker than the strong, then there will be revenge and grievances. If the old is still the wise, he will recover again. Chung Kai also wanted to take the opportunity to teach Fang Chang a lesson. After all, after some time, Fang Chang's strength might surpass him. Then unexpectedly, Chung Kai, a great cultivator of the incarnation of the spirit, did not even beat Fang Chang with half of his strength. Of course, Fang Chang did not win, but he did not lose by relying on his endless divine will. But Fang Chang was in a weak state at that time. Now Fang Chang suddenly had confidence. He could finally avenge the kick he had made in the past, from the golden elixir to the god of transformation. But Chung Kai was unwilling to fight again, and showed an attitude of if you have the guts, you can hit me, anyway, I won't fight back. How could Fang Chang bear to do this? There was no fun in beating an old man unilaterally. Chung Kai admitted his defeat without changing his face, and then quickly changed the subject. Yesterday, Yuan Wuji was suspected of colluding with the old king's forces, and was removed from the position of Minister of Rights. Yuan Wuji? Who? Fang Chang had not yet remembered the identity of this person. After all, he had spent 100 years in the Jinxiu world. Even though he spent most of his time practicing, he had accumulated a lot of memories. Chung Kai snorted coldly. The head and leader of the Yuan family is also the banner of the Yuan family in the court. Do you know how many favors I used to make him lose this position? Fang Chang patted his head and said suddenly, it turned out to be him. The old hatred suddenly surged in his heart. The life-saving magical power of the golden elixir that this old guy put in his grandson's body almost killed his good sister Tai Shu. But on the surface, he mocked, Grandpa, you can't do this. It's been so long, and you just got rid of his official position. When can you deal with the whole Yuan family? Do you want me to help you? Chung Kai's face darkened. Do you think a minister of the Ministry of Rights is easy to deal with? If it weren't for the fact that his son and grandson made a fuss about a woman, I wouldn't have found a chance. But don't worry, at most in half a year, I will send all the members of the Yuan family to the Pioneer Army, and then their life and death will not be decided by them. Dare to bully my granddaughter, you are looking for death. The Pioneer Army is the army of the Tang dynasty to expand the territory to all directions. It is similar to Fong Chong 3 legions, but the organization is larger and independent. Even Fong Chong, the pioneer of Annan, is considered a member of the Pioneer Army system. The world was born, and there are many secret realms merging. There are countless dangers, and the loss rate of the Pioneer Army is high. Therefore, even if someone committed a capital crime, they would not be executed directly, but would be sent to the Pioneer Army to supplement the troops, and there would be a special criminal camp in charge. Fong Chong said. Then you work harder, I will cheer you on from behind. There is also another good news for you. What? Chung Kai touched his beard under his chin, feeling somewhat satisfied. Speaking of which, he had made various plans this year, and finally seized the opportunity to overthrow Yuan Wuji, and he was quite satisfied with himself. In fact, revenge was secondary, the main thing was to find something to do. He now held a casual position as a Guanglu doctor, and he had nothing to do all day, and he didn't think about his cultivation level. The political struggle made him find a long-lost passion. Fong Chong said, I'm leaving and I won't bother you. I'm sure you will be happier in the future. But Chung Kai didn't feel happy. His smile faded and he asked, why so fast? Fong Chong replied, I haven't seen my wife for almost 100 years. I miss her. Do you want to ask His Majesty for leave? For Dongding's sake, I will pay for your fare. Chung Kai showed an interested look, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. I won't leave. I leave someone in Chang'an City. If something happens, someone will notify you. Besides, I'm still an official of the Tang dynasty. How can I leave my post without permission? The main reason is that he has become accustomed to the life in Chang'an City. If he goes back, he is afraid that he will not adapt and will embarrass those old people. Another reason is that he really wants to leave a way out for Fong Chong and the others. If there is a chance, remember to bring Dong Dong to see me next time. Chung Kai walked out of the house expressionlessly. He is a little unhappy now, so he decided to find trouble with the Yuan family. Brother, we will go home tomorrow. Please wait for me for so long. Fong Chong said to Li Hu in the inner courtyard of Chung Mansion. Li Hu stayed in Jinxiu realm for about 50 years, and successfully transformed into a mortal and realized the truth, comprehended the unyielding divine will, and broke through the realm of transformation. It seems that the time for breakthrough is much longer than Fong Chong, and it seems not as good as Fong Chong. But in fact, Fong Chong nearly 100 years of practice is also a kind of transformation into a mortal, and there is also the red thread that led to such an accident. It is precisely because of this accumulation that he was able to understand his heart and break through in about 20 years. So now theoretically, Fong Chong is almost 50 years older than Li Hu. And Li Hu broke through the transformation realm before he was 100 years old, which is already a first-class genius. His grandfather, who was in the Jinxiu world with the script of Long Outyan and had God's help, also broke through the transformation of the spirit at the age of 200. Li Hu's appearance has not changed, but there is a little more determination in his eyes, shining like a gem. He smiled generously. Since we brothers came together, we naturally have to lead together. Besides, this may be the last time we two brothers meet. Breaking through the transformation of the spirit means that he officially joins the fight for the son of the North Do Dao sect. He was mentally prepared when he got the Disha Jinyu Golden Pagoda. It was a never-ending fight. Fong Chong hesitated, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. With Li Hu's personality, Fong Chong really didn't think he had much chance of winning against those top geniuses. Things haven't gotten to the worst yet. Li Hu is more open-minded than Fong Chong at this time. Without a fight, it's still unknown who will win. If I can win the position of Daozi, I will definitely come back to be your legion commander. Fong Chong smiled heartily. Okay, then I wait for you to return victoriously. The next day. Boom! The ground shook violently. The formation started, the light flickered, and the teleportation formation guarded by the Phoenix guards fell into silence, and the two people and the egg wrapped in the light quickly disappeared. In the distance, Chung Kai put his hands behind his back and turned away. After this farewell, with Fong Chong's personality, I don't know when he will bring Dong Dong back. Fortunately, he has a long lifespan, and the Tang dynasty is prosperous. Sooner or later, it will unify the world, and it will be convenient for us to meet at that time. However, he will become one person again in the future. Chapter 281. Qishao City. Fong Chong looked up at the Qishao tree that was getting taller and taller, and the low-key and verdant morning glory vines wrapped around the tree, and couldn't help feeling as if he was in another world. 100 years. It seemed that his memory of Qishao City was already a very distant thing. Only 1 year had passed in the real world. But when he saw the tall, generous and beautiful woman, who was smiling at him charmingly, his dusty memory instantly came alive. The 100-year memory seemed to become hazy and illusory, just like a big dream. Although it was dreamed, it was never as real as reality. How did you know we were back? Fong Chong walked forward with the egg. Li Hu had already walked together with his parents, sister, wife and mother-in-law. On Fong Chong's side, there was only Dong Dong. Your return made such a big noise. How could we not know about it? Dong Dong waved his hand. Hurry up and fix the teleportation array. Don't delay the teleportation of others. The array master trained by Qishao City behind him quickly started working. Chang'an City is too far away from Qishao City. If it weren't for the mountain and river realm to locate it, it would not be possible to teleport here. But even so, the teleportation array was damaged after bearing the force of super long-distance teleportation. Not bad. It seems that my wife's management work was still quite good during the year I was away. Fong Chong was very satisfied to see a group of array masters being so obedient under Dong Dong. Dong Dong smiled proudly. That's right. Don't you see whose wife I am? Fong Chong was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Just based on this sentence, it should be clear. As he said, he held the egg in one hand, and held Dong Dong's hand in the other, and returned to the city lord's mansion. As for the eldest brother Li Hu, their brotherly love has been discussed, and the rest of the time is left to him and his family. City lord's mansion. Fong Chong placed the egg in his arms, and knocked on the eggshell. Pow pow, this is my home. From now on, this is also your home. Dong Dong looked at the egg that Bubble had turned into and asked curiously, Husband, what is this? A little friend who has been with me for many years named Bubble. You will definitely like her when she comes out of the egg. Looking at Fong Chong doting on the egg, Dong Dong's good mood for the couple's reunion suddenly disappeared. She suddenly asked, Is it a girl? Yes. Husband seems to like her very much? Yes, this is a happy fruit. Fong Chong obviously did not realize the importance of the matter. You should have brought me an opponent when you went to Chang'an City. Isn't it enough to have me and your sister? Dong Dong complained. I said I would accompany you for 500 years. It's only been a few years, and the new generation has defeated the old one. Fong Chong finally reacted and smiled bitterly. What are you thinking about? This is one of my pets. It used to be a big golden carp, and now it has turned into a dragon. The human form is a child of 8 or 9 years old. But Dong Dong said, Children will grow up, just like your sister. She was also a child who didn't grow up at the beginning. Fong Chong's scalp tingled suddenly. At least I don't have this idea now, and Taiju does have extraordinary feelings for me, but I didn't cross the line. You can't wrong me. Dong Dong said faintly, Not now. Does that mean there will be in the future? Fong Chong was defeated for a while, because he hadn't been on the line for a long time, and had no experience. He quickly stopped the topic, and handed the egg to Dong Dong obediently. Okay, I give you the egg. It's up to you to decide how it will grow. You can't blame me. Dong Dong smiled. Then she called the maid in the mansion, and told her to put the egg in the pool of spiritual fluid for incubation. I was just joking with you, sir. Since the person in the egg is your friend, I will take good care of him. Pow Pow is simple by nature. You will know later. Fong Chong skipped the matter, and asked about what happened in the year he was away. Hearing the serious business, Dong Dong immediately became serious and began to organize the report to him. In the past, Fong Chong often retreated for a year or so. During the 10 years when Qishao City expanded into Qishao Dao, Fong Chong was actually in charge of things very rarely. So this time his departure from Qishao City did not bring much impact to everyone. Many people even did not know that Fong Chong had left. They just thought that he was still in retreat, and was still the city lord who lived in the legend and had no rivals in Qishao Dao. On the contrary, the impact of Li Hu's departure was a little greater. Because of Li Hu's departure, the First Legion, which was originally the most radical in expanding the territory of Qishao City, turned to a defensive position. The progress of this year was not more than a month when Li Hu was there, but it advanced less than 1,000 miles to the north. In comparison, Fong Taiju 3rd Legion performed particularly well, pushing all the way westward, and continued to advance 30,000 miles within a year. At the same time, he subdued 2 Yuanning cultivators, and also subdued a medium-sized spirit stone mine, and hundreds of other various mineral veins. As for the 5th Army, which was originally at the bottom, it will continue to be at the bottom. Fong Chong knew that the Fifth Army had no elites, and it was formed to have an offensive to advance eastward, and also to serve as the captain of the Logistics and Transportation Brigade. And mosquito meat is meat. In recent years, the Fifth Army has made a lot of progress on the original basis, and the Luyan Spirit Mine is also guarded by them. And the roads throughout the Qinshao Road were also completed by them. So the Fifth Army is also called the Road Construction Army. In addition to the expansion of the Qinshao Road, Yin Lu's pole searching department also discovered several medium-sized spiritual mines within a year, and people have been arranged to mine. There is also the Spirit Medicine Department, which has developed a simple method of planting spiritual rice. Although the effect is weakened, it is convenient. Mortals without cultivation can also plant it, but the yield is slightly less. It has begun to be promoted to the entire Qinshao Road. People live by food. After having spiritual rice, it only takes 10 or 8 years to promote it, and the cultivators under his rule will have a blowout trend. A small spiritual rice plant is related to his potential in the next 10 years. Fong Chong was delighted after hearing this. There is also Li Wangwang's Qingyi Guard, whose personnel organization is even larger and more comprehensive. With the convenience of the spiritual network array and the real-time information exchange function of Thanka, even though Qishaodao now has a vast territory, the situation in most areas has a relatively detailed summary in Qishao City. In addition, including the organization of personnel and recording names in the Golden Book, it is also proceeding in an orderly manner. So far, Qishao City has been established for 21 years, and the population under its jurisdiction has reached 900 million. If those who have not yet registered are included, this number will more than double. This is still the case when the monsters and ghosts in many places have not been eliminated. The vitality of the human race is too tenacious. As long as there is a breath of air, it is like a weed that cannot be burned out, not to mention the Qishao City's army of divine soldiers descending from the sky. When they passed by, even if they were just preparing some food, accidentally killing some monsters and fierce beasts would be a life-saving grace for many people. Moreover, the Qishao Road spanned 200,000 miles, and now it is more than 200,000 miles. The population will only increase in the future. With a population of 90 million, even if they were all mortals, he would get 9 million free experience points every day. But in fact, if those cultivators with cultivation are included, this number will more than double. Almost every 3 days, he can get 100 million experience points. Although 100 million does not seem to be much for his current experience bar of hundreds of billions, the key is that this does not require his own cultivation resources. Free is fragrant. And if he can really cover the entire southern 3 roads of the Great Tang Dynasty, with the Qishao Road in the future, the population will be in the tens of billions and hundreds of billions. How huge will the experience be by then? By the way, there is one more thing. As he was talking, Dong Dong remembered the matter of a dog. Well, Wang Kai is back, and he brought back a giant wolf demon king, saying that they are representatives of the food world, and they want to cooperate with us. Wang Kai said that it was your order, so I let them stay, and they have been waiting for almost 2 months. Chapter 282. Hearing the news about Wang Kai who wanted to restore the glory of his ancestors, Fong Chong couldn't help but laugh. Yes, Wang Kai was the one I ordered to go to the food world. But now the situation has changed. At the beginning, he had not broken through the realm of transformation, and only had the strength of the early stage of the nascent soul. The 3 legions each had their own tasks, and it was not easy to mobilize on a large scale. He naturally had to adopt a conciliatory policy towards the food world with the existence of the Demon King, just wanting to plunder the resources of the food world through trade between the 2 sides. But now it's different. He chose to rob directly. If the group of wolf demons knew what was good for them, he might give them a chance to become the legion's mounts. After all, wolf demon riding sounds pretty exciting. But if they don't know how to respect me, then they can only be non-ethnic, and their hearts must be different. For the secret realm of the human race, like the 100 Flowers realm, although the rules are a bit harsh on men, Fong Chong will not kill them all, but try to subdue them as much as possible. But for a secret realm of monsters, like the taste world, it's okay to be tough. And Fong Chong thought that he could experiment what kind of reward he would get after sacrificing the secret realm to the main world. Originally, he chose the 100 Flowers world, but the situation has changed. And it's easier to sacrifice in the taste world. Dong Dong saw Fong Chong smile, and knew that this guy was going to cheat people. No, now he's going to cheat monsters. But she didn't like the monsters. Although her grandfather was a monster cultivator, she never thought that he was a monster, just a human cultivator who used the monster bloodline to practice. Do you want to see them? Dong Dong asked. Fong Chong nodded and said, "It's better to deal with it today than today. After dealing with them, I will have a good rest when I come back. I have been exhausted these years." Dong Dong ordered the guards of the city lord's mansion to invite a wolf and a dog. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes at Fong Chong and said, "You have only been away for a year, but you act like it has been a long time." Fong Chong smiled and did not explain. This kind of cultivation with the help of the different speed of time in the two worlds is not without price. Of course, it is not the spirit stones and points he paid, but the memories and heaviness brought by time. That is also a real world. If he stays there for too long, he may forget where his real home is. Time is silent, but it can eliminate everything. About a cup of tea. Fong Chong was telling Dong Dong about his longing for his grandfather, which moved her to tears and kept saying that she missed her grandfather. Fortunately, Fong Chong brought his grandfather's photo crystal, which had recorded a lot of videos, enough for Dong Dong to watch for an hour or so. With the small gift that his grandfather specially asked him to bring back, and the constant good words he kept saying, Dong Dong finally burst into laughter. Footsteps were heard outside the hall. Dong Dong quickly wiped her eyes, sat upright, and became the cold and beautiful lady of the city lord again. A big white dog with white fur and tongue sticking out, and a middle-aged man with pointed ears, green eyes, and a sinister face walked in under the guidance of the guards. "Woof! Master!" The big white dog ran happily to Fong Chong, sticking out his tongue and acting like a spoiled child. Fong Chong rubbed the dog's head angrily, and moved Wang Kai to lie on the ground and somersault, exposing his soft belly. According to Wang Cai's communication with the senior dog, this posture is the most perfect action to express submission and goodwill to the master. It immediately put it into practice. The middle-aged man saw that the big white dog was so unbearable that he couldn't help but snorted coldly. "Yueluan, don't forget that you are the blood of the heavenly wolf. Where is your dignity?" The big white dog glanced at the middle-aged man with disdain and snorted, "I am the blood of the moon-swallowing dog, a thorough dog, and my name is Wang Kai, which my master gave me." Woof! The middle-aged man didn't want to see the shame of this wolf demon anymore. What is there to commemorate about the life of a slave dog? Only these young people think that their ancestors' life as dogs of the human race is a glorious history. Only wolf warriors, like him, understand the importance of freedom and dignity. Fong Chong ignored the clash of ideas between the two different schools of thought in the wolf tribe, and looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Can you represent the wolf demon tribe of the food world?" The middle-aged man said confidently, "I am Yu Sanbing, the third demon king of the Xioya Heavenly Wolf clan, and I can fully represent our Heavenly Wolf clan. We have already learned about your request from Yueluan. We can agree to the transaction, but we have one condition. That is, the 500 miles around the space channel must belong to our food world, and you cannot enter without our permission. If you violate the rules, we have the right to do anything to them." Fong Chong almost laughed. "Good fellow, you asked me to cede land and pay compensation before I even opened my mouth." The middle-aged man said seriously, "We have 10 heavenly wolf demon kings in our food world, and nearly 20 vassal demon kings, with millions of demons under our command. This king has shown his sincerity, and does not want to conflict with you. You occupy such a vast world, and you can gain the friendship of our heavenly wolf tribe with only 500 miles of land." Fong Chong shook his head and said, "Although the territory is large, you cannot lose an inch. I don't want someone to say that I ceded land to the demon tribe in the future. Also, you are too confident in your own strength. I will also give you a suggestion now. Conditions, to be precise, are 2 choices. First, Wang Kai is a good example for you. This city lord allows you to keep the name of Xiaoya Tianlang, and also allocates a territory for you to recuperate, but you don't want the food world. In addition, from now on, your Tianlang tribe will be the special mounts of our Qinshao city. Once summoned, you must not disobey. Second, you can try to resist. Of course, you may not be willing to accept the result." The middle-aged man was immediately enraged, and his green eyes showed a bloodthirsty and cold light, but looking at Fong Chong, he forced himself to suppress the murderous intent in his heart. After all, this is someone else's territory. Moreover, he had lived in Qishao City for almost 2 months, and he had heard of the invincible reputation of the Lord of Qishao City. Although he was confident in his own strength, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist the siege. "Lord, do you have to fight? It seems that you chose the second one." Fong Chong sighed with regret, waved his hand and said, "When 2 armies fight, they will not kill the messengers. Besides, you are invited by this lord, so I will not kill you. After you go back, you should gather many demon kings to test the front of the army. Is 1 month enough for you?" The middle-aged man said coldly, You will regret it. This king will lead my Tianlang children to rush out of the food world and use you humans as blood food. It is your arrogance that has brought disaster to your human race. After that, he called the big white dog lying on the ground. Yueluan, let's go. The big white dog barked and said loudly, I am the master's dog, I will not go back with you. Although it was also quite unconfident. But as a dog, the most important thing is loyalty. Since it wants to restore the glory of its ancestors, this excellent quality must not be lost. This king announces that you have been expelled from the Tianlang clan and your surname has been taken back. You are the shame of the wolf clan. The middle-aged man turned and left, and no one stopped him. Soon he flew into the sky, transformed into a huge Tianlang that was 100 meters long, with wings on its back, and returned to the food world very quickly. Although he had confidence in the Tianlang clan, the strength of the human race should not be underestimated, and he had to react as quickly as possible. Fortunately, they had already made preparations for both situations. And this arrogant city lord gave them a month. The Tianlang looked back at the Qishao city below. This fertile land, and this rich spiritual energy did not take them a month at all. Chapter 283. 3 days later. Food and Taste Realm. This is a wild and primitive world, where demon tribes live together. The Howling Moon Wolf clan is the royal family, and there are also weaker tribes such as the Copper-Skinned Barbarian Bull clan, and the Big Horn Sheep clan. Of course, there are more ignorant and stupid beast tribes. They have been raised by the Wolf clan for generations. They were originally the specialty of the Food and Taste realm. Now they have become the war beasts of the Wolf clan. Because of their thick skin and flesh, the best of them can compete with the Golden Core realm with just their physical strength. The first thing Yu Sanbing, the third demon king of the Wolf clan, did when he returned to the Food and Taste realm was to declare an emergency state of war. They have long been prepared for battle. Near the space channel, countless huge beasts are dormant, and the air is filled with all kinds of unpleasant smells. The beasts don't care that this is a camp. When they are in the mood, they will poop like a small mountain. These are all excellent fertilizers, fertile land, and good grass, which are the main food for war beasts. Usually there will be a special tribe to deal with them. But now, because there are too many, there is no time to deal with them, so they can only be piled together, like a towering mountain of feces. How spectacular it is. In the camp, many demon kings who have transformed into human forms gathered together. Yu Sanbing said in a cold voice, I went with sincerity, but the group of human race deliberately ignored me. No one came to entertain me for 2 months. The human cultivator called the Lord of Qishao City was even more rude. He didn't give me a chance to speak. He directly asked our noble Tianlang clan to become their human race mounts, and asked us to migrate out of the food world, where we have lived for generations. For all these reasons, we should no longer have illusions and must strike first. I suggest that we quickly attack and defeat the human cultivators defending near the space channel, and then use this as a bridgehead to occupy the entire Liyun mountain range, in exchange for a place for our food world in the new world in the future. As soon as the voice fell, an old wolf, with white hair and beard retorted, Old Third, aren't you being too arbitrary? The human envoy is still here. How come they have declared war? And why didn't Yueluan come back with you? Where did he go? Boss, don't mention that shame. It has already regarded itself as a dog. There is no such waste in the Tianlang tribe, Yu Sanbing said coldly. This is the Qishao City Lord's personal declaration of war. Although I want to fight a battle with the human race, I won't deceive you. But the old wolf said slowly, Old Third, it's not that I don't believe you, but now I only have your testimony. I also know that you are in favor of war, so I'd better wait for me to send some children to investigate the situation. If the third demon king is in favor of war, then the boss of the Tianlang tribe is in favor of peace. This is true for any tribe. Even the wisest and most powerful leader cannot eliminate the different voices of his subordinates. In fact, letting the third brother of the pro-war faction go to negotiate shows that the pro-war faction has the upper hand. So even if the old wolf king stopped him, Yu Sanbing still insisted, Boss, don't miss the opportunity. He said to the many demon kings, I am willing to be the pioneer. Whoever is willing to fight with me can share the most fertile land at that time. The resources in the food world are limited, but the outside world is inexhaustible. After saying that, he turned around and turned into a giant winged wolf, with a body length of 100 meters, and flew into the sky without even looking at the other demon kings. Children, follow me to fight. With the third demon king and the wolf in front, the demons below were all boiling, and various beast roars came one after another. The earth began to tremble. That was the sound of the beasts moving. The space door looked only a few meters high, But with the touch, the space channel quickly enlarged, swallowing all the charging demons and beasts. Seeing the third demon king fighting, many demon kings couldn't hold back. 3 wolf kings, I am here to help you. A bull demon with a bronze body and 2 horns on its head moved and turned into a huge bronze bull. I am here too. The war faction was not uncommon. Seeing that the third demon king was the leader, they were unwilling to lag behind. A group of cattle demons, sheep demons, and snake demons all turned into their original forms. For a time, the space was filled with demonic energy. Only the old wolf king sighed slightly and said to the demon kings, who had not yet moved, "How powerful is the human race? Even our ancestors could only be its slaves and shepherd a world for it. Even if the human race is weak now, how do we know that there is no backup plan?" He walked away with an old step. The big wolf king is old and has lost the domineering spirit of the past. We might as well go with the third wolf king. If the human race outside is really weak, why should we fight on such a small piece of land? For a while, all the demons were moved. As long as the third demon king in front brought good news, they would immediately follow. The old wolf king walked slowly through the demon territory, but at a very fast speed, and soon came to the ancestral mountain of the heavenly wolf clan, and knelt down to one of the peaks that looked like a wolf's head. Wolf ancestor. The stone on the peak seemed to come alive at this moment, revealing a sharp-mouthed and sinister face. My child. The old wolf king saw the excitement on his face, and said in an excited tone, Old 3 has already started a war with the human race, and it won't take long to get enough blood food. At that time you, wolf ancestor, will be able to revive, and lead our heavenly wolf clan to stand tall among the demons. The wolf ancestor laughed strangely, and said in an appreciative tone, Very good, when I am resurrected, I will definitely give you the blood of the heavenly wolf royal family, to help you return to your ancestral bloodline, and achieve the realm of the demon master. The old wolf king was inexplicably excited, and knelt down to kowtow. I only hope that the wolf ancestor can be resurrected. I dare not ask for more. This is the blood food for this month. Now our tribe is preparing for war, and the amount is not enough as before. Please forgive me, wolf ancestor. The old wolf king reached into the storage belt in his arms, and respectfully presented a huge heavenly wolf to Wolf Head Peak. This wolf ancestor actually feeds on the blood of his own tribe. Seeing this, the wolf ancestor was a little disappointed. Without enough blood of the heavenly wolf, its residual soul would become weak. But thinking of the endless blood of the human race in the future, it couldn't help but get excited. 30,000 years. It has been sealed by the blood curse of its master for 30,000 years. In these 30,000 years, its flesh and blood were worn away by the curse, leaving only a wisp of residual soul attached to this wolf head mountain. It was not until 1,000 years ago that it was accidentally awakened by the old wolf king in front of it. But at that time, the old wolf king was still a frustrated little wolf. With its help, he rose step by step and became the wolf king of the heavenly wolf clan. Originally, it just relied on the blood of its own clan to survive. Until more than 10 years ago, space vortexes appeared frequently in the food world, and a space channel was stabilized a few years ago, and it finally saw hope of escaping. The seal on it was the blood curse of its master, who was a human race. After tens of thousands of years of thinking, it finally came up with a way to escape. As long as there is enough human blood, the seal on the body can be worn away little by little. But in the food world, there are only monsters and beasts. Where can people come from? It has a clever plan to escape, but no chance. Now that the two worlds are connected, it finally sees the dawn. But the wolf ancestor who can't leave Wolf Head Mountain never thought that the old wolf king, who is now kneeling below and respectful to it, is actually a thorough peace advocate. The old wolf king snorted in his heart. This wolf ancestor has been exploiting him more and more in recent decades. Once the blood food is insufficient, he will take his essence and blood. As a result, it has become old and weak in less than 1,000 years, and no longer has the prestige it once had. So it has long wanted to use the hands of human cultivators to eliminate the wolf ancestor for it. But whether the human cultivators are strong enough is still a question mark. The third brother is an excellent test. If the human race is weak and can't even deal with the third brother, it will naturally kneel down at the feet of the wolf ancestor and do its best to help the wolf ancestor revive. If the third brother is easily defeated, it doesn't mind continuing the duties of the ancestor and being the dog of the human race. Chapter 284. Liu Mountain Range, Food World Space Channel. Since Wankai reported this space channel, it has been guarded by the Biyun sect and the Huoleng sect. Although it is only a group of Jindan cultivators, it is enough to serve as a warning. Before, The food world was full of fear of the main world, so it has been carefully testing. But through the communication between the two sides, as they got to know the Luyun mountain range, the demon kings led by the third demon king gradually began to look down on the main world. Luyun mountain range is so vast, and the land with such rich resources is actually occupied by only a small number of Jindan cultivators. If you don't take what is bestowed by heaven, you will suffer the consequences. It was based on this judgment that the third demon king dared to say the bold words of fighting the food world. Although he is warlike, he is not a fool. As the third demon king rushed out of the food world, he found that the human cultivators guarding here had evacuated at some point. This gave the third demon king a bad premonition. What's going on? Where are the human cultivators? The giant winged wolf roared to the sky, shaking the clouds apart. The many demon kings who followed it out of the food world felt the abundant spiritual energy of the main world for the first time, and instantly fell into ecstasy. King San Wolf, you are right. With the spiritual energy of this world, my blood can evolve again. Is this the Luyun Mountains? I don't want to go back. King San Wolf, those human cultivators must be afraid of us. It's just right that they left. We can occupy this place. According to what you said, from now on, this is our territory. With such a large piece of land, it is enough for us to develop temporarily. The giant wolf looked at these guys who were satisfied with the status quo, crushed several thick trees, and there was a rolling sound in the mountains. Are you thinking of being satisfied before fighting? Those human cultivators will not retreat without a fight. There must be a conspiracy. The giant wolf thought in his heart. When it came back, it saw human cultivators stationed. Some human cultivators, who were unaware of the situation, had also greeted them. Apparently, the news that Qishao City was going to go to war with the food world had not yet arrived. The third demon king wanted to take advantage of this to catch the enemy off guard, and then use it as a battle record to attract more demon kings from the food world to join its camp. It stared at the demon kings with its green eyes, and said, "The human cultivators fled without fighting. It is obvious that they are strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and they are afraid of the power of the demon kings in our food world. We should now seize the opportunity to pursue the victory. Now go back to gather the team. We want to have more territory. I promise that as long as you follow me, every demon can have a pasture belonging to his own tribe." Roar! Many demon kings were encouraged by the third demon king, panting, and returned to the food world to call friends. The third demon king ordered his wolf sons and grandsons to disperse and check the surrounding 500 miles of territory. And it was guarding the space gate. What was originally thought to be a tough battle turned out to be so easy. At the same time, the ancestral land of the Heavenly Wolf clan, Wolf Head Peak. After listening to the teachings of the wolf ancestor, the old wolf king was about to leave when he found a young man in white clothes appeared in front of him. "Who are you?" The old wolf king's hair stood up, and he kept warning in his heart. The man in front of him actually gave him the feeling of facing the wolf ancestor. Looking back, the wolf ancestor had disappeared without a trace. You should know that this is still the territory of Wolf Head Mountain, and the wolf ancestor is almost unrestricted. The former wolf king of the Heavenly Wolf clan was led here by it, and then it and the wolf ancestor shared the blood and flesh of the wolf king, which led to his present. So it realized. "Goddess, I, little wolf, pay my respects to you." The old wolf king knelt down quickly, not caring at all whether his peak demon king strength could beat the opponent. There will be plenty of opportunities to test in the future, and it chooses to trust its intuition. After all, if it can't beat it, it may be killed. If it can beat it, there will be plenty of opportunities for revenge. As long as it kills everyone who knows about it, who will know that it has knelt down. Seeing this, Fong Chong was stunned. He vaguely felt that he had seen this situation before. When he first met Wang Kai, the unruly Wang Kai was beaten up by Tai Zhu. He also called himself an immortal, and knelt confidently, even rising to the height of restoring the glory of his ancestors. Wang Kai, no, what's your relationship with Yueluan? He remembered that Wang Kai was called this name in the Heavenly Wolf clan. The old wolf king smiled shyly. Unfortunately, it's the grandson of the Little Wolf clan. It had already guessed the identity of the person in front of it. Yueluan, the wolf, seemed to have read the clan history and was stupid. He was determined to restore the glory of his ancestors, and proposed to it several times to change the Xiaoya Heavenly Wolf clan back to the Swallowing Moon Dog. Because he was too radical, he was exiled to the wilderness by his clan. This time, he has changed his name to Wang Kai, and his image and habits are close to the dog demon. The person in front of him called him Wang Kai, and he was so powerful, so it was most likely that he was the master that Wang Kai always talked about. but it still cursed Wonkai to death in its heart. This is the master that Wonkai said was not inferior to the Demon King, and was as powerful as himself, obviously much more powerful than it. It is indeed a lineage, yes. I am the Lord of Qishao City. Fong Chong smiled and asked, do you know my request? As a cunning and treacherous old man, Fong Chong would not keep a 1-month deadline. He gave the third Demon King a month to make him take it lightly, and to have enough time to gather the top combat power of the food world. Then he could catch them all in one fell swoop, so as to avoid the trouble of going back and forth. However, the lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. Since he has set the food world as his target, he must find out the true strength of the food world in advance to avoid a car accident. So he had already mixed into the food world with the third Demon King. Although according to the information given by Yugwang, the secret realms that merged with the main world have combat power limits according to the time period. Now, the secret realms that can be merged with the main world in this time period are at most the nascent soul realm, and will not exceed the God Transformation realm. With his current God Transformation realm strength, he can open a big account to bully the newbies in the novice village. But it is better to be careful. Here, I saw an antique. Perhaps it was because only the remnant soul was left, so it was not restricted by the limits of this world. The old Wolf King forced a smile and nodded repeatedly. Little Wolf, you know, from today on, our Tianlang tribe is the mount of the immortal. Whoever the immortal tells us to bite, we will bite. Fong Chong nodded slightly, and then pointed to the silent wolf head peak and said, then as a token of surrender, you bite an ancestor first and show me. The old Wolf King looked bitter. On the wolf head peak, the face of the wolf ancestor appeared on the mountain wall. Young man of the human race, why are you so aggressive? Fong Chong smiled and shook his head. You are not a human. The wolf ancestor choked and said, if you are willing to stop and help me revive, I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens, serve you for 100 years, and even dedicate the food world to you. Except for me, no one knows where the boundary stone of this world is. The boundary stone is the control hub of a secret realm, and it is also an important prop for Fong Chong to sacrifice this secret realm. The wolf ancestor is worthy of being an old monster. He immediately took out a treasure that made Fong Chong excited enough, which is much better than the old Wolf King's empty words and loyalty that can be reneged at any time. Chapter 285. As the saying goes, if the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. The inheritance of the Tianlang clan can be imagined, and the character of the wolf ancestor is self-evident, as they can cultivate outstanding demon talents like Wonkai and the old Wolf King. He is as cruel as an evil god to his own people, and he is hesitant when facing foreign enemies. It is really too difficult for the spine that has been bent to straighten again. Since he has already kneeled once, he will not care about kneeling again when facing an irresistible enemy. But Fong Chong does not care about the thoughts of the wolf ancestor and the old Wolf King. He is now using a big account to bully the small account, not to negotiate with them. Not to mention that he has to help the wolf ancestor escape from trouble and sacrifice blood to the human race. Those are all his cute little leaks. Except for himself, whoever dares to cut one of them, he will be angry with them. Fong Chong looked at the old Wolf King and said with a smile, this is your own ancestor, so you should handle it. As an outsider, I don't need to interfere. The old Wolf King's face changed. This is the second time Fong Chong asked it to take action. If it still doesn't obey, it doesn't know if it will have a third chance. The old Wolf King looked at the wolf ancestor, and then the hair on his body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned from an old man with white hair and beard into a silver-white giant wolf. Wolf ancestor, the younger generation is helpless, and I only hope that the wolf ancestor can help the descendants. The wolf ancestor snorted coldly. Evil creature. With a low hum, the silver-white giant wolf fell to the ground in pain, and the silver-white hair on his body was bloody, and a little blood oozing out. Don't forget that you still have my blood curse on you. If you want to betray me, you are not qualified. I will give you one chance. The world of food and taste is limited. Even if a true God-transforming master enters, he cannot exert strength beyond the limit of the nascent soul. We will join forces to take him down. His blood sacrifice alone is enough to help me escape. The conditions I gave you will still be valid at that time. But even though the old Wolf King was rolling in pain at this moment, he had no intention of betraying Fong Chong. Please, immortal, save the little demon. Fong Chong shook his head and said to Wolf Ancestor, you, a remnant of the old era, why bother staying in the new era? Now is the era of us young people. The eye of the demon between his eyebrows opened, and a ray of divine light shot out. For this kind of remnant soul without even a physical body, The eye of the demon that can directly attack the soul is simply a natural nemesis. As the divine light of the demon swept down, the faces on the wolf head peak showed a painful expression. Roar! With a shocking wolf howl, the painful voice of the wolf ancestor resounded in the air. In this case, let's die together. Then the rocks on the wolf head peak rolled down, the mud and sand gushed, and the true appearance buried under the wolf head peak was revealed to the world. It was actually a huge white bone wolf head. The rush-shaped wolf head peak suddenly rose from the ground. Like a giant wolf buried deep in the ground raised its head. The earth roared and cracked. At this moment, a huge object rose up in the ancestral land of the Heavenly Wolf clan, which was tens of thousands of meters long and stretched for dozens of miles. If someone looked from a high altitude, they would find that it was a huge skeleton. A skeleton of a heavenly wolf, which was the flesh of the wolf ancestor, was buried here by the world, and it was also the birthplace of the Heavenly Wolf clan. Fong Chong stood under the skeleton of the wolf ancestor, like an ant under the feet of a giant, insignificant. Die! The wolf ancestor raised his wolf claw and slapped it down with one claw. Its flesh and blood had long been worn away by the curse on its body, leaving only a skeleton, which was far less powerful than its original body. But with this huge power alone, it would be difficult for ordinary nascent soul cultivators to deal with it. This wolf claw was a mountain of bones, and its pure power was enough to destroy the world. Fong Chong laughed. Originally, I could only use your residual soul to feed my magic weapon, but I didn't expect that I can now buy one get one free. Don't worry, I won't treat your bones badly, it will become my first 4th level puppet. He spent his Yuanying stage quickly in Jinxiu realm, so he didn't have time to replace the puppets he had. Although the undead puppet core can evolve on its own, it requires non-stop fighting, which is too unfriendly for a cultivator like him who is not good at fighting. So he is fostered by the sister Taishu, and only the high-intensity fighting during the expansion of the core can promote the rapid evolution of the puppet core. Now that he has obtained the flesh and bones of the wolf ancestor, he has the materials to refine the 4th level puppets. Fong Chong waved his hand, and scattered hundreds of 3rd level puppets. But the puppet core that once formed a formation to completely suppress the Yuanying cultivators, now under the claws of the wolf ancestor, did not have any resistance. With a puff, all the puppets turned into fragments. The wolf ancestor thought Fong Chong would use some tricks, but he didn't expect it to be a bunch of weak puppets. Is this your method? The wolf ancestor's spirit shook the void. If the outside world's human race can only achieve this level of transformation, it will disappoint me too much. The old wolf king lying on the ground pretending to be dead showed an intentional look. If Fong Chong, the human immortal, only had this ability, he might be able to be the filial son and grandson of wolf ancestor. Anyway, wolf ancestor has no one to use now, and if he is willing to surrender, he will be forgiven in 9 out of 10 cases. But the next moment, in his horrified eyes, he saw that all the broken puppets were glued together by mysterious power. Even more powerful than before. They gathered together, like a cone, and hit wolf ancestor's leg bone hard. The huge body of wolf ancestor staggered. Disgusting insects. The wolf head of wolf ancestor was downward, spitting out a foul breath, which was the breath of death brought from the netherworld, and the sigh of the dead in the world. This breath was enough to defile the magic weapon, making its spiritual light dusty, and even destroy the magic weapon in serious cases. If ordinary cultivators were contaminated, their cultivation would decline greatly at the least, and they would die on the spot at the worst. The puppets were unable to dodge, and half of them were enveloped by the foul aura. They were like snowmen under the scorching sun, being corroded bit by bit from skin to flesh, and from flesh to bones. The wolf ancestor laughed out loud, but was weak. Young man of the human race, I will give you one last chance. My conditions are still valid. Fong Chong's eyes were filled with divine thoughts. Just as the wolf ancestor said, the ceiling of the food world is the nascent soul realm, and it is impossible to exert power beyond the limit of the nascent soul. But the difference between the incarnation realm and the nascent soul is not just the difference in power. The incarnation divine will is endless. This is not only the endless life force of his vitality, but also the endless mana in his body. As long as his spirit is not extinguished, the power in his body will not stop. The problem that the puppet army could not be resurrected without limit due to his insufficient mana was no longer a limitation after he comprehended the incarnation divine will. As the divine will flowed, Fong Chong mana spread out from the void. The puppets that had been corroded beyond recognition began to recover rapidly, and the power of death and filth on their bodies was consumed. And in the constant corrosion and rebirth, several puppets actually made painful sounds at this moment. Fong Chong's eyes could not help but move. That was the first cry of life. In the constant flow of death and vitality, in the contest between the two gods, they suffered damage that they should not have to bear at this level. Some puppets that were originally at the critical point of spirituality felt pain for the first time at this moment. And pain is an important sign for them to enter a deeper spirituality. He seemed to have found another evolutionary direction for his puppets. Identification technique. Puppet number 777. Race, puppet clan evolving. Introduction. In countless death evolutions, the spiritual fire was ignited, and from then on it was no longer a dead thing. It has a fresh life. P.S. This is a new race, they will obey your orders and fight for you. Fong Chong looked carefully, and among the 108 third-level puppets, only 3 puppets showed signs of spiritual evolution. Speaking of which, he also has a puppet named Ada under his command whose spirituality far exceeds that of ordinary puppets. But that was because Bubble was too bored, chatting with people all day, and the spirituality that came out of chatting was a special case. So after Fong Chong understood it a little, he didn't care too much. Unexpectedly, taking it out to fight with Wolf Ancestor today to upgrade, it accidentally opened the door to the evolution of the puppet clan. This kind of evolution is not like Fong Taiju, which requires him to spend his own spiritual energy to give it complete spirituality. Only a trace of spirituality is needed as a trigger, and then through continuous fighting, not only the body is evolving, but also the spirituality is evolving. When the time is right, that trace of spirituality will blossom and bear fruit, and the puppet clan will be born. This is a replicable way of evolution. Think about these puppets, they are also quite miserable. Their original bodies were monks who were killed for opposing Fong Chong, but because Fong Chong was too poor before, he could only think of their corpses. They were not at peace after death, and were forced to be refined into the most simple corpse puppets to fight for Fong Chong. Now that he had enough spirituality, it was like living a second life, but he still had to be controlled by Fong Chong. Fong Chong silently said sorry to these new puppets in his heart. Then he decided to keep the bodies of the enemies he killed intact in the future. This kind of profitable business was too easy to do. Who knows, in a few decades, his name as the puppet ancestor will really become true. Now, Fong Chong was not in a hurry to kill Wolf Ancestor. Where can I find such a good sparring partner? Wolf Ancestor, let me see where your limit is. The puppets that were reborn from the fire rushed out of the filthy breath, and 2 of them evolved successfully, and the spiritual fire ignited in their bodies. Fong Chong clearly felt that there were 2 more small dots in his sea of consciousness, connected to the 2 puppets that evolved successfully. This was the traction between the spiritualities. As their creator, Fong Chong mastered the source of their spirituality, and could extinguish their spirituality at any time, which was more direct than any control method. When Fong Taiyu was just born, he had thought of using this method to control the girl. In the end, he didn't need to threaten her at all, as her good sister was more obedient than anyone else. However, the other 2 puppet tribes that he had assigned to infiltrate the Biyun sect and the Holong sect had suffered when they were born, otherwise they would have lost control long ago after not seeing him for decades. Now there are 5 small dots in his sea of consciousness, which means that 5 puppet tribes were created because of him. After this successful experience, Fong Chong believes that more puppet tribes will appear in the future. On the other side, the Wolf Ancestor saw that his breath of death, which had been tempered for tens of thousands of years, could not do anything to a few low-level puppets, and he couldn't help but want to retreat. The opponent didn't reveal any trump cards, and he used a big move. How could he beat this? But where could he retreat to? If he could leave, he would have left the wolf head peak long ago. But now controlling its body has consumed a lot of his accumulated strength. If he continues to fight, he will be slaughtered. Yui Jia? The Wolf Ancestor stared at the old Wolf King pretending to be dead on the ground with his scarlet eyes. Stop him. I will undo the blood curse in your body later, otherwise I will detonate it now. The Wolf Ancestor is also a ruthless wolf. He immediately decided to abandon his body and escape with his residual soul. Although he couldn't survive outside for a long time in this situation, he didn't care about that at this time. The old Wolf King's silver-white hair was completely scarlet at this time. Obviously, the Wolf Ancestor did not lie to him. If he didn't take action, he would completely detonate the blood curse in his body. But since the old Wolf King had a rebellious intention, how could he not prepare in advance? He spit out a piece of blood jade from his mouth and detonated it directly. The blood color on his body faded away by half. This is the substitute blood jade refined by my own son. Although it can't completely transfer the blood curse on my body, it is enough to resist for a while. Wolf Ancestor, you have lived too long and tortured me for too long. Now let me send you off in person." The old Wolf King saw that the victory and defeat were obvious, so how could he help the loser again? He used the substitute blood jade to temporarily stop the blood curse from erupting, and then his body swelled again, with bits of snow-white light shining on his silver-white hair. The howling moon of the heavenly wolf. The light gathered together, and spit out from the roaring mouth of the old Wolf King. A beam of energy light that connected the sky and the earth penetrated the huge body of the wolf ancestor, and the white-boned wolf body of tens of thousands of meters was now completely covered by the explosive power. From a distance, the area of dozens of miles was covered by a huge light circle, and the light of destruction was raging inside. Fong Chong eyelids jumped. This old Wolf King, who was blown by the wind, still had such strength. The Qixia demon dragon he saw at the beginning was so arrogant, but if it met the old Wolf King, it would most likely become the wife of the chieftain. As expected, you can't judge a wolf by its appearance. Young man, you have been deceiving me all the time, and I will die with you. The wolf ancestor was hit by the filial piety of the old Wolf King, and he howled in pain. Circles of black air continued to gather in the wolf head, and black mist spread out. That was the death breath he had tempered for tens of thousands of years, and at this moment it was unreserved. Although his body was decayed, and he had lost most of his bloodline abilities, the power that was nurtured from the death of the netherworld should not be underestimated. It could not do anything to Fong Chong puppet, because Fong Chong had the blessing of the endless incarnation of the divine will. But although the old Wolf King was strong, his realm was inferior, and he was soon entangled by the breath of death, and it also triggered the blood curse suppressed in his body. But at this moment, instead of begging for mercy, it became even more ferocious. As a Wolf King who once rose from weakness, he also fought and fought to rise, and never lacked the courage to fight for his life. And if he didn't fight hard at this moment, how could he prove his value and strength in front of the human immortal, the Lord of Qixia City? Since the choice has been made, he must move forward without hesitation, otherwise he will want to be a dog, and that is not a dog that pleases the master. Ah! Compared to the wolf ancestor, the hundreds of meters long body of the old Wolf King is a tiny thing. But it was this little guy who tore apart the bones of the wolf ancestor bite by bite, enduring the torture of the breath of death and the blood curse, and the bloodline's supernatural power burst out to the extreme. No! You evil beast! Human venerable, spare my life, I am willing to be your slave. Amid the wailing of the wolf ancestor, the explosive breath gradually disappeared, and the huge body collapsed. The old Wolf King was panting, his eyes were full of fierceness, his body was covered in blood, and he stood on the corpse of the wolf ancestor and roared to the sky. Awoo! Chapter 286. The old Wolf King's prestige did not last long. Soon he fell from the corpse of the wolf ancestor and groaned in pain. After killing the wolf ancestor, the blood curse on his body completely erupted. The red and white hair turned completely scarlet, and drops of blood oozed from the ends of the hair, gathering into blood pits under his body. At the same time, the originally shiny and translucent fur became dry and wrinkled, and the huge body shrank instantly, becoming the size of a normal wild wolf. But the body seemed to have lost water, and was withering little by little. Young man, the taste of my blood curse is not good. Now the blood curse has completely erupted, and the immortals and gods can't save it. This is the price of betraying me. A wisp of black air rose from the corpse of the wolf ancestor. It was the residual soul of the wolf ancestor, sneering again and again. It is worthy of being an old ghost who has been lingering for tens of thousands of years, and even so, he was not killed. But the energy accumulated over the years was consumed by the battle, and his body was torn into pieces. The wolf ancestor was already a lamb to be slaughtered, with no power to resist. However, even if he was not doing well, he still felt happy when he saw the miserable state of the old Wolf King who betrayed him. His blood curse was realized from the curse on himself, with blood as the source. As long as the old Wolf King still has the blood of the heavenly wolf clan, it is impossible to get rid of the blood curse. The substitute blood jade that the old Wolf King refined with his blood was just a temporary transfer of the blood curse to the blood jade. But the source of the blood is still the old Wolf King. The old Wolf King looked at the wolf ancestor and snorted coldly with a lot of backbone. Wolf ancestor, although you are the ancestor of my tribe, you have devoured so many of my tribe members over the years just to live longer. If you are allowed to live any longer, I don't know how many more tribe members will suffer. This king was just pretending to be nice to you. Today, with the help of the immortal, I finally eliminated you, the biggest threat to the heavenly wolf clan. This king will die without regrets. I only ask the immortal to pity the chaos and ignorance of my people, and not to bother them too much. When the last sentence was said, The old Wolf King looked at Fong Chong eagerly. Fong Chong looked at the old Wolf King, and seeing his sincere eyes, he nodded in agreement. Well, then you can go with peace of mind. By the way, do you have any last words to leave for future generations? I will give you a friendship. Also, the old ghost who is about to die over there, tell me where the boundary stone is, and I will give you a quick death. How about that? The wolf ancestor also snorted coldly. He had been a dog all his life, and suddenly wanted to be tough before he died. The main reason was that he was disgusted by the old Wolf King, who usually called him ancestors, but it turned out that he was all calculating behind the scenes. Not to mention the blood relationship between the two wolves. In 1,000 years, even a dog would be tamed, although they were originally dogs. Anyway, if he was not doing well, he would not let the old Wolf King have an easy life. The boundary stone is in a place where no one can find it. Even if I die, I will not let you find it. Why bother? Fong Chong shook his head, and the eye of the demon between his eyebrows flew out, covering the residual soul of the wolf ancestor. The residual soul of the transformation of the spirit contains a lot of Yuanshan energy, which can replenish a lot of power of the eye of the demon. Speaking of it, in the Jinshu realm, in addition to Fong Chong's rapid accumulation of cultivation, the one who got the most benefit was the silent eye of the demon. It stayed in Fong Chong's sea of consciousness honestly, nourishing the magic weapon with Fong Chong Yuanshan power at all times. Originally, Fong Chong killed the newly born magic weapon spirit in order to refine the eye of the demon. Now Mo Sanxing is the second newly born magic weapon spirit, and his state is very weak. But after 100 years of nourishment in the Jinshu realm, it finally has some of the style of an ancient treasure. Now the eye of the demon, even without Fong Chong control, with Mo Sanxing's strength, is enough to compete with the cultivators in the early stage of the transformation of the spirit. As an ancient treasure, the eye of the demon in its heyday was comparable to the mighty ones in the void realm. The eye of the demon today is still far behind. According to normal calculations, even if Fong Chong, the master, constantly nourishes it with his soul energy, it will take tens of thousands of years for the eye of the demon to recover to its heyday. But eating such a remnant soul of the transformed spirit can at least save 100 years of time, and with Fong Chong's future improvement in cultivation, this time will be greatly shortened. Ah! The remnant soul of the wolf ancestor screamed. Fong Chong also tried the experience of the eye of the demon devouring the human soul. At that time, he was a newbie who had just practiced the Bosun visualization method. Because the soul in his body was delicious, he attracted the covetousness of the eye of the demon. Fortunately, the eye of the demon was also very weak at that time, and he took advantage of it with his inner demon and disguised it as a kind of person, so as to avoid the disaster of being devoured. But he really experienced the pain of his soul being eaten in secret, which was an indescribable pain. Soon the wolf ancestor could not hold on. If the curse on him was a torture to his body, then the eye of the demon was to evoke the deepest nightmare in his soul, devouring his soul bit by bit when he was in the most pain and fear. Give me a quick death. The wolf ancestor roared, maintaining his only sanity. Fong Chong just shook his head. Compared to what you told me, I believe more in what I got myself. As he increased his mana input, the eye of the demon completely refined the wolf ancestor. A series of memory fragments appeared in his mind. That was the life of the wolf ancestor. When he opened his eyes helplessly as a child, he struggled to survive in the wilderness, turned into a monster, and traveled everywhere until he met his master. The wolf ancestor, who was originally going to become a food in his master's mouth, became a running dog under his master because of his cute appearance and good looks. Later, his master broke through the realm of cave emptiness, opened up the world of food, and ordered him to herd a group of beasts to provide him with rich food. Until one day, the sky collapsed and the earth broke, the entire world of food was in turmoil, and he lost contact with his master. At this time, he found that he had been cursed by his master at some point, and because he had been out of the control of his master for too long, the curse automatically took effect. The wolf ancestor began to resent his master in the painful torture, and finally, he could only sleep to reduce the influence of the curse on him. This is the origin of the two different thoughts of the Tianling clan. Loyalty, as a dog, was the first half of wolf ancestor's life, and freedom as a wolf was his second half of life. He was both. Until 1,000 years ago, the old wolf king accidentally awakened his sleeping soul. The life of wolf ancestor passed through Fong Chong's mind like a cursory glance. Because they were all fragments, most of the details of the experience were not very clear, but fortunately, the location of the boundary stone that Fong Chong wanted to know was still captured by him. After sorting out the memories in his mind, Fong Chong looked at the huge corpse left by wolf ancestor. Although only a pile of bones were left, The corpse of the incarnation that had been wrapped in resentment and death for tens of thousands of years was itself an excellent material. However, he did not have such a large storage equipment. If he did not refine it first, it would not be a simple matter to take it away. Fong Chong mind moved, and bursts of sky fire descended from the sky, and the area within a radius of dozens of miles was shrouded in flames. As light and fire intertwined, the mountain-like corpse of the wolf ancestor gradually shrank, and from time to time, cold blue fire emerged from the white bones. But it was still the corpse of a divine beast, so it was still quite impressive, and it would take more than a short time to refine it all. The next step was to leave it to time. Fong Chong arranged the refining methods, and ordered the 2 puppet clan brothers, who had just produced spiritual fire, to take other puppets to guard. Then, he was about to find the boundary stone, and heard a groan from under his feet. Fong Chong looked down, frowned, and looked at the half-dead old Wolf King. "Why aren't you dead yet?" The old Wolf King, who had just died heroically, blushed. Fortunately, he was now in the body of a wolf, and with the outbreak of the blood curse, his whole body was red, so it couldn't be seen. He said weakly, "Goddess, I think I can still be saved. Please have mercy on me, and save me once." He originally thought that if he behaved more bravely and selflessly, and showed a glorious image of sleeping on straw and tasting gall, and not caring about honor and disgrace for his people, he could move Fong Chong. As a result, he howled on the ground for a long time, and Fong Chong didn't even look at him. This time, he was almost unable to bear it. The pain of the blood curse was not fake. Fong Chong looked like he had just reacted. "Oh, you don't want to die yet. I thought you wanted to set a good example for your people with your death. I wanted to save you, but you made such a fuss that I didn't dare to do anything. Fortunately, it's not too late now." While teasing, Fong Chong divine will flowed, and the endless divine will bless the old Wolf King. The old Wolf King, who was dying just now, seemed to have a last gasp and recovered his vitality. But this was just an illusion. Fong Chong just used his divine will to forcibly increase the vitality of the old Wolf King and offset the blood curse. Once he lost his power supply, the old Wolf King would still be entangled by the blood curse. Fong Chong could not break the blood curse. Because he was not familiar with curses, he could use his attainments in the soul to reduce the dimension of the forbidden spells attached to the soul. But this kind of curse that starts from the bloodline, he was a little blind. But this was just the situation just now. After refining the memory fragments of the wolf ancestor's residual soul, Fong Chong also got the method to remove the blood curse. The principle is very simple. Since the blood curse is attached to the blood of the old Wolf King, it only needs to replace it with a higher level bloodline to make the blood curse healed without medicine. The old Wolf King is already the highest level bloodline of the Tianling clan, and only the wolf ancestor is higher than him. This is also the reason why the wolf ancestor is confident that he can control the old Wolf King, who knew that the old Wolf King was a ruthless wolf, and with a filial blow, he directly sent the wolf ancestor to see a higher level ancestor. Fong Chong told the old Wolf King how to remove the blood curse. The old Wolf King couldn't help but look back at the wolf ancestor's body that was burned by the blazing fire, wondering if he could rescue 2 bones and give himself a blood transfusion if he rushed in now. "My lord, I will be loyal to you from now on. The Heavenly Wolf clan will follow your lead. I only ask you to show me a way to survive." The old Wolf King can only grasp Fong Chong's life-saving straw now. Fong Chong smiled. "You performed well just now. If you hide behind and watch the show and want to stay out of it, then I can only send you to reunite with your ancestors. Fortunately, you have proved your value. I have never been stingy with valuable people." Before the wolf ancestor fell asleep, he kept a portion of his own blood in the cave where the boundary stone was located. It is enough to successfully exchange blood for you and remove the blood curse. Maybe you can even go further and have a chance to break through the realm of transformation. The old Wolf King's eyes suddenly lit up, and he was about to kowtow to Fong Chong. But Fong Chong shook his head and said, "There is no difference between me and wolf ancestor. You will not be able to escape my control in the future, so don't be too anxious to thank me." The old Wolf King said, "I have heard a saying in the human race before, that when one person achieves enlightenment, all his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. This shows that the human race values affection, and will not forget to support even the chickens and dogs around them. The little demon can get a position as a running dog by the side of the immortal. When the immortal achieves enlightenment, the little demon can also ascend to heaven with him. This is much better than being by the side of the wolf ancestor. The wolf ancestor is tyrannical, and feeds on his own kind. When the little demon is by his side, I don't know when I have become blood food in his mouth. How can the immortal compare to it? I now believe that Wankai was taught by you. It still has a lot to learn. For a moment, Fong Chong felt very comfortable. Fong Chong took the old wolf king to the cave, where the boundary stone was hidden in the memory of the wolf ancestor. The food world is not actually very big. It is a sphere wrapped by an invisible film. Even the demon kings in the nascent soul stage cannot fly out of the boundaries of the food world. However, the diameter of the food world is less than 10,000 miles, so the internal resources can be imagined. It is already the limit to support more than 30 demon kings now. In fact, if it were not for the appearance of the space gate, these demon kings would have started fighting in order to resolve the resource dispute. This is also one of the important reasons why the war faction headed by the third demon king suppressed the old wolf king. With Fong Chong's current speed, he can reach almost any place in the food world in a moment. Soon, Fong Chong brought the old wolf king to a deep sea trench. It's better to say it's a super large lake than a sea. Because this ocean is surrounded by land, 70 to 80% of the entire food world is land. This is also intentional by the creator of the food world. Without a large enough land, how can he raise enough fierce beasts? If it weren't for raising more aquatic products, even this sea wouldn't appear. In this sea lives a super fierce beast that looks like a giant whale. It's tens of thousands of meters long, with thick skin and flesh. Even the demon king of the Yuanian Great Perfection realm, like the old wolf king, is not an opponent. It is said that this fierce beast has survived for more than 100,000 years, and is about the same age as the food world. Even the original body of the wolf ancestor is a child in front of it. However, since this fierce beast has little intelligence and will not take the initiative to go ashore, this ocean has become its private land. Under normal circumstances, no monster beast on land would take the initiative to provoke it. Fong Chong listened to the introduction of the old wolf king all the way, and soon reached the depths of the trench, but unfortunately, he did not meet the legendary beast. According to the old wolf king, this beast usually sleeps deep in the seabed, and wakes up only once every few decades, and needs to eat to replenish its physical strength. The feeding process will last about 3 years, and almost half of the creatures in the entire ocean will become the food of this beast. Now the ocean is calm, and it is obvious that the beast is still sleeping. Well, is the beast you are talking about it? At a depth of 100,000 meters under the sea, Fong Chong water avoidance technique needs to consume about 100 times more mana than the normal state. Of course, even if the small water avoidance technique consumes 100 times, it is still not as fast as Fong Chong's passive mana recovery speed. Fong Chong stretched out his hand, and saw the light appear for the first time in the dark and lightless seabed. Under the light, a giant beast shaped like a giant whale, grayish-white in color, 170,000 to 180,000 meters long, was lying quietly on the trench and sleeping like an underwater mountain. As the light came on, it seemed to be disturbed, and its body trembled slightly, ready to wake up at any time. As it trembled, there were undercurrents surging on the seabed, like an earthquake. Chapter 287. The long-lost light in the sea awakened the sleeping giant beast. With just a slight movement, the undercurrent in the sea was stirred up, like an underwater volcano erupting. Even if the old wolf king, who is at the great perfection of the nascent soul, was in this unfavorable terrain, he could not resist the power of nature. He was more than capable of self-protection, but not enough to attack. Not to mention that there was a giant beast with unclear strength sleeping on the side of the couch. Once he was entangled by the giant beast, if he could not get away in time, he would probably fall into the depths of the sea. If it were normal, he would run as far as he could when he encountered such a situation, but now he looked at the calm and composed immortal, and his heart was much more at ease. At least, he had to run behind the immortal. After all, his life was still in the hands of the immortal. Fong Chong's consciousness scattered on the seabed. After a while, he compared the memories obtained from the residual soul of the wolf ancestor and nodded slightly. No wonder it wants to sleep here. It turns out that it is the guardian beast of the master's cave in this world. The old wolf king was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that this fierce beast that has become a legend in the food world has such an origin. Fong Chong shook his head and said with emotion, "Your master is dead, and even the cave is occupied by the former war beast. You are a stupid thing, and still guarding here for thousands of years. It's sad and lamentable." With a cry like a baby crying, huge bubbles emerged from the bottom of the water and rushed up. The giant beast opened its eyes, and looked a little confused when it looked at the light that suddenly appeared on the bottom of the sea. Because Fong Chong and the old wolf king were too small, the giant beast didn't notice them at all. Just like people generally don't pay attention to the small insects crawling under their feet, unless the insect crawls on their feet and feels itchy. The old Wolf King asked dryly. Goddess, should we deal with it? Fong Chong asked in return. Why should we deal with it? Follow me. This fool may not have intelligence, but it has amazing spiritual perception, so don't expose your magic power casually. As he spoke, the water-avoiding spell on his body had dissipated. The heavy pressure from the bottom of the sea instantly covered his whole body, but for Fong Chong's domineering body, these pressures were not enough to make him unable to move. Instead, the old Wolf King dispersed his magic power, and his human body was directly pressed out of its original form. The human body was too fragile. Only when he was a demon body could his body resist the heavy pressure of 100,000 meters under the sea. The man and the wolf dived underwater. The giant beast did not find any clues, and the light on the bottom of the sea gradually dissipated, and then it gradually closed its eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The energy required for the huge body was beyond imagination. Even if it had no intelligence, it knew how to save energy. This was not pity for food, but sensitivity to survival. If it was allowed to eat freely, the ecology of this ocean would have been destroyed long ago. Without sufficient food, it would starve to death sooner or later. Soon, Fong Chong took the old Wolf King to the trench under the giant beast, where a crystal palace stood. A basketball-sized water-repellent bead was inlaid on the top of the palace, which repelled the seawater within a radius of several miles from the palace. The open space in front of the palace was cluttered with exotic flowers and plants, which were obviously unattended and grew on their own. However, most of them withered due to lack of nutrients, leaving only a few dry leaves and withered grass roots. But the remaining few spiritual medicines were tens of thousands of years old. Even if it was just an ordinary ginseng, tens of thousands of years would be enough for it to become the king of medicine. The pills made with them, as the main materials, could bring a lot of benefits even to Fong Chong now. Seeing these spiritual medicines, Fong Chong nodded with satisfaction. Just based on them, this trip is worth the price. The old Wolf King looked at it eagerly, drooling. He had ruled the food world for hundreds of years, and he thought he knew the food world well, but he still didn't think that in addition to ferocious sea beasts, there were such precious medicines in the deep sea. If he had obtained these precious medicines, his bloodline might have evolved long ago, and he would have escaped the control of the wolf ancestor. For the demon race, their breakthrough is simpler than that of human cultivators. They do not need to become mortals and gain enlightenment. They only need to constantly explore the power of their blood. Continuously tempering blood and accumulating energy can lead to evolution and breakthrough. In the legend of the demon race, when the world was first born, there were many innate gods and demons between heaven and earth. They were born sacred, and later the two combined, and the offspring born were the original ancestors of the demon race. So blood is the foundation of the demon race. However, the breakthrough of the demon race is more dangerous. Once the breakthrough fails, the blood will degenerate at the least, and the body will explode and die at the worst. Of course, similar legends about gods and demons also exist in the human race. But the human race is a little more outrageous. They directly said that the creator of the world is the ancestor of the human race. The human race was born with the will of heaven and earth. Therefore, as the spirit of all races, the human race rules the world, which means inheriting the ancestral business, and there is nothing wrong with it. Fong Chong put away many spiritual medicines, a total of 13, with different effects, and most of them were not recognized by Fong Chong. However, he has the skills of identification, so it is not a problem for these spiritual medicines to be unpopular. Then he walked into the Crystal Palace smoothly. Perhaps because he was very confident in his own territory, the owner of the cave did not set up any forbidden formations. After all, if someone could be beaten into his own small world, it would not matter whether there were any restrictions. There were traces of restrictions in the side hall, and Fong Chong felt the breath of the wolf ancestor from it. Fong Chong knew that the savings of the wolf ancestor were hidden inside, but he did not rush over, but walked into the main hall first. It is better to say that it is a kitchen than a palace. The huge palace is filled with various kitchen utensils, pots and pans, steamers, ovens, large stoves, and various specialties. Every kitchen utensil is spotless, as if it was originally forged. A kitchen of a cave master can still have a simple dust removal effect. By the way, the owner of the food world is a food cultivator. Food cultivation is to achieve the goal of spiritual enlightenment through food by taking in various spiritual things from heaven and earth. This profession is generally born in an era of spiritual cultivation. As mentioned before, the wolf ancestor was originally a food ingredient caught by the owner of the food and taste realm, and later upgraded to a pet because of his appearance. Fong Chong's eyes swept around the palace, and finally saw the purpose of his trip. A golden spoon placed in the middle of the kitchen utensils, like the protagonist. That is the boundary stone of the food and taste realm. And the boundary stone is the core of the opening of a realm, which is made of fragments of the laws of heaven and earth. After the breakthrough of the cave void realm, the soul can leave the body and travel the sea of laws. If you are lucky enough to encounter the demise of the lost star, a boundary stone will be born. After the cave void realm obtains the boundary stone, it can use it as a foundation to create a small secret world. These are the last time Fong Chong broke through the spirit and entered the sea of laws. He became interested in the sea of laws. In addition, he wanted to learn how to sacrifice the secret realm to the main heaven and earth. So he got the knowledge from Yogwang in the mountain and river realm for a fee. To be honest, Yogwang is worthy of being an old treasure. She knows everything about astronomy and geography. Except for this point that she is not his, she has no shortcomings. Unlike his Eye of the Demon, which is also a magic weapon spirit, it is as pure white as a piece of paper and knows nothing. Well, the magic weapon spirit, who knows a lot of secrets, was killed by him. Fong Chong put away the golden spoon and was about to leave for the side hall, but when he looked at the 18 kinds of kitchen utensils placed in the hall, his face suddenly changed. Something is wrong. This golden shovel, a top-grade spiritual weapon. This black pot, this bone-cutting knife, this chopping board, this. All are magic weapons. The firewood under the stove is all 1,000-year-old spiritual wood. Fong Chong looked at the seemingly ordinary hall kitchen, and every ordinary item was shining with precious light at this moment. He instantly realized. It turns out that this hall is the real wealth. Sure enough, people with strength are low-key. So he decisively packed up the entire hall. Chapter 288. Fong Chong put away all the pots and pans in the hall. After the excitement, he felt a little bored. This was his first time to experience the unboxing of the cave, so it was normal to be excited. But in fact, these things were actually useless to him now. Moreover, although these spiritual tools and magic weapons were of good grade, they were special kitchen utensils after all, and their functions were a little disappointing. No wonder the wolf ancestor did not take these magic tools away. One reason was out of respect for the original owner, and the other was because these things were really useless to him. Fong Chong felt that he could not use these things, but it did not prevent him from putting these treasures on the exchange list of the treasure house of Qishao City. There will always be a sucker in the future, it is someone who knows the goods who likes them. After leaving the main hall, the old wolf king waited respectfully outside. Without Fong Chong order, he did not act on his own. Even though he was experiencing the torture of the blood curse at this moment, even though there was a treasure in the side hall that could relieve his nightmare, Fong Chong was very satisfied with this. Although the old wolf king was ruthless and forbearing, he was a qualified subordinate. Open it and have a look. Standing at the door of the side hall, Fong Chong gave an order. The restrictions of the side hall were set up by the wolf ancestor in the past. It was a method left by the wolf ancestor when he was in his prime. Fong Chong felt that he had to be cautious, so it was reasonable to let the old wolf king explore the way. After all, this was a matter of life and death for him, and he should be responsible for it. The old wolf king did not hesitate and pounced directly. As the old wolf king entered without permission, a layer of silver-white electric net appeared around the side hall, and then a huge wolf head appeared in the flash of lightning. Fong Chong looked at the shadow that looked a bit like a husky, a bit handsome and silly. Before he turned evil, the wolf ancestor was indeed good-looking. When the old wolf king saw this wolf head, his eyes flashed, and he was about to force his way in. The wolf head opened its mouth wide, with light gathering inside. It was the heavenly wolf bloodline magical power that the old wolf king had displayed not long ago, the heavenly wolf howling moon. The energy gathered more and more, and even Fong Chong felt a little threatened. It was beyond the limit of the power that the food world could bear, and it was the power of the god level. The old wolf king's eyes showed horror. But the chance of survival was right in front of him. How could he give up? He ignored the injuries on his body, and his momentum rose again. At this moment, the wolf head began to flicker, as if the signal was interrupted. The originally fierce bloodline supernatural power also shattered, and the wolf head shattered and disappeared with a snap, and the restrictions left by the wolf ancestor also broke down. The old wolf king who survived the catastrophe couldn't help but look at Fong Chong, and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you for saving me, immortal." He thought Fong Chong secretly helped him. Fong Chong understood at this time. The disappearance of the wolf head was limited by the environment of this world. The means left by the wolf ancestor were too powerful and exceeded the limit of this world, so there was no successor, and it was directly silenced. To put it in an inappropriate way, it is probably the story of the Gatling gun that originally crackled with blue fire and turned into a pile of scrap metal because of the loss of ammunition. However, Fong Chong did not explain, but just nodded lightly. Go in. A man and a wolf entered the side hall. The side hall is slightly smaller than the main hall. Compared with the main hall kitchen, with a strong smell of fireworks, the side hall is more simply decorated and warm. Well, this was originally the doghouse of the wolf ancestor, where he had accompanied his master for thousands of years. But at this moment, it is quite deserted, with only 3 groups of spiritual lights suspended in the room, as if it has never changed. But as the door of the side hall opened, the spiritual light began to slowly dissipate, and the restrictions left by the wolf ancestor also had the effect of nourishing treasures. Fong Chong made a move, and 3 groups of spiritual light fell. Then he saw a black and white dog collar, a slender green whip, and a fist-sized drop of golden blood. As the divine light appeared in Fong Chong's eyes, the 3 treasures gave him the identification information he wanted. The dog collar was once the wolf ancestor's life magic weapon. The soft whip is an important magic weapon for the wolf ancestor to graze the food world. It contains the power of the laws of the food world. All the fierce beasts from the food world will be restrained by this whip. However, after leaving the food world, the effect of the soft whip on restraining fierce beasts will disappear, and it can only be regarded as an ordinary magic weapon with geographical restrictions. As for the golden blood, it is naturally the original blood essence left by the wolf ancestor, which was originally the retreat he left for himself. If one day he has the opportunity to get rid of the curse, he can use this blood essence to reshape his body. Unfortunately, it is all given to him now. Fong Chong flicked his finger, and the original blood essence came to the mouth of the old wolf king. Of course, along with the blood essence, there was also a pill transformed from a demon seed. This is a necessary means, otherwise I would not believe you. Fong Chong told him frankly, without any threat at all. The old wolf king felt the endless attraction of the blood essence to him, swallowed hard, and spoke human words. Since the little demon has surrendered to the immortal, he dare not have any second thoughts. He stretched out his claws, inserted them into the chest, took out a throbbing red heart, and then suddenly squeezed it, and the heart burst like a watermelon. The old wolf king uttered a painful groan. The blood exchange technique was not so rough, but he did not dare to delay for too long. The old wolf king knew that Fong Chong was willing to accept him, not only because he was sensible, but also because he wanted to use him to subdue many demons in the food world. If he exchanged blood for a year or 2, the value of him as the great demon king of the heavenly wolf clan would be lost by more than half. So he had to complete the blood exchange in the shortest time possible, and lift the blood curse of the wolf ancestor on him. Then he held the wolf ancestor's blood essence, and stuffed it into his chest together with the pill given by Fong Chong. The golden blood essence quickly deformed after entering the chest cavity, and turned into a golden heart, which soon connected with the surrounding blood vessels, and began to beat again. As the golden heart beat, every drop of blood passing through his atrium was stained with a hint of gold. And the old wolf king clearly felt that the power of the blood curse on his body had weakened a bit. The blood exchange technique really worked. The old wolf king suppressed his excitement and agitation. After being controlled by the wolf ancestor for 1,000 years, he finally saw hope of liberation. As for the pills Fong Chong gave him, they disappeared after entering his body. The old wolf king didn't care too much. This was the necessary price for him. Thank you for your help, immortal. Although his blood essence had not been completely refined, and he was still enduring the torture of the blood curse, the old wolf king felt that he could hold on with the divine will that Fong Chong left in his body to catalyze his vitality. It only took a blink of an eye to replace his heart. Fong Chong had to say that he admired him. This old wolf king was a ruthless wolf. But he didn't care. Since the old wolf king was sensible, and didn't want to waste his time, he wouldn't pretend to be hypocritical, and say that it didn't matter and could wait. He walked out of the Crystal Palace, and looked at the huge water-repellent bead embedded on the top of the Crystal Palace. After thinking about it, he took it down. Anyway, he would soon offer the food world to the main world, and this place would be destroyed. It was okay for him to take some souvenirs. As Fong Chong put away the water-repellent bead, the heavy pressure on the seabed fell instantly, and the Crystal Palace was directly destroyed. At the same time, the sleeping sea beast woke up again. Ing! This time the cry was full of sadness. It could feel that the thing it had been protecting for a lifetime was broken. A ball of blazing light emerged from the giant beast, like a sun shining from the depths of the sea, and the powerful energy made the seawater begin to boil. The thing it was protecting was destroyed, and it only wanted to destroy it at this moment. At this moment, a chuckle came. You beast, it seems that you still love your master, But from today on, you are mine. Fong Chong held a soft whip and slapped it into the seawater. The sea beast that was still aggressive and wanted to destroy everything just now was like a mouse meeting a cat, and the fluctuating energy on its body quickly subsided. It looked at the little man in front of it in a daze, not understanding why it had the whip of its master. But the will from its blood made it unconsciously want to submit to the owner of the whip. However, its long lifespan has given it simple thinking ability, and it struggled a little. But as Fong Chong cracked the whip again, it finally surrendered. Ing! The beast lowered its head at Fong Chong's feet. A moment later. Boom! The sea surface was startled by huge waves, and an island slowly emerged from the water. However, as the island gradually moved on the water, it was discovered that it was not an island at all, but a beast shaped like a giant whale, and a tiny human figure was standing on the beast's head. Inging beast, transform. As Fong Chong cracked the whip. Because the beast always cried, Fong Chong, who had no talent for naming, directly named it Inging beast. The beast that was still slowly floating on the water just now made a sound of ing, and its body changed dramatically. It actually grew 2 wings on its ribs, and its body rose up proudly, turning into a ferocious rock. There is a fish in the North Sea, its name is Kuan. Kuan is so big that no one knows how many thousands of miles it is. It turned into a bird, named Peng, and the back of Peng is unknown how many thousands of miles long. A mythical creature called Kuan emerged in Fong Chong's mind. Although the Inging beast under this wing is not as big as Kuan, it should be a close relative of Kuan. Just based on the characteristics of being a fish when entering the water, and a Peng when leaving the water, it would be a hooligan to say that it has nothing to do with Kuan. I don't know where the owner of the food world found it from. The key is that the legendary mythical creature, who has lived for more than 100,000 years, is not as smart as a 3-year-old child, and actually succumbs to the instinct of the body. I don't know if it was originally like this, or if the owner of the food world had done something to it. But no matter what, it's a bargain for him now. Fong Chong decided that this thing would be his mount in the future. This is much more majestic than riding a dragon. Suddenly, the Peng bird let out a cry. Compared with the giant whale form, the cry of the Peng bird form is more dull, like thunder. Fong Chong sensed it, and his face darkened. How far have you flown? You're hungry? Okay, I know you're hungry. Let's go down and have a meal first. This car is good, but it consumes too much fuel. The Peng bird dived into the sea surface, transformed into a giant whale again, and began to eat. Its eating pattern is also very interesting. Just open its big mouth, and a small vortex suddenly appears on the sea surface. Then the vortex becomes larger and deeper. 100 meters, kilometers, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers. The sea beasts within a radius of 1,000 miles are all pulled by the suction of this vortex, and some powerful sea beasts have a chance to escape the traction of the vortex. But the small fish and shrimps are helpless. They rush into the mouth of the Inging beast in groups, just like a swimming race. No wonder the old wolf king introduced that this guy will harm half of the tribe in this ocean after eating a meal. The diameter of the ocean in the food world is less than 5,000 miles. Once the Inging beast starts eating, the ecology of the entire ocean will be affected. Shallow water cannot support a real dragon. With the size of the Inging beast, probably only the world like the main heaven and earth is the most suitable place for it. Fong Chong waited for a long time, and seeing that the Inging beast could not fill its stomach for a while, he gave up the idea of riding it majestically, and led the old wolf king to the space channel. He had been delayed for several days because of the food world, and he had to go back to catch up on sleep. Luyan Mountains. In the space channel, Yu Sambing, the third demon king of the Tianlang clan, kept having bad premonitions in his heart, but he couldn't find out where. Because of his perfect packaging, the news of his great victory in the first battle spread to the inside, and several demon kings who followed him promoted it vigorously. Now more and more local demon kings followed him to fight. There were already more than a dozen demon kings outside the space channel, including 3 demon kings of the Tianlang clan. With himself, 4 of the 10 demon kings of the Tianlang clan came. Counting the neutral ones, and those who don't care about things, his voice in the Tianlang clan has now surpassed the boss. But Yu Sambing is still uneasy. Third brother, more and more demon kings are coming. You should lead us to fight first. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will not obey without seeing any benefits. The speaker was the 8th demon king of the Tianlang clan, named Yu Baxin. Speaking of which, the names of the demon kings of the Tianlang clan are inherited. The 10 demon kings, from 1 to 10, have the suffixes of Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu Ji, Gung, Xian, Ren, and Gue. It is said to be the ancestral system. Yu Sanbing pondered for a moment and said, "We really need to fight. We can't let them see the wealth of the human race. They always only focus on the petty profits of the territory. I have already inquired about it. Now the largest forces in this mountain range are called Biyun and Hulung sects. The masters in this sects and the highest level of cultivators are only at the peak of the golden elixir. Any of our demon kings can destroy their sect. But this is our first battle, and we need a beautiful opening, so..." At this moment, there was a noise from the passage. Yu Sanbing turned his head and saw his boss appearing from the exit of the passage, followed by those soft-hearted demon kings who usually followed the boss. Although Yu Sanbing had complained several times about the boss's loss of ambition, he was still his own boss after all. He had been the first demon king of the Tianlang clan for hundreds of years, and had great prestige. He had not really brought other demon kings to gain benefits yet, so he could not compare with the boss for the time being. Yu Sanbing forced a smile on his face and greeted him. "Boss, you finally figured it out. With you taking the lead and all of us brothers working together, there will definitely be a place for our Tianlang clan in this world." The old wolf king looked at the third brother and nodded seriously. "Yes, I came here to take the lead this time. I have an important news to announce. Listen to the boss." Although Yu Sanbing was very unhappy with the boss's behavior of picking peaches, the boss was the boss, so he endured it first. When the results of the battle came out in the future, the demons would know who was the real leader of the Tianlang clan, and even the food world. Then the old wolf king said loudly, "After careful consideration, I have decided that the whole Tianlang tribe will join Qishao City. I have already inquired about it. In recent years, many monsters have surrendered to Qishao City and received good treatment. Many of them have served in the 3 major legions of Qishao City. This is enough to show that Qishao City treats monsters like us equally. We cannot live up to Qishao City's goodwill. Armed confrontation is not advisable, and will only increase casualties." Yu Sanbing was stunned, and a sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. "We are about to fight to the death. Why did the boss surrender first?" "Boss, do you know what you are talking about?" Yu Sanbing and many monster kings who advocated war were furious. Chapter 289. Facing the war faction headed by the third brother, the old wolf king might have been a little cautious before. It was not that he was afraid of them, but he was worried that if he defeated them all at once, no one would dare to go against him in the future. After all, he was controlled by the wolf ancestor before, and he had to provide blood food every once in a while. Once the blood food was insufficient, he had to draw his blood essence, which was a painful experience. So these wolf cubs who were at odds with him were all blood food he sacrificed to the wolf ancestor. If he didn't find some opponents for himself, how could he find a chance to kill them and offer them to the wolf ancestor? And it was also a show for the wolf ancestor to see. For the wolf ancestor, an old wolf, who was restrained everywhere, was much more reassuring than a king who had the final say in the whole tribe. But now it was no longer necessary. The old wolf king regained his domineering attitude as the first demon king of the Tianlang tribe. The old wolf king's old figure suddenly stood up, and his white-haired face became younger and stronger, turning from a 60 or 70-year-old man into a 30 or 40-year-old middle-aged man. Compared with the sinister third demon king, the old wolf king looked more like a king. "Old third, I know what I'm saying, but do you understand what you're saying?" The old wolf king's face was as heavy as water, and his tone was as cold as ice. Hearing this, Yu Sanbing's heart was overshadowed. In his impression, the eldest brother had not been so courageous for a long time. Most of the time, he was more like a good man, balancing the relationship between the 10 great wolf kings. But the inherent impression cannot be changed in a short time. Even though the old wolf king is now domineering, in Yu Sanbing's heart, the old wolf king is deliberately going against him. He didn't say it when he wanted to fight before, and didn't say it when he started to fight himself. Now the demon kings of other tribes are tempted to act with him. The old wolf king suddenly jumped out, obviously afraid of him. He was afraid that his prestige would rise, that he would take his position as the first wolf king, and that he would become the king of all monsters in the food world. Yu Sanbing, who had fallen into a misconception, was angry for a while. "Boss, do you have to go against me?" His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his true intentions were exposed. "My Tianlang clan has been the royal clan among the many demon clans in the food world for generations. But now, you want our great Tianlang clan to be the subordinates of the human race. You have betrayed our pride as the Tianlang clan. You are not worthy of being the king of our Tianlang clan." The old wolf king smiled coldly. "Old 3, it seems that you have been prepared for a long time. Yes, our demon clan does not have as many rules as the human race, and the strong is the king. If you can defeat me today, you will have the final say in the Tianling clan. But if you can't, you will be obedient and join Qishao City with me. This is not because the old Wolf King feels sorry for the old three, who are from the same clan, but Feng Chong asked him to save the lives of the demons as much as possible. After all, in Feng Chong's eyes, these big demons and demon kings are all excellent working demons. For example, the bus he envisioned. Nowadays, Qishao Dao has already built roads to Qishao City, with a mileage of millions of kilometers, but transportation is still not very convenient because the distance is too far. For high-level cultivators, 1,000 miles is just a piece of cake. If it is farther, they can use the spiritual network transmission array that is spread throughout the entire Qishao Dao to reach the destination in an instant. But for ordinary people, and even low-level cultivators, once the journey is too far, it will not only take too much time, but also cannot be guaranteed for safety. It is precisely for various reasons that restrict their travel. So these big monsters have a use. Since they are unwilling to surrender and fight for Qishao City, then destroy their minds, and keep their bodies to pull carts for Qishao City. With the speed of the big monsters, a journey of thousands of miles, even if the time for stopping along the way is counted, it will only take a few days, which greatly facilitates the travel of ordinary people. Moreover, the work of pulling a cart only requires familiarity with the route and stopping at different places at the specified time, which does not require too much wisdom at all. The big monsters without minds are no different from fierce beasts, and because of the existence of wisdom, they are more docile. Even if it regains consciousness in the future, it will probably accept the setting of a bus monster. If it is unacceptable, it is easy to deal with. Just start over. The old Wolf King naturally did not know Feng Chong's plan, but this was the first task Feng Chong gave him, so he naturally had to do it perfectly. As long as he defeated the third brother, the core member of the war faction, and with his usual prestige, and painted a big pie, the other demon kings would naturally obey. Hearing that the always gentle boss took the initiative to challenge him, Yu Sanbing was not surprised but laughed. "Boss, I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time." He laughed loudly, and the sound shook the mountains and forests. "Get out of the way!" With a wolf howl, Yu Sanbing turned into his original form, a giant winged wolf with a height of hundreds of meters, but the old Wolf King was not in a hurry and also showed his original form, a nearly 300 meters long silver-white giant wolf. Compared with the battle with the wolf ancestor, only a few days later, the old Wolf King's body was even bigger, and there was a bit of golden color in his silver hair. Obviously, the wolf ancestor's blood essence has begun to show results in his blood evolution. Seeing this, Yu Sanbing was shocked. Although the bigger the size of the wolf, the stronger it is, the size often represents strength. His original body in front of the boss was like a young wolf compared to an adult wolf. But Yu Sanbing was not afraid, but took the initiative to meet him. He was a different species of the wolf, a genius among monsters, born with wings since childhood, proficient in extreme speed, experienced countless battles, became a king after 100 battles, and defeated the strong with the weak many times. Although the boss was one small realm higher than him, the boss was old and weak, and a small realm was not to be feared. Roar! The wolf howled in the sky, and light blue light fell with it. It was the pure wind spirit driven by the third monster king. The monsters could only vaguely see a shadow. Later, the sky was full of the phantom of the wolf, and no one could see where his real body was hidden. Infinite wind blade. The wind blades turned into tornadoes, and surrounded the old Wolf King, and murderous intent immediately filled the void. But the old Wolf King just responded with a wolf howl, and the Tianlang tribe present immediately fell into panic. This was a bloodline suppression. The tornado blade in the air collapsed without being attacked, and the true body of the third demon king appeared in the void, and the shadows slowly dissipated. "Boss, you!" The third demon king fell into a state of stiffness, shocked and angry. The old Wolf King's hair fluttered, and the golden heart in his body kept beating. The blood pressure exceeded all the innate magical powers. The demons cultivate blood, and they are naturally shackled by blood. When they encounter blood that is higher than their own, their combat power is reduced by 30%. Of course, this is mainly the case with the blood of the same race. If it is the blood of a different race, even if the blood is higher, it can only suppress 10% or 20% at most. The reason why the old Wolf King was able to fight with the wolf ancestor before was mainly because the wolf ancestor was left with only a body of bones. In addition, the blood strength of the old Wolf King was only one level lower than that of the wolf ancestor, so the pressure of the blood of the same race of the demon seemed dispensable. "Come down!" The old Wolf King's claws split the sky, and a huge wolf claw shadow passed through the air. The third demon king, who was in a panic, was slapped down by the old wolf king before he could respond. The old wolf king's huge figure pressed the third demon king under his claws like a peak, and the huge wolf kiss lowered. Old third, are you convinced? Compared with the old wolf king in close combat, Yu Sanbing looked even thinner. But even if his head was pressed down, his tone was still unconvinced. However, it was not the old wolf king who was unconvinced, but the old wolf king's decision. Boss, you have such ability, why don't you lead us to destroy that Qinshao city? This beautiful mountain and river should be the hunting ground of our Tianlang tribe. It's too aggrieved to be a subordinate of the human race. Not only am I unconvinced, everyone is unconvinced. The old wolf king snorted in his heart. How could these cubs understand his foresight? If he hadn't knelt quickly, the Tianlang tribe would only have one guy left at this time. Since you have submitted, then this king's decision is the decision of the Heavenly Wolf clan. From now on, all the demons will obey this king's orders. You have half a month to leave the food world. The old wolf king's eyes swept over the demon kings of other tribes. Who agrees and who opposes? Don't dare. The demon kings all shook their heads. Even if they wanted to oppose, they didn't dare to say it at this time. Go quickly. The old wolf king snorted coldly, still holding the third brother's head. If it weren't for the fact that the third brother had cooperated with him over the years, and that he might need to take the blame in the future, he would have crushed the third brother to death right now. Chapter 290. Half a month later. The monsters in the food world evacuated to the space gate in groups. Such a short time is not enough for all the monsters to evacuate, and the capacity of the space gate is not a problem. The space gate looks like a door, but even a behemoth like the Yingling beast can pass through it. As for those who did not evacuate, they all have their own thoughts. Although the Tianlang tribe is nominally the royal family of the food world, the old wolf king cannot really command everything. Even the Tianlang tribe has many opinions. In this regard, the old wolf king only took away the Tianlang tribe, who were willing to obey his orders. Outside the space channel, the Qinshao city reception team has arrived, presided over by Li Wangwang, the commander of the Qingyi Guard. Speaking of Li Wangwang, the disciple who followed Fang Chong out of the Lingjin sect. From the beginning, he was the shopkeeper of the puppet building in Qingyefeng City, to the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Qinshao City, and later formed the Qingyi Guard and became a close minister of the city lord. Now he is in a high position, and is considered one of the giants under the city lord in Qinshao City. The only drawback is that his cultivation is too low, only at the Jindan level, and there is still a long way to go to the Yuanying level. However, for an ordinary disciple with low qualifications, it is extremely lucky and difficult to break through from qi refining to Jindan in just a few decades. After all, not everyone is a genius. In fact, if Fang Chong had not remembered the old friendship, Li Wangwang's position would have been replaced by his subordinates with higher cultivation. But it is precisely because of this that Li Wangwang works more attentively and dares not slack off. He knows very well that if he wants to keep his current position, the city lord is his only support. Without the protection of the city lord, he would be killed in minutes by the people he has offended while collecting intelligence and working for the city lord over the years. So even though he has been touted by many people as the most loyal vicious dog of the city lord, he never complains. Some people want to be the city lord's dog, but they are not qualified. Not everyone has the innate conditions like Wang Kai. Li Wangwang was particularly sober. So for the demons who were taking over the food world this time, Li Wangwang put in 120,000 points of his energy. Just as the group was connecting, the sky suddenly changed color, as if there was fog rising, and then a blurry picture appeared. What is that? I heard about it in my grandfather's story. It seems to be called a mirage. Huh? The scenery inside is so familiar? Hey, little wolf, don't be dazed. Look, is this your home? The demons who were being led away by the Qingyi guards on the ground stopped and began to discuss. A little wolf of the Tianlang tribe, who was full of depression and migrated with his companions, looked up. Ah? That's Yinwell Lake, and Sanji Mountain, that's the ancestral land of our Tianlang tribe. It seems that there are still people. As the picture gradually became clear, the demons saw a handsome young man in white clothes appear in the picture. In front of the young man was an altar that looked crudely made, with a golden spoon in the middle of it. The young man was muttering to himself like a charlatan, stepping left and right. Then the crude altar was ignited with a green flame, and the spoon was wrapped in flames, and then a burst of golden light burst out. The entire food world flashed quickly in the projection in the sky. I seem to have seen this picture. Li Wangwang stood side by side with the old wolf king, watching the flashing pictures in the sky, and couldn't help but be reminded of long-lost memories. The old Wolf King was a little surprised to see Fong Chong, the lord of Qishao City, appear in the picture, and then he heard Li Wangwang's words beside him. He couldn't help but smile politely and asked, "Commander Li, I wonder if you can teach me a thing or two?" Li Wangwang didn't hide it. This old Wolf King will be a colleague in the future, and he has a deep cultivation and powerful strength. Although he is a demon, Qishao City does not exclude demons. Maybe there will be room for cooperation in the future. Apart from anything else, the Blue Guards will need mounts in the future. No, the city lord has instructed that from now on, we should call them partners, and give the working monsters the necessary dignity. In the future, when the Qingyi Guard needs a partner, with the relationship of the old Wolf King, the partner assigned to them must be the elite among the monsters. Although a title cannot change the nature of the mount, it is one thing to say, and another to do. Li Wangwang may not care about other things, but he must remember the words of the city lord. About 20 years ago, our place merged with a secret world called Yinmo Realm, and a mirage-like scene appeared in the sky. Li Wangwang looked at the old Wolf King and asked, "I just heard a monster say that it was the scenery of your food world. Could it be?" The old Wolf King nodded, and finally understood what Fong Chong wanted. Although he had sold the whole tribe, he still felt reluctant and touched when he saw that the ancestral land where the tribe had lived for tens of thousands of years was about to be integrated into the main world. Their hometown is gone. May I ask, Commander Li, what will happen to the secret world after the fusion? Will the people and monsters inside die? Li Wangwang shook his head and said, "I don't know. But when I was out on business these years, I met many people from the secret world, and they were all merged with our world. So there should be no problem after the fusion, but they will be scattered all over the world. Maybe this is why the city lord asked you to leave early." The old Wolf King couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "That's good. Thank you, Commander Li, for clearing up my doubts." Li Wangwang smiled and said, "We will be colleagues in the future. No need to be so polite." Food and Taste World. Fong Chong set up the altar according to the method given by Yoguang, communicated with the will of heaven and earth, commonly known as the Way of Heaven, and then presented the golden spoon. This is the boundary stone of the food and taste world, and it is also the core of a world. If it is obtained by the main world, the fusion speed of the food and taste world, and the main world will increase 1,000 times. As the golden light lit up, Fong Chong seemed to see a ball of light wrapped in golden light, full of ancient and sacred aura, eternal and immortal. Just one glance, Fong Chong actually felt that he had a new understanding of his incarnation. As the boundary stone was presented, the indescribable thing seemed to have a gaze lowered, and Fong Chong immediately shuddered, just like drinking a mouthful of ice water in the dog days of summer, and he was extremely clear. Some strange reaction seemed to have occurred in his body. When you are not sure about something, identify it first. Fong Chong immediately threw himself an identification spell, and found that his character panel, the column of fortune and fate, was changing rapidly. After a while, the state stabilized. Name, Fong Chong. Fortune and fate, 9, God's favor +2. Fong Chong, shock. God has mercy on him. Fong has practiced for more than 100 years, and finally caught up with the data of his elder brother's novice village. It turns out that changing your destiny depends on yourself. From today on, he doesn't say that everything will go smoothly, but at least the good treasures will not turn around and leave when they meet him. But this is not the end. If promoting the integration of the two worlds is the only benefit, Fong Chong will never do it again. Isn't it better to occupy a world and develop it well? The resources of a world, no matter how poor, are more than enough to support a cultivator in the realm of transformation. The sky was filled with colorful brilliance, and colorful crystals fell slowly with a sacred aura. Fong Chong reached out to catch them. The crystals were about the size of a fingertip, with gorgeous colors, a total of 7. When they fell, they shone brightly, but they were ordinary in his hand, as if they were just beautiful crystals. Fong Chong cast an identification spell on them. Law Crystal. Introduction. It is the essence of the power of law, and has incredible magical power. The shorter the introduction, the stronger the effect. Fong Chong put away the Law Crystal, and did not experiment casually, but prepared to go to the mountain and river realm to ask Yoguang the human encyclopedia first. As the crystal fell, the gaze that was hanging down in the dark was also retracted. A huge space vortex appeared in front of Fong Chong. Behind him, the sky had broken like a mirror, and the cracks were spreading towards him. Although he wanted to see the scene when the world was broken, Fong Chong's mind was frightened when it touched the space crack full of destructive power. So he chose to follow his heart. He took a step forward, and the space vortex shrank and disappeared. Behind him, the entire food world was like a cake, being swallowed up by a mysterious existence. Chapter 291. So far, the secret world created by the unknown great power in the food world has been successfully swallowed by the main world under Feng Chang operation. And Feng Chang harvest is the favor of heaven, with 2 more fortunes and 7 law crystals. Although Feng Chang no longer values fortune, since he was messed with by negative fortunes many times, his identification technique almost never takes the initiative to attack, and he only uses the identification technique to identify after he gets it. There is a causal relationship between the two. One is that the identification technique found a good treasure, so he thought about getting it. The other is that the good treasure has been obtained, but because he doesn't know it, he uses the identification technique to obtain information. The relationship between the two is reversed, and the effect is completely different. So Feng Chang doesn't care about the level of fortune. As long as he gets everything, whether there are treasures in it or not, it's all his. But he doesn't care, which doesn't mean he can have nothing. In short, Feng is generally satisfied with this sacrifice. The main reason was that it was too easy. Originally, he wanted to know himself and his enemy, but he ended up going straight to the big boss behind the scenes. The whole process took no more than half a month, so it was hard for him to feel cherished. Mountain and River Realm. Yubwang was still acting like a homegirl, hugging her legs, eating snacks, drinking the happy water specially provided by Feng Chang, and watching the blockbuster movies passed down from ancient times in the projection crystal. Feng Chang looked at it, and always felt something was not harmonious. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. It's clothes. Who wears a palace dress when being a homeboy or homegirl? What's the difference between this and wearing a suit and skirt and stepping on high heels to plant rice in the fields? Feng Chang felt it necessary to spread the homeboy pajamas culture to her. So Feng Chang, while his mind was rolling with unnatural thoughts, he walked over steadily. Yobwang didn't even look at it, but twisted her, and naturally made way for a position. Feng Chang, why haven't you brought the new movie you told me about? Yobwang stared at the projection screen and complained without turning her head. Ever since Feng Chang complained to her last time that the story in her projection was too old-fashioned and he had a better story, she had been waiting for Feng Chang to come up with a new story. As a result, she waited, and she looked through the old film in her hand again, but Feng Chang still didn't hand over the new story. It's being filmed again, and a good story needs to be polished. Feng Chang's tone was perfunctory. It sounds perfunctory. Don't try to take advantage of me in the future. Yogwang snorted, took the happy water and drank it all, and burped loudly with satisfaction. This won't do. Feng Chang was immediately anxious. Although Yogwang, as a spirit of the mountain and river realm, was also restricted by the rules, and could not help him openly, such as giving him a 10% discount. But as long as she could give him a few words of guidance, he could avoid many detours. In addition, as his humanoid encyclopedia, it also helped him a lot, and the fee was very cheap. After all, the fee for answering questions depends on her personal mood. For the same question, the difference between charging a low-grade spirit stone and charging a top-grade spirit stone is 1,000,000 times. You can't blame me for this. You know that I was practicing in Jinsho realm before, and just came back recently. And I set up a projection department specifically for you, and now there are dozens of new films being filmed. Well, 3 months, at most 3 months, I will bring you 10 new films next time. The artistic elements are as high as 3 or 4 floors. Feng Chang explained a few words, and began to show off again. Then I will believe you again. Yogwang turned her head to look at Feng Chang and asked unhappily, no one comes to the temple for no reason. What do you want to ask me for this time? Feng Chang smiled embarrassedly, and then took out a law crystal in his hand and asked, I got a treasure recently, so I came to ask you for advice. Seeing the law crystal in Feng Chang's hand, Yabwang's indifferent expression suddenly became serious. Law crystal, where did you get it? Feng Chang did not hide it. After all, sacrificing the secret world was not something shameful, and he would have to do it often in the future. So he repeated the story of the food world. Yogwang nodded and said, I see. She returned to her lazy and casual look and said, the law crystal is the essence of the power of the law. Generally speaking, only the great Dongxiu who has the ability to enter the sea of law will form the law crystal when they encounter the manifestation of the power of the law by chance. However, the number is generally very small, about 1 or 2. Well, it's probably the same as you find a spirit stone mine in the real world. If it is a Tianzuan who has achieved the Tao, he can forcibly refine the power of the law and refine the law crystal. However, this method is time-consuming and laborious. Tianzuan will only refine it in their spare time, and most of the time, it is used to reward disciples or trade with fellow Taoists. However, at this time, Dongshu is difficult to achieve and Hedao cannot be achieved. If you want to get the law crystal, you can probably only do it like you do. You have to sacrifice a small secret world. As for the effect, just like its name, it can help you comprehend the power of the law, and it is the best treasure for cultivation in the Dongshu realm. A law crystal is almost equivalent to the soul of a Dongshu master leaving his body and practicing in the sea of law for 100 years. Although you don't have this realm, the divine power of the incarnation is the prototype of the power of the law. It is also very beneficial to use the law crystal in advance, and the effect of improving the divine power is very significant. But it is a bit wasteful. The power of the law in the law crystal is very pure. With your current ability, the power of the law in it will automatically dissipate in 9 out of 10 cases, and will not be absorbed by you. But refining a law crystal is equivalent to the practice of 300 to 500 years of ordinary incarnation in the comprehension of the law. Fong Chong couldn't hide his excitement when he heard the effect. He now has a total of 7 law crystals in his hand. Even if he takes the lowest value, after refining the 7 crystals, he can at least cultivate the divine power to perfection. You should know that the cultivation of the realm of transformation is not just a simple improvement of mana, but also the transformation of the will of the transformation. If the will cannot be transformed into the power of law, then the breakthrough of the transformation of the spirit is naturally out of the question. It is precisely this difficulty that has troubled 90% of the transformation of the spirit. Although the power of law constructs the heaven and earth, it is difficult to infer the power of law from the heaven and earth. Therefore, more transformation of the spirit cultivators first cultivate mana, and when they reach the peak of the transformation of the spirit, they will comprehend the way of unity between heaven and man. Then the soul will leave the body and enter the sea of law to comprehend the power of law. However, if the soul of the transformation of the spirit cultivator is not protected by secret methods and treasures, it is difficult to survive in the sea of law for a long time. Once lost, it will be life-threatening. Therefore, the transformation of the spirit cultivators are very cautious when entering the sea of law, and even if they enter, they will not stay for too long. Such efficiency can be imagined. It is for this reason that those treasures that contain the power of law are especially sought after by the transformation of the spirit cultivators. Although the power of the law on the treasure is not as clear, comprehensive and pure as the sea of law, it is safer. With the lifespan of a spiritual cultivator, wasting a few thousand years is a small matter. For this point, you can refer to a spiritual cultivator who is happily imprisoned in the golden tower of Qishao City. If it weren't for this benefit, he would never be so content. The 7 law crystals in Fong Chong's hand can be said to have cleared the biggest obstacle for him to break through the realm of cave emptiness. And this is paid for only a small food world. Fong Chong immediately felt that the secret world in the future would become a battleground for military strategists. Even the native cultivators of the secret world would often sacrifice the entire world in order to make further progress. Of course, this premise is to let them know that there is such a benefit. No wonder the future Tang dynasty will prepare for war and conquer the world, even if it is often not worth a loss, because the military expenditure of the army may far exceed the resources that can be obtained from the secret world. Before, Fong Chong was thinking about the golden book of the Tang dynasty, plundering the population and increasing the foundation of the Tang dynasty. Now it seems that this secret world itself is the best treasure. Thank you very much. I will give you new clothes when we meet next time. Fong Chong thought of something, said hello, and hurriedly logged off. Qishao City. In the south of the city, a golden tower stands. The Disha Jinyu Golden Tower has long become a scene in Qishao City, and a holy place for cultivation. As long as the contribution points are enough, you can enter the Golden Tower to practice. Especially for physical cultivation, the speed of cultivation exceeds any blessed land. After so many years of existence, the people of Qishao City have long been accustomed to the existence of the Golden Tower. Every day when they look up, they can see the Golden Tower standing quietly, and their hearts are inexplicably calmed. But today, the bronze door of the Golden Tower opened, and the cultivators who were practicing in it were spit out one by one. What's going on? I'm about to break through. Who kicked me out? I paid for it. Is there a problem? Is there anyone who can help? Is there any justice? The monks who were kicked out shouted one after another, very dissatisfied. Many people have saved up spirit stones, or contribution points for a long time before they can enter the Golden Pagoda to practice once, just to use the Golden Pagoda to break through. Being interrupted suddenly, the anger in their hearts can be imagined. But then, the monks who were shouting did not dare to move. I saw the golden pagoda rising slowly, and a vortex appeared under the base, and then puff puff puff. One by one, the embarrassed figures were spit out by the golden pagoda. Although they were embarrassed, they were all ferocious, and did not seem to be good people. Here? Ha ha ha. It's out, finally out. Wow, I was wrong. I will never dare to offend the city lord again. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and recover, let's escape together. If the previous group of people were angry, then these prisoners who were suppressed on the underground floor of the Golden Tower were ecstatic. They were almost desperate. Every day, their magic power was forcibly extracted, and a 200-pound fat man turned into an 80-pound tofu. How miserable it was. Suddenly Jinta released them. Among the prisoners, only one old man seemed out of place. He was neatly dressed, even his beard was trimmed meticulously. He didn't look like a prisoner, but like he was on vacation. When he saw a group of noisy prisoners, he looked annoyed. Noisy! The old man waved his sleeves, and the spiritual energy gathered, and the heavy pressure fell like a mountain, and the prisoners who were shouting just now groaned in pain. Oh! Old man, what are you doing? Senior, spare me. Senior, we are all in the same group. The old man snorted coldly. You are worthy of being compared with me? He suddenly raised his head, looked at the figure flying in the air, and asked, City Lord Fong, what's going on? Are you willing to let me go? Fong Chong landed, bowed to the old man, and said with a smile, Senior Zhong, I have offended you a lot in these years. Now the Golden Tower is going on a long journey with my eldest brother, and I am afraid that this prison can't hold you. And in these years, Senior Zhong has also trained many good players for my Qishao City, so this sentence is considered complete. From today on, Qishao City and Senior will no longer have any grudges. This old man is naturally the transformation of the spirit, and the spirit from the stargazing realm, the star sect Taishang Zhongshan. Zhongshan looked at the golden tower that was gradually shrinking in the sky, and his eyes flashed with reluctance and greed. During these years, he was in the golden pagoda, and although he was a prisoner, Fong Chong was very polite to him. Except that he could not go out, he was no different from the ordinary seclusion, not to mention that there were laws in the golden pagoda for him to comprehend. These 10 years alone were equivalent to 100 years of practice in Xingzong. However, he looked at Fong Chong and put away his greed. Who would have thought that in just a dozen years, the young junior who could only rely on the golden pagoda to suppress him before, had become a divine transformation venerable on par with him. You know, in a dozen years, someone who can be promoted from an inner disciple to a true disciple in Xingzong is a brilliant person, a future divine transformation seed. This main world is indeed a place full of miracles. Where are my younger disciples? Since it is impossible to ask for them, Zhongshan will not seek boredom. He is just a spirit of transformation, who was born in a body. He has some advantages when facing cultivators in the nascent soul realm, but when facing cultivators of the same realm, with treasures, like the Golden Pagoda, he is completely inferior. Fong Chong smiled and said, Senior's disciples are now practicing in the city's weapon department. Speaking of it, the Xingzong inheritance is indeed extraordinary. All these years, seniors and senior disciples have made great contributions to the construction of my Qishao city. If seniors want to take them away, juniors can only reluctantly give up. Zhongshan shook his head and said, I have gotten used to my current life. Since my disciples have joined your weapon department, I wonder if I can go in and get a job. The main purpose of his spirit crossing the world was to explore the situation in the main world, but he was arrested and suppressed as soon as he arrived. Although the Golden Tower is gone now, Qishao City is developing so rapidly that he is curious, and he may also use the power of Qishao City to obtain intelligence for himself. When the stargazing realm borders the main world in the future, they will not be completely in the dark. Hearing this, Fong Chong nodded. It is an honor for our city to have the senior join us. He might have been hesitant in the past, afraid that Zhongshan would take over the main position, but now he has the confidence to suppress everything. Even if Zhongshan's body comes, he will not be afraid. After saying that, he looked at the prisoners who were in a panic, and with a wave of his sleeves, the demon seeds were all injected into their bodies. Come on, put them in the death squad, and those who survive 100 battles can redeem their sins. In addition, Fong Chong looked at the several monks in the Flame Demon realm headed by Flame Demon, and said, You are an exception. He snapped his fingers. The demon seeds that had just merged into their bodies grew rapidly, took root and sprouted, and all their energy and spirit were plundered. Even Yin Mozi, a nascent soul cultivator, was the same, without any resistance. For Fong Chong now, Yin Mozi, who once wanted to fight with Li Hu, was just like an ant. You don't keep your word. Yin Mozi watched his vitality slip away in despair, and roared unwillingly. Fong Chong shook his head lightly. You just heard it wrong. These people killed too many disciples of Lingyamen, and the blood feud was unsolvable. Before, they could spare their lives by making use of the waste. But now that the Golden Tower is going to go away with his elder brother, he can't keep it. This can also be regarded as a parting gift from him to his elder brother. Chapter 292. After dealing with the prisoners in the Golden Pagoda, Fong Chong ordered people to compensate the monks, who were kicked out of the Golden Pagoda and had their practice interrupted. The commotion gradually dissipated. But many people still stayed where they were, looking at the direction where the Golden Pagoda left, wondering what they were thinking. The Golden Pagoda has stood here since the establishment of Qishao City. Just like the first batch of natives in the city have long been accustomed to the existence of the Golden Pagoda. More than 10 years is enough for a generation of youth. Above the clouds, Li Hu held the Golden Pagoda in his palm to prevent it from getting restless. Just now, the Golden Pagoda responded to the call of Beiyu Daozi, and kicked out all the monks in the Golden Pagoda. Now it was temporarily suppressed by Li Hu. Second brother, there is no need to do this. Li Hu's temperament became more mature, and his tall body was like a mountain, with a full sense of security. The Yin Mozi and the others are at the nascent soul stage anyway. They are quite helpful to you. Such hasty execution will not only break your credibility, but also weaken your strength. Fong Chong smiled and said, It doesn't matter. I'm used to being a bad guy. They will only be more afraid of me, and obey me in the future. As for whether they believe me or not, I never care. It was my intention to save their lives back then. It's their great fortune that they have lived for so many years. If they really join the death squad and survive by chance, how can I let my brother face those former disciples? Li Hu smiled and didn't continue to dwell on this matter. He looked at the restless Golden Pagoda in his hand, and his always firm eyes now revealed a bit of self-mockery. Second brother, this time we can't delay any longer. Back then, I was angry and foolish, and I wanted to repay your kindness in a hurry. I wanted us to be equal brothers, and even to truly take on the title of eldest brother. So when Jinta signed a contract with me, I agreed without hesitation. I thought that this way we would be equal. But now I think that I was too naive at that time. Since you and I are brothers, why should we care about who owes whom? Without waiting for Fong Chong to say anything, Li Hu waved his hand and said, I have been so warm with my family these days that I have become much weaker. Don't mind it, second brother. Just think that I just said some nonsense. After I leave, my wife and family will depend on you to take care of them. Fong Chong nodded and promised, Please rest assured, big brother. I dare not say that I regard your parents as my parents and respect them well, but I will never let them be bullied. Li Hu smiled generously after hearing this. I believe you. Then I will leave. Li Hu released the suppression of the Golden Tower, and a mysterious force rose from the Golden Tower, and a laser shot out. A portal slowly emerged in the void. Wait a minute. Fong Chong hesitated for a while, and called Li Hu, who was about to leave. Li Hu looked at Fong Chong, waiting for the next words. This is for you. Fong Chong threw out 4 law crystals, and a bit of pain appeared on his face. What is this? Li Hu caught the law crystal and immediately felt the mysterious power contained in it. Fong Chong repeated what Yoguang had said to him. With these law crystals, you should be more confident, brother. He was reluctant to give all 7 law crystals to Li Hu. Seeing Fong Chong look, Li Hu originally heavy mood was inexplicably happy, and he even wanted to tease, Second brother, you should think clearly. If you give me this treasure, if I die in that Daozi battlefield, you will lose everything. After Fong Chong gave it, he didn't feel entangled, and said calmly, Then brother, don't let me do a loss-making business. Li Hu laughed, grabbed the Golden Tower and strode towards the completely open space portal. Okay, I will definitely not let you lose money. Fong Chong looked sideways, and saw a flash of scenery in the doorway. It was a beautiful landscape with cranes flying in the sky and auspicious clouds lingering. It didn't look like a battlefield, but more like a famous mountain for vacation. But before he could take a closer look, the space portal had already closed. It seems that this so-called Daozi battlefield is also a secret world. Oh, I forgot to tell my brother the method of sacrifice in the secret world. Otherwise, if he could sacrifice a world, maybe, well, it would be considered as betraying the teacher and destroying the ancestors. Fong Chong's mind flashed with an unreliable thought. Since this small world can accommodate a spiritual cultivator like Li Hu, it means that the energy level is higher than that of secret worlds such as the food world and the 100 flowers world. And such a secret world should be gradually opened in the next 10 years according to the growth law of the main world. So far, Fong Chong has only seen the Queen's Jinxia world. But the Queen is almost certainly the reincarnation of the 9 Phoenix Queen of a broken world of cultivation. The Jinxia world is her private world, not restricted by the world. From the immortal demon continent sand table in the mountain and river world, and the future division of forces, it can be known that there are several super bosses with the same realm as the 9 Phoenix Queen in this world. Then the question is, the existence of Beidu Dao sect who controls the Tongtian Lingbao Beidu Pagoda, will it be reincarnated and now is hiding behind the scenes as an old shaman? Of course, that old shaman is definitely not as good as the Queen. After all, the Queen's Tongtian Lingbao is intact and stable, while the Beidu Pagoda is broken into 108 pieces. So the idea of sacrificing the world is not reliable at all. But what if Li Hu wins and becomes the Taoist son of Beidu Dao sect? Can he inherit the legacy of Beidu Dao sect, or even become the successor of that old shaman? At that time, wouldn't he have another layer of background? If he falls out with the Queen in the future, he can have another option to run away. No, why do I always think about running away? Fong Chong had an unreliable thought, and the sadness of Li Hu's departure suddenly dissipated a lot. And the people in Qishao City were unaware that Commander Li, who had made great contributions to the development of Qishao City, and was the former commander of the 1st Legion, and was the first person to take the lead in building the Qishao Highway, had left, and his return date was unknown for the time being. 1 month later. Under the Qishao tree, a grass ball wrapped in spiritual mist split open, and Fong Chong stretched himself and woke up. Under the sun, the morning glory vine was full of blue and white flowers, and the green tear fruits hung down, dazzling like gemstone tears. Fong Chong picked one and put it into his mouth, and his mouth was full of saliva. An electric current flashed through his mind, and he woke up all of a sudden. It turned out that he had slept for a month. This sleep is so comfortable. Fong Chong ate the fruit in a few bites, and did not refine it carefully, allowing the power of the green tear fruit to nourish the soul to slowly spread in his body. All kinds of thoughts came to his mind. After Li Hu left, he returned to the Qishao tree and fell asleep. This was the plan he had made before sacrificing to the food world, but he delayed it for a few days to send Li Hu away. Although practitioners no longer need to sleep, they can replace it with practice. But Fong Chong was too tired, not physically, but mentally. Since he went to Chang'an City more than a year ago, entered Jinxiu realm again, and then returned, in ordinary time, he has actually experienced 100 years, and his state of mind has changed several times. He fell asleep, without any thoughts, pure, and washed away the dust on his soul. So people can't live without sleep. Fong Chong muttered to himself, with a gentle smile on his face again, and he became the legendary lord of Qishao City again. Then he turned his palm, and a colorful crystal appeared, which was the crystal of law. Let me see your potential. He held the crystal of law tightly, and the mana in his body flowed and began to refine, and a mysterious aura emerged from him. As the degree of refining deepened, Fong Chong gradually showed strange phenomena around him. First, thunder suddenly appeared, countless electric snakes swam in the void around Fong Chong, and heavy rain fell, and then the flat grass began to grow wildly, and soon it was several meters high. Then the grass and trees withered. The spiritual grass that was full of vitality just now became weak, and the upright leaves turned yellow and drooped, gradually returning to the earth. Then snow began to fall in a small area, and the grass and trees returned to dead silence. Fong Chong was also wrapped in snowflakes, and became a snowman. In a moment, Fong Chong experienced the cycle of the 4 seasons: wind, rain, thunder and lightning, rain, snow and ice, and frost surrounded him. But Fong Chong seemed to have lost his perception, letting the scenery change, and he stood still. But as the 4 seasons cycled, the time of winter and summer gradually became less and less. Only spring and autumn were left around Fong Chong. The grass and trees on the ground grew wildly and withered quickly, and the cycle of the 4 seasons became the alternation of life and death. As time went by, the dead silence around Fong Chong became less and less, and finally only the rich vitality completely enveloped him. Among the many grass roots that had just experienced thousands of reincarnations, a small grass took advantage of the situation and grew. Gradually, the vitality of other small grasses was plundered by this small grass. It grew bigger and bigger, longer and longer. I don't know how long it has been. When Fong Chong opened his eyes again, he saw a crystal-like grass shining in front of him. The grass was only 20 to 30 centimeters long, but every inch of its veins contained infinite vitality. Fong Chong felt that even if he ate this grass raw, it would be enough to bring back the dead. If it was used to make pills, it might be possible to use it as the main material to make a healing medicine similar to Shunshengzhou Huadan. Identification. Unknown spiritual grass, Tao level lower grade. Introduction. A spiritual grass that has been mutated by the law of life, which contains vigorous vitality. Ordinary people can strengthen their origin by eating it, and the injured can heal the wounds of their souls by eating it. Is this the law power dissipation that Yogwang said? It is indeed the law power, and it can create a Tao level spiritual grass casually. Fang Chong thought to himself. Yogwang told him that at his realm, refining the law crystal would have infinite uses, but due to his insufficient realm, most of the law power contained in the law crystal would dissipate. He looked at the law crystal in his hand, and its brilliance was a little dim compared to the beginning, but it would not be a problem to refine it 8 or 9 more times. In other words, one law crystal is enough to support him for about 10 times of cultivation. In addition to the progress of his own cultivation, he also gained Tao-level spiritual herbs, which was a great profit. Moreover, Fang Chong looked at the spiritual herbs and thought of its correct use. This spiritual herb was a treasure forcibly catalyzed by the power of the law, and it was more or less stained with a trace of the power of the law. If it was only used for alchemy, it would be a waste. If it was used to recruit the spirit-transforming cultivators to serve him, it would be the correct use of this spiritual herb. After all, when they reached the spirit-transforming realm, they were all old monsters who had seen through the secular world, and ordinary interests and emotions could no longer move them. Just like the supreme Zhongshan of Xingzong. In order to comprehend the law of the Golden Pagoda, he didn't even care about being imprisoned. He was still very unhappy to let him out, and didn't care about the hatred of being trapped at all. If he used this spiritual herb as a reward, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make his body take action once or twice. If he can steadily supply mutant spiritual herbs, can Zhongshan become a worshipper in Qishao City, or even join his army and make a contribution to the development of Qishao City? However, a single evidence is not enough. Whether the birth of mutant spiritual herbs is accidental or normal depends on the results of his subsequent practice. Once the appearance of mutant spiritual herbs is normal, he will have the capital to recruit divine transformation cultivators. Fang Chong stared at the spiritual herbs in front of him, and his thoughts were suddenly cleared. Temporarily putting aside the idea of practicing again, Fang Chong began to shift his attention to his own gains. After all, he has just practiced once, and his own cultivation has not been completely consolidated. If he practices rashly, it will only waste the effectiveness of the law crystal. Identification. Title: Lord of Qinhuang Mountain. Within the coverage of Qinhuang Mountain, you can control the spiritual energy of the world of Qinhuang Mountain. Your own strength will be greatly increased, and the enemy's strength will be slightly weakened. Master of the Puppet Clan. You can create the Puppet Clan, and your reputation in the Puppet Clan is permanently fixed as worship, and the success rate of recruiting the Puppet Clan is doubled. Seeing the data on the panel, Fang Chong nodded with satisfaction. Using the Crystal of Law to practice, the experience value alone is tens of billions, and this is only the most insignificant function of the Crystal of Law. All his skills and spiritual arts have been improved to different levels. The improvement of divine will and spiritual attributes is the top priority. The former is related to his future realm breakthrough, and the latter is the strengthening of his current combat power. The higher the spiritual attribute, the stronger his strength with the eye of the demon. Not to mention that the higher the spiritual attribute, the faster the comprehension of the power of law. The two complement each other, and are in a positive cycle. And he also has the title of the Master of the Puppet Clan. Probably because he accidentally studied the birth mode of the Puppet Clan. But he is only the Master, not the Ancestor. Obviously, he is not the creator of the Puppet Clan. This race has existed between heaven and earth for a long time. But it can increase the success rate of recruiting the Puppet Clan, and the effect is better than nothing. He likes the Puppet Clan he created more. He was worried about the wild ones. Chapter 293. Time flies by in a hurry. Under the Qishao tree, the spiritual energy is rich and turns into mist. There is a faint fragrance in the air. It can refresh the mind and nourish the soul. It is a paradise on earth. Fang Chong suddenly opened his eyes, and the law crystal in his hand turned into tiny light spots and slowly disappeared in the air. He couldn't help but clench his fists and felt sufficient power. Although it took him a lot of time to refine and absorb the first law crystal, the harvest was also huge. First of all, the experience value. A law crystal can bring him about 400 billion experience points. Now he is standing on the threshold of the early and middle stages of the transformation of the spirit. And the improvement of mana is only the effect of the law crystal, which is only the most insignificant function. The real effect of the law crystal is to enhance his own transformation of the spirit. Now his transformation of the spirit is not only enhanced by about 30%, but also has its own domain. Anyone in the domain will be affected by his will. It is probably equivalent to a mana recovery and blood recovery aura, which is a passive effect. Just like when he used the divine will to suppress the blood curse in the Old Wolf King before, it was an active effect, which required the consumption of his own spiritual power. But now, as long as he used the divine will, everything under the domain would be affected by the divine will. However, his divine will domain is just beginning to take shape, and the range is not wide, only about 10 to 20 miles, which can't even cover the Ying beast, and it can't reach the place where the divine will passes, which is the realm of the domain. In addition, there are 3 mutant spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs, and a stone in front of Fong Chong. The spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs intercept the power of the law and turn it into their own medicinal power, all of which are Tao-level spiritual medicines. The stone is inadvertently imprinted with a trace of the power of the law. Although it does not have the powerful effect of the spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs, it is more intuitive in the display of the power of the law. For cultivators, the latter is much more valuable than the former. However, not every time you refine a law crystal will a treasure like a companion spirit appear. One law crystal can be used by Fong Chong for 9 times of cultivation, but a companion spirit will only appear 4 times, and the success rate is less than half. But this is only the actual gain. There are also hidden gains, which are also the biggest gains in Fong Chong's opinion. That is, through the law crystal, he clarified the future transformation direction of his divine will. Only when you have clarified your direction, every step you take will be meaningful. And the future of his divine will is from life to death, life and death, and endless reincarnation. When he understands the meaning of death on his own, and the two coexist, that is when his divine will transforms into the power of law. That is life and death, reincarnation, and the power of heaven and earth. By then, the realm of cave is just a touch away. This is the greatest effect of the law crystal, the law, insight into the future, and everything else is incidental. Only after experiencing it, Fong Chong understands how much a law crystal can do. Being able to get a law crystal in the realm of transformation is like stepping into the door of the realm of cave. As for the other foot, it depends on chance. But think about it, this is a treasure he obtained by sacrificing a world of food, and it is not too much to have such value. It's just that he got it too easily, so he looked down on it unconsciously. In a sense, a law crystal is 1/7 of the food world. Fong Chong stroked the second law crystal in his hand, thinking that he had thought too shallowly before. The companion law spirit object can certainly make the divine transformation cultivator work for him, but this law crystal can make the divine transformation cultivator directly die for him. The law crystal is not only a precious cultivation resource, but also a way forward, a silent master, and their future path. This is probably the benefit of the pioneer monster. In the future, there will be more and more high-level cultivators, and the ownership of a secret world alone will make people's brains beat out of dogs. Not to mention the subsequent conquest of secret realms and sacrifices to secret realms. And judging others by oneself, if he is the heavenly Tao, in this crazy state of involution, the heavenly Tao rewards in the future will be greatly reduced in 9 out of 10 cases. After all, why would you need 2 crystals when you can get 1 crystal done? Fong Chong had an inexplicable thought in his mind, thinking that the high and mighty heavenly Tao was a mercenary businessman. No, not a businessman, but a sinful capitalist. Unfortunately, there are still too few. Why did I lose my mind at that time? I could have just given Li Hu 1 crystal to try. Why did I have to act so arrogant? Fong Chong put away the crystal of the law, touched his chin, and found an excuse for himself. Maybe I didn't want him to die. After a pause, he started to calculate like a small businessman. But before the next income, the remaining 2 can't be wasted casually. If I encounter a wild god of transformation, this thing is a carrot to dangle for them, so I don't worry that they won't work for me. And I have to leave 1 for Taiju. This thing may help her directly break through the natural barrier between Yuanying and god of transformation. As a puppet, Fong Taiju normal form is the same as that of a human, but her internal structure is different from that of a human, and her cultivation method is not the cultivation method of the human race. The most important thing is that she also has an external spiritual source, which is roughly equivalent to the second dantian of the human race. If she uses the law crystal as her spiritual source, can she directly refine the power of the law? Fong Chong did what he thought, and immediately took out his name card and sent a message to the 3rd Legion, asking their Legion leader to return to the city to report on his work. As for why he didn't send a message directly to Fang Taiju. Of course, this girl was too fierce, leading the 3rd Legion to advance non-stop, planting the flag of Qishao City all over the distant land. The consequence is that the logistics team often cannot keep up with the front army. It takes time to locate the spiritual veins and build the spiritual network formation. Without the spiritual network formation, the real-time communication of the name card becomes a decoration. Therefore, the vanguard of the entire 3rd Army is often out of touch, and can only be contacted occasionally when returning for repairs. This is also left to Taiju. If it were someone else, Fang Chong would rather go slower and steadily, and would not let the army out of his sight for a long time. Of course, there was also Li Hu who had this kind of trust before. Otherwise, he would lose contact at any time and run away with his people without anyone knowing. Even if he didn't run away, he would be blamed for doing something bad while carrying the banner of Qishao City. It has always been others who took the blame for him, so why should he take the blame for others? On the 3rd day after Fang Chong sent the message, the spiritual network teleportation array of Qishao City lit up, and Fang Taiyu returned with his people, with amazing momentum, attracting everyone's attention. In the city lord's mansion, Fang Chong was chatting with 2 new puppets under his command. Speaking of which, since the 2 puppets were born, Fang Chong threw them into the city casually and let them grow up by themselves. They haven't had a serious exchange with people for more than half a year. However, this kind of puppets that give birth to spiritual fire from corpse puppets are somewhat different from Fang Taiju, a puppet who is completely endowed with spiritual fire by Fang Chong. Although they are ignorant, they are not as ignorant as babies. They are born with their own habits and personalities. They are more like a different kind of rebirth. So even though they were thrown into the city by Fang Chong and grew up wildly, nothing unexpected happened. So, you still retain some memories of your original body, which is similar to the rebirth of zombies. The combat habits are also beginning to tend towards spiritual arts. Is it convenient to perform spiritual arts? Fang Chong sat in the main seat, and the 2 puppet tribesmen stood, looking at Fang Chong with respect in their eyes, as if they saw their own beliefs. But it is not too much to say that it is a belief. After all, it was Fang Chong who created them, gave them spiritual wisdom, and gave them a new life. Well, although they were probably killed by Fang Chong before, even if it was not Fang Chong, it was Fang Chong men who killed them. The 2 nodded and said, "Yes, sir, these spiritual arts are like engraved in our bodies. They are very natural to perform and consume much less mana than other spiritual arts. Perhaps this is their inherent racial talent. They are proficient in spiritual arts, but there are also restrictions, only limited to a small number of spiritual arts, most likely the spiritual arts that the puppet learned before his death. After all, these puppets were at least foundation-building cultivators in their lifetime, and many of them were Jin Anjinren." Fang Chong nodded slightly and repeated, "You really can't remember the past, such as how you died?" "I don't remember." The 2 puppet clan members shook their heads, looking confused. Fang Chong didn't ask any more questions, but just thought that he should do less of this kind of thing of using the corpses of his enemies to refine puppets in the future. It's not that he has no money now, so the materials cost a little more. If the awakened puppet clan can remember their enemies in their lifetime one day, he will be unhappy. After all, he can only control the spiritual life and death of the puppet clan members, but he can't control their thoughts. It would be fine if they really wanted to die together, but in that case, they would not be able to come to him, and their lives would be extinguished and they would become puppets again. He was afraid that they would endure humiliation and climb to a high position in the future and stab him in the back. In his power blueprint, the future of the puppet clan is an important part. Fang Chong was about to say something else when the name card in his arm suddenly moved. Seeing the message on it, Fang Chong laughed. "Okay, you guys go down for now. Someone will come to pick you up soon." Now that the puppets have developed intelligence, it would be a bit of a waste to put them under his command to fight. He only wants puppets that are tireless and fearless of life and death. The puppets that have truly developed intelligence will become aliens under his command because of the existence of intelligence. Because after having life, they naturally fear death and feel pain. Once or twice is fine, but if you really die thousands of times in a battle, even if you can be resurrected, it will be an indescribable torture, and you may even turn against your side in the battle. So in the future, once the puppets develop intelligence, they will be removed from his battle sequence. Fang Chong intends to form a new puppet army with them to give full play to their subjective initiative and the advantages of the puppets. But for the time being, they have to learn from Fang Taiju, the big sister. After all, there are too few people. Just thinking about it, Fong Taiyu has walked over from outside the hall with a faint smile on her face. But compared with more than a year ago, Fong Taiju's temperament is more indifferent, and even when she smiles, it is difficult for people to feel her warmth. She is wearing a plain white dress, just as ignorant as she was at the beginning. But after she walked in, the iron-blooded atmosphere in the air made her white dress seem to be stained with a layer of blood. But Fong Chong didn't care, just opened his arms to her, and gave her a big hug. Taiju, long time no see. Brother. Just a simple hug, all the coldness on Fong Taiyu was removed. Her cold and sharp eyebrows bent unconsciously, becoming gentle, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, lying on Fong Chong's chest, her eyes squinted unconsciously, like a kitten greedy for the owner's arms. All the killings in the past were at rest at this moment. After a while, Fong Chong hugged the girl's delicate body and nodded secretly. Girls change a lot when they grow up, and Taiju has also grown up. Then, he pushed Fong Taiju. Have you hugged me enough? I still have something to tell you. But Fong Taiju held her hands tightly, pressed against Fong Chong's chest, and murmured, Not enough. No matter how you do it, it's not enough. Brother, I miss you. Fong Chong was about to raise his lips, but all the teasing he said turned into silence. He hugged Fong Taiju and whispered, Don't do this. It's not good for your sister-in-law to see. Fong Taiju, She let go of Fong Chong, took 2 steps back, stared at Fong Chong, and said aggrievedly, Brother, don't you miss me at all? Fong Chong nodded, very honestly, yes. Then why didn't you even want to hug me for a little longer? Are you really afraid that your sister-in-law will see it? Did your sister-in-law tell you something? I have given her so much. Why don't you give me even a little bit? Fong Taiju's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent. Is it because your sister-in-law is gone, brother, you are not afraid? Fong Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he almost forgot that his sister was a hidden Yandra. Although it was nice to be cared for, it would be very unpleasant if she lost control. He hurriedly said, How come you can't even hear my jokes after such a short time? You know who is the boss in this family. Ahem, well, let's talk business. Hearing this, Fong Taiju smiled and replied, I was just joking with my brother. Besides, I also have something to tell my brother. Haha, I heard it. Fong Chong laughed dryly, and felt a little sweaty. Then let's talk about mine first, this matter is very important. He turned his palm, and the small law crystal flashed colorful light in his palm. I recently studied the refining method of high-level puppets, and found that the core materials of 5th-level puppets have already involved the power of laws. I don't know what your practice method is, but this thing should be useful to you. I have asked the puppet building to prepare 103rd level 5-element puppets for you, as well as some 5-element spiritual objects, which should be enough for you to accumulate to the peak of the nascent soul. With this law crystal, if you still can't break through, I will find a way for you. Fong Chong told Fong Taiyu about the law crystal. Fong Taiyu took the law crystal without any doubt, and a ray of light burst out from his chest, as if a small window had opened. She first took out a piece of top-grade spirit stone, and then put the law crystal in. After doing all this, she smiled and said, Brother, I'm afraid your puppet was prepared for me in vain. I have now reached the peak of the 4th level. You were only in the middle stage of the nascent soul before. How could it be so fast? Fong Chong was stunned. He had turned on the time cheat to break through the god of transformation in such a short time. But Taiju has always been fighting for him. This is what I want to tell my brother. I met a fellow tribesman who taught me the cultivation method of the puppet tribe. Now I can directly draw the power of the 5 elements from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and I can also directly use spiritual stones to practice. With the previous accumulation, I have reached the peak of the 4th level in an instant. Fong Taiju said truthfully. She never hides anything from Fong Chong. And even if my brother doesn't call me back this time, I will come back. Chapter 294. Soon Fong Chong saw the first wild puppet tribe in his life, and understood why Taiju wanted to come back. 2 puppets were carrying a huge vine stretcher, on which lay a stone man. The stone man was naturally humanoid, about 10 feet tall, with soft facial lines and a pair of black gemstone-like eyes. Overall, he looked old and frail, as if he was very old. His body was made up of large gray-white stones similar to granite, with a lot of dark green moss on it, which gave him a sense of age. However, there was a hole as big as a human head on his chest, through which the vine stretcher under the stone man could be seen. In theory, such an injury was not serious for a stone man with cultivation. But there was a difficult force spreading around the hole, and Fong Chong felt a stinging pain just by looking at it, as sharp as a knife. Hello, Lord City Lord. I have a human name, Shirley. The stone man weakly greeted Fong Chong. Fong Chong nodded slightly. Hello, since you are the guest brought back by Taiju, you are my friend, no need to be polite to me. Excuse me, your power is very strong. Can you tell me your current strength realm? Since it was the guest brought back by Taiju, Fong Chong did not use the appraisal technique presumptuously. No matter who looks at this thing, it feels like someone is peeping at their underwear. It is not hidden at all, and it is simply ironic. Even if he has the title of the Puppet Clan Master and the reputation of the Puppet Clan, he may not be able to withstand it. The stone man nodded and said, there is nothing to hide. According to the realm of your human race, I once had the strength of the peak of the spirit transformation, but now I only have the strength of the initial stage of the spirit transformation. However, due to the space destruction power in my body, I am now just a useless person. Facing Fong Chong, the stone man has a natural closeness. Fong Chong was obviously a human, but the stone man felt more friendly than seeing his own kind, and couldn't help but be honest with him. At the same time, he had more confidence in Fong Taiju's words that Fong Chong could save him. Space destruction power? Fong Chong thought of the power in the stone man's chest that made his eyes sting. This thing is a bit too advanced, and he can't control it now. He couldn't help but ask Fong Taiju, what's the matter with this stone man? Where did you find it? It has only been a few years since the spiritual energy of the world has revived. He broke through to the God transformation realm with a cheat, and this stone man opened his mouth and was at the peak of the God transformation realm. Obviously, he is not a native creature of the main world. But at this time, the highest energy level of the secret world connected to the main world is only the nascent soul realm. The small world that can exist with the power of God transformation is simply impossible to come now. Fong Taiju also replied in a voice transmission. He suddenly fell from the void to my camp, and was seriously injured at the time. I saw that his race was strange, and I thought he might be from a secret world. And brother, you told me that if I found clues to the secret world, I must pay attention. So I kept him. Later, his injuries recovered a little, and he recognized my identity. Only then did I know that he came from a secret world in the Puppet Ancestral World. He said that the Puppet Ancestral World was the first world created by the Puppet Clan in the world, which belonged exclusively to the Puppet Clan. However, because that small world lost contact with the main world, its energy level kept falling. In order to reduce the consumption of the world, many ancestors of the Puppet Clan had to fall into a deep sleep. And the human race, which was once protected by the Puppet Clan, took advantage of the situation to rise, seized the opportunity when the Puppet Clan was weak, and attacked the Puppet Clan's ancestral land, and seized the most important treasure of the Puppet Clan. Fire. This stone man was one of the ancestors of the puppet race, who had been sleeping. He woke up because he sensed the breath of the main world, and was then hunted down by human monks. During the escape, he encountered a space vortex, and ventured into it. Because the space vortex could not withstand his power, the space collapsed in the end, and the result became what it is now. I brought him back, because I wanted my brother to heal him. Fong Taiju briefly introduced the origin of the stone man to Fong Chong. Fong Chong nodded again, and the look in his eyes when he looked at the stone man was a bit of a rare treasure. This explained why he was seriously injured, and why he came to the main world at this time. But it also reminded him that even the incarnation cultivators of the small world could sneak over in their true bodies during this time. The premise is that they can withstand the power of the space collapse. Otherwise, the end will be like the stone man. From this, it can be seen that it was too wise for the Star Sex Supreme Zhongshan to sneak over by splitting his spirit. Otherwise, if Fong Chong really met him, who was seriously injured at that time, he would kill him in minutes. For him at that time, such a cultivator was a threat as long as he was alive, and the Golden Tower might not be able to suppress him. After all, their realms were too different at that time. Sure Lei, Taiju has just told me about your situation. Fong Chong looked at the weak stone man, and said with some embarrassment, I can indeed save you, but my recovery ability is only useful for my own puppets, so if you want me to save you, you must become my puppet. Ahem, are you willing to do that? He looked at the stone man with some expectation. His mana attribute comes from his spiritual body ability, and he has the ability to heal all spiritual puppets. So in fact, even if the stone man does not recognize him as the master, it will not delay the treatment. But Fong Chong would never do such a loss-making business. How could he want to treat him for free without recognizing him as the master? Thinking that a 5th level puppet, at the peak of the spirit transformation would be reduced to his thugs by him in a few words, he certainly looked forward to it. The stone man did not doubt that some powerful healing abilities did have many limitations. And he had watched the battle of Fong Taiju guards, and those puppets did have the ability to revive from the dead. All these puppets were branded by Fong Chong without exception. So he nodded and said, "When I came here, Taiju had already told me that I was unwilling to do so, but I couldn't stop Taiju's good intentions. But until I met you just now, I understood why Taiju admired you so much. When I met you, I felt like I was looking at the relics of my ancestors. Since you can regard Taiju as your sister and my puppet clan as your relatives, it is not a shame for me to be your subordinate. I just want to use my humble status to exchange a condition from you." "What?" Fong Chong asked. The Stone Man replied, "I only hope that if possible in the future, you can liberate the puppet ancestral world and let my poor people regain their freedom." "Oh! What's going on?" Fong Chong really didn't know that from what the Stone Man said, the group of rebellious human cultivators didn't kill all the puppet clans. Too unprofessional. If you want to do it thoroughly. The Stone Man's black eyes revealed a sad look, and he explained. It turned out that their puppet clan had no ability to reproduce on their own, and even 2 living puppets could not produce offspring. The only treasure that could allow the puppet clan to produce members stably was the clan treasure called fire. Fire could give spirituality to dead things. When they had not lost contact with the main world, every once in a while, their puppet clan would make many puppets according to their needs. Then they placed these puppets under the light of fire. Over time, some of the puppets would develop spiritual intelligence and become new puppets. Later, according to their research, they found that if these puppets were allowed to get along with humans for a period of time, the possibility of the puppets developing spirituality was much higher than that of puppets made directly. So human nannies came into being. When a pair of puppets fell in love and wanted offspring, they would first make a puppet they liked and give it to the human race to cultivate as their partner. Although the puppet ancestral realm is a world ruled by the puppet clan, it is a small world of the human race as a whole, and most people consider it an honor to be a puppeteer. When the human race monks are very young, they will form a contract with a puppet, grow up together, and compete for the honor of becoming a puppet master. After all, the power of the fire is limited. And these puppet partners, who once carried the hopes and ideals of the human race monks, will be thousands of times more likely to have spirituality under the illumination of the fire than ordinary puppets, and become new members of the puppet race. For millions of years, the puppet ancestral realm has been operating in this way. The puppet race lives in it in the form of human race and monitors everything. Until later, the puppet ancestral realm lost the support of the main world, and those high-ranking puppet clan ancestors fell into a deep sleep. The human race monks, who have already noticed the truth of the world, colluded with the traitors of the puppet race to seize the fire together. Those human monks also used fire to give spirits to puppets, but the new puppets did not regard themselves as puppets, but as partners of the human race and vassals of the human race. From then on, the old generation of puppets became aliens and were regarded as traitors of the puppets. Once those sleeping puppet ancestors were discovered, they would be destroyed by the power of the world, and their scattered spirits would be absorbed into the fire. As a result, the human race became stronger and stronger, and the puppets became weaker and weaker. When the Stone Man woke up, the world had been ruled by the human race, and the puppets had forgotten their former glory. The Stone Man said with tears in his eyes, "What kind of chance and coincidence did our ancestors have to transform from a dead object into a spirit? What kind of hardship did they go through to leave the fire seed, the treasure of the tribe, for our puppet tribe, so that our tribe can survive? We are born free, and should not be used as tools by those humans, as weapons of killing and as infighting. So I ask you to liberate my enslaved people." Hearing this, Fong Chong felt a little guilty for some reason and coughed twice. "Sorry to bring up your sad story, but I agree to your request. It's just liberation. Let's do it. As for the puppets just passing from one person to another, it's normal. He's not enslaving them. He's just letting those unemployed puppets continue to work for him. But there's no need to tell this old stone about this. You have to leave some good imagination for people." The Stone Man nodded. "I can get your promise, so what if I give you my life?" He took the initiative to let go of his mind and guard, and saw a spiritual fire rising from his body. This is equivalent to the yuanshan of the puppets. Fong Chong was not polite, and his mind moved. The Stone Man showed a look of pain on his face, and a smaller flame separated from his body, and then drilled into Fong Chong's sea of consciousness, turning into a small light spot. Then, Buzz Fong Chong suddenly closed his eyes, his long hair moved without wind, his aura was vigorous, the air became sticky, and the 2 puppets carrying the stretcher were swayed by the aura, like drunkenness. It was visible to the naked eye that the aura of Fong Chong was stronger than before. After a while, Fong Chong opened his eyes, with a sense of satisfaction, looked at the stone man's eyes, and was even more happy, but thought in his heart, I almost forgot that I could increase the spiritual body ability of experience attribute by refining puppets. The puppet clan is also a puppet. A 5th level puppet at least increases hundreds of billions of experience. Now I am only one step away from the middle stage of the transformation of the spirit. There is also an increase in the 4-dimensional attribute. Although it is not shown in the data, it at least increases me by about 0.5%. If there are 10 or 8 more, I can practice the transformation of the spirit realm lying down all the way. Fong Chong couldn't help smacking his lips, feeling something was wrong. Why did it feel like his cultivation in the spiritualization realm was even easier than when he was in the nascent soul realm? It had only been a short time since he came back, and he was about to break through to the middle stage of the spiritualization realm. But when he saw his Fortune 9 data, he was relieved immediately. So this is the treatment of the favor of heaven and the pride of heaven. It seems to be an ordinary life, but it actually hides opportunities. When you sit at home, fate will come from the horizon. In the past, if he wanted to get a slightly stronger subordinate, he had to rely on stealing, threatening, and forcing. Now, the thugs at the peak of the transformation of the spirit are delivered directly to the door, and a blind box gift package of an entire small world is also attached. If I refine all the high-level puppets in that small world, can I quickly complete the accumulation of the transformation of the spirit realm? Brother, what's wrong with you? Fong Taiju looked at Fong Chong and suddenly smiled foolishly, and was very worried. Could it be that the power of the stone man is so strong that his brother was also implicated and hurt his brain? Thinking of this, she looked at the stone man with a little more danger in her eyes. Although this stone taught her a lot, if he dared to harm her brother, it would only be a dead end. Fong Chong waved his hands repeatedly and said with a smile, it's okay, I suddenly thought of something happy. Well, I start to treat your injuries now. Fong Chong mana was activated, completely wrapping the stone man. During this treatment, Fong Chong felt the difficulty of the space destructive force, and almost annihilated his mana the moment his mana touched it. Fortunately, his mana had already been almost endless, and it was the stone man who was mainly fighting against the space destructive force. The stone man was worthy of being a 5th level peak puppet, and he almost realized the existence of the law power. Originally, he was in a stalemate with the space destructive force, and now with the help of Fong Chong mana, he immediately had the confidence to fight. The stone man immediately understood why Fong Chong must let him recognize the master. Fong Chong mana could actually perfectly integrate with him. And Fong Chong mana also contains a vitality force that is particularly friendly to puppets. As Fong Chong magic power flowed through his body, all the injuries caused by the power of space destruction were healed without medicine. You have to know that the physiques of the puppet race and the human race are different. Some healing medicines for the human race may not work at all for them. Now the stone man is confidence. With Fong Chong unlimited magic power, he doesn't care about the damage to his body at all, and he goes all out to wear away the power of space destruction on his chest bit by bit. The sun rises and the moon sets. This healing lasted for a whole month. It was also thanks to Fong Chong Endless Divine will that he could supply such a huge amount of consumption. But even so, Fong Chong still felt an unspeakable fatigue. He realized that his divine will was called endless, but it also had a limit. If it continued for another month or two, he might not be able to do it. As the magic power flowed, the big hole in the stone man's chest was gradually filled up until the last gap was filled. Roar! He made an excited sound, and his body grew rapidly. His height, which was originally several feet high, rose again, and finally reached a height of 1,000 feet, with clouds surrounding his chest. Qishao City was like a toy under his feet. Then he knelt on one knee and swore to Fong Chong in the city, Great Lord of the city, under the witness of heaven and earth, I will be your eternal servant. The sound was like thunder, spreading for hundreds of miles, and everyone was shocked. Chapter 295. The Stone Man's on-the-spot performance immediately made the elusive Qishao City Lord famous again. Through the Qishao City people's experience, this news will soon spread throughout the Qishao Dao. After all, everyone now has a name card, and they can use the name card to communicate after the foundation building period. In addition, a certain city lord promptly reduced the chat fee, so that the name card exchange has entered thousands of households. What happened in Qishao City today will appear in the mouths of friends 10,000 miles away in less than the next day, becoming the gossip in another city that day. This time, the reputation of the Qishao City Lord is even greater, and the title of the first person in Qishao Dao is deeply rooted in people's hearts. And it is foreseeable that as the Stone Man shows the combat power of the God transformation level, or even the peak of the god transformation, the reputation of the Qishao City Lord will rise to a higher level. Even such a powerful alien race has to surrender to the feet of the City Lord, so you can imagine the power of the City Lord himself. But Feng Chong swore to the heavens that this scene was not arranged by him. It can only be said that this stone man looks like all stone, but he actually has a lot of tricks. However, no matter how many tricks he has, as long as he is controlled by him, especially the puppet, he will never escape from his palm. Feng Chong then arranged for the stone man to enter the army system of Qishao City and temporarily serve as a legion. Once any legion encounters an invincible enemy, the stone man can be deployed as a strategic weapon. Anyway, there is a spiritual network teleportation array, and transportation is very convenient. It is not a problem to spread all over Qishao Road in one day. As for whether the stone man will be tired, in order to liberate the ancestral world, if he is more tired now, the life of the tribe will be better in the future. Tired, but it is worth it to be tired for the next generation. And at this stage, the stone man's combat power is unique as long as he does not provoke the Tang Dynasty court and those old monsters hidden behind the scenes. Moreover, with the addition of such a powerful fighter, the problem of lack of top-level combat power that had hindered the development of Qishao City was immediately solved. As for the puppet ancestral realm where the stone man came from, it is highly likely that in the next 10 years, when the fusion of all realms is no longer shackled, it will establish a spatial connection with the main world. So there is no need to rush for the time being. Of course, Feng Chong has already regarded the puppet ancestral realm as something in his pocket. After all, it is full of his 10 perfect tonic pills. The stone man expects Feng Chong to be able to liberate the puppet ancestral realm, but it can only be said that he has entrusted the wrong person and has been deceived by the halo of the puppet clan master. 2 flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. While Feng Chong was healing the stone man, Feng Taiyu was not idle either. She was originally a top genius of the puppet clan, with the appearance of a great emperor. It was just because she followed a half-baked brother that her cultivation method went into the evil path of quick success and instant benefits. Now that he has obtained the ancient cultivation method inherited by the puppet clan from the stone man, the once strong accumulation has suddenly burst out, and the accumulation of the nascent soul stage has been completed in a short period of time. It should be said that although Feng Chong wants to calculate everything, he is still very good to his sister. When King Yifeng City was still there, 1,000,000 spirit stones were considered a huge sum of money, but when his sister practiced once and devoured a puppet creation worth tens of thousands of spirit stones, Feng Chong did not blink except for a little shortness of breath. Every year, the consumption of puppets and spiritual objects worth hundreds of thousands and millions of spirit stones is almost comparable to his investment in his own practice. After that, Feng Taiyu was able to catch up with the practice progress of the first echelon of Qishao City, and the number of spiritual objects she devoured alone was countless. Although these resources did not play their greatest role, they also gave Feng Taiyu unimaginable accumulation of foundation. So with a tip from the stone man, all the previous accumulations turned into the current practice. For the puppet clan, there is no need to comprehend all kinds of messy spiritual arts and skills like human cultivators. But the common people are influenced by the bad company. Feng Taiju's eyes were full of his brother. His behavior and cultivation habits naturally became closer to those of the human race, and he forgot his advantage as a puppet. In fact, the cultivation mode of the puppet race is somewhat similar to that of the demon race. The demon race cultivates to tap into their own blood power in order to become an innate god and demon with the same lifespan as the heaven and earth, and the puppet race cultivates to tap into their own innate magical powers. After each puppet race member is ignited with the spiritual fire, one or more innate magical powers will be recorded in the body by the heaven and earth. These innate magical powers are a manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Just like the spiritual arts of human cultivators, they are all a kind of understanding and expression of the power of the law by the predecessors, and then they are gradually simplified into spiritual arts that ordinary cultivators can use. Therefore, human cultivators can gradually penetrate the essence and reach the great way of the law by practicing spiritual arts. But the puppet race does not need to be so troublesome, and they are not suitable for the human race's practice method. For them, the most suitable way is to continuously evolve their own innate magical powers, so that they can reverse the power of the law step by step through the innate magical powers, and finally become a powerful person who controls the law. This is the fundamental way of the puppet race. In addition to the usual practice, Feng Taiyu has not used his innate magical powers for a long time. Her current fighting style is similar to that of a professional martial master. With the support of the mana given by Feng Chong, She can be immortal, so her fighting style is extremely fierce, which is why she is called the immortal female warrior. But with the Stone Man's rectification of chaos and the law crystal given by Feng Chang as an external spiritual source, she is almost always washed by the power of the law. Every day, her breath is changing. Speaking of external spiritual sources, this is a means to increase the endurance of puppets. But there are very few people in the puppet clan who have external spiritual sources, because this thing is equivalent to the second dantian of the human race, which is an extremely terrifying talent. Under the Qishao tree. Feng Chang exclusive practice place, the spiritual energy center of Qinhuang Mountain. Feng Taiju sat cross-legged on it, and from time to time, there were strange sounds coming from his body, like the sound of waves washing the river bank. At the same time, her breath was strong and weak, and from time to time, she saw a stream of mana discharged from her body and dissipated in the air. Every time this happened, her breath would become weaker. Then, a huge suction force would appear in her body, sucking away all the spiritual energy around her. Thanks to the Qishao tree connecting to the spiritual vein of Qinhuang Mountain, the spiritual energy supply is sufficient. Whenever there is a vacuum of spiritual energy, it will be quickly filled. At this time, Feng Taiju breath would become stronger again. Feng Chang saw it and couldn't help but worry. This posture, no matter how you look at it, looks a bit obsessed. He had to pull the Stone Man who had already started working and gave him a day off. Old Sure, what's wrong with my sister? Feng Chang looked worried. Is there a problem with her practice? If the way this Stone Man taught implicated his sister, even if this Stone Man was an excellent tool man, he couldn't keep him. Sure Lei, who didn't know his ill-fated fate, now recovered his body of about 10 feet tall, which was the limit of his compression. He looked at Feng Taiju carefully, and suddenly his eyes showed a strange light. Did the Lord City Lord give Taiju some strange things? Yes. Feng Chang did not hide it. The Law Crystal is an important means for him to recruit divine transformation cultivators in the future. It is impossible to hide it. It is just right to promote it through this Stone Man. When he heard the name of the Law Crystal, Shirley couldn't help but take a breath. It is this thing? Huh? You know? Feng Chang was also surprised. Could it be that the puppet ancestral world is so rich that it even has such treasures? In this case, the secret realm cannot let go even more. Shirley smiled and said, since it is this thing, the Lord City Lord does not have to worry. This is a good thing. The reason why Taiju breath is strong and weak is because she is reshaping her body and eliminating impurities. She practiced with a low-level puppet before, and absorbed too many low-level impurities. Although most of them have been refined by it, there are still very weak impurities left in her body. Now although she has given up some of her mana, causing her breath to weaken, the impurities left in her body have also been discarded. This part of mana is nothing to her, so she will recover soon. The reason why Taiju did this is to break through the 5th level. If we, the Puppet Clan, want to break through the 5th level, which is the level of transformation of the human cultivators, we need to meet 2 conditions. The first is that our body strength reaches the 5th level, and the second is that our body can record the traces of the power of the law, which we, the Puppet Clan, call the law imprint. In fact, the first condition is prepared for the second condition. Without the 5th level strength of the puppet body, even if the traces of the power of the law are recorded by chance, it cannot bear it. At the beginning, the subordinate first reached the 5th level of the mysterious stone body, and then the spiritual fire escaped into the void, entered the sea of laws, and was fortunately led into the Tao by the law star. Since then, I have been infected with the breath of the law of power, and then combined with my own practice of Xiangshan magic, I left the law imprint step by step. By the way, in the mouth of you human cultivators, our law imprint is your transformation of the spirit. When we activate the imprint, we can mobilize a trace of the power of the law. The reason why my subordinates were able to resist the destructive power of space was entirely due to this imprint of the law. Speaking of this, Shirley sighed, but I have heard from our elders that our puppet clan is a new alien race, and there is no ancestor who is merged with the Sea of Laws. Therefore, when entering the Sea of Laws without the protection of ancestors, if you are not careful, your spiritual fire may be damaged, and your path will be damaged. Once the spiritual fire is damaged too much, there is even a danger of death, so the probability of our alien race breaking through is far less than that of the human race and the demon race. So Taiju is also in danger? Feng Chang didn't expect there to be such a saying. The only time he entered the Sea of Laws was when he broke through to the spirit transformation. Everything went smoothly. He only tried to kill himself, but soon retreated. He could feel that even if he failed to break through, there would be no danger of falling. At most, the breakthrough would be delayed. As for the protection of his ancestors, he didn't feel it at all. However, he secretly made a note of this and planned to ask Ibwang, the humanoid encyclopedia, when he had time. Well, it just so happened that the filming of several scripts he had arranged for was almost completed. Although it was delayed for another half a year, he finally had an explanation when he went to the mountain and river realm. Shirley shook his head and said, "Don't worry, Lord City Lord. What I just said was a normal situation. Since Taiju has the help of a treasure like the law crystal, it is naturally another situation. In fact, the power of the law we need to break through the 5th level is very weak. The power contained in the law crystal is enough to supply it. There is no need to venture into the sea of laws at all. That was when I was still young, and I heard from the elders of our clan. When our puppet clan was at its peak, although the law crystal was precious, it could still be supplied once every 10,000 years. At that time, the law crystal would give our clan's best talents. They would use the law crystal as a foundation to achieve the acquired law body. In the future, the probability of breaking through the 6th level would be several times higher than that of the ordinary 5th level. But even so, no one could break through the 7th level of the Tao, which really made our puppet clan a powerful clan. Now that Taiju can get the help of the law crystal, the 6th level is expected in the future. Fong Chong heard this, and couldn't help but trigger his passive skill. He raised his hand and wanted to pat Shirley on the shoulder, but found that this guy was too tall, and couldn't even stand on tiptoe. He frowned immediately, and decided not to hire 2 tall people as his subordinates in the future. Fortunately, Shirley was very sensible. He knelt on one knee and bent down considerately. Fong Chong patted his shoulder with satisfaction, and began to make promises. Although the law crystal is precious, this city lord is someone above him. You should work hard in the future. When you liberate the puppet ancestor realm in the future, this city lord will reward you with one. Shirley smiled stiffly, and was not very moved. Thank you, Lord City Lord. I only hope that my clansmen can be liberated in the future. I dare not ask for too much. Fong Chong heard this, and knew that he didn't believe in the promises he made. He was immediately unhappy, and began to pull the banner of the queen. This city lord is a stickler. Since you are the sleeping ancestor of the puppet ancestral world, you must know many ancient secrets. Have you ever heard of the 9 Phoenix Queen? Shirley's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, Lord City Lord, are you talking about the 9 Phoenix Queen who is the most beautiful and powerful woman in the world? She is still alive when the world collapses and the laws are destroyed? That's right. Even a useless person like me can survive, let alone the queen. Such a person is not comparable to ordinary high-level cultivators. Queen has this title? In addition, this old stone seems to know a lot of things. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a stone man, and he lives a long life. Fong Chong had a few thoughts in his mind, and he was ready to empty the old stone's knowledge in the future. But at this moment, he just nodded and said, yes, this city lord is the registered disciple of the 9 Phoenix Queen. Since you know her name, you should know that this city lord will not use her name to deceive you. Look at what this is. The glittering crystal of the law in Fong Chong's hand flashed away. But Shirley still caught it. His gray stone face actually showed obvious excitement. I really never thought that the city lord had such a background. No wonder he can establish such a big foundation at this time. Please rest assured, the city lord, I will do my best in the future and die. The puppet ancestral world, there is hope for rescue. I'm glad you understand. Fong Chong waved his hand to let Shirley retreat. Just do the work that the city lord has arranged for you. Even if you are a foreigner, the city lord will treat you equally. There is a bright future ahead. I will never let the city lord down. Shirley's spirit was obviously different this time. Fong Chong, After all the emotional struggle, he said so many words, but they were not as confident as the 4 words of the 9 Phoenix Queen. But to be honest, the title of the queen is useful. Especially for these old antiques, who know a lot of ancient secrets. It was the same in Jinshu realm, and it is still the same now. Fong Chong looked at Fong Taiju, who was still unaware of the outside world and devoted to cultivation, and murmured, Good sister, I am waiting for you to give me a surprise. Then, he waved his hand, and the spiritual mist covered it, and a hazy light sprinkled under the Qishao tree. From then on, no one except him could get close to this treasure land. And Fong Chong turned and walked towards the spiritual network teleportation array in the back mountain. Calculating the time, there is still 1 fruit left, and it is almost time to harvest. After all, the landlord has no surplus food, and he is always a little uneasy to rely on the crystal of law in his hand. Chapter 296. 100 Flower Realm. 100 Flower Palace. The three palace masters stood in front of Fong Chong, and they were more beautiful than flowers, with different temperaments. Fong Chong couldn't help but be distracted. He had walked a lot, and seen a lot of people. But it must be said that the female cultivators in the 100 Flower realm may be born with a sense of pride and unique temperament, because of the different environment of heaven and earth. The first palace master Hua Qianyu practiced the secret book of 100 flowers, and she was a virgin, with a pure temperament, like an orchid. The second palace master Yuan Shi had a noble temperament, and a cold expression, like a graceful peony. The third palace master Nandongji had a charming temperament, but a cold heart, like a rose with thorns. Fong Chong had been in the 100 Flower realm for more than half a year, and had been with the three palace masters day and night. Moreover, he was young and ignorant, and greedy for beauty, and had in-depth exchanges with the second and third palace masters several times. As everyone knows, he has always been soft-hearted, and can't stand women begging him. Besides, men always have a strong curiosity about new things. But he later found that the two women were not easy to deal with, so he put on his pants and ignored them. You can go for sex, but you must not go for love. Now seeing the three palace masters, the long-lost gray memories in his mind gradually come to life. Especially the postures and smiles of the two palace masters are particularly clear. Only the Grand Palace Master, although he has lived for hundreds of years, has always been pure-hearted and aloof due to the restrictions of the skills, ignoring the secular world and focusing on meditation. He is hundreds of years old, but he still has some innocence in his bones. If not, she was at the peak of the nascent soul at the time, and occupied the geographical advantage of the 100 Flowers realm, and she was steady and cautious, and she might not be a match for Fong Chong. But for the sake of other people in the 100 Flowers Palace, she took risks easily, and was threatened by Fong Chong at that time. Once she made a mistake, she could never turn back. She looked at Fong Chong, frowned, and spoke with some hesitation. You seem a little different? In the eyes of the Grand Palace Master, Fong Chong was out of tune with the world at the moment, just like a giant object was forced into an inappropriate bag, bulging and looking like it would burst at any time. Maybe I've become stronger. Fong Chong explained casually, feeling the rejection of the 100 Flowers realm, and was already trying his best to restrain the mana in his body. The upper limit of the 100 Flowers realm is actually not as good as that of the Taste realm. However, this is also related to the fact that he is a male cultivator. The rules of the 100 Flowers realm are too harsh for male cultivators. Not only are there restrictions on the affinity of spiritual energy, but there are also suppressions on the upper limit. As a female cultivator, the Grand Palace Master has the strength of the peak of the nascent soul, but Fong Chong, as a male cultivator, can only exert the strength of the middle stage of the nascent soul. If you want to use higher strength, you have to fight against the rules of this world. It is this disharmony that made Fong Chong unable to adapt for a while, and it seemed that he would be rejected by the 100 Flowers realm at any time. Fong Chong was almost certain that as long as he dared to show a trace of the power of the God transformation level, the rules of the 100 Flowers realm would expel him immediately. As for where he would go after going out, Fong Chong thought it was better not to try it easily. It's not time yet. What are you doing here? The Grand Palace Master was not too welcoming to Fong Chong's arrival. Fong Chong had given them 3 years, and only half of that time had passed. But it's just right that you're here. I couldn't get in touch with you before, and you had people guarding the space channel, so we didn't have a chance to communicate with you at all. We need more time. Although the 100 Flowers Holy Sect was caught off guard by us last time and Huainghao was captured, after you left, she lost control, and did a lot of tricks with her subordinates. Without you, we can't control her at all. Now that the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley is on guard again, we have no way to start. Now that the three-way war has begun, even if we unite with the 100 Flowers Holy Sect, it will probably take 30 to 50 years to see the outcome. Fong Chong smiled, knowing that during the time he was away, the Grand Palace Master had calmed down and had some other thoughts. This is normal. The demon seeds in their bodies are more of a deterrent and surveillance, and it is impossible to transform them into another person. That's not what he wanted. He has many puppets, so these few are not a big deal. As for Huainghao, because he didn't want to spend too much energy, he only controlled her for a short period of time, thinking that he could intimidate her for a while. He didn't expect this person to have such a strong character. You decide these things, I have to do something else now. Fong Chong looked at the stunned expression of the Grand Palace Master and said, I heard that there was a fairy weapon in the 100 Flowers realm called Shenong Staff, which could command hundreds of flowers, control the world, drive mountains, and fill the sea. It is a supreme artifact, and a personal magic weapon of the 100 Flowers Fairy. The Grand Palace Master didn't know why Fong Chong mentioned this, but nodded and said, "Yes, there is indeed such a legend. It is said that the Shenong staff is also a spiritual treasure of this world, and it is a symbol of the master of our 100 Flowers realm. In our 100 Flowers realm, it contains, with incredible power, whoever gets it will be the master of the 100 Flowers realm. But so many years have passed, and even I have only seen it in the gossip passed down in the palace. Legend has it that the Shenong staff has ascended to the fairyland with the 100 Flowers Fairy, and is no longer in this world. But some people also say that the Shenong staff was left by the 100 Flowers Fairy somewhere in the 100 Flowers realm, waiting for the destined person." Fong Chong said, "It must still be there, but you haven't found it yet." Since Fong Chong is interested in the 100 Flowers realm, he naturally has to make a comprehensive understanding in advance, and it is impossible to listen to the three women in front of him in everything. This Shenong staff is the result of his investigation. The boundary stone is the foundation of a world. It is impossible to leave the world of creation, and it can be refined into a magic weapon that is almost a spiritual treasure. Think about the Tantian Lingbao in the hands of the queen, which is almost the foundation of the great Tao. But this kind of spiritual treasure has great limitations. One is that it has a single function, and is restricted by region, and it cannot be taken away from the secret realm at all. Like the golden spoon he got in the food world before, it was a spiritual treasure made from the boundary stone of the food world. Its function was to make food super delicious and emit fluttering golden light. Well, it can only be said that it is very suitable for food cultivation. The Shenong staff of the 100 Flowers realm is more like a normal spiritual treasure, with great power. Obviously, the 100 Flowers Fairy has put a lot of thought into managing her own secret world. So once a cultivator achieves the Void Realm and creates his own secret world, holding a spiritual treasure, he will have the capital to settle down. Even if a higher-level Hadao Tianzuan wants to deal with him, he dare not easily enter the secret world of a Dongxi realm cultivator. Of course, if you offend Hadao Tianzuan, even if you are a Dongxi great power, you will basically be in jail for your whole life and hide in your own world. Don't talk about the incarnation. Once the incarnation is caught, there are some spells that implicate the main body. However, the power of the spiritual treasure refined by the boundary stone is closely related to the secret realm itself. With the current environment of the 100 Flowers realm, even the cultivators of the transformation realm cannot be accommodated. Even if the Shenong staff is born, its power will not be too strong. At most, it is slightly above the upper limit of the power of this world, that is, the level of transformation of the gods. When the Grand Palace Master heard what Fong Chong meant, she knew that he was interested in the Shenong staff. "You want the Shenong staff?" She shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "For tens of thousands of years, countless sages and ambitious people in our three religions have wanted to obtain the Shenong staff, command the world, and end the era of chaos among the three religions. But without exception, they all failed. Do you think you, an outsider, can get it?" Fong Chong said, "Just because you can't, doesn't mean I can't. The Shenong staff is the symbol of authority in the 100 Flowers world. If you want to find it, you can't rely on brute force, so we have to let it show up on its own initiative." The Grand Palace Master suddenly had a bad premonition. "What do you want to do?" Fong Chong seemed to be talking about a trivial matter that had nothing to do with him. "Since the legend says that the Shenong staff is waiting for its destined person, then we will create one. If half of the population of the 100 Flowers world suddenly died, or most of the world turned into a wasteland, would the Shenong staff come out to find the destined person to save the world? This is not Fong Chong aimless attack, but a way to find the boundary stone. The boundary stone is the foundation of a world, so if the foundation of heaven and earth is damaged, it will inevitably react. As long as there is a reaction, there is no need to worry about not finding it." The Grand Palace Master panicked immediately. She felt that Fong Chong was not joking. "Don't. There is another way." Fong Chong seemed to have expected it, and looked at the Grand Palace Master and asked, "What does the Palace Master have to teach me?" The memory of being threatened and dominated by Fong Chong, with a smile, suddenly came to the Grand Palace Master's mind. It was the same before. He seemed to be asking for her opinion, but in fact, he did not give her a chance to resist. The Grand Palace Master could not help but look at the two sisters on the left and right, trying to find some support, but the second Palace Master and the third Palace Master were a little guilty, and avoided the eyes of the eldest sister. "Eldest sister, just listen to Mr. Fong. Second sister is right. Mr. Fong will not treat us badly." "You?" The Grand Palace Master finally understood that from beginning to end, she was the only outsider. No wonder Fong Chong left without any worries. I'm afraid the second and third sisters have already become his people. The Grand Palace Master took a deep breath and said, "The reason why there are 3 religions in the 100 Flowers realm is that the founders of our 3 religions were all disciples of the 100 Flowers fairy. Now there are few records of the changes in the palace. We only know that since the disappearance of the 100 Flowers fairy, the 3 disciples are wary of each other, and they are afraid that the fairy will return in the future and settle accounts with them. So the 3 of them sealed her cave, changed the terrain, and covered it with the Metian Great Array. The 3 of them each held part of the array map for follow-up. Later, they founded the 3 religions, but the cave of the 100 Flowers fairy has never been opened. After so many years, the reason why our 3 religions have been searching for the Shenong staff is that we have the remaining array map of the cave of the 100 Flowers fairy in our hands. If you can unite the inheritance of the 3 religions, you can find the cave of the 100 Flowers fairy back then. And if the Shenong staff is as you said, it is impossible to leave the 100 Flowers realm. It must be in that cave." Fong Chong said with a smile, "It would be great if the Grand Palace Master had cooperated earlier, so that I wouldn't have to do something that hurts the heaven and earth. I have prepared high positions for the 3 Palace Masters in the outside world. If the 3 Palace Masters don't like to be inferior to others, they can choose a spiritual place and start the inheritance of the 100 Flowers Palace. In addition, I promised the Grand Palace Master that I would find a chance for you to become a god, and I will not break my promise." As he spoke, a spiritual light shot out from Fong Chong's hand. The Grand Palace Master caught it, and when the light faded, he found that it was a jade slip. Here is the secret technique of transforming the soul rebirth method, and the mortal soul locking technique, both of which are first-class magic methods for transforming the soul. How to choose depends on the Palace Master's mind. The Grand Palace Master's spiritual sense quickly swept over, and his brows frowned. "Why is there only half?" Fong Chong said, "Payment upon delivery? Now I need the Grand Palace Master's help. This is the inheritance of my sect, and the formation diagram is on it." The Grand Palace Master finally felt better, and gave a pink jade petal. She had also seen the secret method just now, and it was indeed very exquisite, and it was not inferior to the inheritance of our sect. But since the disappearance of the Fairy of Flowers, no cultivators in the transformation realm have appeared in the 100 Flowers Palace, and the remaining ones have died of old age. Their inheritance was fine up to the nascent soul stage, but it began to be incomplete when they reached the transformation realm. Even the direct descendants of the Fairy of Flowers, such as them, were very taboo about how to transform into a god. There was an accident in the past where a cultivator, who had reached the great perfection of the nascent soul, died of old age when he transformed into a god. This flower is in the hands of the Immortal Valley and the Holy Church. After you get it, you could open the complete formation diagram and find the cave of the Fairy of Flowers that has been sealed for tens of thousands of years. The Grand Palace Master explained. Fong Chong put away the petals and smiled. "I believe what the Palace Master said. Even if the formation diagram cannot be completed, it will only delay a little longer." The Grand Palace Master looked at Fong Chong with his beautiful eyes. Unexpectedly, he had not given up his previous idea. He could not help but ask, "Destroying a world of life, even the legendary Hidao Tianzuan will suffer great karma. Aren't you afraid?" Fong Chong said, "I just want to find a new home for them." The space channel has been opened. The 3 Palace Masters can organize their disciples to transfer them out in advance. I am not a bloodthirsty demon monk. Do I really dare to cause such a great massacre? The Grand Palace Master could not grasp Fong Chong's rhythm at all. "You were guarding against us before, but now you are willing to let us go?" Fong Chong smiled and said, "Now is different from the past, and I have to show you some sincerity. In addition, it is not you, but your disciples and followers, and the vassal monks under your rule. Don't worry, I will not play tricks this time. After you leave the channel, you are free to go or stay. I will not stop you if you don't want to stay. It's just that life and death are left to fate. If you suffer misfortune in the future, don't count their lives on me. As for the 3 of you, I'm sorry, I really can't bear to see you leave." Hearing this, the Grand Palace Master couldn't help blushing. The other 2 Palace Masters' eyes were rolling, and some old feelings seemed to be rekindled. But women are all actors, and only they know what they are thinking. Fong Chong's thoughts are even simpler. How could he bear to let go of these 3 best tools? Apart from anything else, just standing there would give them a good reputation. By the way, take as many resources as you can. Time is running out in the 100 Flowers world. Fong Chong thought about it, and reminded them. Those are their future living expenses. Qi Shao is a big place, and it is not easy to live there. especially those who are burdened by their disciples. After all, everything on Qishao Road, whether it is in the sky or underground, belongs to Qishao City. What do you mean? The Grand Palace Master's face changed again. Fong Chong said with a smile, It means literally, Grand Palace Master, hurry up. 2 Palace Masters, I wonder who can show me the way. I want to find trouble with Master Hua. I do it. The 3rd Palace Master Nandongji climbed onto Fong Chong's arm, her soft body almost half leaning on Fong Chong, and said delicately, Mr. Fong, you don't know how disobedient Hua Yinghao has been since you left, and she doesn't take you seriously at all. You must teach her a lesson this time. Slut. The 2nd Palace Master snorted in her heart when she saw the 3rd sister taking the lead. As for snatching a man in front of her, she still couldn't do it. Chapter 297. Baiwa Cliff. This is the holy land of Baiwa holy religion, where the leaders of generations have lived. However, 2 years ago, the leader Hua Yinghao dispersed all the people on the cliff and occupied Baiwa Cliff alone, which caused many people to complain. Considering that Hua Yinghao has been acting arbitrarily in the name of the leader in the past 2 years, causing the Baiwa holy religion to suffer heavy losses in the 3 religions war, there are rumors in the church that the elders of the church intend to invite the retired elders to return and rediscuss the position of the leader. This day, on the Baiwa terrace, where thousands of believers once knelt and worshipped, Hua Yinghao was dressed in a bright red dress, like a blooming azalea, looking up at Fong Chong and Nandongji, the 3rd Palace Master of Baiwa Palace, who were walking from the void. You are here. Her voice was light, as if she had expected Fong Chong's arrival. Fong Chong saw that Hua Yinghao had a death intention in her eyes, so he stopped joking. Do you think you can stop me like this? You should understand that even your own life cannot be killed if you want to. If I want, you will only be a puppet for life. Hua Yinghao laughed sarcastically. Do you think everyone is a coward? Although I, Hua Yinghao, am weak and have become a defeated general under your hands, I am not a lackey of a man like the Baiwa Palace. The 3rd Palace Master said with a serious smile. He was caught in the crossfire, even if he didn't say anything. Do you understand what it means to be a hero, if you know the current situation? Nandongji complained crazily in her heart. Fong Chong was silent for a moment, and couldn't help asking, So it's all because I'm a man? Hua Yinghao said, Yes, since ancient times, women have been on top and men have been on the bottom, and there is a distinction between the superior and the inferior. I, Hua Yinghao, am not very capable, and I am controlled by you. But I, a woman of the 100 Flowers realm, am blessed by heaven. One day, I will inherit the will of my ancestors and kill you, the traitor who disrupted the moral order. Fong Chong laughed. I didn't expect you to be such a conservative. He shook his head, not wanting to say more. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and a dark aura rose on Hua Yinghao's face, and the demon seed gradually began to replace her personality. Although he is now limited by the rules of the 100 Flowers realm, and cannot exert even 10% of his strength, Hua Yinghao has long been parasitized by his demon seed. Now he can summon the power in her body with almost no effort. Hua Yinghao smiled and said, Since I am waiting for you here, I have never thought of leaving alive, and I have not wasted these 2 years. Although I cannot untie the means you left on me, everything is just a matter of death. Her eyes were shining, a ball of red light lit up on her chest, and the explosive momentum rose from her body. Fong Chong only felt that his demon seed was hit by waves, and for a while, it could no longer have any effect on Hua Yinghao. But the demon seed had already merged with Hua Yinghao's soul, and this obstacle could only delay for a while, and sooner or later it would be replaced by the demon seed. But Hua Yinghao wanted just this moment. She could have died a long time ago, but she wanted to die in front of Fong Chong to tell him that not all women in the 100 Flowers realm were as unbearable as those in the 100 Flowers palace. If it was Fong Chong 2 years ago, he might not have been able to stop her. But this time is different. He is no longer the same as yesterday. I said, In front of me, your life and death are not up to you. The devil's eye between his eyebrows opened, and the demon seed that was just attacked seemed to have eaten a 10-fold tonic pill, and instantly grew from a seed to a towering tree. Compared with the actual power, the soul and magic weapon are much less affected in the 100 Flowers realm. After all, magic weapons are not male or female. The sneer on Hua Yinghao's face stopped, and turned into a struggle and astonishment. Finally, the struggle dissipated, and only the heart-pounding calmness remained. That calmness made Nandongji, who had been watching, feel awe in her heart, and she became more determined to join Fong Chong. She would never want to become like Hua Yinghao. If a person can't even choose to die, it's too terrible. Hand over what I want. Hua Yinghao calmly replied, The flower jade inherited from my sect has been handed over to Baiwa Fairy Valley, and Hua Wuyan has already set out on the road to find the Shenong staff. What a coincidence, everyone thought of the same thing. Fong Chong was speechless. Why do you suddenly want to cooperate with something you haven't found for tens of thousands of years? Huanghao said, because I am unwilling to let the 100 Flowers realm be controlled by a man. So you blame me? Fong Chong touched his chin and asked, do you think Hua Wuyan can find the cave of the 100 Flowers Fairy? Huanghao said, the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley and the 100 Flowers Holy Sect have been studying for tens of thousands of years. Now the inheritance of the two sects is unified. Although there is no 100% certainty, there is a high probability. We also contacted Hua Qianyu, but she did not agree. But she did not betray you. Fong Chong thought. Fong Chong did not care about this. It would be a miracle if Hua Qianyu was really obedient and loyal. He said again, if I let you take the inheritance of the 100 Flowers Palace, do you think Hua Wuyan will believe you? Huanghao had no expression on his face, and Nandongji hesitated. That was the tomb of his own ancestor. If he dug it up, he would be familiar with the way, and could have someone lead the way. He could just pick up what was ready. The main reason was that his strength was limited. If they really fought, he might not be able to get the upper hand. Hua Wuyan didn't have his demon seed parasitizing on him. God knows how much the Fairy of Flowers hated men back then, which is why she created such a deformed world. A man who fought against a Yuan in great perfection in the middle stage of the Yuan was destined to never stand up in the world of flowers. Luoxia Mountain. Hua Wuyan opened her palm, with 2 jade petals, one blue and one purple, projecting a fragmentary topographic map. The world has changed over the years, and the terrain has long changed. The map is also fragmented. We can only be sure that the secret mansion of flowers is nearby. But without the 3 inheritance petals, how can we break through the cover of the Metian formation, let alone enter the secret mansion? She murmured to herself, with fatigue between her eyebrows. Since she knew that there was a shady hand behind the 100 Flowers Palace, and the 100 Flowers Holy Church, she even gave up on men. In order to face this powerful enemy, she had to work hard and search through the books in the valley, and finally found the record of Shenong's staff. If she could get this magic treasure, she would not be afraid of any powerful enemy. Unfortunately, even with the support of the 100 Flowers Holy Sect, she went out in person and searched for years, but finally only determined the location near Luoxia Mountain. But she searched everywhere in the sky and on the ground within 500 miles around Luoxia Mountain, but she could not find any trace of the 100 Flowers secret mansion. Now there are only 2 possibilities. One is that she found it wrong, and the other is that the entrance to the 100 Flowers secret mansion is not in reality. Hua Wuyan is more inclined to the latter. But the more she thinks about the latter, the more desperate she is. She has already thought of going back home and plotting the inheritance petal of the 100 Flowers Palace first. If it were in the past, this idea would not be thought of at all. If someone could gather the inheritance of the 3 religions before the 3 religions were destroyed, then someone would have done it in the tens of thousands of years before. But now it is different. The mastermind behind the scenes came from the outside world, which is a change that has not happened in tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, Hua Yinghai would not have taken the initiative to send the inheritance petals of her own sect. Could it be that Hua Yinghai didn't know that in this way, even if they defeated the powerful enemy in the future, the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley would always be superior to the 100 Flowers Holy Church? It was just a last resort. Although the 100 Flowers Palace intended to seal it, the space vortex that appeared before could not be sealed, and many people knew about the space channel, and there were always some rumors. Just as Hua Wuyan was hesitating, she moved her sleeves, and a 1,000 miles transmission note floated out, and the voice of a deputy Valley Master in the valley came from it. Valley Master, the leader of the Holy Flower Sect, Hua, is here to visit you. I cannot refuse. Do you have time now? Huanghao, why would she come to see me? Didn't she say, could it be? Hua Wuyan's eyes moved, revealing a bit of grief, but this emotion quickly disappeared, and she replied, just say I don't have time, and find a reason to stop her. If she insists on not leaving, activate the formation and send her off. Ah? The deputy Valley Master's stunned voice came from the other end. The war between the 3 religions was a war, but there was a tacit unspoken rule that the high-ranking officials of the 3 religions would not be killed if they could, and they only needed to pay a large ransom as prisoners after being defeated. The leaders of the 3 religions had never died in the hands of outsiders. The deputy Valley Master did not expect that the Valley Master would want to break this rule today. It is conceivable that if the leader of the 100 Flowers Holy Religion really died in the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley, their fairy valley would immediately become the target of public criticism, and even their own family members might have complaints. Now that the three religions are fighting, she, as the leader of the 100 Flowers holy religion, dared to go deep into the enemy camp. What's so strange about leaving her life behind? Hua Wuyan said coldly. No, no. At this moment, the deputy valley master breathed a sigh of relief and said, the leader of Hua couldn't wait for the valley master, so he left and said he would visit next time. Hua Wuyan could imagine the deputy valley master wiping his sweat. She hummed lightly, and put away the Wanli sound transmission note. Huainghao said that she has that person's means, so she won't come to see me in person. Once she shows up, it means that she is no longer herself. Hua Wuyan took a deep breath and gave up the idea of going back. She took out 2 petals again, looked at the red clouds that appeared in the sky, and murmured, Fairy Baiwa, if you still care about the world you created, please give me some inspiration. But it is obvious that prayer is useless. Because Fairy Baiwa may be dead now without even a slag left. She sighed dejectedly. At this moment, the Wanli Chuanin in her sleeves trembled again, and Hua Wuyan impatiently took out the talisman, and her voice became a little more angry. What's the matter? Don't you know how to say it all at once? A charming voice came from the other end. Master Huagu, you are so angry, don't you welcome me? Nanongji? You? Don't come to the temple for no reason. Why do you contact me suddenly? Hua Wuyan's heart moved. Nandongji on the other side smiled and said, Did Master Huagu forget the promise he made to others? If I help you get the inheritance flower jade of our Baiwa Palace, you will help me ascend to the position of Grand Palace Master of Baiwa Palace. Hua Wuyan said, Yes, you really did it. Nandongji said, If it was in the past, I couldn't do it even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, but now our eldest sister has a better inheritance and doesn't look down on our temple's inheritance flower jade. Even I have the opportunity to contact it. But the previous conditions have changed. Hua Wuyan never thought that there would be a ray of hope, but she suppressed her excitement and asked, What do you want? Nandongji said, I know why you want to inherit the flower jade, so I want a share. If you find the 100 Flower secret mansion, I don't want anything else, but the Shenong staff must belong to me. It belongs to you, no. Hua Wuyan refused directly. At this time, nothing can compare to the Shenong staff. However, Nandongji's lion's mouth made her less vigilant. The 3rd palace master of the 100 Flowers Temple has always been an extremely ambitious woman. If not for this, she would not have contacted Nandongji before. But Nandongji on the other side was fearless. If you don't give it to me, that's fine. I can tell you that the strong man from the outside world has now gone to the 100 Flowers Holy Church. It won't be long before, under his command, the 100 Flowers Holy Church and the 100 Flowers Palace will attack your 100 Flowers Fairy Valley with all their strength, and then all the treasures will belong to him. If you give me the Shenong staff, even if I become the Lord of 100 Flowers, I am still a member of our 100 Flowers realm, and my meat will be rotten in the pot. But if that person really gets it, I'm fine, but I will continue to be inferior to others. I don't know if you, the Lord of Flower Valley, can adapt to the life of being humble and humble. Hua Wuyan sneered, Don't worry, at that time, at most we will break up and die. I will not let that person succeed even if I am destroyed. But what you said makes some sense. Give me the inheritance flower jade. If you really find the 100 Flower secret mansion, I will compete with you fairly. Whoever finds it first will own it. We will face the outside world together. Nandongji was silent for a moment, and then the charming voice came slowly. Master Huagu has a good plan, but you have to promise me that only you and I know about this. In addition, where did you get the inheritance flower jade of the 100 Flowers holy sect? Do you need my help? Hua Wuyan said, Don't worry about this, Master Nandong. Anyway, after you get the inheritance flower jade, come to Luosha Mountain in Lan Country to find me. Okay. Nandongji's voice fell on the other end. Hua Wuyan put away the Wanli sound transmission note and said to herself, Even Huainghao's strength can't escape the control of that person, Nandongji. How can you be an exception? I'm afraid you have been controlled by someone without knowing it. If you really get the Shenong staff, it will be a disaster for my 100 Flowers world. But now I can only play along and get the inheritance flower jade first. And you all forgot that the founder of my 100 Flowers Fairy Valley is the eldest disciple of the 100 Flowers Fairy, who happens to know a little more than your founder. The 100 Flowers secret. The mansion has the restriction of the Fairy of Flowers. Even if there is a plot behind the scenes, it is enough to stop him for a moment. As long as the Shenong staff is as powerful as the legend says, I can turn the situation around in an instant. If the legend is wrong, It is our 100 Flowers world that deserves this disaster. Dear ancestors, although I, Hua Wuyan, have been very absurd since I became the Valley Master of the Immortal Valley, what I did today is worthy of my status as the Valley Master. Hua Wuyan immediately sat cross-legged and adjusted his breath to recover from the fatigue of the past few days. 3 days later, a brilliant stream of light passed by in the distance and landed on Luoxiao Mountain. It was a beautiful young woman in a sky-blue palace dress, alone, with a look of excitement and urgency. Valley Master Hua, I have arrived, please show yourself. Hua Wuyan opened his eyes, calm as water. I am here. Chapter 298. Have you brought the things? Hua Wuyan asked indifferently, looking at Nandongji, whose ambition was almost written on her face. Nandongji turned her palm, and a pink inheritance flower jade appeared in her palm. The inheritance flower jade is in my hand. Where is the Baiwa secret mansion? Hua Wuyan took out the other 2 inheritance flower jades, and without any nonsense, input the mana in her hand, and saw a broken map projection appear in the void. Seeing this, Nandongji also copied and input the mana into the inheritance flower jade. The 3 broken maps merged into one in the air, becoming a complete map, and a small red dot appeared on the map, which was obviously the location of the Baiwa secret mansion. The small red dot suddenly flickered. Just as Nandongji was concentrating on recording the map, the inheritance flower jades in their hands shook violently, and then quickly rose into the air, pieced together, and turned into a colorful flower, but only the pink, blue, and purple petals were the clearest. As the colorful flowers emitted light, the void suddenly swayed, like a stone thrown into the lake, rippling. It was as if the fog had dissipated, and a magnificent palace in heaven loomed. Hua Wuyan's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. She did not play tricks to be mysterious, because she knew that time was not on her side. The man behind the scenes was too powerful. With his entry, the 100 Flowers Holy Church and the 100 Flowers Palace had already fallen step by step. If she delayed, her chances would only decrease. So she chose to cut the Gordian knot and gamble, calling Nandongji directly to Luoxiao Mountain and entering the 100 Flowers secret mansion as quickly as possible. Obviously, Nandongji had not reacted yet. She thought she came here to give a map, but she didn't expect that she came directly to give the key to open the door. While she was watching, Hua Wuyan had already flown into the sky without hesitation. Bitch! Nandongji finally reacted and flew up. You are just stupid. But Hua Wuyan sneered, holding a flower with his hand, and the flowers rained down from the sky, like flying knives, at an extremely fast speed. A lotus flower grew under Nandongji's feet, and turned into a shield. The rain of flowers fell on the lotus shield, just like raindrops falling into a small puddle, splashing small white flowers. But when it fell on the ground, it was like a small artillery shell, blowing small pits a foot wide on the top of Luoxiao Mountain. And a rain of flowers is more than just thousands of petals. Soon the entire top of Luoxiao Mountain made a rumbling sound, like a dragon turning over, collapsing diagonally, and rolling up dust all over the sky. Just a casual move, a mountaintop collapsed. And Nandongji was blocked by this, and lost the momentum of chasing. He could only watch Hua Wuyan rush into the heavenly palace. Damn it! Nandongji did not rush into the heavenly palace, but took out the Wanli transmission note, and sent a message to someone in the distance. Mr. Fong, I was tricked by that bitch. Half an hour later, Fong Chong arrived late with the other 2 palace masters and Huainghao, who had become a puppet. He looked at the frustrated Nandongji and the open entrance to the 100 Flowers secret mansion, but he did not seem to be angry. Instead, he comforted her. It's okay. If the 100 Flowers secret mansion was really so easy to break, your 3 founders would not have let it go easily tens of thousands of years ago. This is certainly because they are wary of each other, but the reason is that the 100 Flowers fairy has set up restrictions on her cave that make it difficult for them to enter. So even though Huagu Lord went in first, he may not be able to get it before us. Nandongji looked puzzled. Mr. Fong, how did you know? Fong Chong smiled and said, of course I guessed it. But there is another possibility. After tens of thousands of years, the restrictions of the 100 Flowers secret mansion may have been lost because of time. Of course, there must be restrictions, otherwise you wouldn't have been unable to find them for so many years. So it's okay to let the Flower Valley Master explore the way first. We just follow her. After saying that, Fong Chong had already walked into the 100 Flowers secret mansion. With experience in the food world, Fong Chong knew that even if there were powerful restrictions, it would probably not have any effect due to the different environment of heaven and earth. On the contrary, the mazes and traps were less affected. As soon as he entered the 100 Flowers secret mansion, Fong Chong felt that his restrictions had deepened again. The environment here was different from the outside world. It seemed that the restrictions on men were more stringent. The original restrictions on the middle stage of the nascent soul would at least bring out the strength of the early stage of the nascent soul. Fong Chong felt that this feeling was similar to when he used the authority of the Lord of Qingyuan Mountain. Obviously, this 100 Flowers secret mansion was probably the most core private territory of the 100 Flowers Ferry, and the rules that could be changed were deeper. The entrance was a long ladder with no end in sight. On both sides were bottomless abysses, covered by clouds and mist, and the depth could not be seen. The ladder was covered with gravity arrays and no-fly arrays. Everyone could not fly at all, and could only walk up. And judging from the height of the steps, there were at least tens of thousands of steps. Fong Chong looked up, and could only vaguely see the shadow of the high heavenly palace, like a god overlooking all living things. He couldn't help but outline the image of the 100 Flowers Fairy in his mind. Maybe they have misophobia, are arrogant, unfriendly to men, think they are noble, and regard themselves as gods and creators. No wonder the disciples they accepted would think of dividing the master's inheritance the first time they got into trouble. No, the identity of this disciple is also under investigation. Did they say so themselves? If they are really beloved disciples, why would they fight so hard? Another guess emerged in Fong Chong's mind. Perhaps the founders of the three religions were just 3 registered disciples, or even maids in the Baihua's secret mansion, so the inheritance of the 3 religions was not very good. Even the Grand Master of the Baihua Palace, the core inheritance of the Baihua secret book, is just a demanding Baihua secret book that is only equivalent to the Tao level skills. But Fong Chong shook his head soon. The truth of the year has long been buried in the dust of history, and soon even the Baihua world will become history. There is not much benefit for him to explore it except to satisfy his curiosity. Although the group was unable to fly quickly due to the no-fly zone and gravity array, they had high levels of cultivation and were able to walk half the distance in just a few minutes. They also saw the traces left by Huawuyan. There were several broken thorny vines, which seemed to have grown out from under the clouds. There was still green juice on the steps, just like blood, very fresh. Fong Chong smiled and said, Master Hua really lived up to my expectations of her. Without her blazing the trail ahead, we would not have been so smooth. Keep going. I'm already looking forward to meeting her. Then they went up. There were more and more vine corpses on the steps, and Fong Chong finally saw the vines in a relatively complete state. The whole body was dark green, and the thorns were like hooks. There was a red bud on the top that was larger than a human head. When it opened, rows of sharp teeth were revealed inside. This is a carnivorous plant. I don't know what they have eaten to survive after so many years. Well, probably air. Fong Chong and his group continued to go up. It can be seen that the higher you go, the more vigorous the vines of these carnivorous plants grow. Some of the world in the middle has been completely wrapped by the vines, and the roots have penetrated into the latter and merged into one. However, at this moment, because they blocked the way, they have all become the dead souls of someone's men. The end of the ladder. A huge vine that is hundreds of meters long and looks like a giant python was cut in half. The big red flower bud on the top is still opening and closing, just like breathing, and there are wisps of scarlet breath coming out, like flames, burning the air. But it won't live for long. Without roots, it will only become weaker and weaker. She is injured, Fong Chong said, looking at the drops of bright red mixed with green juice on the ground. Grand Palace Master Hua Qianyu said, even if this man-eating demon flower is at the level of Yuanying, how can it hurt Master Hua? Fong Chong frowned and said, we had a smooth journey and didn't consume much energy. You probably didn't notice that the higher we go, the slower our mana recovers. Master Hua killed his way up and consumed a lot of energy. I'm afraid he has already noticed it. It was not a problem to deal with a man-eating flower in the nascent soul stage, but if she wanted to save her mana to the maximum and pass through as quickly as possible, then it was easy to understand why she got hurt. Pay attention to saving your mana, there may be a fierce battle later. Walking past the ladder, they came to a spacious terrace paved with white jade. On the left side of the terrace was a pavilion. Next to the pavilion was a stone tablet wrapped in vines. Next to the stone tablet was a pool about 10 feet long and wide, and there was still half a pool of water in it. But at this time, there were dark blue seeds and small flowers blooming in it, which looked similar to the man-eating flower we saw just now. What is this? Hua Qianyu hesitated and said, body washing pavilion. She waved her hand, and with her mana, she pulled off the vines on the stone tablet, and there were indeed the words body washing. Legend has it that the Fairy of Flowers likes cleanliness. If ordinary people want to see her, they must count out 3 times and 9 times, and climb the ladder first. If you sincerely move the Fairy of Flowers, you can enter the body-washing pool again, wash away all the dust of the world, and be qualified to enter her eyes. This body-washing pool is made of the essence of flowers mixed with Zhongling stone milk, which has the effect of cleansing tendons and changing marrow, and it is worth a fortune. Even if you can't see the Fairy of Flowers, having such a wonderful encounter will change your bones and become a genius in cultivation. I didn't expect that it would be used by a group of demon flowers to cultivate their offspring. She threw a thunder and fire magic weapon into the pool, and saw a raging fire burning all the small demon flowers that had not yet grown. As a descendant of the 100 Flowers, I have an obligation to protect the relics of my ancestors. Fong Chong did not comment, but only paid attention to it when he heard about Zhongling Shiru. It seems that the first time he found a bargain was when he got a drop of Zhongling Shiru from a pearl. I don't know how excited and happy he was. Some people used it to take a bath. It can only be said that people are different. Fong Chong put away his thoughts and continued to move forward along the traces left by Hua Wuyan. This Baiwa secret mansion should be a semi-independent space. Overall, it is full of the extremely distinctive personal characteristics of the Baiwa fairy, and it has a strong class nature. From bottom to top, it was like a level-breaking game, with palaces climbing up the steps until the highest level, where the Fairy of Flowers lived, overlooking all living things. The man-eating demon flowers on the ladder just now were at most wild monsters. Didn't your ancestor pass down the map of the secret mansion of flowers? Fong Chong asked as he walked. Hua Qianyu shook her head and said, I don't know whether the ancestor missed it or the descendants didn't keep it properly. There are only a few words about the secret mansion of flowers, and there are no detailed records. Fong Chong said, I am more and more convinced that your ancestor is not a core disciple. Hua Qianyu wanted to argue after hearing this, but Fong Chong had already walked forward. The front was unexpectedly easy. There were only some damaged magic tools and puppet creations on the road, all of which had decayed, as if they would turn into powder with a gust of wind. The ground was also bumpy, as if it had been violently destroyed. All traces stopped abruptly in front of a row of ordinary stone railings. Further up is a palace called Daisy Palace, which is also the first formal building of the 100 Flowers secret mansion. The founders of the 3 religions may have been blocked here. But tens of thousands of years have passed, and the restrictions that even the founders of the 3 religions could not open have now all disappeared. They walked into the palace, and saw that it had been violently cleared out. It can be seen that the people were in a hurry, and took away everything regardless of whether it was useful or not. Only rows of fresh marks were left on the ground. Maybe there were many bookshelves, tripods, furnaces, tables, and other things here, but now there are only empty floor tiles in the palace. Master Huagu is very greedy. Fong Chong smiled, and his smile was a bit dangerous. He was happy to clear mines for him, but helping him clean up the spoils was very inappropriate. Don't you know that the situation is critical now? Why don't you rush to find Shenong's staff and rob his spoils? Fong Chong didn't say anything else, but just quickened his pace, no longer walking, stopping, and looking around like before. The 3 palace masters of the Baiwa Palace straightened their expressions when they saw Fong Chong's appearance. They felt that the atmosphere was not right. Only Huainghao, who had turned into a puppet, had no expression on her face. The second palace was called Qingju Palace. It was also cleaned out in a hurry. Only the floor tiles were left. Fong Chong chased up and cursed the Fairy of Baiwa in his heart. If there were treasures, I wonder how many guardians would be arranged. The big boss of the food world just got a beast of more than 100,000 years old to guard his kitchen. Aren't you afraid that someone will steal your underwear? The third palace was called Junlan Palace. The same band was invalid, but it was much better than the 2 palaces below. You can see that the musical instruments placed inside were all sealed with bands. Although the power was not strong, it was probably at the level of Jindan Yuaning, and it might have been just casually done, but it was precisely because of this that it survived. With Hua Wuyan's strength, it's not that he can't handle these restrictions, but it will definitely take a lot of time. It can be seen that only the 2 musical instruments at the door are empty. Apparently Hua Wuyan didn't stay here for long, and left after a brief attempt. It's to seize time and save mana. Fong Chong stared at the third instrument, a crimson flute. He stretched his hand forward and saw a layer of ice blue light curtain condensed in the air, and frost spread from his palm. But relying only on his physical strength, even without using mana, this restriction can't hurt him at all. Soon, the ice blue light curtain shattered like a mirror, and Fong Chong took out the flute. Top-grade spiritual weapon, not bad. He looked at the entire hall, no less than 1,000 pieces, all of which were various musical instruments, which should be more precious than this flute. But he didn't stop, turned around and led people to chase up. Half an hour later, Fong Chong finally saw Hua Wuyan's figure. In front of the second tallest palace, called Hanmei Palace. She stood in front of a beautiful middle-aged woman in a proper manner, like a disciple listening to instruction. Seeing Fong Chong and others coming, the beautiful woman's eyes wandered, but Fong Chong couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fairy of flowers, you are always bothering. No one told him that the magic weapon spirit of Shenong's staff was still there? Chapter 299. The spirit of the magic weapon? This is information that Fong Chong has never seen in all the records and legends of the Hundred Flowers realm. In all the stories about the Shenong staff, it is just a stick, and no one has ever said that it has a human form. Of course, this is all speculation. Maybe this is a cultivator who survived in ancient times, just like the wolf ancestor of the food world, relying on some secret technique to leave a trace of residual soul. Fong Chong is still hesitating whether to test this person. Man? But the middle-aged beautiful woman's eyes were stern, and she almost blurted out, and for a while the air was full of malice. What's wrong with the man? Did the man eat your rice? Fong Chong's face fell, and he was immediately unhappy, but he was not afraid. Although the middle-aged beautiful woman may be the spirit of the magic weapon of the Shenong staff, she has the legendary great power to turn the river and the sea upside down. But the power of the Shenong staff relies on the Hundred Flowers realm. In the current state of the Hundred Flowers realm, even if the Shenong staff has given birth to the spirit of a magic weapon, its power limit is at most at the level of transformation. The combat power of the transformation is naturally unique in the current Hundred Flowers realm, enough to kill all around, and no one can defeat it, but Fong Chong can't beat it, and he is confident that he can still escape. If it comes to the main world, any Shenong staff will have to lie down to him. Of course, the Shenong staff relies on the Hundred Flowers realm, and cannot leave the Hundred Flowers realm. However, since the beautiful woman is so impolite, Fong Chong will naturally not be polite either, and use the identification technique directly. For guys who can't be negotiated, he never mind that the relationship between the two sides will be lowered a little. Hearing this, the middle-aged beautiful woman snorted coldly. The master said that there is no good man in the world. You actually dared to break into the master's cave. If it was in the past, you would have been skinned and pulled out, and your soul would have been burned in the netherworld. As she spoke, a chill spread throughout her body. She felt that her heart was being spied on, and she couldn't help feeling greatly offended. It felt like someone had pinned her to the ground and stripped her naked, just to see if there was a mole on her chest. The man who stripped her clothes was the man in front of her. You are looking for death. The middle-aged beautiful woman was furious. The sky changed color, and there were clear lights passing through the void, each of which seemed to have the great power to cut through everything in the void. And these clear lights fell, but stopped in front of Fong Chong, and did not really attack him. It seemed that there was some restriction that prevented her from hurting Fong Chong. Information about the middle-aged beautiful woman appeared in front of Fong Chong. Shenong Staff I Ching Ru. Introduction. The pseudo-spiritual treasure refined by the Fairy of Flowers with many treasures mixed with the boundary stone of the Flowers realm, which can exert the power comparable to that of a spiritual treasure in the Flowers realm. P.S. It and the Flowers realm share the same prosperity and loss, and are now in a very weak state. P.S. 2. It is restricted by the rules of the Flowers realm and cannot actively hurt anyone. P.S. 3. Before recognizing its master, it cannot leave the Flower's secret house. It seems that you can't kill me. Seeing this, Fong Chong put his heart at ease and felt half relieved. Although the Fairy of Flowers spent a lot of effort to refine the magic weapon spirit of Shenong's staff, fortunately, she was not completely confused and still gave it restrictions. After all, the combat power of Shenong's staff can be called the best in this world, and it is made of boundary stone. If she has a rebellious heart, even the Fairy of Flowers will be retaliated. No wonder Shenong's staff has been enduring loneliness in the secret mansion of flowers for so many years. It's not that it doesn't want to go out, but it can't. Since it has the spirit of magic weapon, it is not a dead thing. If it is not a dead thing, it will have various desires with different demands. And if you want to realize your desires, you have to go out. So this is why Fong Chong didn't think of the possibility that Shenong's staff would give birth to the spirit of magic weapon at the beginning. Just like the eye of the demon on his body, when it had not yet been refined and subdued by him, it had never thought of recognizing anyone as its master. It also wanted to make Fong Chong a puppet, and then rebuild the demon eye sect and worship it with the whole sect. Now it seems that when the Fairy of Flowers was refining the Shenong staff, she had anticipated that if she could not return one day, in order to prevent the 100 Flowers world she created from falling into the hands of a magic weapon, she set many restrictions on it from the beginning. If these restrictions are not given, once the Fairy of Flowers cannot return, the entire flower world will become a vassal of the Shenong staff. The middle-aged beautiful woman's face was as cold as ice. She waved her hand suddenly, and rays of light surrounded Fang Chong, turning into a gentle force. I can't kill you, but I can drive you out. Fang Chong laughed, his tone full of disdain, which hurt the beautiful woman's heart. Since you can't kill me, how can you hurt me with a little strength? Fang Chong was motionless, allowing this force to tear him apart, but it couldn't move his body at all. In the secret mansion of flowers, due to the limitations of the environment here, he can only exert the strength of the early stage of the nascent soul, but it does not mean that he only has the defense of the early stage of the nascent soul. He is close to the 60th level of the domineering body. Unless the great cultivator of the god of transformation takes action, who can hurt him? The middle-aged beautiful woman saw Fang Chong's hateful appearance, and she couldn't help but get angry in her heart. She felt that her master's words were extremely correct. Men are indeed the most disgusting and hateful things in this world. She groaned, and the tearing force in the air suddenly increased. Even if I risk backlash, I won't let you stay. There was a thunderous roar from the sky of the secret house, and the space around Fang Chong was broken like a mirror. After the space healed, Fang Chong's figure disappeared, and only a nearly certain voice remained. I wait for you outside. The beautiful woman wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked at Hua Qianyu and Hua Yinghao with a very unfriendly tone. As the descendants of the master, you too should remember the master's teachings. Men are just tools for you and others. If you associate with them, you can only lower your status. As for the two of you, you are a side door among side doors, and you are not qualified to accept the master recognition ceremony. Go out and wait. As she said, she waved her sleeves, and the clear light came. Yuanxi and Nangongji, the two palace masters, were sent out of the Baiwa secret house before they could react. Yes. Hua Qianyu and Hua Yinghao looked at each other, and bowed their heads to answer yes. Senior, please understand. Although these two are descendants of the 100 Flowers, they have already taken refuge with men from the outside world. I think they are not worthy of receiving your master recognition ceremony. At this moment, Hua Wuyan was stabbed in the back. She arrived the earliest, and knew how to get the Shenong staff. That is, through the recognition of the beautiful woman in front of her, who was transformed by the Shenong staff, she would have the opportunity to control the Shenong staff. When she holds the Shenong staff, she will be able to sweep away the decline, and drive the outside forces behind the scenes out of the 100 Flowers realm. She will also create a great cause that has never been seen in the 100 Flowers realm for tens of thousands of years. At that time, all handsome men will come to her bed, and she must make up for the 2 years of abstinence. But she never expected that the beautiful woman just looked at her coldly and said, the master's inheritance is most important for the purity of one's own body. I don't know how many men you have had sex with, and your breath is messy. If there were not too many choices, how could you get this seat to let you go? But it's not your fault. Your ancestor was just the master's maid at the beginning. How could she get the true inheritance? When she left, she only got a few less core inheritances. If you are lucky enough to be recognized by the seat, you can practice the master's true inheritance in the future and enter the 100 Flowers pond to restore your virginity. But you need to swear an oath that you will never get close to men again in the future and follow the 100 Flowers avenue. Although the middle-aged beautiful woman said so, Hua Wuyan's heart sank. She didn't expect that the inheritance of the 100 Flowers fairy still cared about this. Didn't the ancestor record that the 100 Flowers fairy had 3,000 concubines? She suddenly understood. The ancestor misunderstood me. This must be an ancestor who wanted to play with men, so he made up the 100 Flowers fairy to find an excuse for himself. Although men are indeed moist and delicious, this is misleading the younger generation. The core inheritance of the 100 Flowers fairy is that you can't get close to men in the future. Hua Wuyan suddenly felt that the 100 Flowers avenue was not so important, and the life and death of the 100 Flowers world had nothing to do with her. She glanced at Hua Qianyu. Who else could inherit the 100 Flowers fairy? Among the 3 religions in the 100 Flowers world, only the Grand Master of the 100 Flowers Palace has remained a virgin for hundreds of years, and was previously laughed at by them for not knowing the taste of men. That's it, I'm tired, let's destroy it. It's just an invasion. She fought hard so that she would have the opportunity to have more handsome men in the future, but she didn't want to sacrifice herself like this. The middle-aged beautiful woman saw that Hua Wuyan's breath suddenly became weak, and thought she was regretting her previous absurdity and debauchery, and nodded secretly. If she can repent, there is still hope. She turned to face the 100 Flowers Palace, which was located at the highest point, and said, "The master's inheritance is in the palace. Whoever of you three can get the master's inheritance first can get my recognition and hold the Shenong staff. As for recognizing the master, the beautiful woman also has her own thoughts. What she wants is an equal contract. With the current strength, even if one of the three can get the master's inheritance, I think he can only pinch his nose and recognize it. This is also the loophole that the master deliberately left for her out of pity for her many years of service." "Yes." The three looked at the palace gate that opened in the clouds, and all walked in quickly. Outside the 100 Flowers secret mansion, Luoxia Mountain, which had collapsed beyond recognition, could still be heard from time to time. Fong Chong, who was driven out by Shenong's staff, sat cross-legged in the sky, using white clouds as a seat and brewing a pot of hot tea. "Hey, you were also driven out. It's just right. Come watch the show with me." Fong Chong invited Yuanxi and Nandongji when they saw their embarrassed figures appearing in the air. Yuanxi and Nandongji looked at each other awkwardly, then raised their heads and chests and snorted coldly. Although they were looked down upon, there were still people accompanying them, so it was not embarrassing, and as long as they didn't let the other party surpass them, it would be fine. Hearing Fong Chong's invitation, Yuanxi was fine, but Nandongji smiled sweetly at Fong Chong and sat down next to him. Seeing this, Yuanxi was not willing to be outdone, and sat down on the left and right beside Fong Chong. So the warm and soft jade was within reach. "Don't get so close in public, it might cause misunderstanding." But Fong Chong didn't recognize them after he put on his pants, and ordered the two to sit down on either side, keeping a distance from him. Seeing Fong Chong being so ruthless, Nandongji was about to speak up and act like a spoiled child to express her dissatisfaction. Fong Chong, however, picked up the teacup and said a little ahead, "Be quiet, drink tea, and watch the show." A light flashed between his eyebrows, and a picture was projected, which was the live broadcast of the inheritance trial of the 100 Flowers secret mansion from Hua Yinghui's first-person perspective. "What is this?" Nandongji and Yuanxi showed horror in their eyes. "What kind of means is this, to be able to see the situation in the 100 Flowers secret mansion under the cover of the powerful Shenong staff? If Fong Chong wanted, they would not leave any privacy." Fong Chong did not explain. The connection between the eye of the heavenly demon and the demon species could even monitor each other across a realm at its peak. Otherwise the demon, Isaac would not have been able to rule several small worlds with the eye of the heavenly demon. This is determined by the characteristics of the eye of the heavenly demon. Because the material of this thing was originally made from an eye of an extraterritorial demon. The extraterritorial demons can walk in the void and descend upon the heavens and the worlds. In front of the Baiwa Palace, the three women stood cautiously in front of the palace door, one on the left and two on the right, on guard against each other. Suddenly, Hua Wuyan asked in a voice transmission, "Palace Master Hua, is that man good to you?" Hua Qianyu didn't understand why Hua Wuyan asked this. "What do you want to say?" Hua Wuyan continued to ask in a voice transmission, "What benefits can he give me if I surrender to him?" Hua Qianyu was silent for a moment, and asked faintly, "Are you crazy?" The last step, it seemed that she was about to turn the tables, and her biggest opponent actually wanted to surrender to the enemy. She had no choice at the beginning, but Hua Wuyan was different. For a moment, she actually felt a sense of regret. Hua Wuyan said with resentment, "But the Grandmaster never said that the inheritance of the Fairy of Flowers cannot be close to men. You all know that I can tolerate it for a while for the sake of the overall situation. But I can't tolerate it forever. How can I live without a man, even if I break through to the God transformation in the future, even if I have a lifespan of 10,000 years? Without a man, what is the difference between me and wood or stone? When I think about the thousands or tens of thousands of years I have to live like that, I think it's better to die. I know you are more likely to get the inheritance of the Fairy of Flowers than I am, but with me here, there will always be unexpected possibilities. If I give you the inheritance of the Fairy of Flowers, can you make him agree to one condition of mine?" Hua Wuyan decided to use the remaining chips to exchange freedom for herself and the Fairy Valley of Flowers. If she enters the Palace of Flowers and starts the battle for the inheritance, then she will lose the biggest chip. If they get the inheritance, they will stand on the opposite side, there will be no possibility of peace talks, and the Shenong staff will not allow her to surrender. If she doesn't get the inheritance, then whether she surrenders or not will be of no value. Hua Qianyu looked at Hua Wuyan in silence. "But I can't contact him now. Even if I agree to you, what's the use?" Hua Wuyan shook his head and said he clearly had the opportunity to stay and fight for the inheritance, but he still let the senior send him out. This shows that he has a way to sense the situation here, and it is even very likely that he will transmit power and at the most critical moment to lay the foundation for victory. She looked at Hua Yingqiu, who had been silent, and asked in a voice transmission, "Sir, can you show yourself?" Bong Chong's voice appeared in Hua Wuyan's mind. "You can actually find me?" You know, even the middle-aged beautiful woman did not find the demon species that completely merged with Hua Qianyu and Hua Yingqiu's souls in their sea of consciousness. Hua Wuyan smiled bitterly and said, "Guest. Time is short, and Shenong's stick is monitoring us. To make a long story short," she repeated the conditions just now. "As long as the young master agrees to let us go of Baihua Fairy Valley, I am willing to give up this fight." Bong Chong also fell silent. He didn't expect that there are not only men who love beauty more than the country, but also women who only want beautiful men instead of the country. Okay. It must be said that Hua Wuyan chose a good time. But for him, 100 Flowers Fairy Valley is indeed insignificant, and it doesn't matter if he lets it go. The most important thing now is the Shenong staff. She is waiting for the master to inherit the Shenong staff, and she doesn't know that the 3 successors she chose have become traitors. Her fate is already determined. With a buzzing sound, the door of the 100 Flowers Hall opened, and 3 people walked into the 100 Flowers Hall. Chapter 300. Since Hua Wuyan decided to turn against the enemy, the ownership of this inheritance has been no surprise. 12 days later, the 3 walked out of the 100 Flowers Palace, all with a smile on their faces. For a moment, it was impossible to tell who won the final victory from their appearance. Obviously, even if they did not get the inheritance of the 100 Flowers Fairy, the 3 of them got a lot of benefits in the 100 Flowers Palace. Although the beautiful woman could not spy on the inheritance left by the master, she had no way of knowing what happened in the 100 Flowers Palace. But she could tell who got the inheritance at a glance. She flew up and landed in front of the 3 people. The no-fly magic circle of the 100 Flowers secret mansion was the same as nothing to her. From now on, you will inherit the name of your master, the 100 Flowers Fairy, and let the 100 Flowers world stand tall again in the forest of all worlds. The beautiful woman looked at Hua Qianyu with kindness in her eyes. Although the origin of the 100 Flowers realm has been declining for tens of thousands of years, I have already felt the changes in the world. With my assistance, you will become the second 100 Flowers Fairy. She was not wrong. Among the 3 women, only Hua Qianyu was the most suitable to inherit her master's legacy. And Hua Qianyu really succeeded. When Hua Qianyu heard this, her original excitement was somehow hidden, and she only said lightly, "I will definitely not let you down." The beautiful woman did not care, just thinking that she had not yet adapted. As for the 2 of you, although you have not received the master's inheritance, you are the master's descendants of the next generation. From now on, stay with the new 100 Flowers Fairy as a maid. The beautiful woman did not ask the other 2 people's opinions at all, and directly helped them make a decision. "Everything is up to you, senior." Hua Wuyan smiled sweetly, and behaved very well. In her eyes, the fate of this domineering old antique senior in front of her was already doomed. Now there is only one accident left. She glanced at Hua Qianyu, who was smiling gently, and wondered in her heart. I hope she won't be stupid. She didn't want to follow the Fairy of Flowers all her life, and be a maid who abstained from sex for the rest of her life. As for Hua Yinghao, she had long been controlled by her inner demon personality. She nodded in agreement like Hua Wuyan. Although her expression was a little cold, she was not arrogant. Seeing Hua Qianyu get the inheritance, the beautiful woman had seen the hope of escaping the predicament, and she could not hide her excitement at this time. Then it is decided. From now on, I will sign an equal contract with you. From now on, you and I will work together to restore the 100 Flowers world to its ancient splendor. But Hua Qianyu refused. Wait a minute. The beautiful woman looked at Hua Qianyu in confusion and said, "You don't want to give me. After getting me, you will be the number 1 in the 100 Flowers world, and everyone will have to submit to you. You will live in the 100 Flowers temple like my master, and be the 100 Flowers Fairy that everyone looks up to. What are you waiting for?" Hua Qianyu was silent for a moment, and said, "Senior, after signing the contract with you, I still have some questions to ask you." "Ask quickly," the beautiful woman urged. Hua Qianyu asked, "The first question I want to ask you is, why didn't you leave the inheritance of the Fairy of Flowers to the ancestors of our 3 religions, but waited tens of thousands of years for us, the descendants, to inherit it?" Hearing this question, the beautiful woman was silent for a while, and said faintly, "At that time, the master had not returned for decades, and the original power of the 100 Flowers realm gradually began to dissipate. I was not controlled by the master, and I could only defend because I never showed up. Your ancestors were a few maids selected by the master. After noticing that the master had not returned for a long time, they gradually had evil intentions. Fortunately, the power of the secret mansion formation was still there at that time, and I controlled the formation to guard the entrance to the secret mansion. Your ancestors only got part of the inheritance, and were expelled from the secret mansion. I didn't expect that they would directly close the entrance to the secret mansion later. For tens of thousands of years, I was mostly asleep to preserve my power, and occasionally woke up, and no outsiders came. Do you think I would pass on the master's inheritance to them? Hua Qianyu asked again. Then why didn't you go out? With your strength, the formation outside should not be able to stop you. The beautiful woman paused for a moment before saying, This is the oath I promised my master. I will keep her inheritance. If no one inherits her inheritance, I can't go out. In fact, at that time, her soul contract with the Fairy of Flowers had not dissipated, and she thought the Fairy of Flowers would come back. As a result, tens of thousands of years later, the soul contract dissipated when she was sleeping. Obviously, the Fairy of Flowers did not hold on and died outside. And she could not leave the secret mansion of flowers because of the rules set at the beginning, and the secret mansion was closed by several maids who did not share the spoils equally. She cried out to the sky and the earth in the secret mansion, but no one could help her. She almost relied on sleeping to fight against time. Otherwise, she would have gone crazy after tens of thousands of years. In addition, she did not say that. Lie, she is a spiritual treasure refined by the boundary stone of the 100 Flowers realm, and her power is closely related to the origin of the 100 Flowers realm. The 100 Flowers realm has lost the support of the main world, and its power is gradually weakening. If she does not sleep, but is still squandering her power, the upper limit of the 100 Flowers realm will only be lower now. Hua Qianyu did not comment, but also understood that the beautiful woman did not tell her everything. She thought about it, and asked the last question. Senior, I heard someone say before that our 100 Flowers realm has lost its master, so it is destined to be swallowed by the main world in hundreds or thousands of years. Is this true? The beautiful woman's expression froze. Who told you this? But before Hua Qianyu could speak, she muttered to herself. Yes, the origin of the 100 Flowers realm has been restored, and it is obviously connected with the main world again. She nodded, shook her head and said, This is true. The creation of the 100 Flowers realm relied on the power of the main world, so it can only rely on the main world. But with the death of the master who created the world, according to the ancient contract, the 100 Flowers world must be dedicated to the main world as the price of creating the world. But there is a way to save it. As long as you can achieve the master's achievements in the past and sacrifice a new world in the main world, you can avoid the fate of the 100 Flowers world being swallowed up. As for the hundreds of years and thousands of years, it is obvious that the man deceived you. When the master was still alive, there were also powerful people like the master who fell, but their worlds would take tens of thousands of years to gradually return to the main world, so we still have time. But the Fairy of Flowers has fallen for tens of thousands of years. Hua Qianyu was silent for a moment, and smiled bitterly. If you want to save our world, you have to destroy another world. The beautiful woman said, The strong prey on the weak, and the survival of the fittest is the rule. The rule is like this. Hua Qianyu repeated, nodded and said, I understand, senior. Let's sign the contract, I take you out. Okay. The beautiful woman smiled, and her body shape changed immediately, turning into a milky white peach with stick that looked like it was carved from jade. It was about 1.23 meters long, which was the original form of Shenong's stick, the symbol of authority in the 100 Flowers world. A ray of light shot out from the Shenong stick and fell on Hua Qianyu, and petals appeared in the void, which was a sky full of flowers. The space surrounded Hua Qianyu, and the world cheered for her. A peach blossom-shaped petal pattern gradually formed on Hua Qianyu's forehead, and the peach wood stick gradually fell from the air and was held in her hand. The huge power was infused into her body, which should have helped her in one go. Break through the shackles from nascent soul to God transformation, and enter the God transformation pass. At this moment, it seemed as if it hit a huge and heavy rock, and the huge waves rolled back, causing Hua Qianyu to groan, and even her soul was damaged. The beautiful woman appeared, with a look of surprise on her face. This shackle of heaven and earth is so serious that even with my help of the power of the origin, I can't break it. Do I really need to leave the 100 Flowers realm to recover my vitality? Hua Qianyu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and asked, Is there anything wrong with the senior? The beautiful woman smiled and said, My name is Yi Qingru. Now you and I are of one mind. You can just call me Sister Yi. Just now, I wanted to use the original power of Shenong's staff to help you break through the level of God transformation, But I never thought that the status of the current 100 Flowers realm is too low to accommodate the power of God transformation. But it doesn't matter, now that I have been born, with my ability to harmonize the vitality of the 100 Flowers realm, the first God transformation cultivator will soon appear. Hua Qianyu asked a strange question at this moment. Just now, Senior used the power of origin to help me. Didn't you find anything wrong in my body? The beautiful woman said, you have a pure constitution, hundreds of years of accumulation, and a strong origin. You are also clean, so you have sufficient pure yin energy, and you have the inheritance of your master. Now you are just burdened by the world. When you have the opportunity in the future, you will definitely soar into the sky. Do you think there is a problem? Hua Qianyu shook her head and said, nothing, since the senior said it is good, it must be good. The beautiful woman said indignantly, you still call me senior. Now you and I are equal. Don't you want to call me sister? Hua Qianyu smiled bitterly, sister Yi. Good sister. I Ching recovered her mouth and laughed softly. Outside the Baiwa secret mansion, Fong Chong had already put away the tea set and waited for the beauty. The mist at the entrance of the secret mansion dissipated, and the four women came out together, 2 in front and 2 in the back, Hua Qianyu and I Chingru in front, Hua Wuyan and Hua Yinghao in the back. When seeing Fong Chong, I Chingru was furious before the others reacted. How dare you stay here, you thief? Sister Qianyu, let me kill him first. She took a step forward, and the wind and clouds changed suddenly, and the sky moved with it. Outside the Baiwa secret mansion, she could exert even more strength than inside the secret mansion. Die! There were thousands of lightning snakes, and arcs were surging in the air. Even a piece of diamond would be turned into powder under such power. Obviously, she knew that Fong Chong was strong, so she used a killing move right away. There is nothing in this world that is more destructive than the power of thunder. But Fong Chong did not dodge or avoid, and seemed not to take I Chingru's attack seriously. The thunder and lightning that had just been surging all stopped just a few feet away from Fong Chong, as if there was some natural barrier blocking him. Fong Chong obviously did not generate any power. I Chingru looked at Hua Qianyu in disbelief. You? She had signed a contract with Hua Qianyu, and the rule that once prohibited killing people had a chance to be reinterpreted. She just couldn't kill people herself. But if someone used her to kill someone else, it wouldn't count as her breaking the rules, as if she was just a knife. You can't blame the knife for killing people. Although this knife can also move by itself, as long as the owner recognizes it, it doesn't count as her doing it. So at this moment, there is only one person who can stop her, and that is Hua Qianyu, who signed a contract with her. Without Hua Qianyu's approval, her power cannot act on anyone. Once violated, it violates her underlying rules. Therefore, Fong Chong was standing in front of her, but her power couldn't act on him. Hua Qianyu said calmly, Sister Yi, you signed an equal contract with me. I can't force you, but you can't force me either. I don't want to kill him. Why? I Chingru couldn't understand it all. He's just a lowly man. Fong Chong's face sank and said, what the superior likes, the subordinates will follow. With your appearance, I can already imagine what the Fairy of Flowers looks like. No wonder she wanted to refine you back then. If you weren't here, she would be beaten to death sooner or later with her character. She must not have dared to leave the 100 Flowers realm casually back then. I Chingru said coldly, then you guessed wrong. The name of the Master Fairy was the best in all realms, and I don't know how many men chased her. It's a pity that they tried their best and couldn't even touch the hem of the Master's skirt. Fong Chong was even more unhappy when he heard it. There are so many traitors among men who raise the price and make you look down on men. I Chingru, right? Do you remember that I said I was waiting for you outside? How do you know my name? I Chingru found that the situation seemed to be out of control. She obviously possessed the top power in this world, but at this moment she felt isolated and helpless. Fong Chong laughed, hooked his finger at Hua Qianyu, and said frivolously, Palace Master Hua, come to me. Hua Qianyu flew to Fong Chong silently, but was hugged by Fong Chong, causing Hua Qianyu to look at Fong Chong in surprise. Fong Chong never forced others, he liked to be passive, just like the second and third Palace Masters. So Hua Qianyu had never blamed Fong Chong for being absurd before, but just felt that the second and third sisters were not reserved enough. Fong Chong sent a voice message, Palace Master Hua, you don't want to see the 100 Flowers Palace displaced, right? Just when Hua Qianyu was feeling dissatisfied, she heard Fong Chong say, well, just think of it as helping me. I can't stand this old woman turning her face in front of me. I will apologize to you later. Hua Qianyu didn't expect Fong Chong to be willing to apologize to her. She felt much better for some reason. She didn't say anything, but just moved slightly closer to Fong Chong. Fong Chong was like a wicked young man who had snatched a commoner girl. He smiled triumphantly at the victim and said, "Are you surprised? Very unexpected?" Yi Qingru was even more unbelievable than before. She just wondered if she hadn't been out for tens of thousands of years. Has the tradition of the 100 Flowers world changed? When could a man hug a woman left and right in front of her? Hua Qianyu, you are defiling the master's inheritance. Fong Chong laughed loudly and ignored the wailing of the defeated dog. He let go of Hua Qianyu and said to Hua Weiyan, "Master Hua, you are like the 100 Flowers Palace. I will give you half a year to take the disciples of the 100 Flowers Fairy Valley and leave with the 100 Flowers Palace. Of course, if you are willing to stay in the 100 Flowers realm, that's fine. But when the 100 Flowers realm is destroyed, you will have no idea where you will end up. I can't control it." Hua Weiyan smiled and said, "Young master is trustworthy. I will not let you down. I will go back to pack up my belongings. Goodbye everyone." She had already asked Hua Qianyu a lot about the main world. When she learned that the main world was in the ascendant, she had a plan. It's better to be the boss than to be someone else's subordinate. In addition, the boys in the main world must have a different taste. Hua Weiyan's mind was full of thoughts, and she couldn't help licking her lips. "You? And you?" Yi Qingru was furious as she watched the descendants of the 100 Flowers Fairy betray one by one. "Fortunately, I still have you." Looking at Huainghao, who had been silent, she finally felt a little comforted. Huainghao had no expression on her face, just nodded slightly to Fong Chong and called him master. Yi Qingru could no longer bear it, and vomited blood. "You want the 100 Flower realm, but you won't succeed." She turned and left. After signing the contract, she would no longer be trapped in the secret house, but due to the rules, she could not hurt anyone. The only way now was to support others to fight against these guys. Seeing Yi Qingru going away, Hua Qianyu looked at Fong Chong and said, "You won't keep her? She is a spiritual treasure of the world after all, and it's not easy for me to deal with her." Fong Chong shook his head and said, "But I can kill her, but then the 100 Flowers world won't be able to keep her. You should arrange many things first, and I will deal with her later. I am a man of my word. I promise you half a year, so it will be half a year. And with you here, where can she run to? I will help you." Hua Qianyu nodded. They had a contract on them. Yi Qingru could avoid others, but she couldn't avoid her. Although they were equal in the contract, there was a distinction between the primary and the secondary.